The young man was stunned when he heard a familiar voice. "Is this child truly Yu Jung's son? And what has become of Yu Jung, my lord?" "We found him, lord," Lee Seon replied. Lee Seon faintly recognized that it was the voice of the head of the Lee family, speaking with the Lee family butler. But Lee Seon was supposed to have passed away long ago. After looking clearly at what was in front of him, Lee Seon confirmed that this person was indeed his father, but he looked so young. Not only him, but Butler Choi was there as well. Lee Seon instinctively reached out his hand toward them, but then he was shocked to discover that his hand was as tiny as a child's. This was completely absurd. But it was true. Lee Seon had been reincarnated as a child. His first reaction was panic. He didn't know what was happening anymore. Even though he had clearly perished, Lee Seon initially thought this might be a near-death hallucination or the afterlife. Then, he heard Lee Seon instructed Butler Choi, "This child's name shall be Lee Seon. It is a good name. Just like the other children, arrange for a wet nurse to take care of him. Also, assign 10 sword guards to protect him. Furthermore, have this child participate in the selection ceremony along with the 8th young lady." Butler Choi seemed very surprised, because Lee Seon was still just a child, completely unprepared, and the age gap between him and the 8th young lady was quite significant. However, Lee Seon had made up his mind. After settling that matter, he and Butler Choi left. Lee Seon lay in the wooden cradle and let out a sigh of relief. As expected, it was still his father. Even after all this time, his aura was just as terrifying as ever. But more importantly, what on earth was happening here? If it really were a near-death hallucination, this feeling was far too realistic. Moreover, the conversation between Lee Seon and Butler Choi was exactly what had happened before. Although it was hard to believe, it seemed he had truly returned to the past. It was difficult to accept this absurdity, but several months had passed since he first returned to the past, and the special day for the Lee Sung-moo family had arrived, the selection ceremony. During this ceremony, children of the family would reveal their innate talent through the selection of a weapon. Lee Seon's father, who had been chosen by 10s of swords as a child, had become the greatest swordsman of his time. His eldest brother, who was chosen by both a magic book and a scepter, had become famous for his talent in both swordsmanship and magic. And this time, the one participating in the selection ceremony was Lee Seon. Just like in his previous life, he had to wear a very uncomfortable ceremonial outfit, sitting on a velvet chair and waiting. Lee Seon's wet nurse, Gawa, kept praising how cute he looked in that cumbersome outfit, and she encouraged Lee Seon not to worry, promising he would certainly have a great result. "The young master's path in life will surely be wide and bright," she said. "I am sure of it." Gawa smiled brightly. Lee Seon felt happy. To him, this wet nurse was no different from a real mother, because he hadn't had a mother by his side since he was young. However, due to the pressure from his other brothers, Gawa was eventually exiled from the family. According to him, she was the only one who stood by Lee Seon's side, and she had even cried out of worry for him until the very end. Looking at Gawa's kind face, Lee Seon became even more determined not to let those painful things happen again. He reached out his tiny hands to grab Gawa and press their faces together. "Gawa, in this life, I will definitely protect you," Lee Seon thought. Just then, a servant came to announce that everything was ready. On the other side, Butler Choi arrived to report to Lee Seon that all preparations for the selection ceremony were complete. He nodded once and led the group outside. The selection ceremony was attended by a very large crowd. Compared to the 8th young lady, the illegitimate child who had just been brought home not long ago, Lee Seon still attracted more of their attention. He could recognize a few familiar faces. For instance, Lady Baek Hwajeon, the official wife of Lee Seon, the head steward of the Lee family, and Lee Tae-hyung, who was also Lee Seon's younger brother. The eldest son, Lee Myung-jong, and the 3rd young master, Lee Gun-seon. Lee Tae-hyung stared at him and remarked, "He really is still too young." Lee Myung-jong nodded in agreement, saying he had never seen anyone participate in the selection ceremony at this age. Lee Gun-seon, meanwhile, looked visibly annoyed. And rightly so, the fact that his father suddenly had an illegitimate child out of nowhere would upset anyone who wasn't broad-minded. Following the clear declaration by the family head, Lee Seon, the selection ceremony officially began. The 8th young lady, Lee So-hyun, went first. Seon picked her up and sat her on the stone chair in the center of the hall. He then used a dagger to make a clean cut on her fingertip. Lee So-hyun immediately started crying. Blood dripped from her fingertip and soaked into the stone. It instantly created an invisible bond. The weapon that connected to the other end of that bond was the supreme holy sword, the ivory sword. The ivory sword had not responded to any of the Lee Sung-moo family children for a long time, but now it had chosen Lee So-hyun. Lee Seon reached out, and the ivory sword immediately flew toward him. He held the sword high in front of everyone and declared that from now on, this weapon would belong to Lee So-hyun, Everyone immediately crowded around Baek Hwaijeon to congratulate her on the birth of another outstanding genius in the family. Baek Hwaijeon politely said thank you, but her eyes were still fixed on Lee Seon. His ritual began right after Lee So-hyun's. Up there, many people were whispering about his background, believing that an illegitimate child of unknown origin had no right to participate in the selection ceremony. But Lee Taesin still picked him up and placed him on that chair. Unlike his sister, Lee Seon did not cry when his father pricked his finger. This pleased him greatly. Lee Taesin patted his head right in front of everyone, then praised him. Well done. But Lee Seon had already lived a life. He didn't feel happy or satisfied by his father's praise. On the contrary, Lee Seon was very tense because this moment had finally arrived. In his previous life, the sword that chose him was the Heaven Tier's sword, the Phant Than. He didn't know if, having been reincarnated, he and the sword still had a bond in this life. Lee Seon's blood dripped onto the stone chair. Just like Lee So-hyun, an invisible cord quickly formed. On the high stand, Lee Tae-hyung silently observed the person next to him and saw Lee So-hyun's expression. Lee Seon must be blind not to see that she is clearly displeased, but that's expected since Lee Seon is the hidden bloodline of Lee Taesin. Since she is the official wife, of course, she would be upset. Tae-hyun sighed to himself, feeling that Lee Seon had a truly tragic fate, being a son of a concubine struggling to survive in the family. It was not easy for Lee Sung-woo at all. This small concern of Tae-hyun was spotted by an elder in the family. That bearded old man stepped forward a few paces. Then, stroking his beard, he said, "It seems the steward takes quite an interest in this son of a concubine, doesn't he?" Lee Tae-hyun didn't answer, just silently gritted his teeth. He felt that perhaps because of these conservative old men stuck in such purist bloodline ideologies, everything had become so complicated. But regardless, the other man was the head elder, Lee Chanjung, a man of high status and influence in the Lee family. Lee Tae-han was reluctant to be disrespectful, so he spoke up in response. "Greetings, head elder." Lee Tae-hyun's gaze was cold as ice. He also knew that Lee Chanjung was someone who never revealed his true thoughts. So, no matter what, he couldn't let his guard down when speaking to him. Just like the majority, Lee Cheonjung showed a disdainful attitude upon seeing a son of a concubine, whose birth and origins were unclear, participating in the weapon selection ceremony. But what he said afterward was truly outrageous. The weapon selection ceremony has no meaning for a son of a concubine that has been clearly proven by the steward's own experience, hasn't it? Lee Tae-hyun's hands clenched into fists. He really wanted to fight the old man, but of course, he couldn't do that. So Lee Cheonjung remained incredibly arrogant. "Oh, my apologies if I spoke disrespectfully. It's just that the steward, a man who came from outside and who wasn't chosen by any weapon in the previous selection ceremony, is just too famous. Truly, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets." The words that Lee Cheonjung spoke were enough to drive Tae-hyun mad. In the elder's eyes, a son of a concubine was still just a son of a concubine, not worth a penny. So, it was best for him to know his place. Tae-hyun finally couldn't hold back anymore. He shouted, "That's enough. I will not tolerate such insulting language any longer." Lee Seon's eyes widened in surprise. It wasn't because of Lee Tae-hyun's rebellious attitude, but because of the blinding light radiating from beneath the podium. Lee Tae-hyun immediately jumped up. That blue light became more and more dazzling, and the two men of the Lee clan held completely different states of mind. Impossible. How could this happen? Lee Cheonjung clutched the railing, nearly unable to stand steady. "Ha. Even though I'm seeing it with my own eyes, it feels like I'm dreaming." Lee Tae-hyun, on the other hand, looked excited, as if silently hoping that the child with the same background as him would have a truly bright future. The rays of connecting light emanating from Lee Seon were so dazzling that one couldn't even see him and the family head standing in the center of the podium. The result was not like what had happened in the previous life, where all the weapons present at the ritual had chosen Lee Seon. Even more terrifying was that even weapons that already had owners reacted to him, as if they wanted to betray their masters to make Lee Seon their new home. Lee Myongjong's sword was no exception. The sword in his hand glowed, but instead of being angry, Lee Myongjong looked excited, then turned to his younger brother, Lee Gunsong, and asked, "Brother, do you believe what you are seeing? It seems that our little brother possesses talent far beyond what I had imagined." "That's right," Lee Gunseong replied, his eyes sharp as knives, wishing he could finish off Lee Seon right now. Everyone witnessing this was gossiping loudly. Most of them thought this result was truly absurd, and that it could not possibly happen to an illegitimate child. Lee Taesin took a deep breath, then signaled for everyone to be quiet, and the entire surrounding stands fell deathly silent. He said that according to family rules, all the weapons that chose Lee Seon must belong to him. However, handling this matter simply would not be easy. So, Lee Tessen wanted to hear everyone's opinion, and Lee Taehyun was the first to speak. He felt that regardless of family rules, giving all the weapons here to Lee Seon would go against the meaning of the weapon selection ceremony because the ritual is a tradition that must be maintained for future generations. Therefore, the fairest way is to let the Lee family's young master himself choose one item from all the weapons that chose him. Lee Tessen felt his younger brother's words were correct, so he immediately accepted the suggestion. Lee Seon snapped his fingers. All the weapons flew up, then neatly arranged themselves into a circle. Then Lee Seon also floated up and was placed in the center of that circle. Now, my son, choose what you desire, Tessen. Tessen said firmly, though he wasn't sure if a child like Lee Seon could understand him. Of course, he understood. And Lee Seon also knew that this choice was very important to him. Even though he didn't know why things had changed compared to his previous life, this was still a good opportunity. So he had to make the most of it. Lee Seon clenched his hands and began to crawl. Lee Seon ignored many precious items. For example, the sword carrying the bloodline of the true dragon, Braha, meant to destroy powerful demons, or the holy spear white scenery, forged by combining part of a saint's body, or the staff, Van Hen, crafted from the branches of the world tree where spirits rest, or the spirit demon's sword, forged at the time when the moon, sun, and stars intersected. These great weapons were all waiting for Lee Seon to choose, but he didn't need to hesitate at all and crawled straight to the ancestral sword of the Lee Sung family. It had been found in an unexplored wasteland for generations. No one had been able to unlock its hidden power, leaving it to lie quietly in the darkness, covered in the dust of time. That was the sword named Dark Knight, and Lee Seon touched this sword. Lee Tessen looked at him intently. Based on known capabilities, this sword did not qualify to be ranked as Heaven Tier. However, because it had a connection to the ancestor of the family, it had always been preserved along with weapons ranked as Heaven Tier. Until now, no successor had ever been chosen by Dark Knight, but for Lee Seon, it was different. Tessen wasn't sure if this was just a meaningless choice of an infant or a great destiny ordained by fate, but then he picked up his youngest son and announced to everyone that Lee Seon had chosen Dark Knight, closing today's ceremony. High up in the gallery, Baek Hwaijun's face was cold as ice. She muttered to herself, Lee Seon, another thorn in my side has entered the clan. If he's become an obstacle, then I have no choice but to get rid of him. 9 years had flown by, and today was just like any other. Lee Seon said goodbye to his nanny to go train, but Gawa insisted on walking him part of the way. She was puzzled, since most of the other training grounds were practically empty. Yet, Lee Seon had insisted on choosing training ground number 1, which was quite dilapidated. Before he could explain, they both heard someone shouting from training ground number 7. That's not it. Gripping your sword too tightly will just hurt your hand. Now, try vertical slash one more time. It turned out to be Lee So-hyun training with her master. Even though she was ranked above him, Lee Seon never called Lee So-hyun big sister. Instead, he always addressed her as young Miss 8. It wasn't exactly proper, but for him, calling a girl who was only 5 months older than him sister just felt too awkward. Lee So-hyun seemed to be struggling with her sword swings, to the point where she got annoyed at her master and threw the sword to the ground. Her young 9-year-old face showed clear frustration. She shouted, Master, why do you keep nagging me? What does it matter how I hold the sword? As long as I have a firm grip, that's enough. Young miss, everything I do is for your own sake. Please, calm down and try it again. You'll definitely do better this time. The master softened his tone slightly, picked up the sword from the dirt, and handed it back to Lee So-hyun. This man was Baek Ji-hyun, the captain of the Black Order. After realizing his identity, Lee Seon couldn't help but be surprised. For a 9-year-old child to have such a prominent master was truly excessive. While lost in thought, he had unconsciously spoken his musings out loud. Hearing this, Gawa felt heartbroken. She thought her young master was feeling self-conscious about not having a master, so she tried to reassure him, Young master, a great master will appear soon and recognize your true talent. Then, Gawa began to sadden, blaming herself and feeling incompetent for failing to serve him properly. While a peer like Lee So-hyun had been raised on medicinal herbs since childhood, Lee Seon lacked so much. Seeing his nanny in this state, Lee Seon couldn't bear it. He firmly replied, Don't say things like that again. Nanny, you are the person I am most grateful for, you know that. And as for people like them, I don't need them. I'm sure they only came because of the Lee Sung-mu clan's prestige. Besides, I already have good teachers. Lee Seon looked more confident and mature than his age suggested. Gawa finally felt a bit comforted. After seeing him off to the gate of training ground number 1, reserved for the direct lineage Lee Sung-mu, she left. Lee Seon pushed the door open alone. This place was a symbol of the clan's long history, but now it was more of a symbolic location than a real training arena. However, Lee Seon only came here for one reason. It housed ancient weapons, more than any other armory. In a corner, Lee Seon found a sword. The blade was covered in cracks, but to him, it was a treasure. Because 9 years ago, when he returned to his second life, a few extraordinary changes had occurred. Among them, the most astonishing was his ability to read the memories, hidden within weapons. The moment he held that old sword in his hands, Lee Seon felt as if he had traveled back in time hundreds of years to when he was standing in a classroom. And because of that, he had received guidance from countless masters of past generations. That was the memory etched into this weapon. The more ancient and refined the weapon, or the longer and more fondly it had been used by its owner, the more clearly those memories appeared, like a sturdy pillar that never wavered. Thanks to these memories from the past being clearer than ever, Lee Seon had studied diligently. Today, he finished practicing the 7-star sword technique. Since he was 7, he had read almost all the memories of the weapons in the clan's storage. For someone who had such a miserable previous life like Lee Seon, this was quite a proud achievement. Truly amazing. It's been a long time since I've seen a 7-star sword form that perfect. A familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind Lee Seon. He thought it might be someone else, but it was Taehyung. As mentioned, the man who possessed an interface no different from a villain was the head steward of the Lee Seon clan. At the same time, he was a level 4 martial artist. Despite being born as an illegitimate son, he had earned recognition through his strength and climbed to his current position. From his past life to this one, Taehyung was the only person in the clan who truly cared about Lee Seon. Perhaps it was because they shared the common bond of being illegitimate children. "Greetings, uncle." Lee Seon bowed respectfully. Taehyung chuckled and patted his head. "You can just call me uncle. It's truly commendable that you never skip practice. Every time I return from work, I see your figure here, Lee Seon." Taehyung seemed very proud of his nephew, and more than anyone, he understood the feeling of being discriminated against compared to other brothers. It must be very difficult. Even so, Taehyung still hoped Lee Seon could overcome it all. "I'm fine, uncle. No matter what, I carry the blood of the Lee Seon clan." Lee Seon replied firmly, "Proving oneself through the sword. That is the meaning our clan name carries, and that is what I have been taught. Therefore, I will prove myself through my own strength." Lee Seon's answer left Taehyung stunned for a few seconds. He felt it was a pity that such a perfect child had been born as an illegitimate son. Taehyung sighed deeply. "Come to think of it, you'll be having your naming ceremony soon, right? It's a bit late, but before the ceremony, I want to become your master. How about it? Does that sound good?" Lee Taehyung suddenly proposed. His smile was bright. He was clearly very happy. However, Lee Seon then had to douse his uncle with a bucket of cold water by rejecting the offer. Lee Taehyung froze. He thought Lee Seon wasn't satisfied with having him as a master, but Lee Seon quickly waved his hands and explained, "Before the naming ceremony, I'm not allowed to serve a master. That's the clan's rule, and I don't want to cause." Uncle was put in a difficult position. This answer surprised Lee Taehyung even more, because Lee Seon's other siblings were blatantly breaking family rules. Most recently, Lee So-hyun already had a master despite being the same age as him. Furthermore, besides being taught by renowned masters, they were also nourished with all sorts of precious elixirs. However, Lee Seon argued that just because it was a rule no one followed anymore, it didn't mean he shouldn't uphold it. And as mentioned before, Lee Seon wanted to prove his mettle through his own strength. Hearing these words come from the mouth of a 9-year-old child left Lee Taehyung feeling truly incredulous as he looked into his eyes. He felt as if he were looking at his own brother, Lee Tessen. "It seems you don't plan on giving up this stubbornness, do you?" Lee Taehyung sighed, then began ruffling his nephew's hair. "You're exactly like your father. Such a stubborn kid to the very end." Although Lee Seon rejected his offer to become his mentor, Lee Taehyung still wanted to do something for his nephew, as his heart wouldn't be at ease otherwise. And so, Lee Taehyung asked, "Is there anything else you need? I can help you with that." Lee Seon's eyes immediately lit up like car headlights. This was the moment he had been waiting for a long time. So, Lee Seon scratched his head and began to channel his inner movie star, displaying just enough awkwardness mixed with a desperate longing. "Actually, there is one thing I would like to ask of you, uncle. I want to visit the basement of the secret vault." It wasn't hard to see the shock in Lee Taehyung's eyes upon hearing this request, but in the end, he agreed. Afterward, the two of them got into a car and headed to the Lee family's secret vault. At the gate, 2 high-level martial artists were standing guard, and their car was blocked. As the general manager of the family, Lee Taehyung just needed to use the excuse of a routine inspection to easily pass through. Lee Seon sat in the back seat, introduced by him as the youngest young master of the family coming for a tour, so those guards had no reason to stop them. Once the car passed through the main gate, Lee Seon immediately reacted in a way that was appropriate for his current age. After all, it wouldn't be right for a child to be too indifferent or calm on their first visit to the secret vault. He didn't want his uncle to be suspicious of him at all. Looking through the rearview mirror, Lee Tae-hyung saw his nephew's excited expression and was quite happy. "Do you like it that much?" he asked. Of course, Lee Seon practically cheered. This is the secret vault where the most precious treasures of the family are kept, after all. Naturally, he didn't tell Tae-hyung his true motive: to go and find a weapon that, in his past life, he had been unable to obtain in the secret vault of the family. It contained legendary weapons and ancient artifacts, where no one even knew for sure if they actually existed or not. Those who went looking for such mythical things usually received the same answer: everything can be found in the Lee family's secret vault. Lee Tae-hyung led Lee Seon inside and started the elevator. Lee Tae-hyung mentioned that the basement of the vault was a place where weapons sealed for various reasons were kept, including demon-grade weapons that had swallowed their own masters. If you touch those weapons carelessly, both your body and soul will be devoured by them, Tae-hyung warned with a cunning smile. He wanted to scare the kid, but who would have thought the kid in front of him had actually lived 2 lifetimes? Even so, Lee Seon played along, putting on a scared face to please his uncle. Afterward, he was the one to reassure him. "Don't worry. In any case, you won't be able to enter such dangerous places. I have some business to take care of upstairs, so feel free to look around slowly." Lee Seon nodded happily and then hopped into the elevator. Once the elevator doors closed, he finally let out a sigh of relief, shedding the burden. It seemed the most difficult task in this lifetime was pretending to be an innocent child. Lee Seon pressed the elevator button to the basement. This place was also known as the Weapon Graveyard, a place that sealed countless weapons and artifacts. The only reason Lee Seon went through so much trouble to get here was to search for a special weapon called Endless. Originally, Endless took the form of a short sword, but after channeling magic power into it, it could change its length, shape, weight, and properties at will. In his past life, Lee Gun-seong was the one who accidentally found it in the vault. Thanks to the infinite shape-shifting and overwhelming flexibility of this sword, he earned the title the Ever-Changing, kicked his older brother out of the successor position, and became the family head. And then, he hunted down Lee Seon, who had always been hiding in the shadows, and ruthlessly eliminated everything. That was all he knew at this point. And to prevent that scenario from happening, he absolutely had to find Endless first. Even if it took a lot of time, Lee Seon had no choice but to check each one. Magic power appeared in his hand, along with a determination that in this life, he would definitely be the one to possess that sword, not Lee Gun-seong. Lee Seon patiently channeled magic power into each weapon, but an hour had passed and he had checked all the short swords that seemed suitable without any results. Even so, Lee Seon did not lose heart. He firmly believed that the weapon had to be here and decided to check the display cabinet over there. However, while moving, Lee Seon accidentally knocked over a rusty weapon. It was even more hidden than any other weapon in this vault. Lee Seon reached out to pick it up, but before he could even do so, magic power surged from his palm. Even though Lee Seon hadn't done this intentionally, the magic power flowed into that rusty short sword. This strange phenomenon made Lee Seon's vision suddenly clouded by a blur. Once his sight returned, he found himself transported to a different space, a mountain of corpses, and a sea of blood, not the clean, tidy vault of the Lee family. Lee Seon was slightly panicked, but he guessed that this must be the memory hidden within that rusty short sword. However, this feeling was completely different from the memories of the weapons he had read before. It was as if Lee Seon was truly present in this place. That feeling was so incredibly vivid that suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. Lee Seon panicked and turned around. It was a pressure so terrifying that even nature itself had to tremble. He saw a pair of giant eyes wide open, staring at him from above. That was the apocalyptic monster that had risen from the blue hole in ancient times and swallowed countless civilizations. Lee Seon's legs went weak, and his whole body could not stop trembling. This was the first time since his rebirth that he had felt such fear. Lee Seon. He knew there was no way he could win against that ancient monster, and if he wanted to live, he had no choice but to run. Yet, before he knew it, an entity that seemed almost invisible had silently appeared behind Lee Seon. Though the image was somewhat blurred, it was enough for him to recognize it. It was a man holding a rusted sword. Suddenly, the man lunged forward, fiercely confronting that cruel monster. With just a single strike, this person's blade pierced the enemy. Lee Seon was so terrified he collapsed to the ground. That strength was truly overwhelming. With just one blow, he had finished off his opponent. Once it was over, the man, covered in blood, turned his head back, gave him an ice-cold glare, and then asked, "Who are you?" Lee Seon was even more astonished. He had assumed this was just a fragment of memory from that old, rusted sword, just a bit more realistic than the others. Who would have thought that this person could actually see him? Moreover, the man's eyes were clearly filled with hostility. Sure enough, right after that, he stepped closer and raised the sword in his hand. I don't know why you are here, but out of mercy, I will send you off without any pain. Lee Seon's eyes widened, but he had no way to stop the blade as it swung straight down toward him. The painful memories of his past life seemed to replay in that very moment. He gasped in terror, then in a flash, the space shifted again. Lee Seon was back in the family's secret vault, and the time-worn sword in his hand dropped, letting out a clang, pulling Lee Seon back to reality. Even so, he could not stop trembling. He couldn't say that what just happened was merely a memory. If it were truly a memory, then why did the person in it attack him? That feeling of being utterly oppressed by his opponent still lingered clearly, as if it were the truth. Then, Lee Seon glanced at that sword again and was shocked to discover that the layer of rust on the blade was slowly disappearing. A guess formed in Lee Seon's mind. Could this be the Endless? He tried picking it up to observe it again. No doubt, this was the thing he had been looking for. So Lee Seon immediately cut his fingertip and dripped his blood onto the blade. In this life, he was determined to become the master of the 10,000 soldiers. As soon as his fresh blood touched the metal, a blinding light appeared in the secret vault. Lee Seon tried channeling some of his mana into it, then swung the sword, and sure enough, in the blink of an eye, the short blade transformed into a long sword. Time passed quietly. A week had gone by since that fateful moment. Today, Lee Seon continued his training as usual, but his expression showed clear dissatisfaction. Phew, another failure. It's already been a week since I obtained the Endless. The Endless that he had found in the underground armory that day, he was currently keeping it in the form of a ring to avoid detection. He sat down, gently wiping the sweat from his forehead, and recalled what happened in the basement that day. But what was that experience anyway? Right, that man's sword swing, it was as if he was reminding him that he wasn't qualified yet. In Lee Seon's mind, that bloody scene replayed, where that man unleashed a single strike that destroyed the monster. Not to mention the power, just the movement of the man exuded such elegant beauty. But no matter how much he tried to imitate it, he couldn't replicate it. Even so, he didn't feel impatient. In his past life, he was just someone who was looked down upon, not even taught the family's basic techniques. It was just one move, but this was the first time he had been exposed to a high-level martial art. I can do it. I remember exactly how he moved in that memory. It's clearer than anyone else. Thinking of that, his gaze froze, his face suddenly awakening. Wait, I am not an adult like him. I am just a 9-year-old child. If I try to imitate the movements of an adult exactly, of course, I won't be able to unleash the full power. That thought flashed through Lee Seon's mind like a ray of light, illuminating the path ahead. I must accept this body. Just slowly, naturally swing the sword in a way that suits me. With renewed determination, Lee Seon closed his eyes and relaxed his entire body. Taking a deep breath, he raised the sword above his head, then gripped it tightly and poured all his strength into the tip of the blade. As soon as the blade touched the ground, a shockwave exploded with such force that the ground cracked and rocks went flying as if they had been struck by lightning. Looking at his results, Lee Seon nodded slightly. Great. It seems like I've gotten the hang of the feeling. Now, it's just a matter of applying the mana. But right after that, a look of contemplation covered his face. Even after trying to apply it in my memories countless times, it still feels like a crucial part is missing. I can't seem to recreate it. In the end, there's no choice but to keep experimenting. All right, let's start again. He sighed, tightened his grip on the sword, and readied his stance. But just then, a soft yet firm hand suddenly grabbed his sword. A strange voice rang in his ear. Hey kid, where did you learn that technique? Lee Seon froze. The person who had arrived was a young woman with silky black hair and deep brown eyes. Without a doubt, this person carried the blood of the Sum Yulan family. He frowned, guardedly asking, "Who are you?" Contrary to his caution, the girl laughed comfortably, her voice mixed with surprise. "Oh, you don't know who I am? Well, I suppose that makes sense, as I don't show my face that often. No need to invite me." She cheerfully asked further, "So, what's your name?" Seeing that strangely friendly attitude, Lee Seon hesitated, then spoke up, "I am Lee Seon." As soon as the name was uttered, the girl seemed to brighten up. She grabbed his hand and shook it repeatedly, like she was holding a doll. "Lee Seon, your name is so special." "Right, I'm Lee Jonghwa. Nice to meet you." As soon as that name was spoken, Lee Seon immediately recognized the girl's identity. The youngest aunt, Lee Jonghwa. He recalled what his uncle, Lee Tae-hyun, had said in his past life. The youngest aunt was a person so different that even the grandfather couldn't accept her. But the thing that truly surprised Lee Seon was not her identity, but her question. He silently screamed in his heart, "Why doesn't she consider my fragile strength when playing with her nephew like that?" Lee Seon narrowed his eyes, glancing at Lee Jonghwa suspiciously, but said nothing. Meanwhile, The youngest aunt seemed not to care about that gaze. She swept her eyes over him once, then tossed out a casual, meaningless comment. Your body is a bit weak, isn't it? Without beating around the bush, she strode straight toward Lee Seon, stopped right in front of him, and bluntly asked, So, where exactly did you learn that technique, kid? Lee Seon wasn't easily fooled, and naturally, he wouldn't just give it up. He tilted his head, asking back with a wary tone. Why do you ask? Lee Jianghua just laughed, her face beaming as if showing off a trophy. That's ancient martial arts, auntie. She absolutely loved those ancient arts. That was the era when monsters ran rampant, right? After saying that, she pulled an old book out of her sleeve. She handed it to Lee Seon as if presenting a priceless treasure. Here, this is for you. Lee Seon curiously raised an eyebrow. She nodded, signaling, Go on, open it. Without hesitation, Lee Seon flipped through the pages. The more he read, the more he frowned. The handwriting is so messy it's kind of hard to read. But is this magic? A thought flickered in his mind. It's not just magic. It's documenting martial arts too. The level is so high, I don't even understand it. Perhaps the rumors about her aren't accurate. Thinking this, Lee Seon hesitated before asking. Seeing her nephew struggling, Lee Jianghua stepped forward, pointed at the book, and explained. Her voice was soft but filled with excitement. These are ancient magic arts based on mana veins. In the old days, magic could only be used through mana veins in the body without needing a mana core. But modern magic relies on storing mana in the heart. However, can we really call ancient magic outdated? No way. The techniques for manipulating mana back then were far superior to today's. She paused for a moment and continued with unusual seriousness. That's why your aunt is researching amplification and conversion techniques, but the remaining records are just too scarce. Those words seemed to pull Lee Seon's mind into a new world. A spark of interest flashed in his eyes. This is a perspective I've never thought of before. Thinking about magic from that angle, instantly, he turned around and shouted, Aunt, wait a moment. Before Lee Jianghua could understand what was happening, Lee Seon had already dashed off. Somehow, he pulled out a sword, gripping the hilt tight with both hands. He closed his eyes and began channeling his mana. A flow of energy from the mana core in his heart spread throughout his body, but then he froze. Wait, that nameless warrior used it via mana veins. The way the man in my memory used mana, I couldn't understand it before, but now I think I can do it. A gleam appeared in his eyes. Lee Seon channeled his force and swung the sword down hard into the ground. Instantly, a massive crack split the earth open, and debris exploded like a blast. Seeing the result, Lee Seon couldn't contain his joy. I did it. But before he could even take a full breath, Lee Jianghua rushed over like a shot. With a look of extreme shock, she grabbed Lee Seon's shoulders, shook him hard, and screamed, What was that? That was an amplification technique, wasn't it? Lee Seon felt a bit guilty and glanced away, answering reluctantly. Yeah, it's an amplification technique. Lee Jianghua froze for a second, then let out a shout. How can you do that? Lee Seon maintained his usual mysterious attitude. He shrugged and replied curtly, I just can, that's all. Obviously, Lee Jianghua was not satisfied with that answer at all. She gritted her teeth. I mean, how were you able to do it? But Lee Seon wasn't easily pressured. He answered solemnly, Why should I tell you? At this moment, Lee Jianghua couldn't keep her composure anymore. Her voice was nearly pleading, her eyes as sincere as a lost child. Because it was thanks to the notebook you gave me that I learned it. I've lived my whole life for this. I've been searching for it for over 15 years. Even when I was kicked out of the house, she grabbed Lee Seon's hand, shaking. A moment of silence passed between them. Lee Seon looked at the desperate aunt in front of him and let out a soft sigh. Fine. But you have to promise me 3 things. 3 things. The first condition. You are not to tell anyone else about me without my permission. Of course, my older brothers and my father can't know either. Why? Lee Jianghua blinked, asking. But Lee Seon replied without a second of hesitation. Because I don't like people talking about me behind my back. Hearing this, Lee Jianghua's eyes softened. She must have thought of something, but her face suddenly turned sad. I see. I'm the same way. Seeing his aunt suddenly go quiet, Lee Seon was momentarily surprised. Why does she look so unhappy? But instead of asking, he continued with the next condition. The second condition is, you cannot lie to me, because we have to trust each other. I will also tell you the truth to the best of my ability. Lee Jianghua paused for a bit, then nodded, looking much more serious. All right. So, what is the last thing? About the last thing. A year later, early morning. The mist still clung to the stone slabs in the training yard. In the silence, only the sound of a decisive sword swing echoed. Lee Seon was diligently training as usual. Young master, young master. A hurried call cut through the air. Lee Seon turned around to see Gawa running toward him, clutching a letter tightly with both hands, looking panicked. "Nanny, what's the matter that you had to run all the way here?" Even though she was out of breath, Gawa still tried to hold the letter out, as if this object were more important than her own life. "Here, look at this." Lee Seon took it and glanced at the familiar handwriting. Just one look was enough. He knew exactly what was happening. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. "It's finally here," he muttered to himself. The letter's content was brief and direct, not a word wasted. Summoning order. Recipient: 9th Young Master, Lee Seon. Expected date: September 10th, 10 o'clock. Those participating in the naming ceremony must gather at the central training ground before 10 o'clock sharp. Note: anyone bringing items outside the regulated list will be strictly punished. Representative, Family Head, Lee Myung-jong. As soon as he read the name Lee Myung-jong, Lee Seon's gaze froze. He muttered, "The representative is the family head, Lee Myung-jong. Father isn't at home. I haven't heard any news about him returning." Before he could ponder further, naming ceremony, Lee Jeonghwa, standing beside him, suddenly screamed as if someone had just thrown a bucket of fire at her. Lee Seon startled, turning to see his aunt's eyes wide. Her face flushed red as if she were about to explode. "Why are you suddenly so agitated?" Lee Jeonghwa clutched her head and pulled at her hair, stuttering as if trying to hold back a storm in her heart. Everything was just getting into the groove. Now is the most important time. If you participate in the naming ceremony, you'll be trapped there. No, don't go. Don't participate. Seeing her expression, like a child who just had their favorite toy snatched away, Lee Seon could only sigh. It had been 1 year since he made the deal with his aunt. From then until now, the two of them had been researching magic, combining mana veins and mana cores, an entirely new magic system that was her lifelong dream. The magic core helps store and convert mana attributes, and the mana veins allow for control and circulation. Thanks to that, his ability to use magic has far surpassed any child of his age. Lee Jeonghwa muttered regretfully, "Is it really impossible to join? Studying magic is much more interesting." Not wanting to drag it out, Lee Seon concluded with a decisive sentence. "You know it's impossible, don't you? Don't worry, even if the time is reduced a bit, I will still continue to practice magic and restore ancient magic." That statement made Lee Jeonghwa's eyes widen. "Huh? How can you do that?" The training schedule for the naming ceremony will be intense, but Lee Seon did not waver, his eyes shining with eternal faith. "I will do both of those things at the same time." A few days later, a cold, white room filled with artificial light surrounded Lee Seon and Lee Se's Hyun. It was a thick, magical glass cage, like a prison of light. The two of them were sitting quietly inside, ready for what was to come. From the opposite side, a deep, gruff voice rang out. "Today, training begins. First, endure the magical attack for 30 minutes. That was Lee Jung-won, captain of the Blood Tiger Squad, the person directly in charge of the training course for the naming ceremony. Immediately after he spoke, a humming sound erupted, and the entire glass cage began shooting out erratic sparks of electricity. Blue lightning bolts flashed repeatedly, shining like hundreds of thunder snakes, but when the lightning was about to strike Lee Seon, it was suddenly blocked. An invisible shield surrounded him, pushing back every attack like wind passing through a wall of copper. Lee Jung-won, who had witnessed many geniuses, had to pause at this moment. By all logic, a second son who had never received basic training should have been electrocuted to a crisp, but he was pushing it all back with magic. His gaze subconsciously shifted toward Lee Seon. In that exact moment, Lee Seon's eyes met his calm, cold, and profoundly deep to the point of suffocation. "Is that kid observing me?" Lee Jung-won's heart pounded. He suddenly realized the boy was not being passive. He was experimenting, evaluating, and forcing others to raise the level of their teaching to a new height. Damn it, is that what they call a second son? With such ability, calling him a genius is an understatement. This is no longer naming ceremony training. It is the moment I must pour all my strength into passing on every drop of experience to him. Thinking about the immense potential right before his eyes, Lee Jung-won's hands unconsciously tightened. Within him rose an indescribable emotion. It wasn't just surprise, it was excitement. That passion, which had seemed cold for so long, was burning bright again. Time waits for no one. After the grueling training session, Lee Seon let out a sigh of relief, stretched, and muttered, "Phew, finally done. This family is truly insane. To train magic resistance, they just throw us into a mana-emitting device, but I didn't expect the other side to be the one to apologize first." Lee Seon shrugged. It seemed people's perception of him had started to change. Regardless, it was time to rest a bit. Just as he turned to leave, as if fate were playing a trick, a dark shadow lunged from the side. In that instant, Lee Seon reacted like a pre-programmed machine. His arm rose decisively, blocking the sneak attack. The person attacking was none other than Lee So-hyun. Seeing the strike fail, she shouted coldly. Hey, you second son. Get over here for a second. Lee Seon, of course, was not the type to play along with someone else's script. He took a step back, frowning. What kind of game are you playing? Lee Seon couldn't keep her composure and shrieked. Watch your tone. I am a legitimate child, and you are just a second son. Furthermore, I am 1 year older than you. Lee Seon couldn't be bothered to argue with a child like her. Wasting time arguing was worse than practicing swordplay in a blizzard. He just waved his hand dismissively. I don't have time to bicker with you. After speaking, he turned and decisively walked away. But Lee So-hyun's anger was not easily extinguished. She channeled mana into her fist and screamed, Hey, don't you dare ignore me. Feeling the mana fluctuations from behind, Lee Seon turned back, his eyes darkening. You still dare to use mana? I intended to let this go, but I guess I have to teach you a lesson. The punch approached, but before it could touch him, Lee Seon tilted his body, dodging it gracefully. At the same time, his hand reached out, grabbed Lee So-hyun by the collar, and lifted her into the air. His voice was cold and warning. If you want to whine, go whine to your mother. Don't bother me. I'm very busy too. With those final words, Lee Seon let go. Lee Seon staggered as she landed, but instead of conceding, she began to vent all her grievances. It's all your fault. Because you caused such a scene at the selection ceremony, I keep getting compared to you. Please, know your place as his second son and be quiet. It's so unfair. I work hard, losing sleep every day, while you were born with more talent. I didn't want that either. But my mother, Lee So-hyun, realized she had slipped up and immediately covered her mouth with her hand. Lee Seon raised an eyebrow, a faint, mocking smile appearing. Blaming others sure is easy, isn't it? As you said, I'm just a second son. This status doesn't allow me that luxury. You lost sleep? Then don't sleep anymore. If you can't keep up even without snacking, then skip the main meals too. If I annoy you so much, use whatever means you have to defeat me. Then force me to apologize to you, because that is the style of the Sung Mulan family. Not waiting for Lee So-hyun to react, Lee Seon turned and left, his footsteps steady, never looking back. Behind him, the girl clenched her fists and yelled, You brat, talk big all you want. By the naming ceremony, I will show results far beyond yours and make you call me sister. Kneel down and beg. Remember that. Lee Seon didn't turn around, simply saying calmly, Fine, I'll be waiting. That afternoon, at the training area reserved for direct descendants, in the 7th zone, a woman in formal attire was approaching. Without anyone announcing her, that cold, sharp aura caused all the servants to bow down. The madam has arrived, one person said respectfully. Madam Baek Hwaejeon nodded coldly. Step back. I have something to discuss with my daughter. After saying that, she stepped into the training room where Lee So-hyun was focusing, trying hard to hit the dummy. Sweat dripped onto the cold floor. Just one sentence rang out. What are you doing? Lee So-hyun started and turned around, her hands freezing in midair. Recognizing the familiar voice, she stammered, Mother, I'm just training. Lee So-hyun's eyes dropped to the ground, not daring to meet her mother's knife-sharp gaze. And just as she had feared, Baek Hwaejeon hadn't come to offer praise. She arrived only to pick apart her daughter's failures with words colder than ice. I've heard the rumors. Tell me, were you really outmatched by someone like him? A chilling voice echoed from behind the newly opened door. Baek Hwaejeon stood there like a brewing storm, her gaze heavy with disappointment and pressure. I told you before, if you cannot suppress him, then crush him. It is truly disappointing. If you're training this hard just because you're afraid of being punished, then just stop. Her words cut deep like a knife into Lee So-hyun's heart. She remained silent for a few seconds. Then, as if something within her had finally stirred, she slowly lifted her head, meeting her mother's eyes with a steely gaze. I know what you think of my training, Mother, but I do this because I want to. I will defeat him. But not because you ordered me to, because it is what I choose. I will find my own answer. Baek Hwaejeon narrowed her eyes slightly. Though her expression remained stoic, a flicker of irritation began to bubble within her. She muttered under her breath, provoked by some nobody, You are a direct descendant of the Sung Mulan family. You and he were never on the same playing field from the start. Defeating him should have been a given. And yet, you let yourself be provoked? She then pulled a small glass vial from her sleeve and handed it to her daughter with a chilling reminder. This is Mimang. It is a potent poison. If you cannot surpass him, then trample him. That is the way of the Sung Mulan family. Without another word, Baek Hwaejeon turned and swept out of the room. At that same moment, in another room, a gasp of pure astonishment echoed out. This can't be. The maid Gawa stared wide-eyed at the computer screen. On it were the latest internal assessment results for the Sung Mulan family. Lee Seon. Gender, male. Mana arts, rank 1. Weapon arts, rank 1. Theory, rank 1. Overall ranking, rank 1. Just beside him, Lee Seon beamed like a spring breeze, crossing his arms and boasting, "Well, are you still worried, Nanny?" Gawa could barely contain her emotions. She hugged her young master tightly. Her voice trembled, yet it was full of pride. "How could you say I helped you, young master? You've done so well, all on your own." Lee Seon laughed softly. "You've helped me more than you know, Nanny. Don't say that." Just then, heavy, thumping footsteps suddenly rang out from outside, shattering the warm moment between the two. The door flew open. "Kid, let's go train." Lee Jonghwa stormed in like a hurricane, her face flushed with as much energy as if she'd eaten a bucket of fire. Lee Seon blinked, and before he could even gather his thoughts, he blurted out, "But I just finished training." Lee Jonghwa declared loudly, flexing her biceps like a superhero. "That's exactly why we have to keep going. Practicing mana will help you feel less tired." Lee Seon looked at her with the gaze of a middle-aged man observing a child talking nonsense. "I've never heard of it working like that." Lee Jianghua froze, her eyes darting to the side as she stammered, "It's true. I'm sure of it." Seeing this, Lee Seon shook his head slightly, but said nothing more. Remembering something, he spoke up seriously. "Actually, that's fine. I have something I want to show you anyway." That sentence made Lee Jianghua's expression shift instantly, from curiosity to shock. "Don't tell me, have you already reached the first star level?" Lee Seon didn't answer. He only offered a faint smile, but it was enough to confirm everything. Standard mana manipulation arts usually have 3 clear stages: body strengthening, mana key transformation, and chi kinetic release, where one unleashes superhuman power. However, the Sung Mulan family's mana art system is divided into special star ranks, which have the ability to combine both modern and ancient techniques. At this moment, Lee Jianghua channeled her mana into Lee Seon's body. After focusing for a moment, she shrieked as if she just won the lottery. "Perfect. It really is the first star. Don't you find it strange when you use magic? I thought it would take at least another year." Lee Seon shuddered slightly. He couldn't help but remember the days he spent fumbling in the darkness, full of hardship and death-defying risks. "I realized this when I was just studying the theory. Thinking back, it really was a crazy way to train. If I had failed to control my mana, the balance between my heart and my mana circuits could have collapsed completely. But in reality, you just need to let everything flow naturally. Mana is like a river. It flows according to its own inherent laws. In the end, our bodies are just vessels for mana." Lee Seon's calm and indifferent words were like a drop of water falling into a still lake, causing Lee Jianghua's mind to suddenly tremble. She paused for a few seconds and muttered, "The body is a vessel? Kid, I think I can do that too. It might take some time, but I can do it." Unlike before, her voice wasn't full of excitement or chaos, but a gentle sense of joy, imbued with the feeling of having just realized something important. Seeing this, Lee Seon smiled faintly. The smile wasn't big, but it was filled with relief, like seeing a ray of light at the end of the tunnel. Did she just have an epiphany? Lee Seon thought to himself, but that peaceful moment didn't last long. Because just a second later, Lee Jianghua lunged and hugged him like a bear grabbing its prey, shouting, "Thank you, kiddo. You're my lucky charm." Lee Seon hadn't even reacted before. Her arms tightened like steel pincers, making his bones emit threatening cracking sounds. "Hey, let go. You're going to break my ribs." Only when she heard his actual scream did Lee Jianghua finally release him, with a face that showed no hint of remorse. On the contrary, she excitedly jumped to a new topic. "Fantastic. Then let's move on to the second star stage. From the beginning, you knew that your first star was different from the ordinary first stage, right? So, in your opinion, what is the thing you use best?" Lee Seon reached up to rub his chin, deep in thought, for a moment as if considering his entire journey, then answered, "The thing I use best, I think it's the sword." But before he could finish his sentence, Lee Jianghua immediately shook her head and cut him off. "In my opinion, that's not it." Lee Seon was startled. He frowned and asked back, "But you've never seen me practice swordsmanship." Lee Jianghua shrugged, answering with a half-joking, half-serious expression. "Oh, I have. A few times when I had some free time. What I mean is, you have a talent that even surpasses your swordsmanship. It's hard to explain in words, but your greatest talent is your mana arts. Your aptitude for mana is so overwhelming that everything else is overshadowed. I've tried teaching the magic I created to many people, but no one could ever do it." Hearing this, Lee Seon's eyes darkened slightly. He bowed his head and looked at his 2 hands, as if searching for something he had once lost. "Before I regressed, I was mocked for being unable to use magic. A hazy string of memories returned those days of being looked down upon, those cold, indifferent gazes, the words filled with pity." Seeing Lee Seon sinking into his thoughts, Lee Jianghua flicked his forehead lightly as if to pull him back to reality. "But for you now, Reaching 2 stars isn't hard, and if you succeed with 2 stars, the naming ceremony will be nothing more than child's play. After that, I'll teach you real techniques. So, focus. Lee Seon nodded slightly. His voice was calm but carried determination. Yes, I understand. But hey, miss, what's that thing next to you? He glanced toward a wooden box placed on the table. Oh, this? Lee Jianghua said softly, and then she flicked a sharp gust of wind that grazed Lee Seon's face, leaving a thin scratch on his cheek, before the strange object slammed straight into the wall behind him, causing the brick and stone to crack. It's just a steel marble. You have to learn how to release magic while you're moving. If you just stand still while using it, that magic is basically useless. All right, let's begin. Lee Jianghua smiled brightly. There wasn't a hint of regret on her face. As for Lee Seon, he couldn't explain why he had a very, very bad feeling about this deadly training session. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. The scene shifts to a large training ring where Lee Seon and Lee So-hyun are standing across from Lee Jung-won, captain of the Blood Tiger Squad. With a dignified and imposing voice, he introduced himself. I am the captain of the Blood Tiger Squad, Lee Jung-won. From now on, I will instruct you in the techniques of the Dongmuga. Choose the weapons you will use and bring them here. I'm giving you 1 minute, so don't be slow. Without delay, Lee Seon and Lee So-hyun rushed toward the weapon rack to make their choices. But while choosing, Lee So-hyun's eyes kept sneaking glances at Lee Seon. Finally, unable to take it anymore, Lee Seon gritted his teeth. Seriously, what are you looking at? Do you want to say something? Lee So-hyun jumped, stuttering in denial. Looking? No, I have nothing to say. Then she quickly leaned in and whispered, use a sword too, right? Lee Seon coldly replied, no. Without saying another word, he picked up 2 swords and a spear, then turned back to the training ground. Lee So-hyun's eyes widened. But earlier, I clearly saw you learning with a sword. On the other side, Captain Lee Jung-won glanced at the pile of weapons in Lee Seon's hands and frowned. What are you doing? You told us to choose our own weapons and bring them over, Lee Seon replied nonchalantly. Lee Jung-won emphasized again. I said choose what you use. Lee Seon shrugged as if it were no big deal. Well, these are the things I use. At this point, the Blood Tiger captain was completely stumped. He shook his head in frustration and let out. I thought you weren't that stupid, but it turns out you're a blockhead. Engrave the words I'm about to say into your heart. I said I would teach you secret techniques, but it's not about flashy moves or stances. In Dongmuga, there are countless secret arts called yin control. To master those, first, you must awaken the essence still sleeping within your bloodline. From now on, I will help you unlock it. So don't worry too much about awakening your instincts. As soon as he finished speaking, Lee Jung-won swung his spear with great force. Gusts of wind hissed with every sharp, rapid movement, causing him to quickly enter a combat stance with no openings. Seeing that tiger-like pouncing posture, Lee So-hyun instinctively shivered and couldn't help but say anxiously, what is he planning to do? As for Lee Seon, he had partially guessed what was about to happen. He turned to warn her, his voice steady but cold. If you don't want to pass out right from the start, get ready. The words weren't even out of his mouth when Lee Jung-won struck like lightning. A flash-like dash, and he was immediately right in front of Lee Seon, launching an extremely powerful strike that sent him flying into the air. Fortunately, in that fleeting moment, Lee Seon still managed to react in time, using his sword to block the strike and reduce the brunt of the damage. That action made Lee Jung-won burst into a surprised, loud laugh. You managed to block that? On the other side, Lee Seon landed softly, biting his lip as thoughts raced through his head. Damn it, I never expected to go through this insane ordeal once again. In my past life, I couldn't even finish this training course. But this time, it's different. Time just kept slipping away during the relentless training sessions. Under the special care of Captain Lee Jung-won, the two of them, Lee Seon and Lee So-hyun, were constantly being beaten to a pulp. It's no exaggeration to say they were being fed beatings in the literal sense. It had been exactly 1 month since Lee Seon started this hellish training. He secretly thought, a 10-year-old child having to go through this kind of training, enough to break bones and cause internal injuries, really isn't for kids. But I have no intention of complaining. I'm gradually starting to feel that sensation, Lee Seon muttered, a faint smile playing on the corner of his lips. In another corner, young Lee So-hyun jolted awake. Her expression was still panicked. Did I pass out again? The question rang out, full of confusion. Lee Seon only shrugged, replying nonchalantly. That's right. This is your 22nd time already. I've only fainted 16 times. That teasing tone was like provoking a cat with its fur standing on end. Lee So-hyun immediately got angry, wiping her face with regret. If only I had prepared better on the first day. At this moment, the perspective shifted to Captain Lee Jung-won standing not far away. He looked at the scene of the two children bickering and calculated slowly, "Little miss, this child has an extraordinary physique. Did I push her too hard? Yet, she hasn't suffered any serious injuries. And that wild beast of a boy from the very first day, I had a feeling he was something valuable. At first, seeing him bring a pile of weapons, I thought he was a fool. Who would have guessed his proficiency with each one was actually top tier, even exceeding expectations in live combat? Only 1 month in and we're seeing results like this. How interesting." Then, with a voice as loud as thunder, he shouted, "All right, let's start training. Everyone back to your positions." Upon the command, both Lee Seon and Lee So-hyun immediately stopped arguing, gripped their weapons tightly, and their eyes became incredibly serious. Before long, Lee Seon realized a bitter truth. If they kept fighting like before, they would never have a chance to touch Jungwon. So he glanced at Lee So-hyun and said quickly, "Hey, I'll give a signal. Try to block him for once." Lee So-hyun was surprised and asked, "Why should I do that?" Lee Seon shrugged as if it didn't matter. "Well, if you don't like it, forget it. It's just that I think we might be able to land one hit on that old guy." Hearing this, Lee So-hyun's face changed immediately. It seems she was also harboring a deep-seated grudge against Jungwon after the relentless executions. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Are you sure?" Lee Seon nodded decisively. "Positive." Without another word, Lee So-hyun immediately tightened her grip on her weapon and rushed straight ahead, screaming, "You owe me for this." Right after her, Lee Seon also lunged in, as accurate as he had calculated from the start. A determined thought raced through his mind. If I can't win with raw talent, I have to rely on numbers. "Lee Jungwon, let's see how you handle this." Observing how the two of them coordinated, his lips curled into a smirk, as if he found something amusing. Without hesitation, he remarked, "Working together, huh? Not a bad choice, but that's only if the plan actually works." As soon as he finished, Lee Jungwon tilted his head, effortlessly dodging the spear thrust coming from Lee Seon. It was a simple movement, as if he had seen it all coming. Immediately after, he countered with a lightning-fast spear strike, but Lee Seon had already predicted the move. The moment he saw his opponent attack, he pulled his spear back to defend just in time. A flicker of surprise crossed Jungwon's eyes. But it didn't end there. A split second later, he surged forward with terrifying speed, and just at the moment when both sides were about to strike, Lee Seon shouted, "Now." Following the command, he leaped backward to create distance, and Lee So-hyun immediately rushed in to take his place. Her sword came crashing down like a lightning bolt, but that determined strike was easily blocked by Lee Jungwon. From behind, Lee Seon kept a close watch. He knew full well that this wouldn't be easy. They couldn't take down Jungwon with a simple attack. Right then, he decided to change tactics. Lee Seon threw his spear aside and channeled his energy into the special ring, the infinite weapon in his possession. In a blink, it transformed into a shimmering longsword. This was one of the few weapons capable of dealing real damage, the blade he had obtained from the infinite secret vault. Once again, he focused power into his legs. With the speed of an arrow, Lee Seon darted forward, his sword burning with intensity. At the same time, Lee So-hyun was knocked back by a powerful blow from the trainer. But Lee Seon seized the precious opportunity. He let go of the sword, shifted his weight into his fist, and unleashed a full-power punch. It seemed like it would land, but no, Lee Jungwon caught his fist easily with one hand. That brief moment forced a bitter laugh out of Lee Seon. "Haha, you blocked it." Before the question could even fade, a massive strike from Lee Jungwon sent Lee Seon flying like a cannonball. He smashed into the wall, unable to stop himself from coughing up blood. Even so, the coordinated attack had been enough to satisfy Lee Jungwon. His steady voice sounded with a hint of praise. "So, 37 days, huh? Congratulations on awakening your sixth sense, but you're still a long way off, young lady." As he spoke, Jungwon tilted his body to dodge another attack from Lee So-hyun, then suddenly swept her legs, sending her crashing into the wall with no chance to counter. Seeing the two children sprawled out, Jungwon seemed to think that was enough for the day. He calmly declared, "We'll end it here for today." Soon, arguing broke out again. Lee So-hyun scrambled up and turned to Lee Seon, annoyed and questioning, "Hey, you said we could land a hit. I trusted you, you brat." Ignoring the bickering children, Jungwon had already turned away. Meanwhile, he secretly glanced at his palm, which was now slightly swollen. A cold thought flickered through his mind. In the end, even after activating my mana, it only pierced through a little bit, even if it was just a tiny amount. But I broke the taboo against using mana. Giving up a technique like that, combined with such exceptional combat instincts, he'll become someone who makes the pillars of this family tremble. Time flew by like a gust of wind. By the 47th day, after Lee So-hyun also awakened her sixth sense, the training with Captain Lee Jungwon officially came to a close. The remaining time was spent letting the two rest and review what they had learned. And at that very moment, someone appeared before Seon. It was none other than his older brother, Lee Myung-jong, the eldest son of the family. His title is Song. Seon made the magical and martial arts worlds tremble. He was a second-ranked master in both fields, a figure whom everyone respected and feared. But to Lee Seon, he wasn't a legend or an idol. He was simply his only older brother. Lee Seon took a deep breath, reminding himself to return to reality. After they both sat down, Lee Myung-jong spoke, his voice full of regret. "I'm sorry I haven't been able to look after you. Even if it's just an excuse, I've been a bit busy lately." Lee Seon replied gently, his eyes calm as if he had understood for a long time. "It's okay, I'm fine." Across from him, Myung-jong chuckled. Seeing Lee Seon's somewhat reserved yet honest attitude, he said, "I guess this is our first time meeting, yet you knew exactly who I was. Huh." Lee Seon didn't beat around the bush and replied straight, "Of course. Even if I'm just an illegitimate child, as a younger brother, how could I not recognize my own eldest brother?" Hearing that, Lee Myung-jong's whole body seemed to freeze for a heartbeat. His eyes turned sad, and he said in a low voice, "Illegitimate? Never say that again. Even if we have different mothers, you and I are still brothers." That statement wasn't just a reminder, it was a lingering heartache. Lee Myung-jong felt bitter for Lee Seon, a child who hadn't even had his naming ceremony yet, always seeing himself as an outsider in his own family. Not knowing the thoughts in his brother's heart, Lee Seon just scratched his head in embarrassment and said quietly, "I'm sorry." Seeing that, Lee Myung-jong just sighed, a heavy sigh, laden with emotion. "No need to apologize. You just need to understand. Next time, there's no need to be so formal. We're brothers, why be so polite?" "Yes, I understand." Lee Seon smiled and nodded. In his memories from his past life, Lee Seon clearly remembered his eldest brother. No matter how talented he was, he always maintained such sincere, composed kindness. Not wanting to make the conversation too heavy, Lee Myung-jong changed the subject and pulled a gift from his coat pocket. "This is a meeting gift. When I enrolled at the Fan Magic University in France, I got this, but I thought it would be more useful for you. It was a type of miracle medicine called Nida." As he spoke, he gently placed a small glass vial in front of Lee Seon. The clear light inside radiated a special energy. As soon as he saw it, Lee Seon immediately realized this was a type of high-grade spiritual medicine crafted at the Magic Tower in France. They only produce 500 milliliters every year. A true treasure. After a moment of thought, Lee Seon reached out to take the vial, his eyes gleaming with deep appreciation. "Big brother, to give me something this precious, I truly thank you, big brother." However, this reaction seemed to catch Lee Myung-jong off guard. He was slightly surprised, then slowly muttered, as if talking to himself, "You're a bit different, aren't you?" Lee Seon narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of suspicion in his gaze. "What do you mean by that?" At that moment, Lee Myung-jong wore a gentle smile and explained, "Everyone I've met before has seen me as a rival, so this feeling is both strange and pleasant." Lee Seon smiled lightly and spoke his honest thoughts. "It's not like I don't consider you a rival, big brother. Since I was born into this family, you are also my opponent, so don't just look at me like some cute child. Who knows, maybe one day I'll become your greatest rival. I hope we'll have an interesting competition." A clear sense of confidence shone in the eyes of Lee Seon, making Lee Myung-jong burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, all right then. I'll wait for that day, the day you become my strongest opponent." Having said that, he gently patted his younger brother's head, a gesture both affectionate and filled with expectation. Meanwhile, in his heart, Lee Seon silently promised himself, "The brother, who has always truly loved and protected him, this time I will definitely protect him." Time passed, and a few days later was the day of the second, most important trial for the Sungmu clan. The naming ceremony officially began. On the deck of a ship cutting through the waves, heading toward the venue, Lee Seon and Lee So-hyun stood silently side by side. They were being taken to a special island, Scarlet Island, where the color of the soil changes depending on the density of magic in the air. This is the ancient site that the Sungmu clan uses to hold the naming ceremony for new members. As soon as the ship approached the island, a staff member on board stepped out and announced in a serious tone, "I will now give instructions for the trial. The young masters and young ladies must survive on Scarlet Island for 3 weeks and prove yourselves. The devices given to everyone now are for location tracking, unless it is a life-threatening emergency. You must keep them on you at all times. The final stage of the trial will open 2 days after the 3rd week ends. Good luck, everyone." As soon as they stepped onto the island, the atmosphere changed, as if warning of a harsh journey about to begin. Suddenly, Lee So-hyun spoke up, her expression a bit hesitant. "Hey, I have something to tell you." But before she could finish, Lee Seon sighed as if he had already predicted what she was about to confess. Seems like you've made up your mind. What? Lee So-hyun asked, eyes wide. Ever since training, you've been wanting to say something, Lee Seon said bluntly, without beating around the bush. Lee Seon's direct words hit her weak spot, making the girl blush crimson and immediately shout as if to hide her embarrassment. That, how did you know? Seeing her pitifully flustered state, Baek Hwaejun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. How could I not know? He tilted his head, his tone like he was coaxing a sulking child. Go on, I'm listening. From Lee So-hyun's perspective, she swallowed hard. After a moment, gathering all her courage, she unpinned the badge from her chest, her eyes looking toward Lee Seon, flashing a clear signal. Do the same. Understanding her intent, Lee Seon also removed his badge. Both quickly hid the devices, things known to be capable of tracking and eavesdropping on every conversation. Once everything was safe, Lee Seon asked, his tone no longer joking. It's done. What is it? At that moment, Lee So-hyun no longer hid anything. From her pocket, she pulled out a glass vial containing a murky liquid. She said, enunciating every word clearly, this is a poison called Bewitching Dream. It only works on children under 15. If exposed to air for more than 5 minutes, it will evaporate. Once it permeates the body, it will cause the magical pathways to be blocked for a long time. Hearing this, Lee Seon's expression immediately turned dark. His voice dropped. Who did you get this from? A simple question, but it felt heavy as a rock. Lee So-hyun knew clearly that no matter what, she absolutely could not reveal that name. The person who gave this to her was her own birth mother. Therefore, she just replied firmly, I don't intend to tell you that. With that, she swung her arm and threw the glass vial straight at a nearby rock. A clattering sound rang out, along with glittering fragments flying everywhere. Lee So-hyun lifted her head, decisively continuing. See, now there's no evidence left. I will defeat you fair and square without needing to use this poison. So, you better go all out in this trial too. That attitude caught Lee Seon off guard, but then he smiled slightly and nodded gently. No need to say it. I was already planning to do just that. Good. After that, both pinned their badges back onto their clothes, preparing to leave. But before departing, Lee So-hyun turned back to remind him like an old lady. Did you put the tracking device back on? Don't risk going to the center of the island if you're not familiar with the terrain. It's very dangerous. From behind, Lee Seon sighed, bored, and shook his head in frustration. Yeah, I know. Don't tell me you're worried about me. Immediately, that sentence hit a nerve, making Lee So-hyun explode. What worry? I'm just afraid you'll end up dead somewhere before you even get a chance to fight me. Just as the girl finished shouting, a blood-curdling roar erupted from deep within the dense forest. Both immediately went silent, turning toward the source of the sound, their gazes becoming alert. In that brief silence, Lee So-hyun lowered her voice and gave one final, heavy warning. In that case, don't die. I'm going ahead. Saying that, she turned and quickly walked toward the left side of the path. Her back gradually shrunk into the dense forest, leaving Lee Seon standing alone. Watching her go, he muttered to himself, Go on then, but my goal isn't the outskirts of the island. All right, I should get moving too. Heading straight for the center of Scarlet Island it is. At the same time, in the observation room of the Sungmu clan, where screens were displaying live footage from the island, the elders and high-ranking members were watching closely. One of them spoke up, eyes fixed on the screen showing Lee So-hyun. That's the 8th child of the Sungmu clan, and she's already finished her first hunting task. The number of monsters Lee So-hyun has taken down is not small. After all, this is Lee So-hyun's first real combat, but that sense isn't something that just happens naturally. It's been 47 days, right? In a hidden corner, Captain Lee Jung-won just quietly leaned against the wall and spoke slowly. This child didn't used to be like this. I thought it would take her at least 2 months. Deep down, Lee Jung-won couldn't help but think, though she has talent, it only goes so far. Simply put, someone stimulated her, that's the youngest, Lee Seon. His eyes slowly shifted to another screen, displaying images of Lee Seon. Unlike Lee So-hyun, who was fighting without rest, Lee Seon seemed to be silently exploring, step by step, uncovering every corner of the island. The stark contrast made the old man Lee Cheon-jung frown and ask suspiciously, What on earth is that kid doing? Lee Jung-won glanced at the monitor and replied slowly, It looks like he's trying to find a place to hide immediately. Cold, bitter, and mocking laughter erupted from all over the room, acting like a frightened rat running for cover. What a coward. Indeed, just an outcast child. In another part of the observation room, Lee Myung-jong was also monitoring everything. Hearing those harsh, biting insults directed at his younger brother, he could no longer stay calm. He cast a sharp glance around at every face and said in a cold voice, That's enough. In a place as dangerous as this, finding shelter first is a wise move. There is nothing worth criticizing. Those words made a few of the people mocking him cough awkwardly, Then they tried to cover it up with empty remarks. Yeah, I guess so. Haha. I suppose we've been watching the elites too much, so our standards have gotten too high. However, not everyone knew how to hold back. The cunning old man, Lee Seon didn't show the head of the family any respect at all, continuing to jab. Come on now. In the Sumu clan, being ordinary is a sin, isn't it? For someone who carries the Sumu bloodline to act like a commoner, it's ridiculous. Those poisonous words made Lee Myongjong clench his fists. He didn't retort, but his heart was in turmoil. Is this what we've become? Lowering a child of our own family just because of his origins? Or perhaps, have we always been like this? But more importantly, what on earth is Lee Seon planning to do by heading straight to the center of the island? That thought made his eyes drift toward Lee Taehyung, the uncle of them both. At this moment, Lee Taehyung was biting his nails, his expression full of worry. A mutter slipped from his lips. Damn it, what the hell is that kid thinking? That remark made Lee Myongjong realize he wasn't the only one who found it confusing. He sighed softly. What are you trying to do, Lee Seon? Changing scenes, Lee Seon had found a deep stone cave in the forest, a place hidden enough to use as a shelter. He didn't act recklessly. Before entering the cave, Lee Seon burned a handful of herbs and threw a lit branch inside. The light and spreading smoke helped check if any creatures were lurking. Afterward, he used leaves to cover the entrance completely. Every move was precise, not a single step wasted. A few whispers of approval echoed from the observers. His hiding skills are actually quite decent. Suddenly, the old man Lee Chonjung widened his eyes and shouted, Wait, hold on a second. What is that kid doing? Every eye immediately turned to the screen. The footage showed Lee Seon taking off his watch and badged the two tracking and positioning devices and setting them aside. Next, he covered both devices with leaves. Instantly, the monitor went black. Behind him, Captain Jungwon let out a loud laugh, unable to hide his amusement. Haha, you really can't predict him. Meanwhile, both Lee Taehyung and Lee Myongjong could only hold their heads in frustration. In reality, for Lee Seon, that action was necessary. He couldn't let those prying eyes monitor his secrets. After hiding the devices, he muttered softly, No need for others to see this. Now I can use it freely. Since I've entered the Red Azure Island, I have to harvest as much as possible. All right, let's go. As he spoke, he transformed the ring on his finger into a sharp sword, ready for his next hunts. Time passed quickly. Night fell. Amidst the flickering fire, Lee Seon sat before an earthenware pot, frowning as he stared at the substance inside a thick, dark blue liquid. It looked nothing less than a lethal poison, to the point that he even felt like he saw a screaming face within the water. He muttered, unable to hide his hesitation. I guess it's done, but it looks terrible. Will this really give me mana? Old memories surfaced. In his past life, because he didn't have enough money to buy elixirs, he had to follow herb pickers to find mana herbs. Now, in a place like Red Azure Island, where the air was thick with mana, it would be a waste not to take advantage of it to increase his power. The youngest ant once said that, even if a mana concoction is disgusting, it's better than nothing. Lee Seon took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said, All right, here goes. He lifted the pot and brought it to his lips. Not long after, the pot was tossed aside and Lee Seon collapsed, his face as pale as if his life force had been drained. He whispered weakly, That was truly a flavor from hell. And just like that, the 3-week solitary war had officially begun. The 18th day of the naming ceremony, inside Lee Myongjong's office, under the clear blue sky stood a not-too-large house with an antique design. Lee Myongjong was sitting, focused on his work, when suddenly a voice called out, Sir, may I enter? He looked up. Ah, come in. Just then, a subordinate appeared from a distance and entered. My apologies for disturbing you while you're working. Lee Myongjong didn't mind. He replied with a caring smile. It's all right. Looking at your expression, I assume you have bad news. The person who had just entered spoke solemnly. A large-scale group of wanderers seems to have entered the northern region of South Korea. He was Yu Jang-hoon, the vice captain of the sword squad under Lee Myongjong. He stood straight, reporting the situation in detail without missing a second. My lord, at first we thought they were just disturbing the reclaimed land in the dangerous zone, but they are moving south. 2 days' journey away, there is a magic stone mine belonging to the clan. Myongjong looked somber, rubbing his chin in thought. Wanderers, criminals roaming the region. Then he continued to analyze, wanting to gauge Yu Jang-hoon's opinion. Those hyenas wouldn't enter our clan's territory without a reason. Yu Jang-hoon also had his own doubts, pointing out several suspicious points. Outwardly, they appear to be wanderers, but it could just be a disguise. Surely there is some power standing behind them. Lee Myongjong kept tapping his fingers on the table, feeling concerned. Regarding this incident, there is also news that the Nine Dragons Fortress has moved troops to the northern border. From the information he had gathered, it was clear that the massive Central Plains power, the Nine Dragons Fortress, was constantly provoking the Sumu clan by encroaching on Lee Myongjong's unclaimed lands. He lowered his eyes as if he had realized their true intent. It seems the information about my father leaving the clan has leaked. This must be a perfect opportunity for hostile forces. Lee Myongjong wanted to verify the situation, so he asked, "Does our clan's intelligence department know about this information yet?" Yu Janghoan spoke up clearly, reporting, "Thanks to your orders to monitor them beforehand, yes. We've caught up faster than the clan's intelligence network." Lee Myongjong rose to his feet, his mind racing with an urgent solution. In that case, coordinate with the intelligence division for further details. He pulled his chair in, turned around, and looked outside. There had to be more to this. Lee Myongjong stood with his hands behind his back. On the surface, he tried to remain calm, but inside, he was restless and anxious. I hope this is just a false intuition. The scene shifted to nightfall in a dense, dark forest, where a red magic circle suddenly appeared. The symbols in the center began to shift and glow intensely. The very next second, the layers of space fractured, revealing a black void. Something inside rattled with a metallic clinking sound, gradually emerging into the open. A man appeared, a smirk playing on his lips. A lock of his hair partially obscured his face. This mysterious figure had suddenly surfaced in the forest. Under the shadows, only his silhouette was vaguely visible, and a cold voice rang out. "Is 2 nights enough to kill a bastard child?" Below a clear, blue sky. Near the gloomy forest, distant waves crashed against the beach. Gruesome, noisy cries echoed endlessly, accompanied by the heavy thuds of beasts. The source of the disturbance was a monster with the form of a dragon combined with a crocodile, pacing and panting. They were level 7 dragon-type monsters, Draco. Lee Seon suddenly appeared before it, gripping his sword tightly, his breath coming in short gasps. Lee Seon looked up at the beast. The dragon took a deep breath, its belly swelling and glowing red. Just moments later, it spread its wings wide and unleashed a massive torrent of fire in a straight line. Nothing could survive that kind of power. Lee Seon narrowed his eyes, his expression tense as sweat dripped down. With agile reflexes, he seized the moment as the flames approached. He leaned to the side, dodging just inches away from the inferno. Lee Seon valiantly imbued his sword with mana, thrusting it straight ahead. Lee Seon launched himself high into the air, drawing on his accumulated inner strength, and faced the Draco head-on without fear. With a roar, bolts of lightning manifested, combining with his iron determination. Pressing the attack, Lee Seon leaped onto its head, driving his sword in without hesitation. Combined with a blast of earth-shattering electricity, the Draco could neither dodge nor defend itself, collapsing in a charred heap. He let out a sigh of relief, clenching his hand and wiping away the sweat. Lee Seon's clothes had also been scorched in several places. He glanced over and remarked, as expected of a dragon, "If this were still on the outskirts of Scarlet Island, I would have been finished after the first hit." Lee Seon sheathed his sword, sighing to himself. "It took until the 19th day for me to reach the center of the island, the dragon's territory. But staying here too long is just a waste of time." Lee Seon didn't linger. He quickly turned to leave, thinking, "I came this deep for a reason." Suddenly, Lee Seon's feet stopped mid-stride. His sixth sense caught something. Lee Seon grew extremely vigilant, instantly entering a defensive stance. What now? He dropped into a crouch, his back pressed against a tree, his gaze fixed straight ahead. His expression darkened. Sharpness emanated from his eyes as he thought. As expected, another wave of monsters appeared. This time, they were moving in a pack. They had the appearance of both humans and lizards. According to the records, they were level 8 monsters, lizardmen. Lee Seon didn't flee. He stood in a blind spot, observing their every move. There's been something strange since yesterday. These lizard men should be living on the periphery, and yet they've appeared in the center. But when I attack, they just run. They don't even fight back. He thought seriously, rubbing his chin. These lizard men are low level. They don't have much intelligence. They must be influenced by something. Realizing the solution, he didn't hesitate. Lee Seon drew his sword and charged forward. If that's the case, these monsters. The lizardmen quickly sensed him, and one of them looked over. Following its screech, the others panicked and scrambled to flee. His gamble succeeded. Without fear, he rushed forward even faster. Just as predicted, Lee Seon unleashed a flurry of sharp sword strikes. Each one of them couldn't escape and perished. He stood small amidst a pile of lizardmen corpses. Looking at the scene, he thought, once could be a coincidence, but not twice. I have to keep chasing them. The sun was slowly dipping below the mountains. The sunset bathed the entire sky in light. Gruesome sounds echoed through the trees from deep within the forest, along with a voice. Then, ominous purple energy currents flickered. The trap was set. and the culprit was none other than that mysterious person. He sat cross-legged, staring at the sunset. Sumu blood is truly bizarre. The man was engrossed in his work, not noticing that a lizardman had already approached from behind. A child like that, capable of taking down so many on his own. But it shouldn't matter. As it got closer, he continued to mutter to himself, still focused. In the end, it's just a child. This person was the monster tamer, Nishizama Sogo. He calmly smirked and glanced behind him. Someone so inexperienced, easily walking into a trap. Sogo shielded some creature in his arms, his eyes drooping as he gently whispered, "Perhaps I don't need to use that thing I prepared after all." Lee Seon, who knows since when, was standing on a tree branch. Looking down at the situation, he judged it was too obvious. I was already suspicious, but it turns out this really is a trap. The ability to control monsters, a tamer? Lee Seon furrowed his brows, trying to mask his presence as much as possible. How could an outsider enter Scarlet Island? He kept sinking deeper into thought. A strategy isn't impossible. What if there's a preset teleportation gate inside Scarlet Island? A few minutes later, Lee Seon wore a sinister smile. A perfect plan formed in his mind. There must be someone within the clan who has their hands in this. His expression hardened, one hand slowly zipping up his jacket. Report to the clan and wait for reinforcements? Lee Seon's determination was set. He clenched his fist. He stared ahead, thinking, no, by the time reinforcements arrive, it'll be too late. The information about the mastermind will no longer be in my hands. He immediately reached into his pocket. Then there's only one way. Proceeding with the plan, Lee Seon activated his stealth skill. Not wanting to miss the chance, Lee Seon quickly leaped down from the branch. I'll erase all traces. He crouched on the ground, his body coiled in a strike position, then launched himself forward with incredible speed. He flew behind Sogo, swinging his sword to strike him down, his heart set on eliminating them both. Suddenly, the bird in Sogo's hand woke up as if it had sensed something dangerous, and in an instant, it let out a sharp cry, a piercing screech, as if warning him that Lee Seon was behind him, ready to strike. Sogo heard the cry and turned around in surprise, wondering, "Since when did you get here?" Lee Seon looked at the bird in his hand and thought bitterly, damn it. So he really is carrying a cursed artifact that detects danger? But he didn't stop, swinging his sword down towards Sogo anyway. Sogo quickly dodged to the side to escape the lethal blow. Stumbling, Sogo fell to his knees and wheezed. "That bat of yours, it's stronger than I thought." Lee Seon stood tall, pointing his blade at him, and retorted with disdain, "Or maybe you're just too weak." Sogo waved his hand and shouted, "Shut your mouth." He stopped him, and at that moment, 3 green monsters appeared from nowhere, charging at Lee Seon on his command. Lee Seon quickly tightened his grip on his sword, and a surge of sword aura instantly enveloped the blade. 7-star sword, 3rd form. In a flash, Lee Seon darted toward the 3 monsters, moving so fast he left only after images behind. With a true slash technique, he sliced the heads off the beasts. The confident look on Lee Seon's face faded immediately after finishing the monsters as he felt something was wrong with his body. He froze for a second, and suddenly, dozens of iron chains bound him, leaving Lee Seon in total shock. Unable to move his body, Sogo stood aside, chanting a spell. Seeing him trapped, Sogo laughed deviously. "You fell right into my trap." A mysterious magic circle appeared beneath Lee Seon's feet, and chains kept wrapping around his body. Lee Seon looked around, speechless and stunned. Sogo continued to provoke him. "That's a high-class formation. It completely seals a martial artist's mana. Without magic power, you're nothing but a useless brat. With that body paralyzed, prepare for a tragic end." Lee Seon stood silently, watching Sogo move out of reach, leaving only the green monsters behind. He couldn't help but mutter, "Sealing my mana?" His face hardened and became determined. If that's the case, a powerful aura erupted from Lee Seon's body, as if trying to devour everything. He gritted his teeth and roared, "I just need to use my magic circuits." Before the eyes of the monsters, Lee Seon shattered the chains. A small explosion occurred from the sheer force of his power. Lee Seon headed towards Sogo, who was still casually walking away, unaware of what happened. He leaped over Sogo's head, leaving him in a state of stunned confusion. By the time Lee Seon landed in front of him, Sogo looked at him in horror. With a confident expression, Lee Seon pointed his sword at Sogo and shouted, "Were you planning on running away?" Sogo trembled and backed away, asking, How could you break the formation?" Lee Seon looked at him calmly and replied, "I have no reason to tell you that. Your image has already been sent to the main house via the communication device. Surrender." Sogo lowered his head, a smirk creeping onto his face. "It doesn't matter." And then, to Lee Seon's surprise, Sogo confidently declared, "I will kill you and regain my freedom." Lee Seon was bewildered, unable to believe his ears. "What did you say?" As Lee Seon was still stunned by his words, wondering, "What do you mean?" A massive shadow lunged toward him. A giant tail struck Lee Seon's small frame hard, catching him off guard. Taking the full force of the unexpected attack, Lee Seon flew like a cannonball, heading toward a large tree in the forest. At the end of the trajectory, his body slammed into the tree. It snapped the tree in half. Lee Seon, covered in wounds and coughing up blood, lay trembling and motionless on the ground, his mind racing. "Don't tell me," Lee Seon weakly lifted his head to look forward in fear. A massive beast, shaped like a giant turtle, appeared. It loomed before him, the dominator of this land, the ghost Lee Seon mountain turtle. Lee Seon clutched his wounds and struggled to stand, his mind calculating. A grade 3 nightmare-type beast, how can a mediocre tamer like him control the ghost Lee Seon mountain turtle? Sogo saw him stand up and couldn't help but remark, "You're quite perceptive. Even though the taming process isn't complete, yet the order to kill you will definitely be carried out." With a twisted expression, Sogo raised his staff. While speaking, he grabbed something else. "Stop struggling." He tossed golden talismans into the air and said to him, "Accept your fate and just die obediently." Lee Seon knelt, quickly thinking of a way to deal with this difficult situation. He grew serious, reached into his pocket, and thought, "Stay calm. If I can't fully control the ghost Lee Seon mountain turtle, then I just need to take out the tamer." Lee Seon pulled out his simple-looking pill. He stared at it and whispered, "To create an opening against this monster. This is the only way." He never expected he'd have to use this someday. Without hesitation, Lee Seon immediately popped the pill into his mouth. It was a forbidden drug with massive side effects compared to the mana gain. As soon as he swallowed it, his body was instantly fortified by a surge of supernatural power. Behind Lee Seon, flickering energy radiated outward. Thinking of one more thing, he glanced at the glowing ring on his finger. Lee Seon gripped his sword tightly, channeling intense sword aura into it, continuously thinking of the secret technique she had taught him, only to be used when life is in danger. Lee Seon's eyes seemed to blaze with light, and he thought to himself, "Now is that time." A wave of overwhelming pressure erupted from his body, making the surrounding ground tremble. With the heaven-defying technique, Lee Seon launched himself off the ground, causing the earth, right under his feet, to cave in. Lee Seon flew over the monster and delivered a decisive slash into its massive body. He landed with difficulty. He couldn't help but think. Even though its skin isn't scratched, it still had an effect. Once again, Lee Seon channeled a devastating force into his sword. "With this, I'll take it down." The monster let out a terrifying roar that shook the entire forest. Lee Seon heard it and felt dazed. This is the roar of the ghost Lee Seon mountain turtle. Lee Seon looked at the massive monster in front of him, thinking, "I can't move because of the turtle's mana field. Damn it." Suddenly, a mysterious dark energy radiated from his body. Lee Seon glanced at the dark energy and marveled. "Dark energy, it's pushing back, Lee Seon." Seizing the opportunity, he rushed toward the monster. This was it. Lee Seon gathered all his strength, giving it everything he had. He sheathed his sword behind his back to gather momentum for a finishing blow. Under his breath, he muttered the technique name, Eclipse, and with that, Lee Seon slashed at the monster, wounding it severely. It opened its maw to the sky, letting out a mournful, powerful roar before collapsing to the ground. The clouds in the sky immediately parted. Sunlight shone through once more. Lee Seon covered his mouth with his hand to keep from spitting up blood. Exhausted and covered in wounds, he collapsed to his knees. He thought to himself, "There's no more time to hesitate. The side effects of the overdrive pill and the forbidden technique mean I won't be able to move for long." Lee Seon clutched his wounded body and dashed forward. As he ran, he worried, only 10 seconds left. Now, the spirit Lee Seon master has attacked by mistake. I have to find the tamer right here in the forest. Lee Seon ran for his life, searching for Sogo while the clock ticked down. 8 seconds, 4 seconds. Suddenly, he froze, as if he had discovered something. He stared down at the ground. Lee Seon saw a red thread appear, seemingly guiding his path. He peered into a small trail in the forest where the thread was pointing. Lee Seon didn't hesitate and stepped inside. With the countdown at 3 seconds, Sogo finally appeared at the end of the thread, desperately trying to escape through the mountain pass. Sogo turned his head in a panic, looked at him, and screamed, "What? How could you still be?" Lee Seon was racing against time. With 1 second left, he lunged, aiming his sharp sword at Sogo's throat. But in his heart, he thought, "It's not enough. Just a little bit short. If only my body were a bit bigger." Then Lee Seon looked at his sword and shouted, "Then extend." The sword truly lengthened, piercing Sogo's throat as blood sprayed everywhere. Sogo only had time to gasp before he stopped breathing. The blood-soaked sword finally fell to the ground with a metallic clatter. Lee Seon trembled uncontrollably. Sitting before Sogo's cold corpse, he calculated, I have to stabilize my body first. If I collapse now, I'm really done for. He took out some kind of medicine bottle and downed it all. She had warned him that if he used the forbidden technique, he absolutely had to take this. Good thing I brought the elixir. Lee Seon's vision gradually dimmed, and his body lost its balance, swaying. Before losing consciousness entirely, he still thought, before the monsters get close, I have to completely suppress it. A look of exhaustion appeared on Lee Seon's face. His eyes slowly opened, looking around vaguely. Lee Seon's whole body felt like it was pinned to the ground. His breathing grew deeper, and he whispered, the surroundings turning completely white. Where is this? What happened to the tamer and the spirit Lee Seon master? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his body, making it convulse. The pupils of his eyes were hardening. Lee Seon clenched his fist to endure the pain until he was shaking. He softly murmured his condition. My whole body feels like it's about to shatter. A moment later, a blue eye opened, staring fixedly at Lee Seon's motionless body on the floor. A slow, slightly disappointed voice echoed, so, it ended up like this in the end. This voice came from the clouds of black mist surrounding his body. Are these things too dangerous for a human to contain? How can both exist in one entity? The black mist coiled around Lee Seon's hand. That voice spoke again, carrying a hint of pity. I hoped you wouldn't wake up. If only. After that, it threw something purple and black in front of him, then coldly commanded, feed it to him. Lee Seon woke up when he heard the noise and exclaimed in surprise, what is this? Seeing a large beehive in front of him, he softly whispered, a purple beehive. Could it be the purple lotus stone? That voice echoed again, reminding him, not you. It needs to eat this. Then, in that eye, an image of an old turtle was reflected, and it cautioned, the era has changed. Grow strong, child of humanity. The eye gradually faded, and the image of the turtle drifted further away. The voice also grew fainter until it vanished. Don't let yourself be swallowed by the era. Lee So-hyun tilted her head, looking at him with an innocent expression, and chirped, oh, you're awake? Lee Seon looked over vaguely and blurted out, Lee Seo-wan. She grew angry and scolded him, then lowered her voice. Hey, you brat, you dare call your sister by her name? Because you're in pain, I'll let it slide. How's your body? Lee Seon closed his eyes, sensing the flow of energy in his body. Even though his musculoskeletal system was severely damaged, his mana level had skyrocketed terrifyingly. He slowly opened his eyes, amazed. Did I really absorb the purple lotus stone? Afterward, Lee Seon replied to Lee So-hyun's question calmly. A few mana vessels are torn, my internal organs are a bit displaced, and my bones and muscles are just ripped in a few places. It's not too serious. Hearing that, her face turned pale, and she shouted, what? You call that not serious? Lee Seon looked at Lee So-hyun seriously, then muttered to himself. The purple lotus stone was originally something Lee So-hyun intended to take a terrifying spiritual medicine that strengthens the physique, boosts mana, and grants immunity to poisons and curses. It was indeed what he had been determined to get on Red Shore Island, but he felt a bit guilty. However, facing her slightly probing gaze, she seemed suspicious. Did you get hit in the head or something? Lee Seon sat up abruptly and asked, but wait, why are you here? From far away, a loud voice called, little brother. Lee Myung-jong ran over with a worried face. He replied with a slightly confused tone, big brother? He worriedly held out a medicine bottle and said, are you okay? First, let me heal you with my mana. I also brought a healing potion. Lee Seon waved his hand and gave a wry smile. Thanks, but healing with mana isn't necessary. I'll accept the potion, though. Lee Myung-jong watched silently as he drank the potion, but his eyes looked at Lee Seon with pity and a touch of pain. Lee Myung-jong turned to Lee Seo-hyun. Can you go outside for a moment? Yes, I understand. After she left, he turned back to stare at him and said in a serious tone, if you die, I will wipe out every organization related to that tamer from this world, no matter how powerful they are. Lee Seon laughed and said, that's reassuring to hear. But right after that, Lee Myung-jong turned serious and scolded him. As a member of the Dongmu Lan, what you showed is truly the model of a martial artist. But as your older brother, I cannot view it in a positive light. That was reckless. Lee Seon awkwardly scratched his head and said, I didn't anticipate the appearance of the spirit Lee Seon master. I'm sorry, brother. If I had known he was there, I definitely would have waited. He bowed his head slightly, closed his eyes, and sighed. You know how to distinguish between recklessness and confidence. That's good. Suddenly, he made a request. Big brother, since I dealt with the tamer, the information about him belongs to me. Lee Myung-jong rubbed his temples and said, I knew you'd say that. Then he looked up at Lee Seon and announced, That tamer used to be a grade 5 quasi-master of the Japanese yin-yang school. It seems he was expelled for trying to master forbidden techniques. The mastermind behind this provided high-level talismans and artifacts, activating them while the beast-taming lord was sound asleep. They wanted to kill the brother and frame it as a monster attack. Lee Seon fell into deep thought, his eyes unfocused as he asked, "You still haven't tracked down the mastermind, brother?" Lee Myongjong sighed and continued with the critical information. It shocked him so much that his eyes went wide. The perpetrator was on the verge of death, making it hard to get information immediately. Lee Seon then drew his own conclusion. "I wasn't the main target. They were aiming for you." He fell silent for a moment before asking, "Why do you think that?" Lee Seon then presented his deductions. "They want to ruin your reputation by making everyone believe that you failed to detect the intruder and reacted too slowly." Lee Myongjong sighed again, rubbing his neck, and said, "That is exactly the case." A second later, he wore a strained expression and said, "It seems I can't keep pretending I don't know." Lee Seon asked with a probing tone, "Are you all right, brother?" He reached out and rubbed his head, reassuring him, "I'm fine. My reputation might be slightly tarnished, but it's nothing significant." Lee Myongjong looked at Lee Seon with eyes full of affection. He then said, "I can't be away for too long, so I'll be heading back now." Just as he was about to pull his hand away, Lee Seon grabbed his hand and called out loudly, "Big brother." Lee Seon's eyes were full of confidence, his voice ringing out as he made a proposal. "Do you want to make a deal with me?" Seeing that Lee Myongjong was still surprised, he explained further. "Just say that you anticipated the beast tamer would break in and gave me orders beforehand. I will testify to that effect." Lee Seon then lowered his voice, muttering that this way it will look like you prepared for things even the family's intelligence network hadn't discovered yet. Lee Myongjong asked, "Isn't it best to testify to the truth, Seon?" Lee Seon leaned forward slightly to stand up, his voice earnest. "If people believe I accomplished this on my own, they will certainly be even more cautious and wary of me." He repeated that to himself. "So that's why you call this a deal." Then, he countered with his own proposal. "A deal is when both sides exchange what they both need. What do you want?" Lee Seon stood up straight, excitedly stating his request. "Give me permission to enter the archive for 3 days. That should be enough." Lee Myongjong chuckled, then changed his tone, replying affectionately, "You arrogant brat, fine. Thank you," he quickly replied. "No need to thank me. This is just a deal, after all." He patted his shoulder and probed, "Even if I hadn't agreed, you must have had a way to handle this already, right?" Lee Seon stammered, unable to find the words. That is, just then, his phone rang in his pocket. Lee Seon pulled out the ringing phone and said, "It seems the sword team is calling you, brother. You really have to go now." Before leaving, he turned back, calling out and tossing something to him. "Oh, that's right." Lee Seon quickly caught the small sword, his face very surprised to receive this gift. He left, leaving a promise echoing in his ears. As Lee Seon gazed at the small, gleaming sword, "I'll keep this a secret for you," he smiled helplessly, thinking. As expected, he's still not easy to deal with. While Lee Seon was putting his coat back on, Lee Seo-hyun stepped up and asked, "Looks like the conversation went smoothly, huh?" He just coldly replied, "Yeah." She stood with her hands on her hips. Her gaze was slightly challenging, mixed with helplessness, as she asked, "So, which trial stage are you going to challenge, Lee Seon? 3 weeks have already passed. It must be open by now." He kept his voice steady and asked back, "What about you? Where will you challenge?" The question made Lee So-hyun angry, and she shouted, "I asked first." Lee Seon was speechless and said, "If you want to know, answer first." She placed her hands on her chest, her face full of triumph as she replied, "Where will I challenge? What else could it be but the hardest trial, the stage of acceptance?" After saying that, Lee So-hyun asked again, "What about you?" He flicked his coat zipper and said, "The combat stage." Her face completely froze, and she asked, dumbfounded, "What? Does that place even exist? Don't tell me that's one of the trials in the outer periphery." Lee So-hyun frowned slightly. She narrowed her eyes, replying with determination, "Yeah, it's in the outer area." Lee So-hyun suddenly lowered her voice, saying regretfully, "How disappointing. It seems I misjudged you. You chose a stage in the outer periphery. Then there's no need to say anything else." She stood silently beside him and muttered, "I thought you were a rival. I won't lie, I actually thought you were better than me." Lee Seon glanced at her, turned away, and silently guessed. Since everyone assumes the location determines the difficulty of the trial, they probably think I chose the outer stage because it's easier. Then, the two went in different directions. He also turned his back and headed in the opposite direction. Lee So-hyun sighed, "Whatever, let them think what they want." In a dense forest where the light shone through, dreamy and filled with the sound of rustling leaves, Lee Seon pushed aside the foliage, thinking, "I don't remember exactly, but it must be here. He lifted a branch, his face squinting slightly due to the harsh light, whispering to himself, "Before the regression, this was the cave I accidentally discovered, and it's also where I will complete the second trial of the naming ceremony." In front of Lee Seon was a dark cave. He tried to peer deep inside with suspicion. The combat stage. Lee Seon found a torch. He lit it to prepare to step deep into the cave. He held the flame high and walked in, a blank look on his face, thinking to himself, "At first glance, it's just a normal wall." After observing the lines on the stone for a while, Lee Seon fell into deep thought. But of course, it's not that simple. He set the torch aside, grabbed the sword at his waist, and drew it. Lee Seon slashed repeatedly at the rocks, and blue sparks flared along the path of his blade. A moment later, a tall door appeared. The rocks on the sides were still cracking and falling away. With a confident, bright gaze, he stared at the door, triumphantly shouting to himself. "Found it!" Lee Seon took out a small knife he had brought with him. He slowly sliced his palm, letting the blood flow out. Lee Seon clenched his fist, watching the blood drip, his eyes focused intently on the blue light radiating from his cut palm. Lee Seon flicked his hand toward the large door. The blood splattered along with the light sticking to the door. The door, covered in drops of blood, began to move. From within, a beam of light flashed outward, and the ground began to shake. The door gradually opened, revealing an altar right in the center. He stood and observed the entire room. At this moment, Lee Seon looked very small, standing in the middle of the doorway without stepping inside. He slowly walked toward the altar, his clenched hand still dripping blood, drop by drop. He reached out to let the blood drip into the prepared basin. His voice was serious as he announced, "A descendant of Sumulan requests to challenge the ancestors' trial." Lee Seon stood watching his blood turn into blue smoke swirling around his body, blending with his plea. "Please grant me," an echo from the building resounded. The content of the combat trial was simple. Those blue mists revealed an illusion of Lee Seon himself, and the trial was announced, to defeat oneself. Standing across from the illusion, he quickly prepared his sword and recited the rules. With unlimited attempts before victory, even giving up wouldn't let him leave. Lee Seon drew his sword from the scabbard, took his stance, and whispered to himself, "Let's begin." He pushed off hard with his feet to attack. His foot stomped the ground with a heavy thud, but before he could even strike, an illusory sword swung toward his head, causing Lee Seon to suddenly freeze. He gasped, his head feeling as if it were being severed from his neck. Lee Seon cried out in a panicked, stuttering voice, "What the hell?" while looking at the illusion of himself. The illusion was frozen in the pose of having just finished the attack. That sharp, clear voice still echoed, "What's happening?" Lee Seon scrambled to clutch his own throat, his face filled with visible horror. Clearly, full of doubt, he fumbled with his neck, trying to calm himself. "That definitely just sliced my throat off. Right. It's an illusion in this trial, I can't actually die." Lee Seon forced himself to stand straight. He cursed under his breath. The sensation was maddeningly realistic. A normal person would have gone insane. His eyes held a hint of coldness mixed with suspicion as he stared at the illusion and thought. Besides, Lee Seon watched his illusion and muttered to himself, "Can I really do something like that?" He retrieved his sword, murmuring as he analyzed the situation. "The trial's illusion allows me to use my power perfectly." Lee Seon recalled the moment the blade cut him, yet he hadn't died. It only left a momentary sensation, which made him realize that he wasn't fully tapping into his potential yet. If I could fully exploit it, I would have blocked that strike. Without further delay, Lee Seon reset his stance and shouted, "All right, let's try again." Before he could rush forward, the faster illusion struck first, creating new lessons for him to learn. But the third time, he was stabbed through the stomach and died. The next time, the illusion switched tactics to a chokehold. The fifth time, he blocked the sword but had his neck snapped immediately afterward. He died. He fell into a cycle of losing his head more times than he could count. The 10th death, the 1st, the 18th, the 20th. This time, he was quick enough to counter. The illusion's next move involved both their swords clashing, sending both bodies flying backward. Lee Seon landed and slid across the ground. He finally managed to land perfectly on his feet. His breathing grew heavy and rapid as he counted under his breath. 75. Or was it 80? Suddenly, as if enlightened, Lee Seon's eyes widened. His face darkened as he muttered, "I think I understand a little now. I can learn everything." Lee Seon slowly realized the true rule the trial had created. His greatest strength was his freedom, an overwhelming versatility. He transformed his sword into a spear. Lee Seon gripped the shaft tightly, full of determination. He unleashed a sweeping move with the spear, casting a confident glare at his own reflection. An unpredictable fighting style. Lee Seon lunged toward his illusion again and shouted, this time, for sure. The two spears clashed. The illusion quickly parried his strike. Soon after, they both shifted their weapons back into swords, just as Lee Seon had done. They continued to clash blades, then gradually shifted back into spears, the duel showing no signs of stopping. After a long fight, finally, things happened exactly as he had predicted. His posture perfectly matched the illusion's. Lee Seon's illusion was knocked backward. Because it was an illusion, it didn't seem to lose balance easily. The illusion transformed its spear back into a sword and stared at Lee Seon with cold eyes. Lee Seon then intentionally left his guard open, and just like the old routine, the illusion lunged forward. The illusion's sword thrust horizontally across his stomach. It pierced through, seemingly reaching the hilt, but not a drop of blood was shed. His voice, triumphant and laced with disdain, rang out, leaving the illusion stunned. "Idiot." He grabbed the illusion's sword hilt with one hand and pulled it toward him. His other hand swung his blade as he yelled, "I left that opening on purpose, you fool." The strike he unleashed caused blue sparks to erupt in the space around them. The ground beneath them cracked as well. This sword technique was known as slash in the trial. His own illusion died, its body gradually dissipating into small blue specks. The entire body dissolved into the air. As it was about to disappear completely, the illusion faintly smiled, a hint of pain in its expression. Lee Seon stood in the middle of the room with blue sparks floating all around him. He muttered to himself, "If I pass the Sun Mulan bloodline trial, it will release the powers hidden from my previous life. My ability was only the most common type, body enhancement." The blue energy was now flickering with a touch of gold. Lee Seon whispered. And in this life, he felt astonished, watching the golden light in his pupils, which seemed frozen. Lee Seon vaguely reached out to catch the golden energy, his voice dazed as he asked, "What is this power?" Outside the room, many people were gathered, likely there to take the trial. Lee Taehyung was also standing outside the door, looking so impatient that he kept sighing. Lee Taehyung stood with his arms crossed, complaining grumpily. "I thought he'd be well-behaved this time, that annoying brat. Everyone else has such peaceful naming ceremonies, but he causes so much trouble." Suddenly, a notification sounded. He startled and turned toward the door. Mana density is fluctuating. Everyone turned their eyes toward the door. Lee Seon stepped out after the loud announcement. His face was pale, his body struggling to take steady steps away from the room. Lee Taehyung shouted his name in agony as he ran over. "Lee Seon." He anxiously caught Lee Seon, shaking his body and asking, "Are you all right? Wake up, please." Lee Seon's mouth was so dry it was cracking. He forced himself to whisper. "Water?" Lee Taehyung asked in confusion. "What was that?" Lee Seon's face turned purple like a sick man's, his trembling hand reaching out for help. "Water, I'm starving." He caught the frail, exhausted body, his jaw dropping in helplessness. His own body was shaking now. The suppressed anger was ready to erupt. His voice deepened. A powerful voice boomed, causing the birds around the cliffs to scatter in a panic. "That little brat." At a prestigious manner, a desperate call echoed outside. Gawa was deeply moved, shouting as she ran out. Her face full of anxiety, tears welling up in her eyes. Gawa hugged Lee Seon tightly, sobbing, "Do you have any idea how worried I was? First the beast tamer, then the ghost Lee Seon mountain, and now the trial established by the ancestors. Nanny, I'm filthy." He had been outside for nearly a month. She patted Lee Seon's cheek and scolded him affectionately. "I was going to give you a real scolding, but welcome home, young master." Lee Seon blushed, his cheeks turning bright red as he replied, "Yeah, thank you." Gawa let him go, wiping her tears away, and said, "I prepared a bath for you. After you bathe, I'll serve you a meal." Lee Seon huddled in his blanket, asking vaguely, "Hey, Nanny, what about my aunt?" At that moment, he thought, "I thought you'd be the first to run over." She suddenly froze, her voice stuttering as she replied, leaving Lee Seon suspicious. About that, Lee Jianghua's face was beaming with joy. "So, you've come to visit your aunt, my dear nephew." Lee Jianghua was locked in a cell, yet she laughed heartily. "What on earth did you do?" she teased with a wide grin. "My apologies, but seeing you safe and sound is all that matters." Even while imprisoned, Lee Jianghua was still concerned about him. "What on earth did you do to make your mana surge so drastically? You haven't even finished circulating the energy through your body yet." She still affectionately urged him, "Sit down, dear, rest your legs. Now, I'll join you." Lee Seon cut her off. She realized she was getting a bit too worked up and felt embarrassed. "It's fine, it's really fine. I didn't expect you to go this far for me." Lee Jianghua recalled the reason she had been thrown into the cell, the motive behind her confinement. At that time, she had been so agitated that she caused a scene with the elders, requiring 2 people to hold Lee Jianghua back. She kept cursing. "It was you people, wasn't it? You're the ones who did this." She had caused an uproar in the control room, confronting the elders and the eldest brother. She had screamed and scolded everyone. Again, It was happening again, just like always. Lee Jianghua felt remorse for her impulsive actions. I'm sorry, my dear nephew. I thought they had done something strange to you, so I lost my temper and couldn't hold back. Lee Seon was surprised to hear his aunt confess. She had only felt that immense anger, because she thought she wouldn't see him again. Lee Jianghua clutched her own throat, complaining to him as her voice choked up. Lee Seon reminisced about the memories they shared. Pondering, he thought to himself, to be honest, I never fully trusted her before, but I don't know when it happened. I started seeing her as part of my family. He smiled and sighed, yielding to this new feeling. All right, I'll accept that. Lee Seon turned around, preparing to leave, but didn't forget to reassure her. I'll get you out soon, Aunt. Please just wait a little longer. She reached through the bars, waving him over. How will you do that? It's all right, don't push yourself. Lee Seon offered her a healing smile. I won't do anything reckless. You'll be released soon anyway. He closed the cell door, bidding farewell to Lee Jianghua. I'll see you next time. Meanwhile, at the airfield, a plane landed in the middle of the night. Once it docked safely, the boarding stairs were prepared, and a crowd of people lined up to welcome Lee Seon. He stepped off the plane, and his subordinates bowed respectfully. You've arrived, sir. He walked past Baek Waijun, who was bowing deeply. I've kept you waiting. She politely declined. Not at all. The hot spring has been prepared. Please wash up and enjoy your meal. Lee Seon and Lee So-hyun stood silently, listening to the elders. Lee Seon responded to her. Very well. He glanced at everything. After the events at the naming ceremony, I thought I had matured quite a bit. The eyes of father and son accidentally met. Lee Seon had many thoughts, but the distance between himself and his father remained something he couldn't measure. His father's hasty turn made Lee Seon overthink. Our eyes already met, didn't they? Seon walked ahead, speaking vaguely. I always say that those who cannot struggle are unnecessary for this family. But his eyes seemed to be searching for the destination of his own words. Among all of them, only one child carries within them the true desire to conquer. Lee Seon's words shook Lee Seon. Who was he talking to? Is it the eldest brother? He sighed powerlessly. I tried so hard to suppress my emotions, yet he could still read me. Scene transitioned to the banquet hall of Sungmulan. The red carpet was rolled out, and the crowd was buzzing with conversation. Lee Seon chose a small corner in the room, silently surveying the scene. Since this was a rare event at Sungmulan, the scale of the party was far grander than any other naming ceremony. He observed each person. Thanks to memories from his previous life, Lee Seon could recognize them. That person is the youngest tower master ever known. Looking at another, he recognized the director of the Yin-Yang office. No, wait, the deputy director. That was correct. Just then, someone approached, breaking Lee Seon's private space. Excuse me, young master. Butler Choi respectfully invited him. The clan head wishes to see you. Lee Seon, not expecting this, asked again to be sure. My father, you say? Butler Choi replied, yes, please follow me. Lee Seon followed the butler, filled with questions. Why would father call for me alone? I hope it's nothing serious. Just then, out under the starry night sky, he respectfully greeted Lee Seon. Father, you called for me. What is it? Lee Seon looked up, surprised to find someone else besides his father. Standing beside him was his older brother. Lee Seon broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be? Before he could finish his thought, Lee Seon spoke up. I think you already know why I summoned you. He ordered him, tell me the story. I want to hear about the events during this naming ceremony from your perspective, Lee Seon. I discovered an outsider and ordered his arrest. Lee Seon instinctively hunched his shoulders when Lee Seon asked, this was all your plan, wasn't it? He felt guilty and squeezed his eyes shut. I knew father had figured it out. Lee Seon gathered his courage and admitted to his father, yes, that's right. I was the one who proposed a deal with the eldest brother. The condition was that I would have access to the library for 3 days and help the eldest brother avoid the media storm this time. Seon was at a loss with his youngest son and could only handle him with leniency. Considering your contribution to this matter, I will overlook the fact that you reported false information. He warned him one last time, but there will not be a next time. Lee Seon bowed his head to apologize to his father. Yes, I understand. Now it was Lee Myongjong's turn to face judgment. On the contrary, Lee Myongjong, you will receive an appropriate punishment later. Organizing this banquet is your responsibility. Return to your duties. He placed his hand on his chest, listening to his father. Yes, I will do so. Before leaving, Lee Myongjong still offered a gentle, reassuring smile. Lee Seon worriedly looked back at his brother. I wonder if the eldest brother is okay. When his brother left, Seon continued talking to his youngest son. Aside from the false report, your contribution this time belongs to you. You shall receive a reward that I promised, Lee Seon. He was surprised by his father's words. Finally, because you discovered the challenge of combat, I will grant you a reward. Lee Seon expressed his wish. If that's the case, then scene transition, Lee Tessin stood on the podium to give the opening speech for the banquet. Thank you to all the guests who took the trouble to come. I hope that our two children, the protagonists of today's party, will be blessed on the path ahead. You and Lee So-hyun kneel on the red carpet, waiting for him to announce the continuation of the naming ceremony. His deep, warm voice echoes as Lee So-hyun steps forward, smiling as she receives Lee Tessin's words. You were chosen by the sacred sword and shine like the sun. May you always keep to your brilliant path. He grants her the name, So-hyun, meaning to shine eternally. Just then, Lee So-hyun's nameplate is lowered. She joyfully replies, "Thank you, father." Now it is Lee Seon's turn, and his eyes turn sharp. Following that, the entire hall falls silent as he invites the next person. Lee Seon moves forward, rising to stand before him. He also notices the expressions of those around him. Their reactions are no different from the previous selection ceremony, but that doesn't matter. He stands proudly, unbothered by his surroundings, as he listens to Lee Tessin's assessment. You are tough and sharp, yet flexible enough not to break. Like a blacksmith gathering iron from the four corners to forge a single piece, you have also forged yourself. He speaks to him with great seriousness. I cannot find a better word to describe you. Instantly, he snaps his fingers, a sound echoing through the room, and Lee Seon's nameplate is lowered. Therefore, I shall name you Lee Seon. He stands lost in thought before his nameplate. I was once named with the meaning to live as strong as iron. Lee Seon smiles, feeling a flash of pride. But now, that meaning has changed. He places a hand over his left chest. Until I reach the pinnacle of the Sumeran, I will not stop. Lee Seon feels proud of his new name. My name is Lee Seon. He smiles brightly and says to his father, "Thank you." The scene shifts to the Sumeran detention room, a room fully equipped for one person. Yet someone inside is losing their mind, whimpering. Lee Jeonghwa has been locked up for days. Unable to take it anymore, she grabs her head and screams, clutching the iron bars. She shakes them frantically, yelling at the world, desperate to get out. It's so stuffy, so annoying. I couldn't even witness the naming of the kid. Lee Jeonghwa's noise echoes out of the room. They said they'd let me out, so why is it taking so long? The guards nearby are ready to signal for help. Save me. Suddenly, a phone rings, grabbing their attention. After taking the call, the guard enters to see Lee Jeonghwa on the verge of acting like a beast, biting her blanket and shouting to get out. The guard unlocks the bars and tells that crazy person, "You can go now." She freezes, keeping her pose. Huh? Lee Jeonghwa is excited when she hears him say, "Regarding the disciplinary action, we'll inform you later. For now, you are allowed to leave the quarantine zone." She excitedly charges out of this prison-like place, shouting. The guards are terrified and loudly warn her, "Don't kick things around." Suddenly, a voice calls her back. "Wait, hold on a second." Lee Jeonghwa is even happier to see him waiting for her at the door. "Oh, kid," she gasps and asks her beloved nephew. "Don't tell me, did you actually let me out?" He replies, "Yes, that's right." Lee Jeonghwa is bewildered. Huh? How? Before she can finish, he holds a piece of paper in front of her. Lee Jeonghwa opens it to read the information. What is this? Lee Seon reminds her, "You owe me a favor." Lee Jeonghwa continues reading the document. Lee Jeonghwa to hold the position of elder. The more she reads, the more shocked she becomes, and appointed as master to the 9th young master, Lee Seon. He flashes a radiant smile. He holds out his hand to her. "From now on, I look forward to your guidance, master." The scene shifts. Lee Seon adjusts his clothes. Gawa asks him curiously, "So, it starts today, doesn't it?" Seeing him able to dress in traditional attire on his own, she is moved to tears. Lee Seon smiles and replies, "Yes, this is only the beginning." Gawa sniffles. The young master is already 13 years old. Huh. He heads to the door to bid farewell to his nanny. "All right, I'm going." Now, he is the 13-year-old Lee Seon. In the clear, vast space under the bright sky, Lee Seon's voice echoes, "Good." He stands gazing at the school gate. Life as a freshman begins now. Standing in line to gather on the school grounds, there are a few murmurs about him. Hey, isn't that the illegitimate son? That's right, the 9th child, Lee Seon. I heard he caused a scene at the selection ceremony and naming ceremony too. Their words are full of contempt. Must just be luck. After all, he's just an illegitimate son. Getting such results at the naming ceremony based on luck is a bit hard to believe, right? It makes me curious. Lee Seon stands seriously in line, unable to help but pay attention to that foul-mouthed talk. How many times do I have to hear it? Illegitimate son, it's giving me a headache. Suddenly, a whisper sounds near his ear. "Oh, it's the 8th young lady." So, they were talking about Lee Seon. Her elegant aura makes others jealous. She really is a direct descendant of the family. Her presence is totally different. At this moment, she is the 13-year-old Lee Seon. But in Lee Seon's eyes, she is doing something rather strange. He notices how everyone's attitude toward her is completely different from their attitude toward him. The reaction is totally different from mine, huh? Hi. Lee Seon approaches to greet him. Hey, kid. Lee Seon politely replies, hi, long time no see. She awkwardly scratches her neck. About that, you don't hold a grudge about the naming ceremony, right? He asks, confused. The naming ceremony? Lee So-hyun quickly corrects herself. No, the thing I said about being disappointed. Only then does he remember. Oh, there's that too. Lee Seon guesses that if she grows up like this, she'll be no different from a cold-blooded person, but he still has to say nice things to her. It's fine, I don't mind. Lee So-hyun is relieved and wants him to confirm again. Really? Really? She laughs innocently. That's good. You were a bit petty, you know? Lee Seon's face darkens, annoyed by her words. He wants to call out that pettiness. Lee So-hyun is still curious about many things. She asks him, I heard you're studying with the little miss, and you even went into the great library, right? He is just about to explain that, when a shout rings out, announcing, everyone, attention. The instructors line up neatly. The person in the middle announces, we will now conduct the class sorting. When called, freshmen must gather in front of the instructors in lines. Lee Seon starts to feel restless. What should I do? It's getting tense now. If I get placed in a bad class, I'm screwed. He sighs, feeling helpless. That reaction is understandable. The training period for students is 3 years, so class placement is very important. Each level has 5 classes. More elite students will be placed in higher classes. The instructor's voice rings out. He approaches Lee So-hyun. Young lady Lee So-hyun, Class 1. Congratulations. She happily accepts the admission paper. Thank you. Lee Seon is lost in his own thoughts. Lee So-hyun got into Class 1 as expected. The instructor's voice cuts his thoughts short. She happily accepted the acceptance letter and thanked Lee Seon. Lost in thought, Lee So-hyun realized she had made it into the first class, just as expected. The instructor's voice abruptly cut through her train of thought. Next up, young master Lee Seon stepped forward to receive his assignment notice. Here you go. Oh, thank you. Lee Seon took the paper and read the information on it. He didn't forget to glance at the others' faces. Their expressions of annoyance were blatantly obvious. He had already predicted where he would be sent. He knew it would be like this, but he hadn't expected them to play their dirty tricks so shamelessly. Lee Seon seemed quite satisfied with the class he was assigned to, Class 5, also known as the dumping ground, where all the repeaters and rejects were gathered. It was all orchestrated by Baek Hwa-jun. Her influence was growing increasingly dangerous. The distribution of students into classes for lineal descendants was based on the results of the naming ceremony, but the council evaluation lay entirely in the hands of the Elder Council and Lady Baek Hwa-jun. Everything was perhaps going exactly according to Lee Seon's plan. They thought they had disadvantaged him, but on the contrary, these things were actually better for him, saving him the effort. Just then, a proctor approached to guide him. Young Master Lee Seon, Class 5 is this way. Lee Seon quickly turned to follow him. Understood. I'm coming. He glanced at Lee So-hyun, who was standing nearby. Her expression looked a bit angry. She was fuming, ready to explode. Why are you like this? Aren't you going to lodge a complaint immediately? Lee Seon was amused by her reaction. Oh, look at that face. Just by looking at her, I can tell if I don't do something. That brat will take matters into her own hands. He wasn't very concerned, but this matter was still on his mind, so he waved at her. Big sister, I'm actually totally fine with it. Lee Seon returned to his plan. Right now, there were more important and essential problems that needed to be solved. Damn it, Class 5. Will I even be able to graduate? The other kids were also making a scene. What should I tell my father? I can't be in Class 5. My family will die of laughter. He felt helpless with the Team 5 students. The teachers here were truly disappointing. Why does the student of Sungmulan have an attitude like this? Suddenly, a student approached him to chat. You are the youngest son of the main family, right? Lee Seon replied, That's right. That boy looked happy. As expected. I've really wanted to greet you. He smiled and introduced himself. I am Kim Lee Seon, the son of a small forge that takes contracts from Sungmulan. It is an honor to study alongside you, young master. Lee Seon was surprised. He was searching through his memories of relationships from his past life. Kim Lee Seon, in his previous life, he had no memory of this guy at all. Lee Seon wondered, why me? Kim Lee Seon was innocently trying to get to know him. You are such a prominent figure, so I have always considered you my idol. Looking at that naive face, Lee Seon let his guard down. You're not lying, are you? Kim Lee Seon, right? He asked Lee Seon. What do you think about being put in class 5? The boy answered innocently. I suppose my current ability is only at that level. But the boy's gaze was determined. Who knows what will happen in the future? Lee Seon was surprised by Lee Seon's reaction. The boy's optimism impressed Lee Seon. He gave a slight smile. Following Lee Seon and feeling the boy's pure, cheerful nature, Lee Seon made his choice. You're in. His words left Lee Seon confused. As they entered the classroom, old friends enthusiastically greeted Lee Seon. Great to see you. Rookie, we're counting on you. The boy standing in the middle was a student, 15 years old, named Choi In-ha. The classmates were still bewildered, not understanding what was going on. Let's work hard together. That's right, if there is anything you don't know, feel free to ask. A round of applause cut through the excitement. Greetings are done, everyone pay attention. Lee Jung-ho tapped his chest lightly and introduced himself. I am Lee Jung-ho, the instructor in charge of Class 5. Today, since we have new students joining, there won't be any lessons. Just a brief introduction. This man was the instructor in charge of Class 5, a grade 5 warrior, Lee Jung-ho. He stood from afar, watching quietly. He still looked as full of passion and determination as before. In his previous life, he had even given him private tutoring because he couldn't keep up. He always maintained a gentle attitude toward his students. All right, the introduction ends here. In-ha, you guide the rest for the new students. Choi In-ha warmly accepted. Yes, instructor. He waved his hand in a friendly way to greet them. Welcome, new students. Although I'm a bit embarrassed, because I've been a repeater for 2 years, I'm still serving as your second-year class president. The friends around were chatting noisily, but only Lee Seon and Lee Seon were listening attentively. Everyone, you've been standing a long time. You must be tired. Whoever wants to sit, feel free. Now, we will choose a class president. Even though they were students, there were times they would be put into real combat. Choi In-ha calmly pointed out every issue. So the class president is almost like a team captain for a martial artist team. Unlike the instructors who are only responsible for training and teaching according to the curriculum, the class president can be seen as the person in charge of everything else in the class. A classmate raised his hand, wondering, so, how is the class president chosen? At this moment, Lee Seon suddenly remembered. Ah, I forgot to explain. I don't know about other classes, but here we will hold a small match, then cast votes to elect the class president. Choi In-ha clasped his hands and smiled broadly at everyone. Great, so let's start the match now. Since this is a friendly match, you are not allowed to use magic power. After each match, there will be time to rest. Suddenly, a low voice spoke up. Are you serious? His whole body was drenched in sweat from anxiety. Young Master Lee Seon, do you have any dissatisfaction? Lee Seon gritted out every word. Everything. Everything you all are doing and everything you have said. He slowly lifted the sword from the rack. Wake up. This is Sang Mulan. If you want to play student, don't come to this academy. Go to a normal school in a safe zone. Choi In-ha nervously denied it. Your words are a bit excessive. We just wanted to resolve this peacefully. The sword tip was slammed down, causing the floor tiles to crack. Talking like this, you clearly don't understand, do you? Lee Seon pressed his hands on the sword hilt and spoke firmly in a challenging tone. Come up here, one by one. From now on, I will fight all of you. He gripped the sword hilt tightly in his hand, trying to open his mouth wide to get more air into his lungs. The classmates were lying on the ground, groaning. Please, spare us. Choi In-ha was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. I can't believe it. How many people has he taken down by himself? Suddenly, being called made him flinch slightly. Choi In-ha. Lee Seon widened his eyes at him. Hurry up and call the next person. Choi In-ha fearfully and reluctantly nodded. The pressure was truly terrifying. This is the final match. Lee Seon slung the sword over his shoulder and chuckled. Oh, is that so? He raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Let's go. Choi In-ha. Both of them charged directly at each other with their swords. Two swords clashed violently, creating powerful sounds. While Choi In-ha was still lost in thought, Lee Seon used his strength to knock his sword away. Why is he going so far? This was a match with no rewards and no value. It was just a practice match in the academy, after all. Lee Seon's desperate, breathless appearance made Choi In-ha was puzzled. He didn't even have the strength to land a serious blow anymore. He grit his teeth in frustration, thinking, I know exactly what you're doing. Choi In-ha seized the moment and slashed at Lee Seon's side. I was like you once, too desperate to win at any cost. Lee Seon nimbly twisted his body and dodged the attack. I used to think compromise was just another way of living. I thought accepting reality and growing up was the right thing to do. Choi In-ha looked back in confusion. But I want to win. I crave victory to the point of madness. Seeing an opening, Lee Seon swung his sword. I win. He landed a blow right on the hilt of Choi In-ha's sword. He successfully knocked the sword out of his hand. The moment the blade hovered above him, Choi In-ha realized he was in danger. Choi In-ha fell to his knees on the ground, clutching his injured arm in pain. Lee Seon was panting heavily. Take him to the infirmary. His next words made Lee Seon widen his eyes in surprise. It's not over yet, Choi In-ha. Choi In-ha grabbed his sword and recklessly slashed forward. It's not over yet. Lee Seon deflected the blow and analyzed the situation. Fighting with your left hand because your right is injured. Huh. Choi In-ha's pupils dilated, filled with a rare, competitive spirit. His gaze was completely different from before. Lee Seon had managed to knock his arm away with just one blow. No, it's over. Lee Seon gripped the hilt with both hands, his eyes locked on a single point, and delivered a strike to Choi In-ha's stomach. The blow made him double over in agony. Choi In-ha's eyes rolled back, and foam bubbled from his mouth. In an instant, Choi In-ha collapsed to the ground. Lee Seon stood there, completely unscathed. Other students gathered around to help him up. Take him away. Lee Seon took a steady step forward. I lived 1 second as if it were an hour. 1 hour, as if it were a year. He stepped onto the stone platform and shouted down at them. Who wouldn't want to live an easy, comfortable life? But if I don't fight with my life on the line every second of every minute, I'll lose everything in the end. That's why, even when I breathe, I fight. I fight against myself and everything around me. The students below stood up. Lee Seon slowly clenched his fist and shouted powerfully. That is what you call a struggle. Lee Jung-ho approached from a distance and reprimanded him. You went too far. 4 of them have broken bones. 3 have internal injuries. He lowered his head and squeezed his eyes shut. If you want to survive in Jungmulan, you at least have to know how to laugh in the face of those wounds, he explained. Those kids all have their own reasons. Lee Seon's voice carried a cold intensity that made Lee Jung-ho nervous. Instructor Lee Jung-ho, even the students have figured it out. Do you really have to explain it to the instructor, too? He brushed past him. People like you are rare in Jungmulan. Lee Seon is a good person. Lee Jung-ho stood frozen, letting Lee Seon's back gradually disappear into the distance. But they are students of Jungmulan. If they head down the wrong path, I should be the one to pull them back, even if it means playing the villain. He was a bit unhappy and quietly clenched his fist. Just do your duty. From the angle beneath the dome, the sky today was strangely clear. Scene change. Lee Seon arrived at class while it was still dark. My whole body hurts, he was busy complaining when he suddenly froze. I pushed myself too hard yesterday. The students in the class were lined up strictly in the yard. Even though some felt hostile or uncomfortable, no one tried to run away or turn back. They looked at him with determined eyes. If they were still scared like yesterday, there would be no hope left, but it seemed they were not. Lee Seon walked past each one of them, his mind filled with 1,000 thoughts. He's here, that trash. Someone behind him called out happily. Young master, you've arrived. Seeing Lee Seon arrive, Lee Seon also greeted him warmly. You're early. He scratched his head and laughed foolishly. Yes, I was afraid I performed too poorly in front of you yesterday. We're still just students. Being incompetent is natural. The bruise on Lee Seon's face was still dark, but he acted as if nothing was wrong and chatted happily. He suddenly switched to a polite tone. Young master, if you don't mind, could I ask you a question? Lee Seon accepted it quite comfortably. Sure, feel free to ask. Lee Seon clenched his fist, looking very determined. What do I have to do to be as strong as you? Lee Seon excitedly pointed to his temple. First of all, I'm not qualified to teach anyone yet, but you have a good eye, or perhaps a sharp intuition. The more he explained, Lee Seon became more astonished, his eyes and mouth wide open. Yesterday, you dodged my attacks 3 times in a row, didn't you? Use that to your advantage. I think you're better suited for technique than raw strength. If you bet your life on training what you already have, one day you'll be different. Lee Seon stammered for a long time before he could finish his sentence. Thank you. A strange voice echoed, making Lee Seon instinctively turn around. Greetings, young master. Choi In-ha appeared with his arm in a cast. You look pathetic. You can't even train in this state, can you? He sighed helplessly. If I decide to quit, will you leave me alone? You're just going to say more stuff about fighting and call me a coward, right? Choi In-ha walked quickly past him. I just didn't want to hear those words anymore, so I came out here. He smiled in satisfaction and thought to himself, You've changed, haven't you? The sky was still covered in darkness, but the training yard was extremely lively. Assemble. Jungmu, Ho stood above and raised his voice. 4 on medical leave, 5 absent without reason. That leaves 11 people in total. Seeing the state of the kids made him worry. Everyone looked exhausted. The students hung their heads and said nothing, unlike their usual active selves. Moreover, the atmosphere was different. Just because of one predator, the students were this tense? Lee Jung-ho pretended not to care about the strange atmosphere and continued the announcement. We were supposed to have a basic physical fitness test today, but considering the current situation, he seemed to have made up his mind, clenching his fist. I'm changing the plan. Lee Jung-ho stood among the students and shouted loudly, "Start the physical fitness test right now." By the time the sky had completely brightened, the students were slumped on the ground, panting. The physical fitness test is over. From now on, it's free training, overseen by the class monitor. Lee Seon, though still able to stand, was sighing in boredom. 10 hours just for a physical fitness test. I'm a bit tired, too. Very quickly, he adjusted his mood, but he couldn't stop thinking. He walked up the steps, ignoring the students behind him who were whispering to each other, "Hey, the instructor seems a bit unusual today." He climbed the stairs step by step, ignoring the students whispering behind him. "The instructor seems a bit unusual today, doesn't he?" One student quickly chimed in, guessing it was because of yesterday's match. He said, "So many people got hurt. If this were the old days, he definitely would have let us rest." A voice cut through their conversation. "Pay attention." Lee Seon stood above them, speaking clearly. No need for introductions. "I'm Lee Seon, your squad leader, Choi In-ha." Choi In-ha's eyes widened, staring at the person standing up there. Just like Choi In-ha had said yesterday, Kim Lee Seon looked at him with eyes full of admiration. "Listen up. The squad leader has full authority to decide everything, aside from the instructor's orders." One guy gritted his teeth in anger while he was speaking. "My training sessions will be extremely brutal. Those who can keep up, follow me. For those who can't, I have no intention of dragging you along." A student frowned, unhappy. "What an annoying guy." He was a 5th-class student, Kimbo-san. Lee Seon wrapped things up by slamming the tip of his sword into the ground. "If you're not satisfied with me, feel free to challenge me. Just land one hit on me, and I'll step down as squad leader." He pointed decisively. "All right, no more talk. Start right now. Fight the person next to you." The scene transitions, the sun climbs higher, and only a few students remain on the field, busy catching their breath. In the end, only 6 people were left standing. Everyone else had given up halfway. The students couldn't move even a single finger. "Stop. That's enough for today. Dismissed. You all did well." The students started gathering again to badmouth Lee Seon. "That damn brat, I'm suffering like this all because of him. I really can't stand that brat. What is the point of this?" Another student criticized him angrily. "I have no intention of following that kind of logic." Even though he couldn't catch his breath, Kim Lee Seon shouted, "Cut it out." He raised his fist, clenching his teeth. "Honestly, I feel so frustrated. Even though he's exhausted too, we couldn't even land a single hit on him." A student saw Choi In-ha looking dejected and asked, "Hey, In-ha, what do you think?" Another student added, "We were so happy last year, weren't we? Or do you think Choi In-ha, looking tired, cut him off? Happy enough to get held back a year?" The other student was surprised. "What? Choi In-ha?" He tried to stand up and explain vaguely, "If I don't change this time, I'll really live like a loser. Even if I get my arms or legs broken, I want to try just once. I really, really want to." The students just stood there in silence, listening to him blame himself. "You all know it, too, that brat." "No. I mean, you all understand what he's trying to do, right?" The students just silently watched Choi In-ha walk away. Even though he could barely stand, he was incredibly determined. "I'll try to fight. This might really be the last time. So, wake up. Don't resist in vain or pretend you don't know anymore." Time slipped away to a beautiful day at the laboratory, accompanied by the sound of cold machinery. "Hey, kid, change your form." Lee Seon was sitting motionless on a chair with his eyes closed. In his hand, he held a spark of blue fire. The flame burned brightly 1 second and flickered out the next. "Stop, that's enough." Lee Jeonghwa pulled at her hair, frustrated. "Failed again. Every time I try to create aura, the form collapses." She kept pointing at the paper, annoyed. "I didn't expect this problem to pop up after reaching 3 stars. Lee Seon raised his hand and waved it a bit. If only there were records of how the ancients used magic power, that would be great. He sat motionless in his chair, lost in thought. If it's the memory of the infinite, but I still haven't been able to read the next memory. Regardless, the trip to the library had unexpected gains. Since ancient times, humans have had to fight against those dark things. That thing was covered in black mist, making the monsters terrified. Even the mighty generals of the kingdom were defeated. That black mist lurked in the deep mountains. Countless heroes sealed it at the northern demon mountain. The king granted land to honor those feats. The heroes, grateful for the king's grace, created a sword they forged by hand, which was like an enlightenment for humanity. At that time, they named it Infinite. Lee Seon clenched his fist. Finding information about the Infinite was a huge win. Lee Jianghua's mood suddenly changed. Lee Seon, it's unusual. Regardless, you've touched aura. Entering the 3-star stage on your own is truly impressive. She looked at him affectionately. The problem that's currently at a standstill will be solved soon, too. Actually, the amplification technique and the conversion technique are almost perfected by you. Lee Seon buttoned his shirt and replied, "Yes, thank you for teaching me every time." He looked at Lee Jianghua with sparkling eyes and added, "By the way, teacher, once I reach 3 stars, what will I learn next?" She picked up a pen and explained slowly, "You will learn how to use aura arts and aura skills, but mastering them will take a lot of time." Lee Jianghua excitedly awaited, but Lee Seon shared with her, "Hey, how is the student training course going? You always look so tired." He let out a sigh. It's normal." Lee Jianghua beamed, looking forward to it. "Is that so? If it's difficult, let me lend you a hand." Lee Seon was startled. "Huh? How do you plan to help?" Lee Jianghua placed her hand on her chest and confidently declared, "You'll know soon enough. Just trust me." Very quickly, he looked blank, feeling a bit of regret. Hearing "trust me" already makes me worried. A light breeze blew through her hair. Lee Jianghua floated slightly. "Today, there will be a special lecture on magic. Everyone, fix your uniforms and hold your positions." She wore a proper white doctor's coat, standing before the class. "This is Elder Lee Jianghua, a researcher from the Magic Tower." Lee Jiangho pointed at her, reminding everyone, "Clap your hands." Lee Jianghua rubbed her face and giggled a few times. "I'm so embarrassed." She picked up a piece of chalk and winked at the students. "I don't like dragging things out, so let's start the lecture right away." Seeing Lee Jianghua excitedly rambling on the podium made him. A thought crossed his mind. It seems she's starting to enjoy teaching more and more. She clapped her hands together, making a loud sound. Well, the boring part of the lecture is over. Lee Jianghua's mood was so excited she was practically glowing. "From now on, it's the fun part. I will show you." The upgraded version of the iron wire technique developed by the Research Institute. Lee Jiangho was extremely confused. "Huh? Isn't the lesson over already?" Lee Jianghua rolled up her sleeves and said loudly, "What are you talking about? The main part starts now. Everyone, sit in your seats properly. I'll only demonstrate this once, so you must focus." Lee Seon, who was pushed by her, was also bewildered. "What is going on?" Lee Jianghua stood behind him, rambling on. "Usually, direct descendants get this kind of support at the academy, but I've got nothing. That's why I'm pushing myself a little harder." It was as if she could feel his warmth, and she smiled. "Thank you, teacher." "All right, good." Lee Jianghua patted his back a few times to reassure him. "If you follow the theory, your power will double." "Isn't that great?" Lee Seon took a deep breath, regaining his composure. "Yes, you're amazing, teacher." Lee Jung-ho kept clapping, urging the students on. "Everyone, pay attention. From now on, we'll continue sparring by directly applying the magic taught by the elder. Everyone, find your opponent." Lee Seon turned around instinctively when he heard the call. "My lord, will you be my opponent?" Choi In-hao was already holding her sword, speaking first. "I won't go easy on you." She pointed her sword toward him excitedly. "It's an honor to spar with you. I'll let you take the first strike." Seeing the two children rushing at each other with such intensity, Lee Jianghua exclaimed, "My kid is quite ruthless." She watched intently, unable to look away. "It's just like me when I was young." Suddenly, whispering from behind caught Lee Jianghua's attention. "Honestly, I can't stand that brat." Some students were huddled together, whispering, "Even if he's just a second son and gets discriminated against, he's totally different from us. His physique is different, and he even unlocked his ability. We were different from the very start." Another student pointed with disgust. "Exactly. We've been trying our best, but what does he know?" Lee Jianghua suddenly appeared behind them, making them jump in surprise. "Hey, you guys," the students were startled, stammering. "Huh. My lady, you haven't left yet." Lee Jianghua leaned in close to that student. "Just now, don't tell me you were talking about my kid, about your disciple." Fear gripped the students' hearts at her expression. They bowed immediately, apologizing. "We're sorry. We were speaking out of turn." Lee Jianghua was seething with rage. "What do you think you know to dare say such things about that child?" The students were trembling. "Please, forgive us." Another student stepped forward to challenge her. "Doesn't the young master know nothing as well?" Kim Bo-song greeted Lee Jianghua with a dissatisfied attitude. "We've also worked very hard, but we're treated like we're nothing every time. Growing up in different environments means the differences are natural, right?" Lee Jianghua turned away coldly. "Do you really know nothing?" He was stunned. "Ah," she gave Kim Bo-song a meaningful look. "Actually, it might be better if you didn't know. If you knew how different one day in that child's life is from yours, you would realize your own lives are nothing but child's play. Kim Bo-sung clenched his fists until the veins popped out. After all, what makes that second son so different, anyway? He gritted his teeth, determined. Fine, that's enough. I'll show you. The sun was at its peak by then. That's it for today's training session. Kim Bo-seung frowned slightly, glancing to the side. He stared at Lee Seon, who was resting, with eyes full of jealousy. What's the difference? They keep shouting, struggle, struggle, but in the end, it's just because he's naturally gifted compared to us. A group of students approached Kim Bo-seung, whispering, "Are you still saying you want to stalk the youngest? That second son?" Today, that student looked at him worriedly. "But is it okay to just wander around the family's estate like this?" Kim Bo-seung replied with certainty, "We're disciples, so it's fine. Besides, we aren't going anywhere dangerous, and that second son doesn't even live in the main estate area." His eyes held an indescribable determination. "I can't let him keep overshadowing me like this. Today, I will see it with my own eyes." The sky gradually turned dark, and outside the buildings, silence had long since fallen. Kim Bo-seung and the other students hid behind a wall, waiting. He's been in the research building for so long. It's already 9 o'clock at night. The mushroom-haired disciple wiped his nose, annoyed. "Kim Bo-seung, let's go home. The training during the day has already made me sleepy." Another student added, "I'm exhausted, too." The student sitting in the middle agreed. "All right, besides, who knows what that second son is doing in there anyway?" Seeing the other students waving goodbye one by one, Kim Bo-seung felt contempt. Weaklings. As soon as he saw Lee Seon step out, he became excited. "He's out." Lee Seon rubbed his body, trying to console himself. "Come on, let's go." Kim Bo-seung followed Lee Seon's every step in secret. Finally, he returned home. He pushed the door open and entered a different building, which surprised him. That's the training ground reserved for the main lineage. He shouldn't be able to enter there. Strange sounds came from inside the building. Everyone outside heard it and was shocked. The mushroom-haired disciple was confused. "What's that sound?" The student next to him was also skeptical. "Training sounds?" The student behind them frowned and advised, "Kim Bo-seung, it seems like that young master is truly formidable. Let's stop." The young master wasn't wrong about anything. That disciple kept rambling. "We should also try as hard as Inha." Kim Bo-seung interrupted, furious. "I never skip individual training. There's no difference at all." The two students following him looked at each other for a second. No one dared to say another word. Kim Bo-seung just stood silently, watching the two disciples leave. "What's the difference between me and that second son?" The other two friends left awkwardly. "Well, sorry. We're heading back first." Kim Bo-seung hid to the side, observing Lee Seon, who was taking a break. "I will definitely prove that I'm not wrong." He continued walking through the dark hallway. Kim Bo-seung followed every step, trying not to be detected. Only when he saw Lee Seon enter the building did he get a little excited. Finally home. From behind, a light shone toward Kim Bo-seung. "Hey, who's there?" "Stop. Night guard." He pulled his hat up to see the person in front more clearly. "What? Is this a disciple?" The guard shone the flashlight on him, examining him. "Young Master Lee Seon, even though he walks around at this hour every night, I didn't expect him to bring a disciple along." Kim Bo-seung was inwardly startled. Every night, he raised both hands, trying to find an excuse that I have some business. The guard, losing patience, urged him. "According to the rules, this is not allowed. Go back immediately." Kim Bo-seung slowly lowered his hands, his eyes still peeking behind. Seeing the light from the second floor of Lee Seon's building was still on, he wondered, "The light is still on? It's already 2 in the morning." Kim Bo-seung turned away, muttering, "Well, then, I wish you luck." At that moment, he didn't hesitate, just turned and walked away. "Let's go." The sky gradually brightened. On the horizon, the sun hadn't yet appeared. Only a faint early morning light remained. The next morning, 5 o'clock. The training ground reserved for Class 5. Kim Bo-seung closed his eyes and rubbed his head, exhausted. "Just as I thought, I stayed out too late yesterday." He slowly lowered his hand, his face looking extremely startled by the sight before him. Lee Seon, who had arrived earlier, was lazily rubbing his shoulders. He looked truly exhausted, even with his innate talent and the abundant mana of the main lineage. But could a 13-year-old child really handle a life where he only sleeps 3 to 4 hours a day? Remembering yesterday, when I still had time to lounge on the sofa, I felt ashamed. And what about me? When I get home, I usually watch TV or play games to relax. He actually approached Lee Seon without a hint of envy for the first time. I also train on my own, but I still get enough sleep, and rest and play properly. Lee Seon looked up at him, skeptical. "What is it?" Lee Seon frowned slightly when he heard Kim Bo-seung's question. "Aren't you tired?" A second later, he replied with a question that made Kim Bozong freeze. So, you were among those watching me yesterday, weren't you? Suddenly, the boy poured his heart out, leaving Lee Seon speechless. That's right. Young master, you are from the main lineage, so you have support and your starting point is different. And besides, he recounted sincerely, I've been living like this since I was little. Before joining the student squad, my sleep time was a bit longer. Not getting enough sleep is, of course, tiring. Kim Bosong hung his head in shame. Then why? Why would you go that far? Lee Seon stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said softly, You already know the answer. He reluctantly bowed his head, his lips trembling from trying to keep them pressed shut. After Lee Seon's back faded into the distance, Kim Bo-seong cursed under his breath. Damn it. Lee Tessin, holding his sword, stood still in the grand hall, focusing his mind. Someone entered from outside, catching his attention. At the family's main hall, Steward Choi brought over a stack of papers. Master, the documents for the mission you assigned have been processed. Lee Tessin reached out. Let me see. He picked up each page and looked at it carefully. This is still not enough. These are level 7 and 8 dungeons. With the current level of the student squad, it will be very dangerous. Lee Tessin turned to look at the steward, voicing his worries. Food and weapons can be stockpiled, but people cannot. Now, I need to create people who can survive. The steward bowed slightly, as if he understood. I understand. I will handle it according to your instructions. Then, he hesitated for a moment before daring to continue. Besides that, there is one more matter to report. A silence hung over the hall. A second later, Lee Tessin spoke. The youngest did that. Huh. Thinking of the child, but not the same as that child, he exclaimed. That kid has had a different look in his eyes since he was little. The eyes of someone who has been stripped of everything, beaten down to the very bottom. Lee Tessin looked at his own fist, troubled. But leading people and changing them is a completely different matter. He handed the stack of documents back to Steward Choi, not forgetting to instruct. Adjust the test content a little bit. Coincidentally, the 8th child is in the same class. Raise the level for the entire student squad. He quickly took them. Yes, I understand. Lee Tessin wore an enigmatic smile. Does that kid really have the quality to lead people? This time, I will examine him thoroughly. Early in the morning at the training ground reserved for the 5th class, Lee Jung-ho walked in with curiosity. The sight before his eyes made him stare, wide-eyed. Lost. Give up. Damn it, it's not over yet. The students were lined up neatly, jogging around the yard. These kids, it's the weekend, and they're out here this early. Some other students were sparring, which made Lee Jung-ho feel a bit relieved. Well, then I don't need to call them together. A student accidentally turned around and saw Jung-ho. Instructor, you're here. He praised them. Working hard even on the weekend, huh? Lee Jung-ho approached the student, lowering his voice to instruct. If anyone isn't here yet, go call them back. I have an announcement to deliver. The kid hurried to do as told. Yes. After everyone had gathered, he said sternly, Announcement. Although it is a bit sudden, the first quarter evaluation schedule has been moved up. Lee Jung-ho was very cheerful as he broke the good news to the students. Therefore, I have decided to grant you a 1-week break. Consider this your last day off and rest well. He still had something to say, but suddenly stopped. Finally, seeing the students, despite being covered in injuries, were still very enthusiastic, making Jung-ho very satisfied. I don't need to remind you that even on break, you must maintain minimum training, right? He shouted loudly to the class. I believe you know how to take care of yourselves. You've worked hard. Everyone replied in unison, very loudly. Lee Seon bowed his head, lost in thought. Suddenly, getting a break like this with the quarterly evaluation moved up, is this really okay? Feeling someone behind him, he looked up. Why haven't you all left yet? Kim Lee Seon smiled brightly. We're just looking at you, young master. Choi In-ha glanced at Lee Seon, probing. What does the young master plan to do during this break? He replied vaguely, leaving the other students stunned. A break is personal time for everyone. Why ask me? His next sentence made them even more bewildered, their mouths agape. When you need to rest, just rest. I don't intend to force you during the break. They began whispering to each other. I didn't expect to hear these words from the young master. Honestly, we thought the young master would force us into hellish training. It was like, is there really someone planning to rest? Then, forcing the whole group into an intensive training session, seeing them openly bad-mouthing him to his face made Lee Seon frown in annoyance. Why don't you say it louder? What do you think of me? Then he made a suggestion that made the whole group jump in fear. So during this break, should we try like the first day again? Lee Seon sighed helplessly. When you need to rest, rest. Resting is important too. I know, even if I tell you to rest, you won't just sit around doing nothing. Just take care of yourselves. Rest well, and see you after the break. He had barely turned away when the whole class behind him cheered in excitement. It was a beautiful day at Lee Jianghwa's research room. Lee Jianghua, unsatisfied, questioned him sternly. I heard we get a break, but I have a ton of research to do. She had been forced by Lee Seon to read books and was even criticized, when clearly, a moment ago, she was still playing with her phone, looking at random stuff. Lee Jianghua shouted angrily, Random stuff? I was reading. Choi In-ha had been recognized by the family head, and even her leukemia was cured. Lee Seon was curious. Wait, what exactly are you looking at? He lowered his voice, addressing another issue. About that, was the quarterly evaluation moved up really by my father's order? Lee Jianghua nodded in confirmation. The order was sent directly. He hung his head, falling into a panicked dark void. Then this exam will be more brutal than imagined. Right now, I'm stuck at the Manhwa wall, and I want to overcome it. Maybe I need to keep searching for the next memory of unending. Thinking back to that time, Lee Seon failed, and it left him feeling so discouraged because he couldn't read the memory. It means something is still missing. I tried to improve it to see if I could unlock the next memory, but I didn't succeed. While Lee Seon wasn't paying attention, the stack of documents beside him wobbled. It seemed he had no choice but to keep searching for a way. Suddenly, the whole stack of paper collapsed to the floor. What the? Be careful. All the documents scattered across the floor. I told you to tidy this place up. As he was picking them up, he suddenly caught sight of something. What is this? That research document talked about harmony. The decisive difference between ancient and modern martial arts lies in their intended goal. One could surmise that back then human technology focused on fighting monsters. Lee Seon intently read the research, analyzing the goal. I guess Trukma bamboo demon technique is the same. The original Trukma was an excessive technique. Suddenly, he jumped up, making Seo-hyun stop eating. Huh? What's wrong, kid? Lee Seon rushed off somewhere, not forgetting to say goodbye. Ma'am, I understand now. I'll explain later. I have to get to the training ground immediately. Seo-hyun was still bewildered, not understanding a thing, when the documents on the desk flew everywhere. She looked at Lee Seon, who was disappearing like a gust of wind, and shouted, That damn brat. A blue light enveloped the sword. A hand gently reached out and grabbed the hilt. Lee Seon gripped the sword tightly and took a stance. Now, try to imagine the opponent. He slowly closed his eyes, trying to focus his mind. In Lee Seon's mind, something pitch black and massive appeared. A being larger than me, a monster of a different species than humans, a giant monstrosity, a technique that ignores efficiency, no consecutive strikes, no conserving energy, no dodging or parrying. The more he focused, the more blue energy the sword absorbed. Flashy things that lack destructive power or are only meant to trick the opponent are useless. Lee Seon's gravity suddenly shifted, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack. The clear objective of Trukma, a loud explosion rang out and dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Lee Seon leaped up, holding the glowing sword high in his hand, ready to kill the monster. In the path of the blade was a massive monster pitch black with many tentacles underneath. He slashed once, accurately slicing the monster in half. The sword emitted a powerful light, and Lee Seon's entire body was also enveloped in that light. Smoke rose continuously. A light breeze blew through Lee Seon's hair. He stood frozen in the smoke. The whole space fell into silence. At that moment, a wisp of black smoke wrapped around the sword. All right. The darkness gradually swallowed Lee Seon, but he kept his eyes wide open, waiting. Now then, what will appear? As the darkness slowly faded, Lee Seon looked around, bewildered. Where is this? A hazy campus appeared before his eyes. The training ground? How is it exactly the same as when I first received Unending? Why does the perspective change only when I read Unending's memories? Lee Seon hid behind a pillar, startled when he saw something. A warrior was fighting inside. That person is the one from the previous Unending memory. That speed is terrifying. Lee Seon's pupils dilated in shock. Huh? What was that? A second ago, he had a sword in his hand, and the next, it turned into a spear. Seeing the aura around him acting strangely, he concluded, when the weapon changes, the aura changes with it very quickly. The weapon in his hand turned into an axe again. It's not that his aura changed. It's that Unending is altering the aura. Lee Seon's eyes couldn't keep up with the person's movements. Change the method again? The warrior paused for a moment to chat with someone. Stop peeking at others' training. The other person asked curiously. Ever since you got it, have you named those techniques yet? The warrior shook his head. Not yet. Actually, it's not even at the level to be called a technique. The other person suggested. Then let me name it. How about 10,000 changes? Lee Seon quickly hid when he saw them stir. The warrior suddenly spoke in a cold tone. Hey, you lead someone here. The more the other person denied it, the more anxious Lee Seon became. Me? No way. The space seemed to tear open. Something just flashed by, causing everything to be disturbed. The two of them started sparring again, intending to test their skills. Why would I lead someone here? Lee Seon peeked out to watch. He caught a glimpse of that person's hair blowing in the wind. Lee Seon looked very closely at the cold face of the newcomer. Those eyes and that hair color. When he clearly saw that person's identity, he recognized the characteristics of the main line of the Sung family. The pitch-black darkness of the sky blanketed the vast forest. At that same time, a car was speeding along. Lee Seon rested his chin on his hand, looking out the window toward the distance with a stream of thoughts running through his mind. This scene is no different from the future or the past. A gray, slightly old wall lay hidden in the middle of the forest, looking quite strange and mysterious. The wall separated the safe zone from the dangerous zone. Long ago, a giant crack appeared near the Pacific Ocean, a mysterious space that humans had never formally explored. And from that place, monsters never seen before spilled out. Humans had been fighting monsters for a long time to reclaim territory, but there were still unexplored lands. These places were called unexplored zones or dangerous zones. He kept his old habit of resting his hand on his chin, pondering everything, asking a dozen difficult, challenging questions in his head. Meanwhile, a curious voice rang in his ear. People have been saying lately that the walls have divided the boundary between the safe zone and the dangerous zone. Right, Kim? Lee Seon spoke up, breaking the silence. He smiled brightly with his eyes closed. The closer we get to the dangerous zone, the more desolate the scenery becomes. He replied quickly. But regardless, we are still inside the wall, so the level of destruction is only to that extent. The reclaimed villages near the dangerous zone had a level of civilization that was very backward. He remembered his difficult past life with a helpless and somewhat stifling expression. I lived there for a while in my past life to hide. The car sped past the city wall at an incredibly high speed. Everyone, stay alert. The wheels braked suddenly. A mysterious voice rang out because from now on, where we are entering. As the wheels stopped, everyone stepped out of the car one by one. Lee Seon looked closely ahead. It was an incompletely explored dungeon. Immediately after, the supervising instructor called out to the members. The face of instructor Lee Jung-ho had no unnecessary expressions. It was both serious and authoritative. Assemble. We will establish a base here. Check your necessary supplies, then begin the test. Lee Seon and the students quickly gathered. Everyone wore a stern look on their faces. Everyone listened seriously to the instructions and directions from the supervising instructor. The escorts only have the duty of protecting this base. From now on, you'll have to look after yourselves. Lee Jung-ho patted his chest to reassure the little ones, finally showing a hint of emotion as he struck his chest lightly, his gaze resolute, speaking with a clear and firm voice. But I'm not worried. He looked at his disciples with a resolute gaze. I will support you as much as I can. Listen up, everyone. As the instructors at this base, I want you to show us everything you've prepared up to this point. The students responded in unison, their voices echoing with fierce determination. It was so grand it felt like it could shake the very earth. After the instructor's instructions, Lee Seon stepped forward to stand before them, his expression just as stern. Regarding the command structure, I will be taking the lead from now on. At that moment, his expression began to shift, his eyes grew unfocused, his face, deep in thought, enough to make anyone shudder and shy away from meeting his gaze. But just before that, he wore a cold, expressionless mask as he continued. This test will definitely be harder than the last. Since I am here, this is your final opportunity. Anyone who wants to leave, do it now. Deep in the forest of human-faced spiders, thick white silk covered the treetops. The space was dark and eerie. Indeed, anyone could see that this test was not meant for ordinary students. A dungeon crawling with webs, any intruder would be detected by the monsters immediately. Remembering his father's unwavering resolve, he thought to himself, and yet our mission is to record footage of a mature spider in this forest. Clearly, this was a test his father had set. His train of thought was abruptly cut off by a firm, resolute voice. Even if you try to test us now, it's useless. Choi In-ha sighed and spoke up with a look of absolute determination, as if nothing could shake her will. The entire 5th class will not run or give up. Kim Bo-seung also smiled, matching her spirit. Exactly. With a powerful aura that felt overwhelming, he added solemnly, We trust in you, young master. Lee Seon showed a flicker of surprise as if he couldn't hide his astonishment, but then he quickly let out a sigh and offered a faint smile. Starting his teasing, he swept his gaze across them. Once he had taken in everyone's expression, he began to tease them. You all say such cheesy lines so naturally, don't you? Kim Bo-seung couldn't help but blush, stammering. That's because you set the atmosphere like that, young master. After that awkward but playful exchange, everyone's spirits seemed to be boosted significantly. Lee Seon rested his hand on his hip, looking confident as he began to direct them. All right, I understand. No one is giving up. Final communication check, re-verify your supplies, and then we move into the forest. With passionate spirits, they shouted in unison. Yes. The forest of human-faced spiders, they acted like ants or bees, making them very difficult to deal with. As they stepped into the forest, he lowered his voice. Everyone knows the plan, right? The group began their trek into the woods. Lee Seon summarized the mission and the forest details for everyone. Our mission is to record the behavior of the spiders living in this forest for at least 15 minutes using the recording equipment. Suddenly, he turned his head and locked eyes with Choi In-ha. From now on, the commander is Choi In-ha. She was stunned, her eyes widening as she asked, "Huh, what do you mean?" He turned his back, pointing a thumb at himself to clarify, "I will act alone. I'll become bait for the spiders." The others were left behind with confused looks on their faces, as if thousands of questions were painted on their expressions. Before they screamed in terror upon realizing the gravity of the situation, everyone lost their composure. "What did you say?" The spiders were dark blue, enormous, with webs tangled around the trees. By now, Lee Seon had separated from the others, moving on alone. He gripped his sword and, with a decisive motion, plunged it into a giant spider. Blue fluids erupted everywhere, splattering all over his clothes. His face was drenched in sweat, and he panted as he struggled to catch his breath. "Finally, I've gathered them all." At this moment, he was standing in the middle of a swarm of huge spiders, with sharp fangs and eyes as red as blood. Looks like the effort of killing a few to lure them with pheromones was worth the risk. The spiders with human faces would bring high-nutrient prey back to the nest to feed the larvae. Lee Seon stared intensely at a spider approaching him. He thought to himself, the simplest way to make them view me as Lee Seon began to unleash his power. He lightly touched his sword, and beams of turquoise light burst forth, dazzling the sky. A nutritious prey is proof that the target possesses terrifying power. Lee Seon began to move. Spiders swarmed in from all sides, eager to pounce. His gaze hardened. Traces of blue fluid were scattered everywhere. The spiders, with their glowing red eyes, dove toward Lee Seon. Every gaze carried a thick, murderous intent, but it couldn't make him flinch. Lee Seon tightened his grip on his weapon, his eyes locked onto their every movement. At that moment, he seemed entirely composed, his expression ripple-free. Before the sharp fangs lunging at him, Lee Seon just lightly curled his lip in contempt. He was in an unfamiliar place. He scanned his surroundings and wondered, where is this? Suddenly, Lee Seon's eyes flashed as he realized, wait, am I inside a human-faced spider's cocoon? If so, then it's going according to plan. He began to use magic. Beams of blue light covered his body. His stomach felt slightly nauseated from the poison, but he was holding up well. First, I must use an invisibility spell to suppress my presence. Lee Seon swung his sword, cutting the thick silk threads in front of him to avoid any unnecessary obstructions. Now then, the silk threads began to shatter, each one falling softly. Immediately after, he sat up and began searching for their larvae. If this is their nest, the larvae must be concentrated here, right? Lee Seon used his sword to pierce the nest, creating a gap to see more clearly. He suddenly stopped. His eyes widened in shock as he looked through the gap. Lee Seon was stunned at what lay before him. Cocoons were scattered everywhere. Why are there so many food cocoons here? It's impossible. Just based on the number they caught today, they should have finished eating them long ago. Why? Thinking this, a chill ran down Lee Seon's spine. His eyes were filled with utter shock. A single, pitch-black cocoon looked strangely eerie, unlike any other. What is that? The cocoon began to move, and dark purple mist radiated everywhere. He began to sense something abnormal from the cocoon. His face clearly showed his confusion. Lee Seon touched his chest lightly. A dark energy was residing within him. Black energy is resonating with it. The cocoon gradually broke open. Purple mist radiated all around. Immediately after, a rugged spider leg stepped out amidst the slimy fluids. Fingers as sharp as thorns, looking like human hands, began to claw at the mess as it climbed out. A spider queen, half human, half spider, stood right before him with 3 pairs of pitch-black eyes, a terrifying grin, and a monstrous form. It was the queen of the human-faced spiders, a level 5 monster. A ghastly, raspy voice echoed from its mouth. "My children, you're hungry, aren't you?" Lee Seon gripped the edge of the cocoon holding him, trying to peer through the gap. It was just destroyed so he could get a better look at the spider queen. A level 6 spider queen in a dungeon, and she can actually use human language? No, she hasn't even opened her mouth. Her jet-black claws began to lash out, aiming straight for the nearest cocoons. Along with that, a thought crossed Lee Seon's mind. Could it be that the dark energy is reading this spider queen's consciousness? The spider queen thrust her limb forward, piercing those cocoons. A burst of purple energy escaped, and then she used great force to impale the cocoon that was wrapping around him. shattering it in an instant. Lee Seon quickly crawled out of the cocoon, doing his best to dodge the rapid claws and debris. He told himself, "There's no time left to maintain the invisibility spell." The Spider Queen stood before Lee Seon. A strange light radiated from her eyes toward him, his small figure sitting right in front of the massive Spider Queen. Amidst the smoke that hadn't yet cleared after the destruction, seeing the green fluids clinging to Lee Seon's body, she interrogated him, "What are you?" "The thing that awakened me is inside you. Why do humans possess that thing?" The Spider Queen shrieked in anger. Her face distorted, her 3 pairs of eyes flared, and her jagged mouth opened unnaturally wide. "Milera, give it to me." Lee Seon didn't flinch. He raised his sword high toward her, his gaze fierce, as if ready to take her on. A terrifying pressure that only a top-tier predator could exude. Lee Seon stared at the Spider Queen while deep in thought. But too bad, that pressure doesn't work on me. The Spider Queen seemed caught off guard, looking stunned. Her jagged face became even angrier, but much of her imposing power had diminished. "You dare to resist my magic power," she growled, glaring at him, opening her sharp mouth wide to scream, "You impudent thing." Finally, she had to use her 6 eyes, glowing with sparks, to glare at the forest being blown up. Massive flames scorched everything. Rocks flew everywhere, and the scene descended into absolute chaos. Looking at the raging fire, a flicker of helplessness passed through her. "My forest." Behind her, Lee Seon smirked at her interrogation. "What on earth did you do?" he asked. He broke into a bright smile that lit up the dark forest, his eyes sparkling. It was a mix of contempt and triumph. "That's a weapon called an explosive magic bullet. Luckily, this hellish forest has plenty of flammable things. It was simple to detonate them on my signal." At this moment, Team 1 arrived one by one. Their morale was soaring. Team 1 had set off. They would reach the nest in 30 minutes at most. On the instructor's side, he wasn't idle either, eyes glued to the screen, watching intently while wearing a headset to explain every location and duty. He concentrated intensely, not allowing for any wasted moments. "This is the base camp. The young master has discovered a level 5 magic source in the nest. It seems the other side." Catching the signal about Lee Jung-ho's hesitation, he quickly replied, "I'm fine. Make sure to support the students first." At this, the Spider Queen bit her lip in fury. She began to fight back against Lee Seon. A human dare to oppose her? With her half-human, half-spider body, she stood calmly among her swarm of spiders, raised her arms, and tilted her head back to roar in rage. The other spiders began to go berserk, as if wanting to tear apart anything that invaded and obstructed them. "My children, hurry, hurry and protect my forest." He looked so small standing before the intricate, jagged legs of the Spider Queen, like an ant lost in a new world. "You! I will personally crush you." The Spider Queen continued to exert her authority. She prepared to charge forward. "You arrogant brat, do you think you can defeat me alone? Or do you trust those teammates charging toward the nest? Are you sure they can even reach here? You can't do anything to me." She lowered her glowing eyes to look down at Lee Seon. But what made her shocked was that he didn't waver in the slightest. "You're the one underestimating me." The Spider Queen froze, exclaiming in surprise, "What?" Lee Seon closed his eyes. On his face was a calmness hard to hide. Then he smiled, looking toward the Spider Queen, one hand gripping his sword, the other using a technique as if the game had only just begun. At this moment, Team 1 was pushing in. The junior captain tried to direct everyone's actions. Every team continued to fire explosive bullets to lure the human-faced spiders. Team 1 headed straight for the nest to support the young master and clear an escape route. Kim Bo-sung asked in a panic while everyone was still trying to run as fast as they could. "Wait, there's a variable in the nest. Should we really act like this?" Choi In-ha maintained her composure, pushing forward to explain to him, "This is the young master's order. We just follow the plan." Even so, Choi In-ha's eyes wavered, unable to hide her anxiety. "Young master, please try to hold on a little longer." The forest was submerged in a sea of flames, burning a vast area. The ground shook incessantly, and debris fell amidst the chaos. In the midst of that turmoil, the Spider Queen's voice rang out, filled with rage. "Why?" The Spider Queen couldn't help but roar madly. "Why are you still not dead? Why are you still standing there?" Lee Seon's face was half hidden in the shadows, amidst the wreckage of the chaos. He exhaled sharply. He looked up at that Spider Queen. "What exactly are you seeing?" The golden color in Lee Seon's eyes flickered, and they widened in surprise. Hidden things, invisible flows of power. Eyes that could see through things, known as the magic eye. He used his hand to cover his mouth after spitting out blood, trying to minimize the mess. "Thanks to the magic eye, I can read the flow of magic power and dodge fatal blows. But the difference in power is too great, so I can't dodge everything." Lee Seon took a blue potion from inside his shirt and poured it onto his injured arm. Luckily, this spider queen just hatched, so she can't control her body perfectly yet. Even though his body was covered in wounds, he didn't falter. There's only one chance. Lee Seon held the sword with both hands facing forward. Blue light from the sword flooded the area. Lee Seon used the basic myriad variations technique. His eyes glowed in the night as he tried to swing forward. In an instant, blue light engulfed the area, covering the massive spider queen. Rocks flew everywhere, and streaks of slimy green fluid splattered. Lee Seon tried to keep his eyes on her. He gasped for air with difficulty. Still too shallow. The spider queen began to writhe after losing parts of her body, desperately crying out in pain. Then came his thought. Just as predicted, cutting through that thick skin with just one blow is too difficult. The spider queen struggled to stand up. From behind, one could clearly see the spider queen with 6 sharp horns. She was suffering from many injuries after that sword strike. In extreme pain, she unleashed a curse. I will turn you into my subordinate, pull out what is inside you, and then restore yourself. After that, you will. It still refused to bow down. Its 2 hands glowed with a purple light as if to challenge its opponent to endure endless pain. Lee Seon gritted his teeth. He dodged the beams of light from it, but one struck his head. It felt like it was transmitting hallucinations directly into his brain. Lee Seon's eyes turned momentarily vacant. A voice echoed in his head. Surrender. The moment it finished, his head felt like it was about to explode. Lee Seon grabbed his head and screamed in agony. Seeing this, the spider queen laughed triumphantly. It looked more satisfied than ever, with that arrogant look on its face. The laughter cut off abruptly as it suddenly vomited that green liquid. Caught off guard, it used its sharp, iron-like hands to clutch its hideous face in extreme shock. What the hell is this? You! The spider queen used its black, veiny hands to reach toward him as if to crush him. Lee Seon stood perfectly still, neither advancing nor retreating. He stared right at it, then opened his mouth to offer it some advice one it would no longer have the chance to use. You should have been more careful. Spiders and insects are naturally weak to fire. The spider writhed in the flames, desperately trying to escape. Meanwhile, Lee Seon said in a cold voice, "It's too late." Just then, the others ran over, rushing to check the situation. "Sorry, we're late because we had to clear a path." He chuckled, draping his arm around Kim Lee Seon's neck, though Kim Lee Seon looked completely deflated. "When we get back, I'll have you undergo special training," he said. Kim Lee Seon sighed. "Even in this situation, you still say things like that." With that, they quickly retreated. Kim Lee Seon helped the injured Lee Seon. "All right, let's get out of this nest immediately." They all answered in unison, "Yes." At the same time, the instructors in charge were having a meeting. Each had their own take, but overall, they all suspected Team 5 had given up. Team 5 of the freshmen is behind schedule. We received a report that they returned 30 minutes ago. Could it be they abandoned the mission like Team 4? It's understandable. That's a special rank 6 dungeon, and on top of that, an anomaly occurred. Just then, Instructor Lee Jung-ho pushed the door open, breaking the suspicious atmosphere. The instructor's face showed clear urgency. "Sorry, I'm late. Many people were injured. We had to get them hospitalized first." Lee Jung-ho walked to the podium, holding the controller to start his presentation. "I will report now." His face was solemn, as if he were reliving that very moment. He recounted the mission from beginning to end with total seriousness. Team 5's mission was to record the movements of the adult human-faced spiders in the forest. However, while performing the mission, we discovered an anomaly and proceeded to collect information. First, Team 5 entered the dungeon, split into 4 groups, and planted 132 explosive magic bullets. Suddenly, the instructor interrupted, asking back with a look of disbelief and anxiety, "Wait, did I hear that right? You used firepower." Lee Jung-ho didn't hesitate and affirmed, "That is correct." Additionally, we used 52 more when battling the monsters, a total of 184. The instructor from before shouted angrily. He stood up and slammed his hands on the table, furious. "Are you trying to level the entire dungeon?" In the formerly quiet room, a barrage of questioning rang out. The instructor bellowed. The mission was just to film the anomaly. "Don't tell me you blew up the dungeon and call that a success." Instructor Lee's face darkened, his gaze shifting slightly as if not wanting to look directly at them. He replied slowly, "The objective was completed." The other man had no intention of stopping, continuing to shout, "Where is the footage? Play it now." Just at that moment, Lee Seon opened the door and walked in, holding the recording device. He quickly spoke up to diffuse the tension. "Sorry I'm late. The recording device was damaged. It took time to recover. Here is the video." Lee Seon held out the recording device toward the young instructor Lee. He looked at his hand with surprise. Lee Seon was fuming, her eyes wide. She covered her mouth with one hand, trying to whisper to Lee Seon, "You lunatic. Is blowing up a bomb in a dungeon normal behavior?" And you didn't have to get captured alive either. Lee Seon didn't look at Lee So-hyun, replying with his usual calm demeanor. If you want to film it, this is the most certain way. The room returned to a state of silence. Only a faint, incredulous voice could be heard. The instructor rubbed his forehead with one hand and clenched the other into a fist. His face turned ashen, his eyes vacant. He hadn't foreseen that the report's content would perfectly match the footage. Using bombs in a dungeon was no different than bringing a gas tank into a burning house. Do you think this was a reasonable plan? Lee Seon remained heroic and unwavering, calmly retorting, I only chose the option with the highest success rate for the mission. With a standard plan, would the students have succeeded? He hesitated immediately, that his eyebrows began to furrow, but his gaze remained resolute as he continued. I would rather use any means necessary to complete the mission than fail or give up. Lee Seon wasn't worried in the slightest, he frankly expressed. Sumoon is a place that only looks at results. That's all. The instructor folded his hands and leaned them in front of his face. He shifted his gaze to the side, trying to think of an exit strategy. Is it not a variable? It looks like a variable, but in reality, it was a plan. That person had absolute faith in his plan. Other instructors began to exchange heated words. Everyone's expression sank. Clearly, victory leaned toward Lee. Lee Seon, the young master's plan is too groundbreaking. It cannot be used as an example, and it is hard to grade. Only then did Lee Seon let his facial muscles relax, offering a light smile. His eyes were incredibly confident despite the praise surrounding him, but because he had completed the mission without any fatalities, it could be said that it was a perfect score in this assessment. Team 5 was the only team to achieve the maximum score. In the Great Hall of the Sumoon family, a voice reported, 32 people killed, 78 seriously injured, and many others slightly injured, because there was a clause in the contract waiving individual rights, so there are no concerns. Lee Seon held the report in his hand, his face heavy as he asked, what about the follow-up measures for the casualties in this assessment, Butler? Butler Choi replied gently, the medical expenses for those seriously injured will be covered in full. As for those suffering from serious, irreparable consequences, knowing he was troubled by that part, Lee Seon flipped to the next page and said, please continue the report on the implementation progress. You've worked hard. Butler Choi replied respectfully, yes, I understand. Then he turned around, picked up the remote, and switched it on, saying, and here is the documentation on the dungeons. As we received the report, Lee Seon observed everything. He placed a hand over his mouth and exclaimed, it really does have an impact. While looking at the screen, he remarked, the forest where Lee Seon's unit is located was already in a dangerous area. Butler Choi agreed. Yes, it's at the far northern end of Gangwon province. In the video, the Spider Queen appeared. She furiously ordered her swarm to attack, then the footage glitched. Lee Seon remarked, short, isn't it? Butler Choi agreed and explained, based on what I know and the report, the recovered video file only goes up to this point, but it looks like it's been tampered with. Lee Seon lifted his teacup for a sip and gently remarked, this kid is quite interesting. Then, he opened his eyes and smiled as he asked, what do you think? Butler Choi placed a hand over his heart and replied, truly, it is astonishing to see someone overcome a difficult mission with such intellect. However, I worry that the young master places too little value on conventional tactics and strategy. Hearing this answer, Lee Seon pondered, even you think so? This made him wonder. Yes, images of Lee Seon's previous battles flashed in his mind. Lee Seon remarked, truly unconventional and unorthodox. That's just a sign of his boldness. Only when one masters the orthodox path can they create miraculous moves. Not only the students, but even the instructors didn't oppose this plan. That is enough to prove the youngest's leadership. He spread out the reports on the table with his hand, then calmly said, in reality, not a single piece of information was leaked, and the plan was a perfect success. Next, Seon clasped his hands together and ordered, not just this evaluation, but the number and difficulty level of the overall assessments should be raised. Butler Choi quickly bowed to accept the command. Yes, I will handle it accordingly. Once Butler Choi left, he broke into an excited smile. It seems the other children are starting to take notice of the youngest now. A few months later, at the training ground for the 5th-year military academy class, a hand went up, followed by a stuttering voice. Young master, that is Kim Lee Seon. He pouted and complained, you know we just finished our final evaluation yesterday, right? Lee Seon crossed his arms and coolly replied, that is exactly why I gave you all yesterday off. Hearing that, Kim Lee Seon slumped and said, what I meant was never mind. Facing his gloominess, Lee Seon continued to instruct the whole class. Even though the final evaluation for this year is over, don't forget the promotion exam is still waiting. I don't want anyone in my class to be held back. Understood? Hearing Lee Seon's warning, They all replied in unison, understood. Then, he turned to Sai helplessly and told Lee Seon, I heard you were exhausted from depleting your mana during this evaluation. You will spend all of today memorizing the 10 basic rules. Lee Seon jumped in surprise. Ha! Then, he meant he had all the students go for a run. He stood with his hands on his hips and said, let's start with some physical conditioning. All the students obeyed. Understood. Seeing their enthusiasm, Lee Seon smiled to himself. They had become stronger. Not just physically, but mentally too. They no longer collapse in the face of their shortcomings, but know how to compensate for them. He suddenly felt nostalgic, remembering memories from the past. It felt like it had already been nearly a year since he entered the military academy. Except for those who were eliminated early on, no one in his class had dropped out or died. Suddenly, someone came running from afar. Lee Jung-ho asked politely, young master, are you here? Lee Seon looked on, puzzled. Is something the matter? He reached out his hand to explain the reason. I have some information to relay regarding the promotion exam. Without hesitation, Lee Seon stepped forward to follow. All right, I'll go right now. As soon as he entered the room, he was called by someone else. A girl's silhouette appeared in the distance. She kept waving her hand and calling out, over here. That was Lee So-hyun. She patted the seat next to her and said, sit down. I have something to tell you. When Lee Seon sat down, Lee So-hyun praised him. You did great on this evaluation. Lee Seon replied politely. Yeah, I heard the first-year class was excellent too. Being praised, she raised her chin proudly and said, that's right. Then Lee So-hyun shook her head, reconfirming her purpose for starting the conversation. But wait, that's not the important thing. She regained her seriousness and carefully whispered to him, hey, you're going to be in trouble starting from this promotion exam. The sixth sister and seventh brother were called into mother's room a little while ago. After that, rumors spread that they were both going around meeting students. Hearing that, Lee Seon didn't feel worried at all and just sighed. Why? Planning to eliminate me from the promotion exam, seeing a reaction that was not what she expected, even though she was whispering, Lee So-hyun got angry. You know that's impossible, but no one can guess what they'll do. That's what's so scary. You're an eccentric, so you don't feel anything, right? The sixth sister and seventh brother, they are both very scary. Lee Seon focused on another word, eccentric. He calmly crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and announced, if you intended to warn me, it's too late. Since the quarterly evaluation, these annoying games have been happening continuously. This surprised Lee So-hyun. Huh? Lee Seon didn't answer her. He just put his hand to his chin and thought. Every time we have an evaluation, we are issued poor quality equipment, or the training content is deliberately omitted to create inequality. Recently, I even heard that someone approached Kim Bo-seong too. So-hyun wasn't sad about being ignored and said with great determination, I've warned my class a little bit too. This time, I will compete with you fairly and win. I will definitely take first place and make you call me sister. Looking at her fiery spirit, Lee Seon asked gloomily, for some reason, why are you so obsessed with that title? Suddenly, there was a voice from above that successfully caught their attention. Is everyone here? The instructor walked in with an imposing look, placed his hand on the desk, and said, today marks the final quarterly evaluation of the year. I will convey the content and schedule regarding the promotion exam for this term. Lee Seon didn't wait long and started to explain. As you all know, your year-end GPA along with your performance in the promotion exam will determine your advancement, and this exam will take place at Gate Y7, about 3 kilometers north of the academy. This startled Lee Seon, who thought, a gate. He again placed his hand on his chin and started to think, I guess there would be changes to the exam, but I didn't expect a gate. At this moment, the instructor above raised a card and announced, inside the gate, there will be sumo nameplates. Every student will possess one. If it gets stolen, you're considered eliminated from the exam. Other than that, there are no rules. Grab as many nameplates as you can. The crowd below was deathly silent. He continued to explain in a steady tone. This promotion exam isn't just about testing combat ability. It's more accurate to call it a war for survival. A smile appeared on Lee Seon's lips, I see. In his mind, a scenario began to unfold. No translation needed for this specific line due to repetition and context, but following instructions. He secretly analyzed it, seizing nameplates, robbing others, and surviving. Losing a nameplate means you're done for. The number of nameplates you hold will determine your score in the exam. A simple rule. The scene of someone else getting their nameplate stolen flickered in his mind. Lee Seon understood, but this death trap was clearly a scheme. Even if a nameplate is stolen, the people outside wouldn't know. So, just keep robbing or searching for hidden nameplates. As long as you have one, it doesn't matter who you take it from or where you find it. He kept tapping his arm, his thoughts growing clearer. This was an individual match, but with the participation of second years, someone must have had a hand in this. Lee Seon wore a look of disdain as he realized something, a promotion exam held inside a gate, isolated from the outside world. There would be no evidence left behind. Whatever happens to an illegitimate child, this was an opportunity they couldn't miss. Lee So-hyun looked at Lee Seon, evaluating him, murmuring to herself. Why? He remained deep in his own thoughts, but that also meant he could use this situation to his own advantage. Cutting to another room, a pair of legs rested on a table, swinging to the rhythm of a tune. An interrupting voice caused the humming to stop. "What are you doing?" she replied cheerfully, as if still humming. "Just watching my adorable younger brother working until he's drenched in sweat." The seventh son of the Sung family showed no expression, bluntly calling her a lunatic. She crossed her arms, laughing. This brat dares to talk to his sister like that? Lee Seon, the sixth daughter of the Sung family, spread her arms lazily. Truly, compared to this one, the youngest brother is much cuter. He acts just like a little rabbit. She lifted a knife to her face, licking the corner of her lips, making one want to snap her neck. Then, Lee Seon smiled and probed. "Lee Jae-hak, more than that, what do you think?" He focused on typing on his computer, replying, "What do you mean?" Her voice rose. "What else? Mother's orders, of course." Lee Jae-hak suddenly frowned and sighed. She said, "It's time to evaluate him." Lee Seon tossed the knife into the air and said in a sugary, sarcastic tone, "I don't like this one bit. A bastard wearing the nameplate of the main family." The knife fell, and her hand caught it. Someone who doesn't know their place, acting so arrogant. With that, she slammed the knife down, piercing it straight through the table, accompanied by a sound of pure dissatisfaction. "So, I'll teach him a lesson myself." Lee Seon leaned on the table, smiling, while her hand kept playing with the knife, leaning on the weak eldest brother and still acting so smug. He really needs to be shown his place. The promotion test, this is the exam for students to advance to the next year. And this time, it's a badge-stealing competition inside a stabilized hidden realm. Kim Lee Seon glanced at the guards, curiously asking, "Lee Seon, is it a stabilized realm yet they're guarding it this heavily?" He replied vaguely, probably to reassure the civilians, or maybe just a precaution, since this is where they conduct research and experiments. After saying that, he couldn't help but look around. "But the number of people is lower than I thought." Lee Seon silently narrowed down 3 people in the distance. He thought to himself, "Do they think I'm not paying attention, so they're acting so brazenly, or is the level of these students just that low?" Thoughts swirled around Lee Seon, but he quickly brushed them aside. Either way, it didn't matter. He turned to the students and asked, "So, is everyone ready?" Choi In-ha put her hands behind her back, excitedly replying, "Of course." Lee Seon said softly, "Then let's go." He turned around and led them forward. "Let's move." All the students shouted in unison, "Yes." Cutting to the office, Lee Seon grabbed another piece of cake to eat, praising, "This office has a lot of good snacks, huh?" Lee Jae-hak, while handling official duties, advised his sister, "That's for the guests. Take it easy." She picked up the whole box and replied, "No way. And hey, still no word yet. I'm so busy, and I even came here in person." The sound of keyboard clacking continued steadily. He replied, "The proctor just reported that the second-year students have also entered." Lee Seon held the cake in front of her, a thrill of excitement on her face. Just thinking about those bastards and that trash crawling around was exhilarating. "Mother said if I do well, I'll get a reward, right?" She hummed happily, but it made Lee Jae-hak's typing hand stiffen. "I need to think about what I want first." He stopped typing and stared at the screen, thinking, "But will everything go that smoothly? Even though I believe it will go according to plan." In his mind, an image of Lee Myung-jong appeared. He had said gently, "Little brother, the youngest isn't your opponent. Be careful." It was something that worried him. That was what the eldest brother had said when he reached out not long ago. At the time, he had just sneered internally and ignored it, so why did it still linger in his heart? Suddenly, the phone on the table rang, pulling him out of his thoughts. Lee Seon immediately jumped up, curiously asking, "What is it? Is it over?" Lee Jae-hak didn't answer, his brows furrowing. She wasn't patient and snatched the phone directly. "What is it?" As soon as she read the information, Lee Seon trembled. 21 people eliminated. 15 withdrew. Her face turned dark, so angry she crushed the phone. "The entire first-year class is still alive? No way. You still haven't done anything to that bastard." Lee Jae-hak could only cover his face and sigh in helplessness. He ran a hand through his hair, thinking, lost, and it was a total defeat at the hands of the youngest brother, Lee Seon. Inside the hidden realm, Sihan and Lee Seon were running together. "Damn it, to hell with this." Lee Seon gasped for breath while running, unable to help but shout, "He's just a bastard, and he's only a first year." Sihan heard this and snapped back, "Shut your mouth and keep running." If we hide in a cave, he won't be able to find us. Once they had hidden inside the cave, Sehan whispered, "Did we lose him?" Immediately, a sword flew in like the wind, piercing straight into the ground, creating a deep dent. The boy saw the sword flying toward them and screamed in panic, "It's here!" But Sehan couldn't dodge it and was struck directly by the blade. Lee Seon grabbed the boy's hand, happily saying to him, "Found you." Lee Seon approached, full of excitement, and exclaimed, "You hid well." Lee Seon trembled as he backed away, pleading, "I finally found you, don't come any closer." "Found you." Lee Seon approached with excitement, exclaiming, "You're good at hiding." Lee Seon trembled and stepped back, pleading, "I finally found a spot, don't come any closer. I told you to stop, but you're done for. Why are you oppressing me?" Lee Seon wouldn't let go, grabbing him by the collar and demanding, "You make it sound like I was the one who struck first." He raised his sword, his voice cold and deadpan. "If you dare point a sword at us, you have to pay the price." Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted inside the cave, followed by Lee Seon's agonizing scream. After a moment, Choi In-ha called out cheerfully, "Young master, I've taken care of things over here." Standing before two unconscious figures, Lee Seon praised him. "Good work. Now that you're done, move out immediately. There are still a few guys who might target me that I haven't dealt with yet." He followed orders clearly. "Yes, I will join up with Kim Lee Seon's team right away." Before Choi In-ha left, Lee Seon gave him serious instructions. "As planned, I'll act alone. Everyone, handle your assigned lists and keep collecting 10 badges each." Choi In-ha quickly replied and flew off. "Understood." Once he was gone, Lee Seon stretched his arms and thought, the most important thing in this promotion exam is still the number of badges earned. He closed his eyes, concentrating his thoughts. Stealing badges from other students is just too low efficiency. He opened his eyes to activate his magic eye, curious, and started thinking. "That's why I've come up with a theory." He gripped the sword at his waist and used his magic eye to scan, testing if he could actually find badges with it. A beam of light from his eyes shot toward a mountain peak. He cheered internally. Found it. Lee Seon quickly gained momentum and leaped with his legs. As soon as he latched onto the peak, he found the nameplate. So this is how it works. This was worth the effort, right? Grabbing the nameplate tightly, Lee Seon smiled. Nice. He jumped down, happily affirming, "I can take this opportunity to train my control as well." After searching for a while, he looked into his bag, stammering, because the inside of the bag was packed with gleaming nameplates. Lee Seon exclaimed, "I didn't expect to collect this many." No wonder the bag felt so heavy. He set that bag aside and looked down, but at that moment, battles were breaking out repeatedly below. Lee Seon sighed, "Can't train the magic eye any further now." He just sighed and thought to himself, "The exam is almost over. I've been fighting nonstop since morning." A figure suddenly flew toward him. Lee Seon knew who it was and thought, "And so if I keep avoiding them, I'll just be pestered." The person landed safely and breathed out a remark filled with dissatisfaction. "Finally found you." Lee So-hae took a fighting stance, excitedly calling out to Lee Seon. But when she saw his attitude, she immediately lost interest. "What's with that? Aren't you surprised?" Lee Seon just replied simply, "I knew you were following me. That's why I didn't avoid you." Lee So-hae immediately questioned, "Then you should have stopped for a bit." Lee Seon put on an annoying face, shrugged, and replied, "I stopped for you right here, didn't I?" She quickly retied her hair, her spirit blazing as she said, "Oh, you're good, huh? No need for more words." She raised the sword in her hand and issued a challenge. "Let's have a duel." She gave him a thumbs down, provoking him. "Let's settle who's better once and for all." "Fine by me," Lee Seon retorted, "but if I win, you have to call me Big Sister." "And if I win, what then?" Lee So-hyun replied in a tone that gave Lee Seon goosebumps. "If, and this is a big if you win, I'll call you Big Brother." Lee Seon hugged his own shoulders and backed away, shouting, "If you were planning to deal damage with a mental attack, that was pretty effective." Lee So-hyun immediately went berserk, yelling, "Shut up, you talk too much." Then she stopped talking and dashed forward. Lee Seon gripped his sword, happily stepping forward to meet her. While Lee Seon original text context check, he was also taking it seriously. The training grounds appeared peaceful under the hazy moonlight, coating everything in a cold, silent layer of light as the snow gradually melted after the promotion exam concluded smoothly. The evaluation system became one level harsher, and this exam featured 2 participants from the main family, making it a hot topic in every sense. The servants at home couldn't stay still, continuously whispering and gossiping after the competition. Of course, the youngest lady will take first place, right? Even the second-year students participated. Can the first-year academy kids even hold their own? Besides the praise, those people huddled together to whisper, "And what about those guys, right?" Against the clear blue sky with a few white clouds drifting by, the antique tiled roof of a temple appeared majestic. The youngest young master and first-year student, Lee Seon, walked up with a confident expression, eyes looking straight ahead. He accepted the certificate he was being awarded. Congratulations, young master Lee Seon. You ranked first in this promotion. Lee Seon ranked first in the entire year. He calmly closed his eyes slightly, using both hands to take the certificate, and spoke up, "Thank you. Honestly, I even thought I wouldn't be allowed to take first place." In his heart, he thought differently. Regardless, they couldn't play dirty too blatantly, could they? Lee Seon recalled when he had defeated Lee Se-hyun earlier. He thought indifferently. If Lee So-hyun's performance in the exam was 0, then I don't know, but I took all the girls' badges. Right after the awards ceremony, Lee Jung-ho looked happily toward Lee Seon and exclaimed, "You are quite calm, aren't you? Being at the top of the academy is a very proud achievement." Lee Seon, who was holding the certificate he had just received, turned and replied, "The nanny will be so happy, for sure. Regardless, thank you for the congratulations." As soon as he walked out and started stepping down the stairs, he received countless compliments. "Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, sir." Choi In-ha was standing happily in front of him, but was suddenly called by name, making him turn around to look. Next up was the student Choi In-ha. He was invited up. Hearing his name, he stepped forward. Choi In-ha walked step by step to Lee Jung-ho. Suddenly, he raised the certificate in front of him and exclaimed, "Congratulations on your promotion, Choi In-ha." He promoted to 13th in the entire year. He blushed slightly, looking down at the certificate in front of him, unable to believe it. Choi In-ha took the certificate with trembling hands and kept saying, "Thank you, sir." Lee Seon, standing behind him, glanced at him and reminded, "Don't get complacent, Choi In-ha. It's good to do your best, but if you get complacent, everything will be for nothing." He let out a sigh and replied, "Yes, young master." After awarding Choi In-ha, Lee Jung-ho called the next person's name. Next up, student Kim Bo-song. "Congratulations on your promotion." Kim Bo-song looked at the certificate with disbelief, subconsciously speaking up, "Thank you, sir." Kim Bo-song promoted to 24th in the entire year. It was Kim Lee-seon's turn to receive his, but he didn't look very happy while holding the certificate in his hand. "Student Kim Lee Seon, promoted from your first year. You've worked hard, haven't you? Congratulations." Kim Lee Seon promoted to 34th in the entire year. Kim Lee Seon stared intently at the paper, his fingers lightly stroking the edge, thinking to himself, "A middle-of-the-road ranking. Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed." He wasn't satisfied with his rank. Kim Lee Seon looked up with a determined gaze. "It's fine. Everything is just beginning. I will definitely become as strong as the young master." Kim Bo-song stood straight and serious. He kept his eyes forward, reminding himself that he needed to try harder. Kim Lee Seon clasped his hands behind his back, head held high, telling himself, "I have determined to change myself, not to become a burden to him, and not to live a half-hearted life anymore." Lee Seon powerfully walked ahead of everyone else. All of them looked toward him with firm resolve. "From now on, I won't lose again." Lee Seon didn't seem to pay much mind, just bowed his head and chuckled to himself. "I guess it's over for them too, huh?" He felt a sense of relief, thinking there was nothing left to worry about. Lee Seon turned around sharply and told everyone, "You've all worked hard." The whole class had leveled up, but their faces instantly darkened as they cowered, listening to him say, "If any of you end up repeating the grade, I'm dragging you into mandatory training. Too bad for you, right?" Lee Seon turned serious again, offering words of encouragement that left them silent, respectful, and hanging on his every word. "The second year will be even tougher. There will be plenty of people eager to tear you to shreds." Lee Seon warned carefully, yet he still held faith in them. "But I trust you'll know how to handle yourselves." They stood at attention and shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Satisfied with their response, Lee Seon gave a faint smile, then held his head high. He tapped his chest with his hand, grinning even wider. "Keep fighting. You can do it." Lee So-hyun's face darkened as she grumbled under her breath, "I don't accept this." Lee Seon stood beside her, sighing in exhaustion. Not accepting what this time, Lee Se-hyun couldn't let it go. She flew into a rage, clenching her hands into fists and screaming, "If it wasn't for that advancement exam, I would have been the top student. Playing dirty to beat me is one thing, but did you have to take my badge too, Lee So-hyun?" She lunged forward, reenacting her miserable state to show Lee Seon. "Do you have any idea how much I struggled to collect those badges because of you? How about that?" She turned away, refusing to look at Lee Seon anymore, pouting and muttering, "If I had the ivory sword in my hand back then." Lee Seon looked at her, thinking, she's not wrong. "At the time, I thought it would be an easy win, but it actually took me over an hour to finish." He looked at her form. Lee So-hyun walked away, and he recalled her strength. Analyzing her, she had become stronger than he ever imagined. She still hadn't fully awakened her swordsmanship, and she probably hadn't mastered her innate abilities yet either. The two of them just kept walking together. Lee Seon closed his eyes for a second, breaking into a cold sweat. But if Lee So-hyun could do all of that now, I honestly wouldn't want to face her. Suddenly, Lee So-hyun brought her hand to her mouth and coughed. Even so, a promise is a promise. He looked back at her, worried and confused. Lee Seon asked, "Why bring that up all of a sudden?" Lee So-hyun held up a finger. "The way we address each other. I made a bet, remember?" Lee So-hyun thought for a long moment. She let out a long sound, asking, "Are you planning on calling me that right now?" Before she could finish, Lee Seon lunged forward, covering her mouth with his hand. He darkened his expression, holding her firmly and ordering with killing intent. "If you say one more word, it's a fight to the death." Lee So-hyun, being cut off, could only mumble, still so annoyed. Even at this point, he let her go and turned away, shouting, "Quit the nonsense. Let's go. We're going to be late." Lee So-hyun was startled, then turned to answer, "Right, let's go." A while after their chat, the two walked away from there. Very quickly, they arrived at their destination, looking up at the massive wooden doors. Lee Seon reached out and pushed the heavy doors open. Lee So-hyun followed behind him. The two of them stepped inside, respectfully clasping their hands and bowing as they spoke. "We asked to see father." Lee Taesin narrowed his eyes at the two of them, calmly saying, "Come in." After a moment of greeting, the three of them sat down on the sofa to have tea. Lee Taesin sat in the main chair, holding his hot tea and watching them. Once he finished, he gently set the cup down on the saucer and stared blankly. "I heard you two have completed the first-year program at the academy." Lee Taesin sat up straight, glancing at his two children and asking each of them, "What have you seen and felt?" Lee So-hyun didn't say a word, just gripped her teacup, silently glancing at him. Lee Seon brought the cup to his lips, thinking to himself, "What is this? Why are you looking at me?" Getting no response from him, Lee So-hyun braved it and blurted out, "I've seen the true face of this family." Sitting next to her, Lee Seon choked on his tea and sprayed it everywhere. Lee Taesin was confused. He leaned toward her, puzzled. "The true face? What do you mean?" Lee So-hyun innocently and honestly explained it to him. "I know competition brings rivalry, but I've seen unreasonable things happening as if they were just the norm." She stared straight at him, her hands clenched tight, her voice rising. "I want everything to be clear and fair. No matter what I achieve, I want to do it by my own sword and my own strength." Lee Taesin nodded faintly at her words. He replied calmly, fair and upright. On the outside, he seemed neutral, but in his heart, he had long since acknowledged her. "There's a reason you were chosen by the Holy Sword. Before, you were full of complaints and weakness, but this change." Thinking that, Lee Taesin shifted his gaze to Lee Seon. He saw him in pain from the tea burn and wondered, "Surely, it's because of you, right?" Then, Lee Taesin spoke up again. "What about you, my youngest? What have you felt?" Lee Seon quickly regained his composure, his eyes shining brightly as he answered the question. "What I felt was total misery. The academy is the root of the Jung Mullin, but it has gone down the wrong path." Hearing this, Lee Taesin clenched his fists, bowing his head in deep thought. "The wrong path, you say?" Lee Seon was dead serious, turning to look at his father as he continued. "They don't fight at all. It's fine to be weak. It's fine to fail. But those who give up on fighting aren't worthy of being part of the Jung Mulan." In his mind, Lee Seon couldn't help but picture the scenes from the exam. He spoke his theory aloud. "And I've seen too many students like that. That must be due to the instructor's competence or a problem with the training methods." Lee Taesin didn't react strongly. He closed his eyes and let out a smirk. How insolent. Both of them were shocked. They stared wide-eyed at Lee Taesin, thinking, did he just laugh? He immediately followed with praise. "Even as students, the fact that you have formed your own opinions is commendable." Regardless, Lee Taesin never stopped worrying about them. He gave a light warning, "But you must always be wary of the quagmire of short-sightedness. Once you fall in, it's very hard to get out." Lee So-hyun's face lit up, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Lee Seon still stared at him in disbelief, not expecting his father to personally give such advice. So-hyun bowed at a perfect right angle, shouting loudly and respectfully, "Thank you, father." He placed his hands on his lap and said, "I will remember that, too." Taesin didn't say anything, just looked at his two children, saying, "For the past year, I've heard about your study progress and missions. Although the annual tests aren't the same as the official missions of a chief official, their nature is quite similar. You realize that was the exam I set for you, and you completed your duties earnestly." Thanks to their efforts, Lee Taesin decided to do something. "The reason I called you here today is to rewarding those efforts. Lee So-hyun was instantly ecstatic. Lee Seon, however, wasn't the same. He hesitated for a moment. His father had always been strict about rewards and punishments, yet he was personally offering a reward this time. Could there be a special reason? She eagerly raised her hand high and requested, "In that case, I'd like a rare piece of armor. The dragon scale armor, I really want it." Tessin responded without haste, happily agreeing, "Very well. I'll make a note of it. Come get it tomorrow." Continued, Lee So-hyun, getting the green light, chimed in excitedly, "Yes, thank you, sir." Once Lee So-hyun's request was settled, Tessin turned to ask him, "And you, my son, what is it that you desire?" Lee Seon's expression darkened. He moved his lips a few times before finally letting it out. "I request permission to enter the Heavenly Peak Mountain." Tessin was startled, his eyes widening in shock. Lee So-hyun's jaw dropped in disbelief. The sounds in the room seemed to echo constantly. Lee Seon was carefully counting some items before packing them: herbal books, a cauldron, and even a full set of medicine-making tools. Good. Seems like everything is prepared. He checked each item off and carefully tucked them into his backpack. Because Heavenly Peak Mountain was a sacred spirit mountain, it held not just spirit herbs, but spirit medicine as well. Back at the Blue Island, he could only brew Tier 2 potions, but this time, he could finally do it properly. Lee Seon pursed his lips, bowing his head in thought. "I never expected to actually be granted entry to Heavenly Peak Mountain. Thanks to this, I can push forward the date of the warrior's trial." Amidst the misty fog, the towering mountain ranges reached toward the clouds. The warrior's trial, the final test for members of the Sumu family to be officially recognized as warriors. And before setting out on the trial, one was required to visit Heavenly Peak Mountain. Lee Seon analyzed the situation thoroughly. He turned, hesitating for a moment. Furthermore, he glanced at the sword, leaning neatly against the door, his determination firm. Heavenly Peak Mountain is a place I must set foot in, no matter what, one day. Suddenly, just as Lee Seon was deep in thought, a knock at the door caught his attention. "Yes, come in, Gahwa." She entered respectfully, placing a hand over her heart, and said softly, "Young master, there is someone here to see you." Lee Seon asked, puzzled, "Someone to see me? What kind of visitor?" She hesitated, struggling for words, but finally gathered the courage to say, "The seventh young master has sent an invitation." Hearing this, he jumped in surprise. Lee Jae-hak smiled gently, his hands carefully carrying a tea set. He spoke up, "It's been a while. This is the first time since the Mid-Autumn Festival, right?" Lee Seon sat upright, hands resting on his thighs, smiling obediently. "Yes, brother. I'm surprised you still remember." Lee Jae-hak placed the tea tray down on the table. Afterward, he sat down across from him and said, "I'm not foolish enough to forget something like that." Lee Seon silently observed every gesture, his demeanor, and his behavior, judging him. Just like the rumors say, he's definitely not easy to deal with. The way he chatted naturally like a brother, brewing the tea himself. Even the way he chose his seat had no flaws. Compared to kindness that was hard to fathom, malice shown openly was much easier to handle. After pouring the tea, Lee Jae-hak gestured toward him, smiling until his eyes narrowed. "Go ahead. Try it. Tea is my only hobby. I'm sure you wouldn't say no." Lee Seon had to play along with him. He reached out to pick up the teacup, smiling as he asked, "Thank you, brother. Do you still brew the tea for your guests yourself?" Seeing him ask that, Jae-hak responded quickly. He held his own small cup, narrating enthusiastically. "It depends on who the guest is. This tea was bought from an overseas plantation 2 years ago." Lee Seon calmed down, taking a sip, while his mind kept calculating. He's poured the tea so many times and still hasn't gotten to the point. Such a relaxed attitude that doesn't fit the times, but he knows how to keep control of the situation. He's certainly not some talentless bum. After enjoying the tea, he set the cup on the saucer and thought, "Enough probing for now." At that moment, Lee Jae-hak began to get to the point. The reason for the meeting was the incident during the recent promotion exam. He sat across from Lee Seon, beginning his interrogation. "About what happened recently, do you know if it was staged by me and the sixth brother?" Lee Seon replied respectfully, "Yes, I know." "In that case, we can keep this brief." Lee Jae-hak began his main intention. He started to make excuses for himself. "What happened this time was not my intention." Hearing this, Lee Seon smirked. So that's the path he's taking. With the appearance of a refined scholar, Jae-hak reached up to push his glasses higher. Lee Jae-hak wasn't famous for his strength, but for his politics, administration, and commerce. A man full of schemes who always maintained connections without making anyone his enemy. People called him the Golden Sword. Lee Seon analyzed him from head to toe. Looking at the big picture, he doesn't have any obvious ill intent. That means he doesn't want to make an enemy of me. Lee Jae-hak looked at him, gesturing with his hand in apology, but there was clearly some fault on my side as well. "If you wish, I will apologize." Before he could finish, Lee Seon interrupted him. "No need. This made Lee Jae-hak freeze for a second. He looked up brightly, hands placed in front of his chest, and said simply, "This incident is just one of many clashes. There will be more in the upcoming competitions anyway." His attitude quickly shifted. Lee Seon narrowed his eyes, speaking as if he knew everything. "Don't tell me you were just following Lady Bak's orders." Jae-hak didn't overreact. He looked straight into his eyes and said, "Competition. Huh. Do you consider me an enemy?" Lee Seon put his hands on his thighs and shot back. "Someone who touches my people and blatantly plays games. How could I not consider them an enemy?" Hearing this, Jae-hak's gaze shifted. A flicker of cunning appeared in his eyes, his expression somewhat frustrated. He felt irritation rising. What should I do? Should I get rid of him now to avoid trouble later? Or, Jae-hak quickly brushed that thought aside. He sighed and asked, "What should I do for you?" Lee Seon turned toward him, gesturing with his hand, hinting deeply, "Show me your sincerity. After all, I'm not the only one who suffered." Seeing Lee Seon's behavior, Jae-hak was furious inside, but had to keep smiling. How insolent, refusing an apology and demanding compensation instead. But I like that. Then, Lee Jae-hak reached out to shake his hand, showing his sincerity. "Very well. I will send Tier 2 spirit medicine to all the disciples in the 5th class, and you shall receive a worthy reward as well." Lee Seon smiled at him. He shook Jae-hak's hand, his voice gentle. "You've made plenty of concessions. I won't mention this matter again." He smiled tenderly, his hand still lingering on his. "Out of all the brothers, I find you the most compatible." Lee Seon didn't care, just responding vaguely. He smiled gently, his hand still lingering on his brother's. "Among our brothers, I find you quite compatible," he said dismissively, not really concerned about Lee Seon. "Is that so?" "I'm not so sure yet," Lee Seon replied. After their discussion, he rose from his seat. "I must take my leave." Lee Jae-hak crossed his arms, his eyes following Lee Seon's every move as he spoke up. "One piece of advice," he said, looking serious as he turned to caution Lee Seon. "Be careful with the 6th master. He is not like me. He doesn't like you at all." Lee Seon didn't seem to care much and replied, "It's fine." With that, Lee Seon turned and walked out the door. But before leaving, he didn't forget to leave behind a parting glance, signaling that he wouldn't be staying in this family for the next year. In a traditional room decorated in an ancient, classic style, the sunlight streaming in created a peaceful and elegant atmosphere. Suddenly, a loud, jarring noise rang out. Bae Kwaijeon raised her hand and slapped Lee Seona. She tilted her head to the side and whispered softly, "Mother, mother?" Her mother's face darkened, her expression terrifying and full of loathing. "Don't call me mother. I never gave birth to a failure like you." Lee Seona rushed forward. She reached out, clutching the hem of her mother's dress, crying out, "Mother, mother!" Lee Seona's eyes were filled with absolute terror as she struggled to explain. "I can explain everything. You're not just using a mission as an excuse to run away." Bae Kwaijeon, even angrier now, widened her eyes and shouted, "Shut your mouth." Seeing that terrifying expression, Lee Seona involuntarily shrank back in fear, letting go of her grip with a start. Lee Seona knelt on the floor, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness as she listened to the scolding. "What you did running away is something that no one of the Sumu bloodline is ever allowed to do." Lee Seona suffered in silence, her fingernails clawing so hard into the floor that they began to bleed. "If you were truly my child, that would be an unforgivable act." Lee Seona slowly looked up, her whole body trembling as she said, "But I can still redeem myself." Lee Seona placed a hand on her chest, gesturing outwards with the other as she said with hateful intensity, "I just need to crush that bastard." Bae Kwaijeon immediately criticized her. "You really don't understand anything at all. If it were that easy, I wouldn't have tormented you to this extent." After hearing this, Lee Seona was stunned. Bae Kwaijeon quickly continued. Lee Seona. Hearing this, Lee Seona's face darkened completely. "That bastard will be staying at Heavenly Peak for a year." Bae Kwaijeon closed her eyes, maintaining a calm, manipulative expression as she said, "If you had regained your honor, I wouldn't say anything, but you even lost that chance. You've disgraced the entire main line." She turned away, leaving. Lee Seona kneeling behind her, threatening, "If you appear before me as a loser again, then a mere slap like this won't be the final price you pay." Bae Kwaijeon stepped outside the door, where Lee Jae-hak was already waiting. He bowed respectfully to her, while inside the room, Lee Seona kept repeating a single phrase, damn it all." After Bae Kwaijeon had left, he peered into the room through the gap. Lee Seona was now completely unhinged, digging her nails into the floor until they bled. Muttering, "That damn bastard," Lee Seona gritted her teeth, filled with hatred. "I will definitely kill you." Lee Jae-hak didn't leave yet, standing leaning against the door, looking into the room, thinking to himself, "The madam is truly cruel." Now, Lee Seona will be obsessed with reclaiming this loss. A smile then tugged at the corner of his mouth. Lee Jahak was full of anticipation. So, between Lee Seona and Lee Seon, who was actually worth more? The future is truly worth looking forward to. He remembered that morning when Lee Seon had left with his backpack, looking eager and calculating. Just wait until he returns. A year later, he was sitting in the carriage, so tense that he clenched both hands. Lee Seon sat upright and safe in the vehicle, pursing his lips with a resigned look. Then, slowly, he raised his head, his gaze directed forward, wondering why. Choi drove happily, laughing brightly. It's a lucky coincidence that our paths cross. Looking at his kind expression, Lee Seon was extremely puzzled. Steward Choi is here too. His eyes twinkling with amusement, the steward replied, even if it's just for these 2 short days, I hope you'll take care of me, young master. Steward Choi gently comforted him. You don't need to feel so pressured, young master. Lee Seon sat still upright in the carriage, instinctively blurting out when shown such care. Yes, he calmly explained. Since it's before the Lunar New Year, it's time to clean the ancestors' graves. I also have a message to deliver to the guardian of Heavenly Peak Mountain. I am only accompanying you because that is the head of the family's order. Only then did Lee Seon laugh out loud, realizing, so that's how it is. Having someone to go with makes me feel less lonely. He then thought to himself, but this surely cannot be a coincidence. Lee Seon was still lost in thought about Steward Choi. His aura and presence were like that of an ordinary person, yet he was definitely not ordinary. A vital figure in the family, holding a position more important than many of the elders. The gap between himself and Steward Choi was hard to gauge. Suddenly, his voice rang out, waking him from his thoughts. Come to think of it, Steward Choi, sitting opposite him, asked curiously, I heard that before heading to Heavenly Peak Mountain, you will stop by Sumu Mountain. May I ask why you are visiting the ancestral graves? Lee Seon raised a hand to scratch his head, smiling. I want to visit the graves of the previous family head. Since this is my first time leaving the family, I thought it was only proper to pay my respects to the ancestors first. He couldn't help but think. Saying it as a justification is correct, but I also want people to see that a secondary son is willing to travel a long distance to pay respects at the ancestral graves. He smiled and praised him. As expected, the young master is very wise. Many elders will be very pleased to see you have such respect for your ancestors. He politely thanked him. To be recognized by you like this, I am truly grateful. He silently evaluated the comment, feeling as if he had already understood his thoughts. At this moment, Steward Choi hesitated for a moment. Young master, may I make so bold as to say a word? Lee Seon smiled obediently. Yes, I am listening. He asked, does the young master enjoy mountain climbing? He replied, no. I don't think I've ever really gone mountain climbing before. At this, Steward Choi slowly opened his eyes and smiled. Is that so? I, however, quite enjoy mountain climbing. He then began to tell a story of his own. Once, I climbed an extremely treacherous mountain. There wasn't even a trail. I had to clear the path myself. If you were in that situation, young master, what would you do? Lee Seon seriously put a hand to his chin, hesitating for a moment before answering. I would just quietly look ahead and keep climbing. That way, I would reach the summit faster and more accurately. He smiled and nodded. Indeed, that way you would climb quite fast. Then he gave him an example. But in reality, it isn't like that. Sometimes, you have to look behind you, glance to both sides, and observe the terrain to see if you are on the right path. If you only focus on what's in front of you, you'll easily get lost and have to take a much longer detour. Now, Steward. Choi slowly opened his eyes and said seriously, especially when that mountain is very high. Lee Seon suddenly startled, realizing, could he be talking about martial arts? The past images slowly surfaced in his mind. He told himself that after regressing, he still hadn't achieved his goals. Even after gaining new power, I rushed to take on other things, but I never thought that would be a problem if I just kept going like this. Even if I had the time, I'd just keep obsessing over finding something new. Lee Seon bowed his head respectfully, thanking Butler Choi for his valuable teachings. Butler Choi waved his hand with a smile. It's nothing at all. Please, just consider it the grumbling of an old man. A moment later, Butler Choi looked outside. Let's see, it looks like we've arrived. The luxurious black car quickly came to a stop. This was Mount Sungmu. Lee Seon stepped out of the car, looking at the majestic peak right before him. He called out to the person who had accompanied him the whole way, Butler Choi. Lee Seon held his sword in one hand and gripped his bag strapped tightly with the other. I heard that only those who carry the bloodline of the Sungmu clan or have been granted permission can pass through the mountain gate. So, are you able to enter, sir? Crossing his arms, the butler replied, I was fortunate enough to be granted that authority by the previous head of the family. The two of them walked forward. At that moment, Butler Choi spoke up, I will go clean the grave of the master. Where do you intend to go first, young master? Lee Seon looked over. I intend to go to where the ancestor's spirit tablet is placed first. Suddenly, his body felt something strange. A peculiar sensation had he crossed the barrier of the ancestral grave. Lee Seon opened and closed his palm repeatedly. It felt like stepping into another world. Butler Choi bowed his head. Then, if you'll excuse me, I shall go ahead. I hope you achieve what you desire, young master. He moved forward, turning back to smile and thank him. His footsteps echoed through the quiet space. A grave appeared right in front of him. I'm here. The grave of the first family head. Lee Seon slowly pushed open the door. He spoke respectfully. A descendant of the Sungwoo house humbly asks for an audience with the ancestor. He then reached out to draw his sword. If I am late in performing the rites of drawing the sword before the ancestral grave, Lee Seon looked at the blade, the corner of his lips curving upward. Then I hope the ancestor will forgive me, for this was a step arranged beforehand by you yourself. A moment later, he gently placed the sword on the table and picked up a wine decanter. He couldn't help but think, Black Knight is a sword, but it is not simply a sword. He then poured the wine over the blade before the regression. The secret of the family, revealed by his eldest brother, the sword, splashed with wine, faintly trembled. Black Knight was sealed by 9 seals. A flow of power surrounded it. The seals I know of total 4. The first, proving myself as the master of the sword, the image of the ancestor in his swaddling clothes appeared. The second, proving I carry the bloodline of the Sungwoo house. The rocks around him exploded. The third, passing the naming ceremony, the first trial established by the ancestor. On the sword, a few characters glowed with a blue light. So far, I have broken a total of 3 seals. Lee Seon stood watching the spiritual energy radiating outward. What will be the hint for the next seal? Suddenly, the mirror right there lit up strangely. A line of text appeared accordingly. Heavenly Spirit Mountain. As expected, it was the Heavenly Spirit Mountain I knew. Only the Heavenly Spirit Mountain. The Heavenly Spirit Mountain is the place where the ancestor felt the spiritual energy and chose it as the training ground for his descendants. At this very moment, the Heavenly Spirit Mountain was before him, a place full of magical power. Even though I read the documents, this is the first time I've witnessed it with my own eyes. A voice slowly approached from behind. Indeed, it is a magnificent mountain. Lee Seon replied happily, yes. It brings a very different feeling compared to Mount Sungwoo or Red Fire Island. Butler Choi looked at him. I hope the young master will also achieve the results you desire. Suddenly, a shouting voice rang out. These guys are making noise again. Sanji was filled with fury. God, my head is splitting. Those idiots are swarming here like dogs. Lee Seon couldn't help but be surprised, turning his head to look, thinking, since when? I didn't sense any aura at all. The bodyguard next to him warned, young master, Butler Choi, step back. He is an expert. He pointed his finger, angrily scolding. You guys want to die, don't you? Are you out of your mind? Let me tell you nicely. Hand over the assignment. The bodyguard didn't care and ordered, everyone, get into formation. Sanji immediately reached out and pressed the bodyguard's head into the ground. I'm sick of you black-haired brats. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Whenever you hold a piece of iron, you always want to fight to the death. Lee Seon stood there, bewildered, watching the scene unfolding in a flash. After finishing them off, he picked up a bottle of wine and drank it in gulps. A group of bodyguards lay flat on the ground, unable to move. Sanji sighed in frustration. Damn it, they don't even know their place but dare to charge in. He then turned his head. Hey, you really are the type that doesn't understand the rules. I already told you that you have to give at least a month's notice, didn't I? Coming here empty-handed like this, you're dead for sure. Butler Choi smiled kindly. For that, I apologize, but you're being a bit too harsh. He was frustrated. Harsh? You guys have gotten really bold lately, haven't you? You even dare to talk back. Lee Seon, standing next to them, hesitantly spoke up. Butler Choi coughed lightly and looked at him. I forgot to introduce you. He reached out his hand. This person is the guardian of the Heavenly Spirit Mountain. Sanji adjusted his glasses, frowning. Is it him? The one that Lee Seon brought back from the outside. Butler Choi said, yes, this is the 9th young master, Lee Seon. You will be going up the mountain this time. Sanji suddenly asked him, you have already seen a part of my technique, haven't you? Lee Seon was surprised and couldn't help but think seriously. I didn't expect him to realize that. He then answered hesitantly, yes, I have seen it. He reached out to stroke his chin, looking at him with an assessing gaze. You carry a bit of the same aura as Lee Seon, but the scent on you is a bit strange, isn't it? Suddenly, at this moment, one of Lee Seon's eyes turned red. He reached up to clutch his eye at Sanji's words. This brat also has the eyes of a freak, huh? A flow of light radiated out, making Lee Seon feel astonished. That is, a moment later, he kept drinking wine, laughing ha-ha, praising it. Western wine is indeed different. The woody scent is strange, but it brings an indescribable taste to the tip of the tongue. Butler Choi, standing next to him, replied happily, I'm glad it suits your taste. Lee Seon just smiled quietly to himself, thinking, I'm not familiar with wine, but even I know this isn't anything cheap. Sanji slammed the wine bottle onto the table. All right then, tell me your story, he added. Sending a sickly kid like you here to train, they must really hate you, huh? Lee Seon spoke up. I came here completely of my own volition. Sanji laughed loudly. Is that so? He looked away. Just the type of child caught up in death and destiny. Lee Seon broke into a cold sweat, sitting there quietly, gripping his hands, thinking while he also secretly contemplated the illusion that his demon eye just showed me, and the identity of the mountain keeper that I heard before the regression. Lee Seon quickly guessed the identity of the person in front of him. He's a Dakabi who can foresee the future with eyes full of stars. Among them, reading fate, Sazu Panza, is seeing things that have already been destined and cannot be changed. Sanji spoke up. So what? You've been given a whole year. What are you planning to do with it? He whispered to himself. You know, your father can hear everything you're saying right now. He sat there in silence for a long time, ignoring the gazes of the two men, as the scene outside was now shrouded in darkness. Sanji's voice echoed outside. Damn it, I've seen some weirdos before, but this guy just mentioned the training ground and he sprinted straight there. He waved his hand, still holding a bottle of liquor. And you too. Wait until I'm done patching up those weaklings, then we'll head out together. Butler Choi sat upright. Thank you for allowing the use of the spirit water. Seeing the look on the butler's face, Sanji asked, So, why exactly are you here? Then, he tossed the liquor bottle aside and asked seriously, You didn't just come here to deliver booze, did you? Butler Choi nodded. I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. The man's face tightened as he gripped his wine glass. Could it be, has the mountain keeper read the celestial signs? The family head sent me to ask. Sanji slumped, set his glass down, and spoke slowly. I've read the celestial signs, but there isn't much I can say. He smiled teasingly. Surely a Dakabi who's just been treated to good liquor wouldn't refuse to lend a hand, right? He snapped angrily. Hey kid, that's a bribe. Butler Choi gently replied. I brought over 10 bottles of liquor. Sanji kept drinking and cursing. Damn it, I knew something like this would happen. He finished his drink, slammed the bottle onto the table, and sighed. There's still a very long road ahead. The Heavenly Gate has been open for a long time, and human power has reached its peak. Chaos will surely follow. Tell him not to be impatient and to just let things take their natural course. He smiled, holding his glass. Understood. I will relay that message to the family head. He gestured furiously. If I had only won that damn wrestling match back then, I wouldn't be tangled up in this mess. Then he continued, Anyway, it seems like you've taken a liking to that illegitimate kid, haven't you? Aren't you worried? Butler Choi looked seriously at the liquor in his hand. As a servant, I merely serve the bloodline of the martial ancestor. Sanji chuckled. Different from you, huh? You heard he wants to go there, right? He's still just a rookie. He was surprised when the other man said, just keep an eye on him for once. Then, he smiled, You'll find it interesting too, Mountain Keeper. The scene shifts to a training field illuminated by a few lights. A small hand slowly poked out. Lee Seon stepped out, looking at the sight before him in surprise. It's amazing every time I see it. A tree hole leading to the training ground. He scanned everything around him, even the spot where the Mountain Keeper was yesterday. There was a cave entrance too. So this is the magic of the doctor? He reached out his hand to warm up. Honestly, I'm still lacking in so many areas. From now on, I have 1 year. Lee Seon summoned his magic sword, the techniques learned from Muji and Mujin, his eye of truth, intuition, and dark energy. I have to make them all my own. He smiled with determination. The goal is 1,000 times. If that's not enough, I'll keep going until it is. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Sanji was rubbing his stomach. That guy is way too intense. I've never seen anyone like him. He watched the image of him training hard and thought. He trains until his body breaks down, then recovers with spirit water over and over again. It sounds easy to say, but that's no different from self-torture. He snapped his fingers, and the illusion disappeared. No wonder his destiny is so bleak. Lee Seon closed his eyes, tossing and turning in thought. He was destined for an early death or a life of misfortune, yet he's overturning that unchangeable fate. He's even suppressing his innate energy. A creature with no destiny? When was the last time I saw someone like that? Suddenly, Sanji snapped his fingers and smiled. Truly, bloodlines don't lie. Your family is just too bizarre. Even the heavens must be fed up with you. In the blink of an eye, time passed quickly. 3 months later, he shouted angrily, That Choi guy. You think this is funny? Sanji yelled, I'm bored to death. He quit watching altogether. That kid just trains the basics all day. What's so fun about that? He turned over and closed his eyes. Other than asking permission to pick herbs, he hardly says a word. He's probably still alive. Suddenly, a sound made Sanji open his eyes in surprise. He sat bolt upright. That's the cry of the spirit beast, Baki. Has something invaded the mountain? He immediately flicked his hand, and an illusion mirror gradually appeared. But I set up a barrier. That shouldn't be possible. Baki was running away in fear. Did some big shot from the main family screw something up while bringing food and liquor? Sanji stared intently at the illusion mirror, furious. What the hell is that kid doing? Don't tell me he's trying to eat the spirit beast. Lee Seon was fast, chasing after Baki. He immediately opened the door and shouted, "Stop right there." The wind quickly blew through the trees. He held a small shovel in his hand, chasing it relentlessly. Sanji, furious, lunged out like a blade. "Hey, you brat, are you crazy? What on earth are you doing?" Lee Seon stopped, sweating, and greeted him. "Mountain Keeper. Long time no see," he said seriously. "But could you please step aside for a moment?" Lee Seon, 14 years old. Sanji pointed directly at him and scolded him relentlessly. "How dare you target a spirit beast right in front of me? I've never seen a brat like you in my entire life." Lee Seon flinched in surprise, then raised an eyebrow and asked, What are you talking about, sir?" He couldn't hold back his temper. "The thing you're chasing with that murderous aura is the spirit beast, Baki." Lee Seon wasn't scared by Sanji's rage. Instead, he calmly replied, leaving him stunned. "Why would I kill the spirit beast?" Sanji glanced over him. He looked at the tools Lee Seon was carrying and shouted, "The basket and the hoe." Suddenly, a strange noise rang out high. He saw Baki and raised his hoe. "That brat." Sanji saw this and quickly put a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Hey, hold on a second." He blocked him, trying to keep Lee Seon from going, wondering, "Why on earth are you chasing Baki?" Lee Seon frowned in frustration and yelled back, "That thing stole my secret medicine." Before Sanji could understand what was happening, Lee Seon had already zipped past him. "Sorry, but I'll explain later." Sanji's eyes widened in surprise. He reached out to stop him with all his might, saying, "Hey, kid, the spirit beast is already gone. How do you expect to find it?" But before he could even finish his sentence, Sanji had to freeze in his tracks. "Hey, you, the spirit is already hiding, so how do you plan to find it?" But before he could even finish, Sanji suddenly froze. He watched the direction Lee Seon had run, eyes darting around as he thought to himself, "He's chasing in the right direction where the beast escaped to," but no matter how sharp his senses are, finding that exact spot is easier said than done. It's hard to get a clear read. Sanji observed him, then looked down at Lee Seon's feet, which were surrounded by a strange green energy. Incredible. Even with that much power radiating from the tips of his toes, the ground wasn't even damaged. Had that kid really gotten that fast? Lee Seon leaped forward, reaching out toward the beast, which scrambled away in terror. Lee Seon stood still, lost in thought. He had only taken his eyes off it for 3 months. Could something have happened during that time? After a while, the chase settled down. Sanji raised a hand to his mouth, cleared his throat, and spoke up. "So, while I was out finding the final ingredient for the medicinal broth, that's when the beast stole it and ran off. Right?" "My apologies." Lee Seon's face darkened, his voice sounding dejected. "That was at least a 450-year-old mountain ginseng." Sanji didn't quite catch it and asked. Lee Seon stood before him with his head hung low, listing items endlessly. Wild ginger, white leopard grass, dragon scales, Lee So Hyun, pine mushrooms, caterpillar fungus grown on the remains of a demon insect. "I went through so much trouble to gather those." Hearing this, Sanji felt a pang of guilt, turned his head, and fell silent. Seeing Lee Seon's lack of reaction, he looked even more troubled. Lee Seon muttered gloomily, "That was a medicine I painstakingly brewed for 100 days without sleep. All of it wasted." Sanji reacted quickly. He panicked and reached out to comfort him, but didn't dare. "No, that's not." Lee Seon's eyes were filled with sadness. He sighed, weary and pained. "So one of the reasons I came to Heavenly Demon Mountain has already failed. That medicine was one of my main goals." Unable to take it anymore, Sanji turned bright red, shouting at him, "Hey, I gave you permission to pick it anyway, so what does it matter if it got stolen?" Lee Seon acted innocent, clapping his hands together. "Oh, right. That's true." Even so, Lee Seon wasn't about to let Sanji off the hook. His words were like an arrow piercing straight through the man. "You gave me permission, but in the end, I did manage to retrieve it within your territory. Sanji, failing to manage that is your fault." Furious, Sanji slammed his chest with his hand, his mouth wide open as he yelled irritably, "Fine, all right, I'll compensate you. Just waiting for this moment, Lee Seon's melancholy expression instantly turned devious. He smirked. Anything? I'll accept whatever you offer. Getting exactly the answer he wanted, he continued, calm and composed. You just said anything, right? Was that true? Hearing Lee Seon say that, Sanji, who had been fired up, froze. Lee Seon looked up with a gentle, yet slightly terrifying smile. As it happens, Mr. Sanji, there are two things I need your help with. In a dark, cramped, old cellar, damp and filled with strange growls, something horrifying appeared. A giant, black, spiky leg twitched. The Spider Queen, looking terrifying, grinned dreadfully in front of the giant man. He showed no fear, swinging his sword back to infuse it with power. Thinking, remember this? The sword was continuously wrapped in a source of red power. Lee Seon gripped it tightly, pondering how the power of the Ori's skill, when used continuously, spreads wide. He planted his feet and swung the sword horizontally, unleashing power that wouldn't change from the first time he used it. The Supreme Aura skill is a source of power surging toward the Spider Queen. Like a red rope, it bound her tightly, making her let out a massive sound. The demon was blown back, forcing him to plant his feet to hold his ground. He held the sword tightly with both hands and swung it back hard. Sources of green energy, like ropes, surrounded it. Supreme Aura. Lee Seon used all his strength. He swung with everything he had, slashing the Spider Queen in two. The beast shrieked loudly, blue blood spraying everywhere. Lee Seon gritted his teeth, struggling. Damn it. The Spider Queen is injured, but it's not enough. One of her limbs was severed, causing her great pain. Seeing she wasn't severely crippled, he thought, is it not enough power to kill her? She quickly regained her composure, thrusting her spiky, pointed leg toward him suddenly. A golden talisman appeared right in front of Lee Seon. He looked at it, stunned. It floated in midair, glowing for a moment, then gently drifted down. Sanji looked down at the talisman, picked it up, and muttered, damn it, why am I serving a kid? He held the talisman with 2 fingers. Sanji sighed, waving it back and forth, complaining, I don't know why I promised to do this kind of stuff. But when he saw Lee Seon looking exhausted, he became cheerful and asked, hey, kid, do you want to take a break? Lee Seon was gasping for air, raising a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Yes, please. Right now. Sanji didn't say much. He quickly instructed Lee Seon, suit yourself. Focus and visualize the target from your memory. Lee Seon immediately closed his eyes and followed his lead. Sanji pointed his hand upward, aiming at the talisman. It slowly dissolved, and a phantom image of Lee Jung-ho holding a sword appeared. The two of them quickly began to spar. Neither of them would yield, creating a blast of energy. Sanji watched from the outside, marveling, oh my god. The demonic energy is just leaking out. I didn't know if he knew how to ask for help with illusion training. He gritted his teeth in anger, the fire in his heart rising, hands balled into fists. He wondered, how did that kid even know to ask for illusion training? And for 4 hours straight, too? Sanji calmed down, hands in his pockets, letting go of his earlier thoughts. Well, what's done is done. Might as well let it go. It's not that hard. Suddenly, Sanji froze. He glanced over toward Place, the person not far away. Analyzing him, in these past 3 months, his body has become much healthier. His overall physique has become more refined. I can clearly sense the maturity. He's grown taller, too. It's not that he's necessarily stronger, but he's more solid. Seeing the green energy surrounding him, Sanji narrowed his eyes, then brushed it off. He fell into a deep silence. Sanji folded his arms, intently watching Lee Seon's movements. I suppose I'll have to ask him about that weapon sometime. The sun began to set. He sat comfortably, soaking in the hot spring. Head tilted back as he exclaimed, feels like I've been revived. If this wasn't a healing spring, I probably wouldn't have survived. If only there were healing springs outside of Heavenly Demon Mountain. That would be great, just like back at the main estate. Suddenly, a hairy foot slowly appeared. He lowered his foot and stepped into the bath. Lee Seon, who was soaking, jumped in surprise. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, worried. Who's there? I didn't even sense any presence, even though they got this close. Sanji stepped into the tub, looked at him, and spoke. You look so tired, so you're a real person after all, huh? Lee Seon sat bolt upright and asked, Sanji, is there something you needed? The older man frowned, soaking in the bath as he spoke. I've been working hard too. Am I not allowed to take a break? You've been here for a while now. Have you been resting properly? He rubbed the back of his head, laughing sheepishly. I always rest well, sir. Suddenly, Sanji cut him off. I mean, besides just coming here after your training sessions. Kid, the old man rested one arm on the rock, his other hand popping food into his mouth. I've lived a long time, but this is the first time I've seen someone train as foolishly as you do. Lee Seon sat there, watching him, then replied, holding yet another egg in his hand. Is that so? Outwardly, he acted cheerful, but inside it was a different story. It was still a bit uncomfortable. Lee Seon stepped out of the bath, wrapping a towel around his waist. If you'll excuse me, I feel like my body has fully recovered. I'll head out now. Before Lee Seon could leave, Sanji crushed the egg against the rock, shattering it. He shouted, hold it! Lee Seon was startled by his sudden action, his eyes widening. Listen to me, I have more to say. Sit back down. After a long moment of careful thought, Sanji finally spoke, curious about the item Lee Seon had brought. What is the name of that thing you were wielding earlier? Lee Seon stopped in his tracks, hand already reaching out. Are you talking about this? The old man grew serious, his gaze sharp and unrelenting. Where did you get it? Sanji crossed his arms, staring at him with a stern, warning look. Promise me you won't tell anyone about it. I'm not entirely certain, but this concerns its true identity. Knowing it would be hard to fool him, Lee Seon felt a flicker of fear but decided to tell the truth. Its name is Mujin. I found it in my family's secret treasury. Sanji looked up, raising his hand, slowly using his power to gather the rising steam into his small vortex. I don't know how much you truly understand about that thing, he began, but I saw something very similar to it, a long time ago. The steam swirled, growing thicker. His gaze remained steady and calm as he recounted the tale. Long ago, there existed a mage who could communicate with spirits and read the stars in the sky. Sanji raised his hand higher, the steam from the bath, slowly coalescing into a dense spiral. He rested his arm on the rock. That mage always carried something with him. An image of the mage appeared in Sanji's mind. In one hand, he held a stone. In the other, he conjured a flame, a stone that could freely change its shape. With just that stone, the mage could perform all sorts of magic. His voice was solemn, eyes staring straight ahead, unwavering. He used forbidden arts without having to pay the price. He naturally became the greatest mage of his era. His voice rose, then suddenly, he swiped his finger horizontally, drawing forth a source of blue power that flickered at his fingertip as if hesitant. But then, the mage's form began to change in a terrifying way. He was no longer human, he had turned into a monster. The stone he trusted so deeply had finally devoured him. He lost all his sanity and began to rampage like a beast. Sanji slowly shut his eyes, waving his hand repeatedly. He changed like that in less than a year. He wouldn't die easily, so in the end, they had to seal him away. Lee Seon, facing him, asked with curiosity, and what about the stone? Seeing the boy's curiosity, Sanji didn't hold back and said it plainly. They gathered the power of countless mages at the time and destroyed it. Lee Seon lowered his head, his hand on his chin, deep in thought. That sounded similar to a story he'd read in the Jang Ji-ung scrolls. Looking up at Sanji, he asked based on his own deduction. Could it be that the mage was sealed in a place called Manhwa? The old man calmly shook his head. No. He was sealed on an island on the eastern edge. Lee Seon immediately thought of the image of the small blade and the heavy crude stone. He pondered it himself and reached his own conclusion. Then that's not what was recorded in the Jang Ji-ung scrolls. The stone and Mujin are two separate objects, but they are connected. Just as Lee Seon was lost in his thoughts, Sanji kept pushing him to pay attention, pulling him back to the conversation. The old man suddenly turned grave, pointing straight ahead. Back then, I smelled a foul stench coming from that stone. Sanji's finger didn't waver. He pointed directly at Lee Seon, who was sitting across from him. And that scent is very similar to the smell that is radiating from you right now. A strange scent. Not human, not animal, and not a spirit. He lowered his hand and rested it back on the rock. His tone softened as he let out a laugh. Mujin is an outsider with an unknown nature. There are better weapons out there. Why don't you just give it up? But beneath the banter, Lee Seon felt a different kind of emotion. He pursed his lips. His tone sounded like a gentle suggestion, but it carried a suffocating pressure, as if his heart were being squeezed. Lee Seon quickly steadied himself. He looked up and stared straight at Sanji. When I first awakened my magic eye, my father advised me to seal it, but I told him this, word for word. If this power was given to me, I will make it submit and use it for myself. Hearing this, Sanji leaned forward, baring his teeth in a small smirk. Arrogant brat. You said that to Lee Seon? Before he could even finish laughing, Sanji barked at him. You kid, do you think that thing is anything like a magic eye? Lee Seon didn't mince words, closing his eyes halfway, unbothered. To me, there is no difference. Hearing that, Sanji suddenly rose from the hot water. He braced his arms against his thighs and blurted out, then there's no other way. Sanji swung his hand in an arc. He slowly began to absorb the surrounding power without further hesitation. Sanji's eyes turned completely white. He gritted his teeth, gripping his thorny staff, and shouted, I'll just have to use force to take it from you. Losing all patience, Sanji swung the staff hard toward where he was sitting. Not holding back this time, Lee Seon remained calm, not a trace of fear in his eyes, but the staff swung down and stopped right in front of him. Sanji, completely unrestrained, with killing intent in his eyes, threatened, "Give it to me while I'm still asking nicely." Lee Seon pursed his lips, silent, his brow furrowed as he watched Sanji's actions. "It's been a long time since I've had to draw a weapon. I'm not sure I can control myself." Without a hint of fear, Lee Seon smiled slightly and said gently, "You won't be able to do it, master." A single sentence from him stopped Sanji in his tracks. The old man gripped his staff tightly. He couldn't do anything because doing so would break his own vow. Remembering that, he lowered his hand, rubbing his eyes and letting out a long, heavy sigh. Sanji's forehead began to bead with sweat. He flashed a forced smile and asked, "So, you already know everything?" Lee Seon replied calmly, "Of course." His face remained gentle, showing no anger despite the man's threats, as he claimed it was to protect the mountain and help those training here. That was the oath he swore to the founder. "You're just testing my resolve, aren't you?" Sanji, annoyed by being teased, scolded. "If you already knew, wouldn't it have been better to just say so directly, you crafty brat?" Suddenly, Lee Seon asked another question, which left him silent and deep in thought. "You don't actually intend to take it, do you?" Sanji clicked his tongue and muttered in disgust. "In my opinion, you should rely on your tongue and your brain instead." Lee Seon burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Thank you for the compliment." The man felt irritated by the boy's cheerful laughter. He shouted, "That was an insult, you brat." Sanji eventually calmed down, resting his large staff on his shoulder and pointing a finger at him. "Why don't you try taking it by force? You could have taken it under the guise of helping me. That thing doesn't give off a weird aura like a sorcerer's item. It's probably not the type of monster that devours its user." Lee Seon didn't want to say much more. He looked down at the black ring on his finger and replied, "I understand. Thank you for telling me." Just then, Sanji was slowly pulling back his staff. Lee Seon suddenly spoke up. "Let's put that aside for a moment, master." He tilted his head, forming a question mark. "Is there something else?" Sparkles appeared around Lee Seon. With a bright, cheerful expression, he placed his hand on his chest and laughed, saying, "Just now, you threatened a student with a weapon, didn't you? You're quite meticulous when it comes to keeping tabs on things, aren't you, master?" Sanji was furious. He couldn't hold back and shouted, "You rotten brat. You little reaper-robbing rascal." In the middle of the desolate mountains, a small courtyard with a lit wooden house appeared Lee Seon's temporary shelter. John Wison. A sword surrounded by strange, dark strings of power. Lee Seon lifted it with both hands. He sat cross-legged, holding the two parts of the sword, and muttered, "I didn't expect it to take 3 whole months to read Judo's memories." Recalling the moment he left, Lee Seon had been given 2 swords by his kin before departing from John Wison. He had received the 2 swords from 7-star Lee Jahak. The Judo twin blades, a masterpiece, grade F. The ring on his finger glowed. Lee Seon held it up to his face to analyze its function. Grade F. It possesses innate dark energy, allowing it to emit a freezing chill. Its memories weren't many, so I absorbed them. Back at the main house, he held that position, his eyes fixed on the ring, thinking, "Let's test Judo's power." The second memory about Mujin that he saw before the student division's evaluation, and the new power he gained from Mujin. Lee Seon reached out. From beneath the ring, a long blue thread appeared, the ability to use the power of the copied weapon. That source of power surged forward. It aimed toward the sword leaning against the wall. Without waiting for Lee Seon's command, the long thread wrapped around the sword's hilt several times. With a swift motion, the thread yanked the sword toward him. Lee Seon caught the flying sword and exclaimed, "Judo's power is the ability to transfer attributes from one item to another." He looked down at the sword in his hand, feeling the blade with both hands, thinking, "Just copying. The appearance doesn't show its true power. Perhaps I can only use the strength from weapons absorbed through dark energy." Lee Seon gripped the sword tighter, closed his eyes, and whispered, "Since I've broken the seal at Sungmu Mountain, I should check Hokuya's memories, too." Very quickly, Lee Seon dived into the old memories. Returning to the past, he saw the sword being placed down gently and carefully before he broke the seal at Sungmu Mountain. "I can only see up to this point." Lee Seon stood behind the young nobleman, glancing at him and thinking, "The important part starts now." Lee Seon stepped to the side. The mysterious nobleman spoke, "I intend to seal this sword. I won't let my children be swayed by the sword's power." A mysterious figure in the shadows replied calmly, "Considering it, are you sure it won't be difficult to seal? That way, no one will be easily chosen by it anymore." The young nobleman didn't want to think too much. Without waiting for the hooded figure to continue, he replied, "If they aren't worthy, it's better not to use it." He implicitly understood what the other meant. The hooded figure reached out toward the sword. "I understand." Power generated from him slowly seeped into the sword, making it glow. Characters lit up powerfully on the blade. The hooded figure touched it gently. The sealing process is complete. The two continued to discuss, but suddenly their words became static and unclear. Regarding the details of the seal, Lee Seon, standing behind, couldn't hear them and felt full of disappointment. I still haven't heard anything about the unreleased seals. The hooded figure turned toward the other, his words carrying caution. When the third seal is broken, its power will be unleashed. Do you accept that? The young nobleman picked up the sword to reassure him. That won't make a big difference, so it's fine. The young nobleman turned away. He gripped the sword firmly, unleashing a surge of power, and exclaimed, "Even so, I still have to test it." The sword continuously emitted a strange power. Lee Seon observed it all, thinking, does that have mana veins flowing inside Hukuya? In terms of complexity, it's no different from a human's mana system. That source of power quickly appeared on the young nobleman. He raised his hand, creating power like a lightning bolt. The young nobleman swung the sword, making it slash through the air. He solemnly used all his strength to strike the sword straight down. Mists of smoke appeared. Seeing what happened, Lee Seon pondered. Mana isn't just blocked, it's being scattered. After the young nobleman finished the movement, he raised the shiny sword to eye level and said, "I'll have to reinforce the seal a bit more." After experiencing that old memory, Lee Seon quickly returned to reality. His head throbbed, forcing Lee Seon to raise his hand to steady it. He held the sword in one hand while rubbing his head with the other, excited. A power that can erase mana. Who would have thought such a weapon could exist? Lee Seon stomped hard on the floor, sending dust flying. His face was filled with intense determination. He charged forward powerfully. Before Lee Seon was the Spider Queen, a grade 5 monster. He swung his sword at the Spider Queen, slicing her in half. After killing the Spider Queen, as the smoke cleared, a voice rang out, "Wow, you tough brat, you actually did it." It turned out to be Sanji's voice. His face was full of excitement as he continued. "Do you realize this is your first victory after all those failures? Let's see, 7 months, right?" Lee Seon didn't hesitate to fire back with a bright smile. "You know, I could beat you at any time now, don't you?" "Geez, you little monster. Stop joking around." Sanji asked seriously. "So, what are you planning to do this time?" "I think I'll stop training," Lee Seon replied nonchalantly. Unexpectedly, he was thrilled and even patted the boy's back. "Great idea. I'll take a break too." Before he could even finish celebrating, the boy added, "Oh, wait, no." Lee Seon's eyes suddenly lit up, burning with passion. "I think it's time to take on the challenge." Lee Seon placed a hand over his chest and declared, "The trial created by the founder of the Bloodless Dream." The Bloodless Dream, a trial realm created for the Lee martial arts family. It contained all the power and wisdom of John Gusen, a mirage enhanced by forbidden magic, and it chooses those worthy of the challenge. That's one of the vows linked to the Mountain Guardian. Sanji asked him seriously, "Do you really want to attempt it?" Lee Seon also replied seriously, "Yes, I've been working hard for this." The boy's face fell when the old man insisted that he currently wasn't strong enough to pass the trial. Just as the old man uttered the word "but," Lee Seon curiously looked up. Then, Sanji extended his palm. He smiled and made a declaration. "It seems you are ready for the challenge. Lee Seon, 9th generation of the Lee martial arts family. I grant you permission to challenge the Bloodless Dream." He shook hands with Sanji, gratefully replying with a simple "thank you." Not long after, he led the boy to the front of a cave entrance and introduced it. "This is the entrance to the Bloodless Dream." The boy, a bit puzzled, quickly turned around to ask, "Isn't this the cave that leads to your place?" The old man took a step forward and replied, "For the time being, that's correct." Then Sanji reached his palm forward. Emerald energy began to radiate. He placed his hand against the stone wall, and the energy swirled into circles in an instant. After he placed his hand there, blue spiritual energy covered the entire space. A moment later, Sanji turned and said, "You probably already know this, but once you enter the Bloodless Dream, you cannot leave until the trial is over. Open it and go in." Lee Seon quickly stepped past him. Before leaving, he declared, "Then I'll be coming back." He wore a satisfied smile and replied, "Take your time." Deep down, he was thinking, "I really can't stand looking at his face anymore." The door he pushed open cast a beam of light. Behind him came Sanji's well wishes. Good luck. The light was so blinding that the boy had to raise his hand to block it, while in his heart, he was thinking about how, to some, he is a war god, and to others, a dragon slayer. He carefully listed the other noble titles he had held, or perhaps the legendary symbol in fiction, the founder of the world's top family. At this moment, the founder, Lee Hun-hyen, appeared before Lee Seon's eyes. He respectfully offered his greeting. This descendant pays his respects to the founding ancestor of the Lee martial arts family. His weapon was gripped tightly in his hand, Deep down, he was silently amazed. The presence is so overwhelming, as if he were still alive. Then he looked forward, reminding himself of the history. Only a few had challenged it through the generations. For the bloodless dream, there was only one condition for victory: defeat the founder at the age of 15. At this moment, Lee Seon held the scabbard in one hand and was drawing the blade with the other, while his eyes were tightly shut. He had calculated the strategy carefully in his head, planning to test the waters first. He hadn't done anything yet when blood suddenly gushed from his throat. At that very moment, the blade in the hand of Hun Hyeon had pierced deep into his chest. After that, Lee Seon woke up and let out a loud gasp. Now, he was lying on the grass, his mind spinning with questions. What just happened? My heart was pierced? Lee Seon lay there with his arm over his forehead. I wasn't careless. He sat up abruptly, grass flying everywhere. I've been decapitated in simulations before, but at least I knew how it happened. Lee Seon's face darkened as he reflected seriously. But this time, besides my heart being pierced, I don't know anything at all. He shook his head slightly, trying to compose himself. Stay calm. Let's analyze this carefully. Lee Seon placed his hand on his head and continued to ponder. He didn't use any secret arts or special moves. Not even the aura reinforcement technique. Suddenly, his eyes widened. It seemed Lee Seon had realized something. The battle flashed through his mind. That guy attacked faster than lightning. Even with my sixth sense, I couldn't detect it, even with my eyes closed. Could it be a strike to my blind spot? 1,000 questions flooded his mind now. Lee Seon didn't know which guess was right, but could it really be that he had to read all of his moves to do that? He reached out to grab his sword, preparing to stand up. That means he's that strong. He stood tall, his expression solemn, his feet stomping hard on the ground with overwhelming momentum. Lee Seon walked straight ahead, striding proudly. Looking from the outside, he seemed quite cool, but in reality, he was very nervous. Ha, I really don't know if I can win or not. Elsewhere, in a massive mansion, Master, we received word from John Gwyson. Lee Seon opened a wooden box, picked up a cloth inside, and carefully wiped the sword in his hand, saying quietly, So he has entered the cave. Yes, for 10 months now. Lee Seon stared at the shiny blade. He secretly admired him, but he shouldn't have reached that skill level yet. Lee Seon recalled his son's battles. He remembered them all. That child has never truly been defeated. The Susan, the Hand of the Blood Lake, the Faceless Cursed Queen. In terms of win-loss records, he hadn't won every fight, but he had never truly been defeated. Lee Seon's lips curled up, looking quite proud. In other words, he has never experienced the sensation of being. He closed the sword and asked, Butler Choi, do you know why the survival rate in the bloodless dream is under 50%? In Lee Seon's mind, an image of the boy suddenly appeared, standing proudly in front of a towering mountain, with the affirmation, because they break down mentally when they hit a wall named Lee Hun Hyeon. So, what happens to someone who has never encountered such a wall when they stand before it? Lee Seon had just finished the battle. He dropped his sword onto the grass. So, a kid who has no experience breaking walls. Lee Seon lay back on the grass, arm over his face, panting. What will he do when facing a real wall? He gritted his teeth. I don't understand what just happened. I just died in one hit, didn't I? Lee Seon silently recalled the opponent's fighting style. The battle happened so fast. He tricked my senses. He saw through my moves and struck me down instantly, then launched an attack from the side. I jerked upright, hand resting on my leg. His strike had hit my blind spot perfectly. He's already figured out all my attack patterns. Lee Seon thought silently, staring at his trembling hands. It's been so long since I've felt like this. He clenched his fist with intense determination, despite the crushing hopelessness of knowing he couldn't win. His odds were low, but Lee Seon still reached for his blade. I can't break or give up here. He gripped the sword with both hands. Sparks crackled around the blade. No one in this world understands this feeling better than I do, Lee Seon thought, sprinting forward. When you fall into the abyss, the only way out is to climb back up. He launched himself high into the air, his eyes blazing with terrifying intent. His efforts weren't in vain. The founder didn't even look scared. He simply raised his sword to block, flicking his wrist with ease. In an instant, his head was gone. I'm finally starting to understand the founder isn't using any strange powers. He's just lightning fast. He even pierced the opponent with his bare hand. The source of the founder's strength is his sheer talent, because he's found the correct answer for his own development. After so many failures, I finally understand. He acts with perfection in every moment, as if it's instinct. The essence of martial arts is that every basic movement forms a solid foundation. Look at the founder's path of swordsmanship. While Lee Seon was deep in thought, the founder attacked. Lee Seon panicked, eyes tracking the path of the sword, a thought flashing through his mind. He instantly pulled his sword to block a horizontal slash. Having successfully parried, Lee Seon flashed a triumphant smile. Suddenly, blood splattered across the sky. Whose was it? The deep blue sky shimmered as the two charged at each other, their swords grinding together. He fought with everything he had on the first strike, refusing to back down. The second, third, and fourth strikes followed, the battle showing no signs of ending. I'm actually able to fight the founder on equal footing. The founder's eyes began to grow cold and aggressive. His sword was enveloped in blue light as he swung straight at Lee Seon. He dodged instantly, breaking into a wide grin. He had avoided a fatal blow. Finally, he had used aura. He crouched, hand on the ground to stabilize, ready to spring into his unique melee style. It was all about unpredictability and freedom. Lee Seon switched to another weapon, preparing to keep fighting. What he lacked was the ability to handle every type of weapon. All those techniques were built on a solid foundation. Only now did he truly reflect and understand the purpose of the Muhyan Mountains. Now I get it, the true purpose of the Muhyan Mountains. Lee Seon charged forward, thrusting his spear straight at the founder. Break through the wall that is myself. He gripped the new weapon, thinking to himself that even the founder didn't have this, a power he didn't even know he possessed. Lee Seon recalled the praise she had given him. It was like a wake-up call. Your talent for magic is truly extraordinary, she had assured him. Lee Seon was ecstatic, feeling like he'd struck gold. Thank you. He thrust his spear toward the sky, unleashing the full force of his technique. They clashed again, neither giving an inch. The weapons ground against each other so hard sparks flew and dust clouds billowed across the ground. So, the wall had finally been broken. But the two of them didn't stop. The walls were collapsing everywhere else, too. In a place with majestic mountains and delicate trees, Sanji sat drinking, talking to himself. It's been a month since that kid joined the Muhyan Mountains. For the first time in 1,000 years, Lee Seon has actually had a challenging match. Who would have thought? He slammed his glass down, splashing liquid everywhere. As he sat drinking, the ground shook and Sanji grew furious. What the hell is happening to this mountain? But then, he jumped up, energized. Don't tell me. Sanji rushed toward the gate, clearly excited. He stood before the iron gate. Sanji couldn't hide his emotions anymore, whispering to himself. The kid actually made it through that trial, didn't he? The iron gate slowly creaked open, dust filling the air. Lee Seon's radiant face emerged, a triumphant smirk on his lips as he stood proudly before Sanji. I'm back, he declared. I've returned, Mountain Guardian. After returning, he went straight to the hot springs. So, how was it? They teased each other playfully. I never want to go through that again, Lee Seon said. Sanji replied, You say that, but you don't seem that dissatisfied. Most people who came out of there had a hollow, dead look in their eyes. Their personalities changed completely. Suddenly, Lee Seon looked down, lost in thought. It sounds like everyone has found their own answer. As if remembering something, Lee Seon turned to Sanji. By the way, do you know what my father was like? Sanji wondered. You mean Lee Seon? Ha. He opened a beer, excited. Curious about your dad, are you? Do you know what he said right after he came out of there? Sanji recalled the image of a young Lee Seon, mimicking his voice. That's enough training for now. I'm going back. Thank you for everything, Lee Seon said. Wait, did you just mimic my dad? The scenery around the hot springs was stunning. A beautiful, vibrant blue. That's right. I'm pretty good at that, aren't I? Lee Seon denied it. Not at all. Sanji continued. But you know, you've achieved a great milestone today. Kid, you completed the Muhyan Mountain trial at the youngest age I've ever seen. Lee Seon closed his eyes, enjoying the moment with a faint smile. I guess I was lucky to get through it with so many realizations. Sanji was curious about what he'd do next. So, what are you going to do with the remaining months here? Keep training. Sanji's eyes went wide with surprise when he heard Lee Seon's answer. No, I'm planning on resting and reflecting on everything I've realized. Sanji laughed heartily, teasing him. I thought you hadn't changed at all, but it turns out you have, a little bit. The kid just said he was going to rest. Are you sick or something? What did that magician, Dr. Sanji, do to you? Sanji continued laughing loudly. The intensity hasn't let up yet. Lee Seon, the Mountain Guardian, is completely overwhelmed. Lee Seon, you're demanding your reward from him. It's time to collect what I'm owed, old man. Lee Seon didn't forget to bring up the past, making Sanji's face turn as dark as a soot-covered pot. He hadn't forgotten about scaring the kid last time. He turned his head away. Hold on, you brat. That wasn't just a playful look. His expression was becoming increasingly unsightly. Seeing that, Lee Seon said, I'm not asking for anything unreasonable. That makes it even scarier. Then, suddenly, his face became unusually serious. He spoke firmly. I want to borrow your mace, Sanji. Sanji panicked at his request. What? You? He waved his hands around, pointing at Lee Seon. You brat, that isn't something a human can handle. You wouldn't even be able to use it. Lee Seon reassured Sanji. It's fine. I just want to touch it once. Lee Seon guaranteed him. Just touching it once shouldn't cause any damage, right? Sanji stammered. Well, I mean, that's not exactly how it works. Lee Seon clutched his head in frustration. Damn it. Fine, fine. Sanji had to give in to his request. You won't be able to do anything with it anyway. His hand glowed as if he were preparing to conjure something. A sharp, spiked mace appeared, surrounded by a blue light. It looked incredibly captivating. He held it heroically. Lee Seon recalled information about it from his past life. Sanji handed the spiked mace to him. I'll lend it to you for exactly 1 hour. He added a few warnings. If you try to force it, you'll be in trouble. So, be careful, kid. Lee Seon happily took it from Sanji. Lee Seon thanked him. The moment Sanji let go, the weight of the mace made it hard for him to hold. It fell to the ground with a thud. Lee Seon used all his might to lift it, but it was a failure. The old man stood by, chuckling. I told you so. You can't even lift it. Sanji walked away, leaving him to figure it out on his own. Just enjoy your 1 hour of playtime, then. Seeing that, Lee Seon panicked, but what could he do? Once the arrow is fired, you have to follow through. It took a while for him to carry it back to that stone room. It took forever to move it. I had to use my magic just to lift it even this much. Lee Seon rotated his shoulders and stretched his wrists, already tired from the mace. And this isn't even its complete form yet. He gave it a quick assessment. The mace was said to be a weapon capable of summoning tidal storms and leveling mountains with a single swing. If it were fully unleashed, it would be a disaster. Lee Seon channeled his magic into it. There was only one reason he borrowed the Sanji mace. Dark energy swirled around the weapon. If black energy is considered an aspect of the weapon, can I absorb it? Or does it only function under certain special circumstances? I have to find out. Suddenly, he heard a roar. Always so stubborn. What are you planning to do with that? Everything collided, causing Lee Seon to be struck and fall to his knees in pain. His hand gripped tight, trying to endure it. I've read it. Lee Seon didn't think he was that easy to defeat. He had been blown away by a single sound. Still, he had achieved what he wanted. But if I can read its memories, I might be able to absorb it. His excitement grew. And if I can absorb it, I can handle weapons that no human has ever been able to before. Scene change. Lee Seon packed his bag, grabbing everything. Sanji's voice made him turn back. No wonder things seemed so lively at the foot of the mountain. He held a bottle of liquor, smiling brightly. Is today the day you leave? He replied to the old man. Yes, it's been exactly 1 year today. Sanji was surprised. Really? He pulled out a small pouch, tossing it up and down like a ball. Lee Seon was curious. What is that? He grinned widely. It's salt. I'm throwing it because I want to chase you away. Lee Seon's face went blank when he heard that. He quickly regained his smile. Lee Seon expressed his gratitude. Thank you for everything. I'll come back to visit you next year. Even though they were joking, Lee Seon was also very sad to say goodbye, but he didn't tease him back. You know, when I come back, I won't be welcome, right? Sanji promised Lee Seon, bring a bunch of booze when you return. He sighed helplessly. Someone who just threw a handful of salt at him was saying that. Suddenly, Lee Seon asked, Mountain Guardian, are you satisfied living on this mountain? His face held a hint of sadness. What does it matter if I'm satisfied or not? This is my land. I'm only here because it's mine. Sanji said nonchalantly. It might look like I'm stuck here, but I go out quite often. Where do you think all that booze and those snacks I eat come from? He irritably told him to leave. Now, don't bother me anymore and just go. Lee Seon still lingered for a moment. Not right now, but his words made the old man slightly moved. Someday, I will return your name to you. Sanji was surprised. How? How do you know about that? As Lee Seon left, he stood on the mountain, watching him, remembering what he had said, when the time comes, I'll need your help. Lee Seon had left a deep impression. How does that kid know about that? Honestly, what a strange kid. A long time ago, there was a Sanji who wandered the 8 districts. A man caught that Sanji, scolded him, and let him go. Refusing to accept defeat, the Sanji made the man wrestle him. After losing that match, the Sanji made 2 vows. First, to guard the mountain and guide newcomers. Second, to create the Muhyeon and choose people suitable to challenge it. He looked into the distance, lost in thought. That was the past that everyone knew. He remembered his own past. Back then, Sanji was pushed down by a villain. The villain arrogantly told him, Since I won, from now on, don't you dare cause trouble in the lower world anymore. To prove this, I'm taking your name. Sanji's eyes were indifferent to the man. A name is a person's essence. Your soul is now bound to mine. The villain was even kind enough to offer his hand to help him up, but it wasn't exactly a good thing. That guy was a hypocrite. One day, if a child carrying my blood returns this name to you, then our contract will finally be fulfilled. Sanji sighed deeply. I guess it wasn't actually all that bad. Lee Seon, is this kid really the one who will fulfill that task? He turned around, choosing to leave his worries behind. In his heart, he guessed it wasn't actually that bad. Humph, Lee Seon, is this kid really the one who will carry out that mission? He turned away, deciding to ignore the ways of the world. Anyway, I told him it would bring back the item, but suddenly he started shouting in anger and just stormed off, leaving me behind with nothing but a sense of helpless disappointment. His footsteps were heavy with irritation. I really should have thrown more salt. By evening, Lee Seon had finally reached home. I'd had to stop at Mount Sungmu to seal the Hukuya, so it took quite a while. Butler Choi was already waiting at the door. "It has been a long time, young master," he asked kindly. "Are you still doing well?" Lee Seon was surprised by the butler's presence. He offered a polite smile. If Butler Choi was waiting for him, then father must be calling for me. Butler Choi confirmed, "Yes, that is correct. I will take your luggage inside. Please, proceed to the main building immediately." Their footsteps echoed through the night. Lee Seon followed the butler respectfully. Lee Seon started to head down the usual path out of habit, but the butler blocked him. "We won't be taking that path today, young master. We will take this one." Lee Seon was caught off guard by the change. As he walked, he grew suspicious. He suddenly realized this was the path to the private training grounds of the clan head. Lee Tessin was drawing his sword, looking stern. Hearing the footsteps, he turned around. "You've arrived." Tessin slowly sheathed his sword, looking completely unsurprised. He glanced over with a sharp, serious expression. "You've arrived." Lee Seon bowed his head slightly. "Father, are you still in good health?" Tessin looked at him with cold eyes. "It seems you've received something quite good lately." The distance between them had always been vast, both physically and emotionally. "Yes, but seeing you, father, I realize I still have many shortcomings." He closed his eyes and smirked slightly. "Have you learned how to flatter people while you were away?" "If that's the case, I'm disappointed." For the first time, Lee Seon didn't sense his father's usual harshness, so he stood there, stunned. "Wait, was that a joke?" Just then, the butler arrived and bowed respectfully. "You have arrived, clan head." Tessin responded softly, "Thank you." He turned his head to call out to him. "Come this way." A luxurious green jade tea set sat there, with steam rising from the hot tea, making it all the more mesmerizing. Lee Tessin sat down and asked calmly, "How have you been, Lee Seon?" He silently pushed a cup of tea toward Lee Seon as the boy began to recount everything. "This isn't a report. Tell me your own feelings. If I wanted a report, I wouldn't have called you here privately." Lee Seon's hands rubbed against each other nervously. If father really wanted to hear his true feelings, then he looked directly into Lee Tessin's eyes. He hesitated for a moment, his heart in turmoil. This felt so strange. Lee Tessin lifted his teacup and took a sip, talking to a child. Not about operational reports, but about his personal feelings during training. This was a first. After setting the cup down, he opened his mouth. "You haven't wasted your time." Lee Seon offered a modest smile. "I could not waste the time you have given me, father." The question he posed next made the boy freeze. "Then why did you return so late today?" Lee Tessin listened intently to see what he would say. "That is because I stopped at Mount Sungmu to pay my respects to our ancestors." He stood straight, not showing a single flaw under his father's gaze. "Is that all?" Lee Seon gathered his courage and spoke up firmly. If this was a matter that had to be mentioned someday, then he preferred to believe that he wanted the elders to see that moment as well. Suddenly, an invisible pressure crushed the entire room. "You've achieved so little, yet you've become this arrogant already?" Tessin's entire body exuded an aura that suppressed everyone around him. "Are you really telling me to my face that you visited our ancestors' graves just to boost your own reputation?" Lee Seon braced himself, struggling not to be crushed by it. The sheer magnitude of this pressure. In his heart, he made a resolution. Because of the Hakuya, he would have to visit Mount Sungmu frequently. He couldn't go through this every single time. Lee Seon struggled to open his mouth. "Not just with words, I want to show tradition and respect through my actions, not just words." He sat up straight and declared his resolve to Lee Tessin. "They might see me as a kid, but I carry the blood of the Lee martial arts clan. I want to prove myself and become a role model." His father seemed quite satisfied. "Well said." Before lifting the teacup to his lips, he warned him meticulously. "I will forgive you this time, but you must ensure that it doesn't lead to coddling." Lee Seon nodded obediently. "Yes, I apologize." As soon as he lifted his head, he heard Lee Tessin ask another question. "And one more thing. There is something you haven't told me." Lee Seon looked blank. "Huh?" His eyes widened in shock as he was directly called out. "I gave you permission to go to John Wilson, but I don't recall authorizing you to go to Mount Sungmu." Lee Tessin slowly stood up. "The only thing you asked for was training at John Wilson." He walked away coldly under Lee Seon's confused gaze. You deceived your own father, so your punishment is already prepared. Come with me, a sharp, silver blade. With a swift, powerful motion, he drew his sword. Lee Seon pointed the blade toward him and said coldly, "Draw your weapon. I will test how much you've truly gained." In the cold, vast hall, the two of them stepped into a confrontation. The butler handed a sword to Lee Seon. "I wondered why father brought me to the training grounds, so this is why." He hesitated, not wanting to take the sword. Could he show everything he had achieved with just that? Lee Seon fell into deep thought. Did father know from the start? As if he had made up his mind, he withdrew his hand firmly. Lee Seon reached out into empty air. His sword appeared, surrounded by a blue glow. Even though he had his weapon, facing Lee Seon still made him uneasy. He stared at the sword for a moment, as if remembering something. Then, Lee Seon's gaze changed, becoming even sharper. "Come at me." Golden lightning crackled around the sword when Lee Seon activated his skill, Magic Eye. Only by looking directly into the eyes of Lee Seon did Lee Seon witness an unbelievable sight that made his eyes widen. Seon was standing there calmly, without a single tremor. Nothing. He couldn't see anything at all. He couldn't see the mana or the flow of his aura, not even a bit. So, even his magic eye couldn't see through him. Sparks of red light flickered in Lee Seon's eyes. Then, there was no need to rely on his eyes, which might only distract him. He poured all his strength into his stance. Fighting father, there was no need to prepare or warm up. The pressure was so intense that even the stone floor cracked. Put everything you have into that first strike. The light on Lee Seon's sword turned to green. Skill. Combat style. The boy's eyes turned blue, his pupils vanishing entirely. A surge of light tore through the space, rushing toward Lee Seon. The ghost-piercing skill arrived in an instant, but he didn't even flinch. He had even combined it with a gale and ice aura. Lee Seon's eyes remained like a calm lake, without a single ripple, even though it didn't even touch his feet. If only it could have had some kind of impact. Just then, under the starry sky, Lee Seon began to move slightly. He held his sword in the silent night, and with just one sharp slash, he cut the space in two. Lee Seon's attack, a massive wave, was easily severed by that single strike. A moment later, the dark blue light blocking the front was shredded into tiny fragments in midair. The scene was left in ruins, with dirt and rocks flying everywhere. He covered his face with his hand, letting the debris hit him. The great hall had been slashed with several deep cracks. "That's enough," Lee Seon scolded sternly. "Is this the answer you found after fighting the founder?" Lee Seon stood frozen in place, his hands still covering his face. He coughed a few times, catching his breath, and replied, "Yes, the logo. A sword placed horizontally is the symbol of a powerful clan, a talent that no one possesses but you. And to continuously break and rebuild that talent to create a solid foundation that would never waver, Lee Seon did not retreat, ready to fight on. That is the truest answer I have found." Lee Seon saw the determination in Lee Seon's eyes and softened his voice. "It seems you have chosen a difficult path." He looked deep into the stern eyes of his father, promising himself, "But I will not collapse, and I will not bow my head." Seon waved his hand, changing the subject. "Very well. How did the challenge and the dream of Bloodless go?" Lee Seon sheathed his sword. "I cannot describe it well in words. The great hall had been smashed to pieces. He couldn't say it means it hasn't truly become yours yet." He handed the sword back to the butler. "In reality, that last attack wasn't your strongest move, was it?" Lee Seon clenched his hands and muttered, "Yes, I know." Lee Seon suddenly turned serious, his gaze complex. He turned around decisively and walked away. "You entered the dream of Bloodless on your own. If you show such a mediocre form again, I will surely punish you." Lee Seon bowed deeply in anxiety. "Forgive me, father." Suddenly, he turned and asked, making the boy widen his eyes in surprise, "What do you intend to do from now on?" Lee Seon stood straight, speaking to him in a serious tone about that matter. "I have something I want to tell you, father." He lowered his voice. "Speak." He gathered his determination, summoning all his courage to say, "From now on, I will go through the third-year program at the academy. But as you know, father, I surpassed the level of a student a long time ago." Lee Seon stopped short when Lee Seon cut him off. "Get to the point." His feet stepped forward decisively. "I want to experience the world." Lee Seon punched his own chest and said seriously, "Please allow me to begin my martial journey." Lee Seon glanced at him skeptically. "So, from the moment you wanted to go to Thien Son, you were aiming for this?" Lee Seon nodded firmly. "Yes, that is correct." He watched Lee Seon's back as he confessed. "However, the bigger reason is that I want to improve my own abilities." Lee Seon bowed his head slightly, frowning with concern. Wanting to achieve many goals at once, that habit might one day be the noose that tightens around your neck. He bowed respectfully as he sent him off. "I will keep that in mind." Lee Seon narrowed his eyes, falling into deep thought. Is this advice, or is it a warning? His voice carried a hint of sadness. That's right, the martial journey. The night sky outside the academy today was covered in stars high above. The martial journey is the final challenge that descendants of the direct lineage of the Lisa ancient martial arts must overcome, without receiving any help from the clan. Just train in martial arts until you reach adulthood, then return. Although there is no fixed test, you must achieve a level of success that anyone would have to acknowledge. He stood silently in the hall, his back appearing to carry such heavy burdens. However, 15 years old is still too young. The common age to begin a martial journey is about 17 or 18. In the darkness, only Lee Seon dared to step toward the light. But this child is not the type of person to be confined to the mold called common. He proved with his own hands that he possesses power equal to a 5th-level martial artist. Behind him, many other children were watching his back. Seeing this child, surely the others will be more cautious. Lee Seon turned around, which meant support for him. All right, very good. I allow you to begin your martial journey. Lee Seon was so happy that his hands behind his back were clenched together. I succeeded. But halfway through, he stopped, making the boy feel anxious. But Lee Seon's demeanor was extremely dignified as he said loudly, "There are 2 conditions. A fresh morning at the administrative office of the Lisa Ancient Martial Arts." Lee Taehyung greeted him warmly, waving his hands continuously. "My nephew, you've worked hard." He grabbed the boy's cheeks and squeezed. "Hello, uncle. Are you still doing well?" He laughed loudly. "When am I ever not doing well?" Taehyung finally let go of Lee Seon. "You've grown so tall." The room echoed with the 2 of them. "Oh, shoot, we shouldn't keep standing like this. Sit down, please." "Yes, thank you." Lee Taehyung sat down on a chair and urged, "Do you want anything to drink?" Lee Seon shook his head. "No need, thank you." Recalling how much he had just eaten, "Young master, eat a little more." "Oh my god, what should I do? The food doesn't seem to be enough." "It's fine, really. Please, stop." In truth, he had just finished eating with his nanny. He was so full his stomach felt like it would explode. "Well, that is true." Lee Seon looked at his complexion and asked, "But uncle, you look so tired." He rubbed his head and smiled awkwardly. "Work has been so heavy lately. Is it that obvious?" He stood up to Lee Taehyung's surprise. "Actually, I have a gift I want to give you." Lee Seon placed a wooden box on the table. "It's nothing special, but it is an elixir I refined myself." He quickly grabbed the box. "Nothing special, you say, but this will help you significantly. With your vitality and ability to control your mana in the coming weeks, my nephew is the only one who thinks of me. Let's see." He opened the box. Inside, there was only one elixir. "What does this black color smell like?" "It's like a pine forest after the rain," he excitedly boasted to Lee Taehyung. "Even the mountain guardian confirmed this is high-quality medicine." He asked curiously, "The mountain guardian, you say?" Lee Seon urged him, "Uncle, please, just try drinking it." Lee Taehyung quickly took the pill. "All right then." He slowly brought it to his lips. "If even a goblin praises it, it must be effective, right?" Lee Taehyung opened his mouth and slowly put the pill in. From start to finish, he watched every move of his closely. Seeing Lee Seon take it, he broke into a smile. Lee Taehyung closed his eyes tight, feeling something surging through every cell in his body. This is the real deal. Lee Taehyung felt as if a beam of light was clearing every meridian in his body. If I practice my mana while taking this medicine, the effectiveness will surely be many times greater than usual. He slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "This is truly surprising." Lee Taehyung was very satisfied with the pill's effect. Beyond its fast-acting nature, it was practically a miracle drug. "Did you really make this, kid?" Lee Seon was extremely excited. "Yes, that's right." Lee Taehyung rubbed his chin, contemplating. "Do you still remember how to make the medicine?" He opened his eyes wide, sparkling. "Of course I do. Rare ingredients can also be replaced with other things," Lee Taehyung said, cradling the box in his hands like a precious treasure. Lowering his voice, he warned him, "Don't tell anyone, and keep this strictly to yourself. As you grow older, you'll be able to use it in many different ways." Lee Seon's mood brightened. "Lee So-yoon, you always think of me first, just like always, don't you?" "Yes. I'll be counting on your help then." Lee Taehyung ruffled his hair and laughed loudly. "Are you planning to take advantage of your uncle, you brat? Fine. When the time comes, I'll be more than happy to let you." Lee Seon pulled his hand back as if he had just remembered something. "Right, I heard. Are you planning to participate in the martial arts administration test this time?" Lee Seon was quite surprised that the news had spread so quickly. "You already know, uncle." Lee Taehyung hung his head, looking worried. "There will be a lot of controversy." The thought of all the judgmental eyes on him made his heart ache. The boy surely wouldn't be able to avoid accusations of favoritism. Since they can't touch your older brother, all those unpleasant stares will be directed at you. Lee Tae-young gently placed the box on the table. To participate in the Martial Arts Administration test, you not only need the clan leader's permission, but also the approval of the elders. His expression suddenly became much more serious than usual. Besides, the elders aren't exactly fond of you. Why don't you just give it up this time? He lowered his gaze, explaining the things he was worried about. I had somewhat anticipated that, so my father set a condition. Lee Tae-hyung couldn't believe his ears. A condition? Lee Seon nodded. Yes. He held his hands out in front, speaking earnestly. And because of that, I need your help. Lee Seon threw the door open, calling out in a refreshing tone. It's been so long since I've been back here. He stood there, stretching, then whispered to himself, let's warm up a little bit. Suddenly, Lee Seon's expression turned helpless as he glanced toward the door and muttered, You're here, aren't you? Lee Jeonghwa pushed the door open, shouting excitedly, Baby. But the very next second, her fiery rage erupted. She emphasized every word. If you were back, why? Lee Jeonghwa grabbed his neck, shaking him back and forth, and screamed, You should have come to find your aunt first, you ungrateful brat. Lee Seon looked pale, his voice hoarse as he tried to explain, I was busy with work. How could I have dared to drop by so suddenly? She released his neck, saying poutily, I already know everything. You just stopped by your older brother's place before coming here, didn't you? Lee Seon touched his neck and thought to himself, I almost died there. He sighed and explained that it was purely for business. Lee Jeonghwa crossed her arms and turned her head away. She grumbled in return, You've certainly got an excuse for everything. Besides, you just got back from a mission, how long has it even been? Suddenly, her tone turned gentle, making Lee Seon flinch slightly. Regardless, Lee Jeonghwa stood on her tiptoes, reaching out to stroke his hair as if she were coddling a small child. My little one has grown up so much. Your mana has nearly doubled, and your mana veins are remarkably sturdy. Lee Seon reported honestly, The aura skills I learned before have all been mastered as well. She arched her eyebrows, her voice filled with both confirmation and delight. Really? So you've already reached the 3rd level of mana, haven't you? Lee Jeonghwa flexed her arm to show off her muscles and laughed. Though you still need a bit more nourishment, for a child like you, I've already prepared a gift. I mean, I've completed all the formulas for the other aura skills. Let's try them right now. But he refused, causing her enthusiasm to vanish instantly. Forgive me, Aunt, but I'm afraid it's difficult to do that right now. Lee Seon gently explained the reason. Because starting today, I'm going to be very busy. Footsteps approached from the door, and a voice rang out. Still as close to our aunt as you used to be. Huh. A man pushed the door open. His footsteps weren't loud, but they were clear enough to be heard. Lee Myung-jong walked in with a smile. Seeing him, Lee Jeonghwa called out, Big brother. The very next second, she began to scold him. You were acting like you were so busy. Lee Jeonghwa pointed her finger at Lee Myung-jong and shouted angrily, Then why did you come here saying you would train our little brother? You liar. He sheepishly rubbed his head, trying to find an excuse. The truth is, I really was too busy. Besides, I still helped our aunt organize the formulas, didn't I? Watching the two of them bicker, Lee Seon stood by, sighing to himself. To think I needed to ask my busy big brother for a hand, Lee Myung-jong turned to suggest to him. But your aunt's materials are extremely rare, so they're useful for my personal training as well. Lee Seon forced a smile and replied, Well, that's perfect then. Putting that aside, he changed the subject. Anyway, have you been well lately? The look on Lee Myung-jong's face suddenly turned serious. His voice dropped, making him pause for a moment. Yes, I've been fine. However, he grabbed Lee Seon by the neck and rubbed his head, asking in a tone that was half teasing, half accusing, You dared to head off to Tianwei Mountain in silence without telling me a word? Lee Seon hurriedly explained, Forgive me, brother. You were busy carrying out a mission at the time. Lee Myung-jong kept rubbing his head while scolding him. And then when you returned, you had to be summoned by father personally. In another room, somewhat obscured by the light filtering through the door cracks, Lee Tae-hyung was busily writing something and said to Lee Myung-jong, You need to teach the basic techniques to our younger brother. Could you go in my stead? He was still in shock after hearing the question. Yes? Lee Tae-hyung kept his head down, focused on his writing, and whispered to himself, Compared to learning from the elders, he'll surely find it easier to understand this way. He looked up, and the sight of his elegant brother lost in thought touched him slightly, even though he wasn't the type to care about such things. After a moment of thought, Lee Myung-jong bowed his head and replied, Yes, I will go. Having said that, he turned to leave. As he reached out to take the door handle, he paused. Lee Tae-hyung, without lifting his head, simply warned, You must prepare yourself. Lee Seon turned halfway, bowed respectfully, and replied, Thank you, sir. As he stepped through the door, his mind began to fill with thoughts. The bloodless dream, even I have never been allowed to try it. Yet he has progressed to this level. The corner of Lee Myongjong's mouth curled up, and he felt the secret pride. Now I understand why father entrusted the task of teaching the basic techniques to me. Maintaining a mature train of thought, Lee Myongjong analyzed the situation slowly, thinking that by looking at his younger brother, he could find motivation for himself. Then, he recalled the words Lee Taehyung had spoken. Or perhaps it was also so he could compete with him. Without overthinking it anymore, Lee Myongjong decided that he really had to see his younger brother directly to get to the bottom of things. At this moment, while stroking Lee Seon's head, he suddenly paused and thought, 25? No, could it be 15? Or perhaps even earlier than that? He might just be able to keep up. Seeing him staring, Lee Seon spoke up. Thank you, brother, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to worry about me. To keep Lee Seon from suspecting anything, Lee Myongjong smiled and said, It's nothing. Right now, among those certified with the Myeong Hage Jeon, I am the only one who has earned it. The Myeong Hage Jeon was explained as the entirety of the fundamental arts. It contained the profound secrets passed down through generations of the Lee Sungmu sect. Only those who have fully mastered all those techniques can be granted this proof, and it was also one of the conditions their father had set forth. In the journey of a warrior, one must master all the fundamental arts of Lee Sungmu. Lee Seon suddenly asked, But, big brother, are you personally teaching me the fundamental arts? Aren't there instructors at the academy for that? Lee Myongjong didn't answer right away but asked in return, Do you think you could truly master the authentic teachings from them? Then, he began to list the things that could happen. Being dragged into countless dirty, petty schemes, being ambushed right during the ceremony to receive one's Dharma name, being plotted against to hinder one's promotion battle, and being assigned to the lowest-ranked squad in the entire academy. Upon hearing this, Lee Seon thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, brother, for everything. Lee Myongjong patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Right. On the surface, he was composed, but for a split second, his eyes turned sad. He thought, But has he really grown up this much already? Looking at Lee Seon's handsome, mature face, he thought again. In the past, whenever I focused, I could see through the flow of mana in his body. Thinking about Lee Seon's body, he felt a bit disappointed in himself. Now, he has reached a point where I can't even predict his movements anymore. However, putting aside that jealousy, Lee Myongjong still encouraged himself and patted his head. Even if you surpass me, I won't be bothered by it at all. That's good, my little brother. I still want to be the one that you all look up to for as long as I live. The two of them were so caught up in their conversation that they completely ignored Lee Jianghua, prompting her to speak up. But what about you guys? Then, Lee Jianghua jumped up and screamed, You're just going to keep whispering while an adult is talking, are you? Lee Jianghua was flustered, trying to coax her. Aunt, please, don't be angry. She sulked and walked away. Fine, whatever. I'm leaving. If you're going, then go. Not like I was going to stop you anyway. Lee Seon watched her go and replied nonchalantly, We'll see each other tonight anyway. Lee Jianghua pouted and retorted, Didn't you say you were going to train? Probably going to train until the middle of the night again, right? To appease her, Lee Seon had to speak up. Training is training. But the research with you is a different matter entirely. He continued to praise her talent, causing Lee Jianghua's cheeks to flush with shyness. Someone as knowledgeable in magic, to the point of being ranked among the world's best, like you. Aunt, how could I dare miss the opportunity to conduct research with you? Please, forgive me and wait a little longer. Soon after, Lee Jianghua regained her cheerful mood and said triumphantly, Well, I suppose that's how it is. In that case, this world-renowned aunt of yours will be generous enough to let it slide. After speaking, Lee Jianghua waved goodbye and ran off. Well, since I understand, I'm off. And this is definitely not because it's time for my TV drama. Okay. Lee Jianghua also waved back. Yes, have a safe trip, aunt. Once she was gone, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she's gone. Lee Myongjong picked up his sword and said, Now, we can begin the training session. He slowly drew his sword, his voice calm. All right then. Lee Myongjong drew his sword across his face, his eyes sharp and his voice deep and magnetic. In order to fully complete the conditions father entrusted to us. Lee Seon's face was serious by now. His gaze was fixed on him. Lee Myongjong held his sword sternly and said, I will teach you personally, with the utmost rigor. Lee Seon studied diligently under Lee Myongjong's guidance at the training camp. After 7 days at the camp, Lee Seon practiced the fundamental techniques with his older brother. It was extremely simple. Lee Seon maintained a cold expression. He wasn't distracted at all when the sword was about to strike his face, while Lee Seon was giving his all to fight back. He gritted his teeth and thrust his sword toward his brother's face. Lee Myongjong used one hand to swing his sword, knocking Lee Seon's blade away. The time spent teaching the moves, or techniques, happened in the blink of an eye. In practice, they focused on conserving energy, and the rest periods were only long enough to catch their breath. In a training session that left him nearly exhausted, which was highly rated almost like a real duel, Lee Myung-jong approached him and said, "I think that compared to teaching with words, carving the lessons directly into your body is truly more meaningful." He looked into Lee Seon's reddened eyes and asked, "You're using your mana eyes to observe, aren't you? Give it everything you've got." His challenge reignited Lee Seon's spirit. Lee Seon stabbed his sword hard into the ground, then used it as a crutch to stand up. Even though his body was exhausted, he pushed himself. Immediately after, Lee Seon's feet got into position. He gained momentum, so much so that dust rose from beneath his shoes along with gravel and stones. A roar of pent-up strength echoed out. Lee Seon bolted forward. When he swung his sword down, Lee Myung-jong quickly blocked it, and he secretly evaluated, "He's clearly mastered the flow thanks to his mana, but his body can't keep up with his willpower." He watched Lee Seon's blazing eyes in every sword strike he unleashed to pinpoint the mistakes he was making. A sword technique, struck down from an angle that, structurally speaking, shouldn't be possible. Not just the muscles, but even the joints would struggle to endure it. Lee Myung-jong asked gently, but with an intense, sharp tone, "Did you think that was overexerting yourself, brother?" Before he could finish, Lee Seon was surprised by his brother's speed and words. "Wrong. The body of the Lee Seung-mu lineage is stronger than you think." He suddenly froze as the tip of the sword stopped right between his eyes. Lee Seon's mind was still in shock. This body of his, he then gritted his teeth, increased his speed, knocked aside Lee Myung-jong's sword, and told himself, "Keep moving." His brother was shocked by Lee Seon's quick adaptation. "He's already caught up to this level?" Lee Myung-jong grabbed his lapel and whispered to himself, "Strong foundation, learns very quickly." He wasn't the child who could perform moves like this before. He turned his back and walked away. "I feel a hint of jealousy deep down. Even I have never been allowed to enter the bloodless dream. Could this be the principle he grasped from that place?" Lee Myung-jong rolled up his sleeves and said slowly, "All right, it seems you're keeping up. I'll increase the difficulty." He wore a smile, his words serving as a taunting invitation. Far different from his initial stance, he held his sword ready and challenged. "Let's see just how far you can follow me." Lee Seon took his position as well, his eyes sharpening as he thought to himself, "Damn it, he's actually getting serious." After a while of struggling through the drills, finally, Lee Seon was panting as he called out, "Let's end today's training here." He rubbed the back of his neck and said with an awkward laugh, "Ah, my apologies." He looked at the floor, which was riddled with holes, and then at Lee Seon, who was sitting there gasping for air. He continued, "It seems I got a bit carried away during the practice." Exhausted but still managing a cheerful expression, he replied, "This is exactly what training should be." Lee Myung-jong reached out a hand to pull Lee Seon up, asking gently, "Anyway, Lee Seon, you've grasped the feeling to some extent, haven't you?" He answered naturally, "Didn't you say the body of the Seung-mu lineage is incredibly sturdy?" In his thoughts, at that very moment, after inheriting the knowledge, he realized the body of the Seung-mu clan was indeed harder than that of an ordinary person, with tendons and bones as flexible as steel wire. His muscles were as resilient as rubber. Lee Seon held his hand up, staring at it for a moment before muttering to himself, "A body this robust only grows stronger after every training session." He clenched his fist and looked up, saying, "That's why it doesn't matter even if I use techniques that put heavy pressure on my body. Thanks to that, I've realized that the basic technique starts from that very point." Lee Myung-jong smiled slightly and replied, "Correct, you grasped it very well. In fact, you've even applied it to your footwork." Being praised made Lee Seon bashfully scratch his head, replying modestly, "It took a full week of grueling training to grasp even that much. I'm still lacking in many ways." Seeing him act so humble, Lee Myung-jong's jealousy flared up again. He thought, "Still lacking. Usually, it takes months for the basics to even take shape. You've done well enough." He turned away, leaving behind a few instructions. "You're a commendable kid. Remember to stop by the infirmary to treat your external wounds properly." Lee Myung-jong bent down to pick up his cloak, his hand gracefully lifting the garment to drape it over his arm. Then, he patted Lee Seon on the shoulder and reminded him, "I'll see you at this same time tomorrow." He nodded respectfully and replied, "Yes. I plan to review what I've learned a bit more today." He walked away, leaving him in the training hall with a final warning. "All right, but don't overdo it." Finally, Lee Seon let out a sigh of relief. The facade of exhaustion he'd been forced to maintain was gone. He held out his hand and stared at it for a while, reflecting, "It's truly so similar." Afterward, he picked up his sword, determined to practice what he had learned, the basics of Infinite. A systematic theory of movement based on constant, ever-changing application. Lee Seon recalled the times he attacked Lee Myung-jong and the way he dodged. The family's basic combat technique relied on the essence of the body to push physical capabilities to their limit, and when comparing what he had learned to Lee Myung-jong's lightning-fast attacks, he found that the patterns of both were strangely identical. Lee Seon began to break down his movements to better discern the differences. Perhaps the basics rely on the body as the center. After analyzing his shoulders, he moved to his wrists and hands, while Infinite focused on the weapon. From that, Lee Seon came to a serious conclusion. Thanks to this, grasping the basics has become easier than I thought. Who knows? Perhaps both share the same origin. His gaze was full of gravity as he sank into his deductions. In the memories of Infinite, I saw someone with the characteristics of the Seeing Mu lineage. Sure enough, Infinite seems to have a very deep connection to our family. At this, Lee Seon involuntarily clenched his fist. A feeling of frustration rose within him, a feeling like having discovered a secret in an unexpected place. With hopeful eyes and a faint smile, he said to himself, "It seems time will pass very quickly from now on." Every high-ranking member was gathering in the elders' meeting room of the Sungmu clan, the atmosphere heavy and silent. The sound of the door opening and approaching footsteps echoed. Cho Gang entered, his voice raspy as he said, "Apologies for being late." He turned to look at Lee Taehyung and said, "Oh my, why does a manager with 100 tasks have the interest to attend?" Lee Seon maintained his original posture and replied calmly, "I only thought I should drop by for once, since I'm always using my busy schedule as an excuse to skip." Lee Cheonjung picked up a teacup and nodded, replying, "Is that so?" Then he asked gently, "Surely you have also heard about the martial pilgrimage of the youngest son from the secondary branch, right?" Someone there slammed the table and shouted, "Of course, elder." The person next to him also slammed the table, yelling, "A mere brat who's still wet behind the ears is allowed a martial pilgrimage? What kind of sense does that make? And to think he's just a dirty, illegitimate child." Lee Taehyung sat with his arms crossed, saying nothing, letting the person next to him stand up and shout for justice. Rumor has it that the arrogant boy himself submitted the petition to the family head, saying that since he has returned from the heavenly demon mountain, he wishes to be permitted to pass the trial. Lee Cheonjung glanced over and set his cup down on the table hard. His tone sounded like he was trying to suppress his anger. "It seems everyone here has misunderstood the situation. The family head has never given a final verdict on this matter. He only instructed that the elders should discuss and decide." A member sitting there asked, "Then the final decision lies with us?" The person next to him excitedly offered his suggestion. "We've come this far, let's just outright reject it." He stroked his gray beard and remarked, "It cannot be that simple." Lee Cheonjung imagined the image of him fighting and said, "The family head said that the child already has martial arts on par with a 5th-rank martial artist and even overcame the bloodless dream, so there is no justifiable reason to refuse." He looked into the distance, his voice full of scheming as he offered his opinion. "Therefore, faced with a secondary branch member disrupting tradition, we are obligated to find a legitimate justification." He then raised his voice and asked everyone, "Has any one of you thought of a suitable way to handle this?" A hand was raised immediately. Lee Taehyung then stood up and spoke, "I would like to present a few words." Lee Seon just looked at his demeanor, which was enough to guess part of Lee Taehyung's actions. Lee Taehyung would never take a side in the realm of politics. He clearly remembered the unfriendly gazes that those people directed toward him. He would absolutely not take sides in political matters. He still clearly remembered the unfriendly gazes that those people had directed at him. The elders looked at Lee Taehyung with eyes that said it all. He was just a neutral fence-sitter pretending to be righteous. Lee Cheonjung assumed. That's why, seeing Lee Taehyung attend this meeting, the elders all had the same thought. It seems he came here to take his side, since they both share the status of illegitimate sons. He thought to himself, then couldn't help but curse under his breath. And Lee Taehyung wasn't unaware of that either. Such shallow thinking, you could see right through them like a bunch of snakes in disguise. Images of the trials appeared in Lee Seon's mind, the 3 trials that the main line of the Sung clan must go through. The selection test, the name-bearing test, and the martial path test. Those from the main line, who pass all 3 trials, will be trusted with key positions in the clan. He imagined papers fluttering in the wind. He couldn't help but think they would be granted countless powers and privileges, including the right to attend and speak at important assemblies. In reality, it was no different than being treated like an elder. Lee Taehyung put his hand into his coat pocket as if to grab something. Lee Seon mused, "Those short-sighted old men drowning in pure blood obsession. How could they ever happily accept that?" He suddenly froze, asking himself, "Wait, is this guy bringing a secret elixir to rely on? This matter?" Lee Taehyung sighed, his mind in turmoil with jumbled thoughts. "Lee Seon, I really don't know if this is the right thing to do anymore." Lee Taehyung raised his hand and spoke up seriously. "May I have a word?" With a suspicious look, Chogang asked. The chief steward wants to speak. The old man narrowed his eyes, revealing deep wrinkles. Chogang added, I hear you're quite close to that illegitimate son. Hearing those words, he couldn't help but acknowledge them. His words were truly filled with thorns. Even though his heart was in turmoil, Lee Taehyung still smiled brightly and replied, How could I despise someone who has worked so hard? He hesitated for a moment before continuing. It's just think this time, he's gone a bit too far. Just a bit? The old man couldn't hide his curiosity and asked back. Gone too far, you say? Lee Taehyung frankly expressed his point of view. That child has the credentials, but shouldn't I also respect tradition and protocol? I think the youngest needs to understand that there are things he can't just do as he pleases. Chogang spoke up with a sharp and suggestive tone. I thought the chief steward was someone who didn't care much for tradition and protocol. Seeing the old man's brazenness, he hissed curses in his heart. He really was a cunning old fox. Lee Taehyung maintained his smile and answered calmly, Do you think I don't understand the importance of those things? It's just that from the perspective of someone doing practical work, I'm afraid I'd be bound by rigid procedures, so I've just been cautious. Lee Cheonjung spoke as if he fully understood. I clearly understand the chief steward's point now. The old man turned his head to the side and asked, Then what solution do you propose? Lee Taehyung replied and slowly analyzed it. If the Elder Council has no reason to object, then we just need to create one. In truth, this matter isn't worth overthinking. Lee Taehyung's voice rang out clearly. After all, the most convincing argument is that the youngest has never proven his own ability. Chogang looked at him and asked with extreme confusion, Doesn't the clan head acknowledge that he only reached the 5th level warrior rank? Immediately upon hearing that, Lee Taehyung quickly answered, Will the clan head be willing to certify that? The old man gasped in surprise as he witnessed his firm attitude. Lee Taehyung clasped his hands together and hesitated as he spoke. So, he gritted his teeth, cursing in his heart, You cunning little brat, deal with it yourself. Lee Taehyung stated his thoughts with a solemn face. Just set the stage for him to prove it, and that will be enough. Chogang asked, surprised and slightly suspicious. The stage? You mean a duel? Facing the concerned eyes of those around him, he replied, Yes, that's right. Judging by the youngest's actions up until now, he certainly won't refuse. The old man curiously asked, Then, who should he fight? Perhaps someone who recently completed the martial path test would be most appropriate, right? But the 7th young master, JH, with that personality, there's no way he'd accept this kind of duel. Images of Lee Seon with her terrifyingly cold smile and the knife in her hand appeared in Chogang's mind. The old man guessed, Then it's the 6th miss. Lee Taehyung didn't hesitate to answer, as if it were obvious. Yes, wouldn't Lee Seon be very suitable? If you're worried, you just need to set limits for Lee Seon. Lee Cheonjung nodded, inwardly agreeing with his answer. It's not a bad idea. The image of her gritting her teeth in anger appeared in his mind, reminding him of what happened before. Furthermore, according to Lady Bei Kwajian, the 6th miss has always held a grudge against that illegitimate son. Lee Cheonjung just stated his view. I don't think this way is bad at all. He turned to ask for the opinions of those around him. What do the other elders think? All eyes turned to Lee Cheonjung. Everyone replied, I also think it's not bad. It sounds decent enough. Seeing that the majority agreed, the rest followed suit. If the chief elder already thinks so, then it must be fine. I agree as well. Then, let's end the meeting here. As he turned his back to walk away, a voice suddenly rang out behind him, making Lee Taehyung curiously turn back. You've worked hard today, Chief Steward. The chief elder's shadow slowly approached. Backlit. Lee Cheonjung's entire figure seemed to sink into the darkness. The old man smiled and gave praise. It seems I've misunderstood the chief steward all this time. I don't know what kind of wind blew you here that you would grant me such an insightful perspective. He humbly and gently replied. I only did exactly what I said before. Of course, Chogang said seriously. I understand the chief steward's loyalty to the clan very well. Suddenly, the old man slammed his staff onto the floor. But, Chief Steward, the light reflected every detail on Lee Cheonjung's face. He didn't hesitate to expose Taehyung's tricks when acting. It's the small details that are the most important. Hearing that, he only smiled suggestively. Lee Taehyung smiled broadly and scratched his head shyly, then denied it, acting, I really don't understand what you're talking about. The next sentence from Lee Cheonjung made him freeze for a moment. Every look, every word, every syllable. The old man walked past Lee Taehyung. Meanwhile, Cho Jiang still calmly exposed the truth. Chief Steward, when everyone else calls him an illegitimate son, only you are still determined to call him the youngest. His voice echoed from afar. That's right. 3 weeks passed at the dojo. As Lee Myeongjong slowly drew his sword, he let out a thoughtful remark. Looks like today will be the last time, Lee Myeongjong said with a playful smirk. After getting beaten to a pulp yesterday, how can you be so confident? Big brother has felt it too, right? Lee Seon stood in a fighting stance and challenged him. Then, show me what you've got. Immediately, Lee Myongjong lunged toward Lee Seon. Lee Myongjong raised his sword high. Just as he struck, Lee Seon managed to block it in time. Lee Seon used his strength to knock the incoming blade away. Lee Myongjong laughed excitedly and praised him. Nice. Keep that stance. Lee Myongjong swung his sword down again, and Lee Seon calmly deflected the blow. Lee Seon's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought to himself, the sixth sense and the demon eye, these transcendental perceptions were unlocked through training. I can sense the entire path of his sword technique. He thought with full confidence, I can block it all. Both of them, filled with killing intent, charged straight at each other. The clash sent shockwaves across the ground, scattering gravel everywhere. Lee Myongjong was pushed back by the force of the blow. Lee Seon was also knocked backward. Lee Myongjong suddenly chuckled, brushed his hair, and asked, have you mastered the basic techniques already, kid? It took me 3 months to fully grasp the basics. You really are a genius. Lee Myongjong silently observed Lee Seon sitting on the ground. He thought to himself, it took a week to feel it, 2 weeks to master it with my body, and then I applied magic power to perfect it. It only took you 33 days in total. He reached out a hand to the stunned boy, not forgetting to praise him. You always manage to surprise me. Lee Myongjong eagerly said, I will be the one to verify that you have fully mastered the basics, he mused. Furthermore, it seems you haven't just mastered the basics, you've unlocked something else, too. Lee Seon smiled faintly, looking at Lee Myongjong. Nothing gets past you, big brother. Lee Seon informed him, yes, I am working on a movement method of my own. Lee Myongjong asked happily, want me to help? With a look of gratitude, he replied, if you're willing to help, I'd be deeply grateful. Deep night covered a barren forest where the trees were stripped of every leaf. A hand tightly gripped a box cutter. A sarcastic voice echoed, you pathetic losers keep trying to act tough. Lee Seon stood there calmly. Beneath her feet lay the creatures she had easily defeated. So boring, Lee Seon thought, her heart filled with frustration and resentment over the past. Everything is that bastard's fault. He's the reason I'm stuck with these troublesome missions. Lee Seon walked leisurely through puddles, muttering to herself. Mother is still boiling with rage. It's all because of him. Suddenly, the monster behind her moved. Lee Seon seemed to have noticed it approaching. As the monster lunged with jaws wide open from behind, she didn't even flinch. Lee Seon only said one thing. A flash of red light flickered. The box cutter in her hand shot straight into the monster's head. Lee Seon, with cold eyes and a face full of killing intent, still had a small flame burning on her 2 fingers. She growled, I told you, I'm already annoyed. Lee Seon flicked her hand, and the box cutter embedded in the monster's head began to vibrate. The blade automatically pulled itself out of the monster's head. She gripped the box cutter tightly, deep in thought. This is my 21st mission. Lee Seon gritted her teeth. Anger surged with every thought, and they were all annoying chores like wiping out monster swarms. She turned her back and walked away calmly. Lee Seon silently analyzed. Usually, I only do 4 or 5 jobs a year at most. 5 years have finally passed, and when I return to the clan, that arrogant guy will be back too. From behind, a figure appeared, and a voice spoke clearly. Greetings, 6th Miss. Lee Seon glared with authority and commanded, Who are you? State your name. The person quickly introduced himself. I am Gagub, of the Black Sword Unit's 12th Squad. She frowned and asked suspiciously, The Black Sword Unit? Lee Seon questioned, What business does the clan leader's unit have here? Gagub immediately replied clearly, I am carrying a message from the clan leader. Upon hearing this, she immediately retorted, That arrogant guy. Lee Seon laughed maniacally and strangely. She swung her box cutter, stabbing it hard into a nearby tree. Lee Seon bowed her head, every word forced out. The timing is perfect. He has brought this death upon himself. Lee Seon laughed mockingly, her words filled with hidden sarcasm. The clan leader isn't exactly a pushover, is he? Her eyes widened with determination as she ordered, Tell him I have received the message. Gagub replied, Yes, my lady. Lee Seon twisted the knife into the tree trunk. Sparks flew. She said excitedly, I'm really looking forward to this. Her eyes turned white as she gritted her teeth. She promised herself, I will crush him into the depths of the abyss. The next day, in a quiet room, Lee Seon opened the door and walked in with an apologetic look. I'm sorry I'm late. My training session ran a bit long. Lee Tae-hyung laughed happily, his voice bright. You're here now. Sorry I'm late. The training session went on a bit too long. Lee Tae-hyung laughed happily, his voice bright. But you're here now. I heard you've already mastered all the basic skills. What else is there to practice? He quickly replied, yes, but I still want to test a few things. The old man went straight to the point. The specific schedule has been announced, so I wanted to discuss it with you. Lee Seon squinted and said softly to Lee Taehyung, if there is an official notice, I will go to see him. He let out a sigh with a helpless expression. Lee Taehyung asked with a serious look, aren't you worried? The boy asked back, slightly confused. What is there to worry about? Lee Seon continued with confidence. Everything is going exactly as I planned. In his mind, an image of Lee Tessin talking to him appeared. He thought to himself. Father agreed to my warrior's journey, but he set 2 conditions. Memories of the training sessions with his brother flashed in his mind. Lee Seon quietly exclaimed, the first condition, master all basic martial arts techniques. Fortunately, thanks to my brother's guidance and what I learned about magic control, I completed it in a short time. But the second condition is the real challenge. At that time, he had said solemnly to Lee Seon, persuade the Council of Elders. He replied, confused and bewildered, I'm sorry. Lee Tessin explained the method to Lee Seon. You can use any means necessary. If you can't convince them, your warrior's journey will not be approved, he said honestly. However, given your current standing, it is difficult to influence the Council of Elders' decision. After a moment of contemplation, he finally found a plan. So, I decided to create a situation myself. The most beneficial image of Lee Seon popped into his head as he found a solution. Lee Seon let out a confident, sharp laugh. With a triumphant look on his face, using the excuse of proving his strength, he declared, I've arranged a duel with the 6th sister. His eyes shifted toward Lee Taehyung. He couldn't help but feel excited, thinking, if I get my uncle to step in and influence things according to my plans, the Council of Elders won't have any excuse to refuse. Hopefully, everything will go as planned. In his mind, he pictured the image of Lee Seon playing the next move. By doing this, I want to create my own opportunity to be allowed to travel outside. The ability to turn the tide is essential for any AI wanting to enter the political sphere. Personally, this is also part of the challenge. Lee Taehyung's voice broke his train of thought. I just don't understand why you're so calm about this. Lee Seon replied sincerely. He didn't hide anything, because I trust that you have arranged everything thoroughly, uncle. He immediately replied, that's not what I meant. Lee Taehyung's face was etched with worry as he slowly expressed his thoughts. That girl, I heard you and she don't get along, he asked, puzzled by Lee Seon's attitude toward Lee Seon. Even if it's just a sparring match, things won't go smoothly. Why choose her in this situation? In a burst of emotion, he slammed the table with a bang and shouted, I have a debt to settle with the 6th sister. Lee Taehyung didn't back down and fired back immediately. That's exactly what I'm talking about. He stood up and questioned him. Can't you resolve that later? Why put yourself in such a disadvantageous position? Lee Taehyung clenched his fist, his voice firm and clear. It's not that I think you can't do it. He sat back down slowly, clutching his head in deep thought as he confessed his inner fears. I'm just afraid you'll get hurt in some way when facing your own sister. He gazed intently at the person in front of him, his thoughts silently swirling. He really cares about me. What should I do now? Lee Seon shyly spoke up. Just let things take their course, uncle. He thanked him for his concern. The images of Lee Seon and the council chairman, Lee Cheon-jung, clearly appeared in his mind. The 6th sister will surely try to take me down at any cost, and the Council of Elders will seize the opportunity to hold me back. Lee Seon clenched his fist and continued. Therefore, this duel isn't just about the warrior's journey. He stood up and gently advised Lee Taehyung. Of course, if I lose, things will get complicated. But don't worry, uncle. Lee Seon affirmed with certainty, without a hint of hesitation. In this match, no matter what happens, I will definitely win. It was a bright morning at the stadium, which was packed with people. The Council of Elders quickly issued the official document and pushed for the duel. Not long after, the location was decided, the central arena. In another room, the doors were shut tight. This is the largest and widest arena in Sumu, and it's also where the succession ceremony was held. Lee Seon was dressed formally. Looking outside, he thought to himself, I thought they wouldn't handle this quietly, but he sighed, looking helpless, and muttered to himself, no need to guess. It's definitely the Elder Academy Dean's doing. The arena outside was ready. He analyzed quickly. The central arena has a stand structure surrounding the center. The intent is clearly to make a public spectacle to humiliate me and lower my morale. He kept his eyes closed and let out a breath, telling himself, but that doesn't matter at all. Someone stepped into the room. Lee Seon kept pondering. Furthermore, Lee Jongwal looked at him shyly and asked hesitantly, Kid, she looked troubled. Lee Seon observed her, wondering, why has Auntie been keeping that expression all day? He stepped forward and calmly asked, why do you look so troubled when you look at me? Lee Jionghwa rubbed her hands awkwardly. She hesitated and replied, oh, It's nothing. She kept looking at the ground. Jianghua observed her expression and said, "You've been like that all day, yet you say it's nothing." Li Jianghua tried hard to speak. She raised her voice. "I hate all these arbitrary actions within this family." Lee Seon listened calmly. Li Jianghua continued to look annoyed. "I also don't like all those gloomy whispers behind our backs." She gripped her dress tightly with difficulty. Li Jianghua explained more clearly. "The sixth sister is a level 4 martial artist, while you have only just reached level 5. The realm between level 5 and level 4 is a world of difference." Lee Seon seemed to understand. He added, "That's why the sixth sister is limited in her mana. She can't use forbidden techniques or ultimate moves." Li Jianghua still hung her head, admitting, "I know." Her hands began to tremble. Li Jianghua was extremely worried. "But what if you lose?" She clutched her head in pain, looking terrified, and continued, If only I had taught you a bit more about magic." Li Jianghua kept darting her eyes around, panicking, and shouted even louder, if only I had tried to teach you a bit more." She seemed to have reached her limit and shrieked in agony. "If only I had told the family about the endless sooner." Li Jianghua suddenly woke up. She froze when a voice rang out, "Stop it, Lady Li." Gawa walked in from somewhere. She looked radiant and reassured him. "The young master will definitely do it, just like always." She grabbed Li Jianghua's hand. Gawa smiled brightly and suggested, "So, as the young master's mentor, shouldn't you say a few words of encouragement instead?" Li Jianghua's eyes turned dark. She seemed to be holding dozens of worries inside. Li Jianghua remained silent. Lee Seon observed her and thought, "She looks like a frightened little animal." Auntie must have also lost something at Sumu in the past. The figure of Li Jianghua seemed to appear in his thoughts. Lee Seon told himself, "I don't know anything about Auntie's past. If I wanted to find out, it wouldn't be difficult." He remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. "But I intentionally don't want to know." Lee Seon began to step forward, still pondering, "Because I believe that one day, Auntie will tell me herself." He leaned towards Li Jianghua. Lee Seon looked bright and said, "Auntie, now is not the time to be like this. You should be happy instead, right?" Looking at that cheerful face, Li Jianghua didn't seem to understand and blurted out, "Happy?" She looked surprised. Li Jianghua's jaw dropped when she heard him say, "Isn't today the day that the magic you and I have been researching will truly shine? Moreover, it's going to be a spectacular turnaround, too." A voice rang out. It made everyone turn their eyes outside. "Young master, it's time to go out." Lee Seon's eyes were full of determination. He firmly declared, "Please watch over me, Auntie. I won't lose." Lee Seon gripped his sword tightly, not forgetting to instruct Li Jianghua, "Feel free to cheer for me from the stands." He excitedly headed outside. Lee Seon said as if to reassure her, "If your cheering is too quiet, I'll be sad, you know." Along the path to the stands, bright lights shone inside. Lee Seon walked along the path, deep in thought. It had been quite a long time since he last walked through this corridor. He suddenly stopped, looking as if he were bracing himself as he stood before the threshold. "Since I was born, I have always tried to prove myself," he muttered. Lee Seon stepped out with pride. Now was the time to set a mark. Time to put an end to all this proving. With his sword in hand, he stepped out confidently. "Let's go." Hundreds of people were watching intently. On the arena, there stood a figure. Lee Seon's face was filled with determination as he strode forward. Suddenly, he halted. He glanced to one side. Lee Tessin and Baek Hwaijian were sitting in a corner, looking extremely grim. Lee Seon noticed them and said, "So, father and Lady Baek are both here, and the sixth sister, Lee Chonjung and Lee Jungwon, are present as well." He observed them and noted, "Even my uncle and the elders are all here." He quickly shifted his gaze forward, looking completely unfazed by the voices. "You insolent bastard of a concubine's son." Lee Seon casually extended her hand, her voice dripping with provocation. "That neck of yours is still as stiff as ever, isn't it?" Lee Seon showed pure contempt. She relentlessly mocked him. "I've hated the sight of that neck from the very beginning." Seona tossed 2 knives into the air, her insults continuing. "Just a son of a concubine, yet you dare to hold your head so high. It's a real eyesore." She pointed her blade forward, looking excited as she spoke. "Today, I'm going to break that neck for you. Just you wait." Lee Seon smiled calmly, showing no fear. "I'll be counting on you." The referee, 6 in total, started to announce. Lee Seon, I will now announce. The duel between the 6th lady and the 9th young master begins now. Lee Seona quickly entered her stance. The referee's voice continued, "Prepare." Lee Seon watched his opponent closely, his hand gripping the sword tight as he prepared his guard. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, as if preparing to unleash a technique. Immediately after, he opened his eyes wide, and they radiated the power of the demon eye. As soon as the referee shouted, "Begin," Lee Seon darted behind him. She moved with a flaming knife in hand, throwing it at Lee Seon. He quickly glanced backward. She had somehow already circled behind him. Lee Seon stood perfectly still, as if he could see everything. He thought, 3 daggers flying from behind and 2 more in front. Lee Seon tightened his grip on his sword while analyzing the situation. I don't know when she threw them, but 2 more are coming from the front. Countless flaming knives hovered around Seona. She was arrogant about her technique. Throwing daggers, the powerful blades flew with blazing red flames surrounding them. It was a unique, lethal skill created by the 6th lady, channeling magic. She imbued her mana and internal energy into the daggers before launching them. Lee Seon stared ahead. In her hands were countless knives that looked like burning flames. It was known as the blazing dagger technique. The knives flew toward Lee Seon from every direction. He quickly observed them and thought, impossible to dodge. He raised his sword high. Lee Seon widened his eyes, channeling his power. Then, a sharp, decisive slash descended. The sword seemed to tear through the air, thunder clashing against his form. The knives were affected by the strike and immediately veered off course. Lee Seon struggled, jumping backward as she cursed in annoyance. She landed. Lee Seon's figure gradually appeared through the smoke. He laughed with a mocking edge. Lee Seon spoke as if provoking her. I've heard so much about the 6th sister's miraculous throwing technique. Lee Seon's face was completely calm. He looked at her indifferently and continued. Turns out, it's nothing as impressive as I imagined. Lee Seon became absolutely livid. She immediately reached into her clothes and pulled out more knives. Lee Seon screamed, "You're dead meat." She lunged toward Lee Seon. He remained standing still. She fiercely slashed at him countless times. Lee Seon thought bitterly. A brat whose blood hasn't even dried yet dares to be this arrogant? She glared, infuriated as if provoked. Lee Seon tightened her grip on her knives. Let me personally teach you a lesson. The knives flew continuously toward him. Lee Seon held his guard, parrying every attack. He watched Seona carefully, analyzing her movements. 6th sister moves just like a circus performer. She uses multiple blades at once, striking at bizarre, piercing angles. It's a technique that requires superhuman reflexes and eyes to see through the situation. Otherwise, it's impossible to execute. Suddenly, Lee Seon wore a cryptic smile. He thought to himself, but now Lee Seon began to spring forward. He dashed ahead, thinking. Everything up to now was just a bait for this move. Lee Seon rushed toward his opponent. Lee Seon and he were face to face. To force his opponent into a head-on collision, her countless flaming knives were ready, quickly targeting him. Lee Seon unleashed a sword strike. The slash almost reached Lee Seon. He tightened his grip on the hilt, raised it high, and prepared to unleash his move, the infinite single strike. Lee Seon looked down at Lee Seon, terrifyingly, as he prepared to strike her directly. She widened her eyes, appearing frozen in place. Lee Seon warned herself, danger. She quickly used 2 knives to block, preparing to take the dangerous blow. The collision, the shockwave erupted, sending a series of sparks flying everywhere. 2 massive streams of power merged, creating a thunderous tremor. Dust and debris filled the air. The audience in the stands whispered in disgust. What on earth is happening? Who would have thought the second son's strength could reach this level? Could it be a visual trick? He slowly emerged from the dust, standing in the middle, looking ahead. Lee Seon glared, his expression puzzled as he silently wondered, did I underestimate her? The dust was still swirling around Seona's feet. The space was eerily silent. She tightened her grip on her knife, gnashing her teeth in frustration as she thought. The moment the swords touched, he rolled backward to disperse the impact. The knife in Lee Seon's hand was no longer intact. She looked at it, completely confused. A son from a concubine can execute a technique like the clan's secret art? Lee Seon threw the broken knife aside. Her face was filled with determination as she told herself, if I had been hit by that, I would have been finished. Lee Seon hurriedly scrambled up, gripping her weapon firmly. That's right. So you had one more lethal move, didn't you? She continued to face Lee Seon. Lee Seon probed him, but unfortunately, that move. She poured her power into the knife. Lee Seon lunged like a wild beast. You should have saved that for a more important moment, not now. Lee Seon kept observing, his focus sharpening as he commented. Faster than before, but charging head-on again, she continuously swung her knives at Lee Seon while he kept dodging. Lee Seon spun in the air. Lee Seon raised his arm to block. Lee Seon circled behind him, her terrifying face smirking arrogantly as she said, What's wrong? Keep on bragging, why don't you? Lee Seon thrust her knife at Lee Seon. He immediately raised his sword to block. She continued to leap back and forth with dizzying speed. Lee Seon analyzes each of his opponent's lightning-fast, unpredictable strikes, parrying them one by one while keeping a close watch. Even though he successfully deflects them, the overwhelming speed makes it nearly impossible to counterattack. Lee Seon's eyes suddenly ignite with focus, his gaze locked forward. But 6 billion, huh? Lee Seon tracks every movement Lee Seon makes, thinking carefully. Everything is laid bare before me. He easily dodges her assault, observing her meticulously. He tells himself, through my intuition, I can feel every blade's path, and my magic eyes perfectly identify the direction of each attack. Lee Seon smiles faintly, as if stating the reason for this duel. It is exactly why he insisted on fighting her. Bolts of lightning begin to dance around him. Lee Seon thinks calmly, because my ability is the perfect counter to her techniques. Lee Seon catches his gaze. She is furious and screams internally. That look, she forces herself to regain composure and carefully analyzes the situation. The strength of the blade lies in its stealth and swiftness, but once everything is being tracked, her fighting style is forced into a corner. She quickly recalls his previous attack. Lee Seon realizes, even if I want to close the distance to overwhelm him with power, I get caught in those lethal blows. She begins to channel her energy. Lightning surrounds Lee Seon. Damn it. If this mana restriction were just lifted by 10%, I could use high-level aura skills already. Lee Seon recalls her training, thinking bitterly. For the past year, I've only thought about revenge against that brat. I have to trample him and shatter his pride. She has slaughtered many opponents. Lee Seon pants heavily after her battles. Torture him until he kneels and begs for his life. Lee Seon laughs maniacally, struggling to grasp her current predicament. To think I've fallen into this situation. Lee Seon suddenly snaps back to reality. Wait, was that the last thing I thought about? Lee Seon speaks, his voice pulling her back to the present. Do you still have the luxury of letting your mind wander like that? Lee Seon closes the distance to Lee Seon, arrogantly warning her, you better focus. Immediately after, he unleashes a strike. Lee Seon quickly parries, struggling to hold off his blade. She grinds her teeth, pushing back with all her might, then immediately emits a surge of powerful energy. She says mysteriously, I didn't intend to use this move. Lee Seon watches in surprise as Lee Seon's power quickly envelops her blade. It flows directly into Lee Seon's body. His heart starts pounding, and a surge of energy pulses with every beat. Sensing this flow of aura, he cannot help but wonder, is my mana circle being restricted? Lee Seon leaps back, standing defiantly before Lee Seon. She mocks him, so, you are somewhat smart after all. She shouts with a crazed, triumphant expression. Even a spineless worm like you realizes you can't win without mana, don't you? Lee Seon remains silent, deep in thought. Is she using her special ability? He realizes it is her mana-sealing spell. The sixth sister, Lee Seon, possesses a unique power. With just a slight movement, she can disrupt the opponent's flow of magic, throwing them into chaos and causing them to lose control of their mana. If my mana capacity were superior, I could resist. But if not, even if I realize I'm trapped, I'll be bound with no way out. He stands motionless, while Lee Seon screams, her voice echoing throughout the stadium. Now, there's no way out for you. A strange surge of power runs through Lee Seon's body. But there is one thing she doesn't know. Lee Seon's eyes widen in absolute shock at the sight on the arena. No way, she stammers. Watching Lee Seon radiate a source of mana even stronger than before. Why are you still able to use magic? My spell is fundamentally different from any of theirs. The scene below is bathed in sunlight, a sea of people, jammed together, waiting. It will be okay. Lee Jianghua clasps her hands together, trembling slightly, trying to reassure herself. It will be fine. Her whole body shakes with every breath, making her respiration shallow and heavy. That child is truly extraordinary. Lee Jianghua's eyes glaze over as her lips tremble, muttering words only she can hear. That's right, it won't repeat like last time. But negative thoughts keep cycling through her mind. But what if? Gawa, beside her, notices Lee Jianghua trembling and asks worriedly, Elder. Lee Jianghua doesn't hear her. Her eyes shut tight as if to hide her fear. What if I end up in that situation again? She is lost in her own thoughts. What should I do? Suddenly, a voice from in front of Lee Jianghua pulls her out of her chaotic thoughts. Are you all right? In front of her, two young men are whispering. It's not just all right. That foundation is so solid, it's intimidating. As soon as the two finish speaking, from behind Lee Jianghua, another voice chimes in. What kind of aura technique is that? The person next to them shakes his head. It's not the secret magic tradition of the Sung family. The next thing they say makes her panic. I heard that the second son just turned 15 this year. She turns toward Lee Seon on the stage, her eyes gleaming, her body leaning forward. He immediately utilizes the lightning aura technique. As his sword strikes down, the shockwave spreads, causing the ground to shake, as if it were about to explode, forcing Lee Seon to quickly retreat to avoid the blow. Lee Seon swings his sword back, his cold gaze following her as she retreats step by step, trying to maintain a safe distance. Not waiting for her to regain her balance, Lee Seon immediately unleashes his next move. His sword tip tears through the air, lunging forward with speed and power that gives his opponent no chance to counter. Aura technique, Crimson Hell. She sees red streams of energy sharp as arrows, lunging straight at her with terrifying speed, causing the breath to hitch in her chest. Before Lee Seon can even strike, the red auras have wrapped around her body like invisible chains, tightening around every muscle and making every movement helpless. On this side, he has moved like the wind, lunging from where he stood toward her. Lee Seon uses a movement so swift and fluid that it leaves a trail of energy tearing through space, using the aura technique, Wind Cutter, to sever the very energy binding her. This makes her eyes widen in shock, looking at him with disbelief. Facing that arrogant gaze, she grinds her teeth. He used Wind Cutter to slice through my Crimson Hell. From the stands, Lee Jeonghwa's body slowly relaxed. Yama's lightning and seals of the underworld, those were the Qigong techniques the kid and I created together. She clenched her fist, reflecting the determination rising silently within her. All those chaotic emotions were washed away, and her gaze. Lee Jeonghwa's eyes began to shine as if a fire had just been stoked. Right, I have to win. For the first time, a radiant smile bloomed on her face like the morning sun. You really are a genius. Looking at the chaos beside her, she still couldn't believe it, wondering to herself, why? How could this be? Her eyes, Lee Seon widened hers in shock and panic. Clearly, her mana flow was sealed by that ability, wasn't it? How can she still use mana? By now, Lee Seon had kept his distance, staring intently at her. His eyes narrowed as he observed every shift in her expression. There was one thing Lee Seon didn't know. A blue aura enveloped Lee Seon and his sword. He smirked. My mana technique is different from others. Just using my own mana flow is enough to manipulate it. Lee Seon slowly stepped forward, his gaze calm yet sharp. Now my turn. With those words, he surged toward Lee Seon, making the air around them suddenly stifling. Watching Lee Seon's movements, she could only think of one word: fast. Lee Seon swung his sword with absolute precision. The blade flashed through the air, sending Lee Seon flying backward. She barely had time to brace herself with her hands as she skidded a long distance away. Gritting her teeth, Lee Seon's arms trembled from the impact, her muscles tightened as she struggled to keep her balance. Damn it. Before she knew it, he had lunged at her, bringing his sword down from above. The speed was so intense she could only hear the wind whistling past the blade. Lee Seon quickly retreated. The sword struck the ground with a thunderous crash, cracking the earth beneath her feet in a shockwave of power. She gritted her teeth. How could it be like this? How could I be overpowered like this? Lee Seon scrambled to find a way to defeat him, thoughts swirling in her head like a violent cyclone. But then her eyes suddenly froze. Lee Seon glanced up at the second floor of the stands. The moment she saw the person up there, the air around her felt heavy, as if a dark, ominous cloud had suddenly cast a shadow over Lee Seon's mind. On the balcony, a sharp gaze was fixed on her, cold and keen like a blade in the air. She sat like a queen, regal yet exuding a gloomy, oppressive aura. Her eyes were sharp and cold as ice, aimed directly at Lee Seon below. Meeting that gaze, she involuntarily gasped, her heart constricting. A feeling of terror crept deep into her heart. Lee Seon's body began to shake, her lips trembling. Ah! She channeled all her power into the hand holding the dagger. Ah! All around her, a brilliant orange-yellow aura flared. Lee Seon gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with rage as she shrieked. Just because of a child like you. Mana erupted brilliantly around Lee Seon, causing Lee Seon, standing opposite her, to be stunned. That's a terrifying amount of mana. He watched the daggers on her hand begin to float. Lee Seon's gaze flashed with surprise. Is she forcing her mana output, ignoring internal injuries? Lee Seon's daggers began to change, splitting into smaller blades, hovering in the air. Her mana output intensified, spreading across her body like a raging fire. Unable to control it, the mana engulfed countless daggers floating in the air. Lee Seon raised her hand, flowing meteor's technique. Her eyes flashed cold and savage, as if she wanted to devour him alive. Lee Seon threw her hand forward with force. I have to kill you at all costs. Hong, in the stands, jumped up and shouted, that's a violation of the rules. As soon as the words left his mouth, her daggers shot toward him at lightning speed. Stop them now. He remained fearless, gripping his sword tightly and channeling mana into the blade. Lee Seon's eyes glowed with a golden light. The sword lit up with every pulse of mana. Each streak of blue light spread from the hilt to the tip. Suddenly, Lee Seon exhaled a long breath. The breath sounded soft yet powerful. Then he assumed a stance. Just as her daggers closed in, Lee Seon swung his sword hard in front of him. Steel flashed in the air, but unexpectedly, it missed the target. Seeing this, Lee Seon couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Her laughter rang out like an arrogant challenge. "Where are you swinging at?" But the next second, her eyes widened in disbelief. She only saw one of the daggers she'd thrown stuck in the ground. His body spun gracefully, and his sword, like a sharp ray of light, swept through the air. In this world, there are things considered immutable truths. Mana doesn't just disappear. Lee Seon glanced at the daggers falling and sticking into the ground with sharp sounds. Mana fades into the void and returns to nature. Mana is absolute and infinite. It cannot be lost. He held the sword tightly, his cold gaze sweeping across the remaining daggers hovering in the air. But Lee Seon, standing coldly amidst the daggers buried in the ground, looked at the ancestor's sword and smirked. This sword can cut through and destroy mana itself. Lee Seon looked at the sword trembling in his hand. "I didn't expect to have to use the meteors, but at least it succeeded." His eyes focused back on her, still cold and sharp, remembering the technique his opponent used. "With my current strength, I can't fully block the meteors, so I used the Black Knight to sever the mana tether connecting to the blade." Lee Seon narrowed his eyes, concentrating all of his spirit, using his magic eye to see the mana tether connecting to the blades, but both tasks required extraordinary focus. He stepped forward, each step firm. Now every footfall hit the ground, with a solemn rhythm, making the surrounding space feel as if it were tightening. Then, it's my turn. Watching Lee Seon's movements, Lee Seon bit her lip and frowned, her eyes flashing with a hint of tension. Is he planning to use that move again? She saw his body moving as fast as the wind, keeping a certain distance from her, moving flexibly with every step. Watching Lee Seon's actions, Lee Seon was stunned and confused, her eyes darting back and forth, trying to guess his intent. But if he widens the distance, he can't execute the attack. Suddenly, she saw him enter an attack stance. Her eyes flashed with confusion. Planning to attack from this distance, she only saw Lee Seon smile, his lips moving. Ma-style technique. It was a sword style originally created to deal with monsters. His power radiated all around, filling the space like an invisible, powerful wave. Then it slowly channeled into the sword in his hand. From the very beginning, the distance hadn't been an issue. Lee Seon's eyes rolled back, and he poured every ounce of his power and mana into the incoming attack. Eternal Eclipse, one sword. He swung his blade with such force and decisiveness as if he wanted to tear the sky apart. The blade flashed with a brilliant golden hue, pulling a violent wind that swirled throughout the space. Fatal Phantasm. Lee Seon's body stood frozen. Her eyes were locked onto the sword, swinging toward her. Lee Seon's eyes widened, and she only had time to yell out in anger, "Damn it!" A huge explosion echoed on the stands. The sound was deafening, causing the surrounding air to shake violently. Clouds of green smoke billowed, covering the entire area and obscuring everything inside. The green smoke slowly dispersed, gradually revealing the scene inside. He still held his stance, having swung downward. There was a deep, massive slash on the ground, and dust was still swirling in the air. Suddenly, Lee Seon covered his mouth, coughing violently. The cough sounded dry. He bowed his head, his hand over half his face. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead because he had pushed his man's eyes to the limit, causing his eyes to ache. Lee Seon glanced toward the opposite side, where the dust was still thick, obscuring his vision. But it wasn't over yet. The fatal phantasm had hit, but he had to deliver the finishing blow. Suddenly, from within the thick smoke, a sharp dagger flew straight at him at terrifying speed. Lee Seon couldn't react in time. The dagger grazed his thigh, leaving a long gash. Lee Seon lost his balance, his leg buckling slightly. His body wavered for a split second because the sharp pain spread from the wound. From within the smoke, a pair of legs lunged out like lightning, slashing through the air with terrifying speed. Lee Seon, with a face full of injuries and eyes burning with determination, swung a powerful punch toward him. Too fast. In her hand, she was holding a dagger, swinging it up and stabbing straight toward Lee Seon with relentless force. This attack is dangerous. He pushed his foot hard into the ground, creating immense force that cracked the ground beneath him. Lee Seon's body retreated a step, maintaining a safe distance from the intense pressure of Lee Seon, but her dagger kept up with him, darting forward like lightning and stabbing straight into his chest. The air suddenly stilled. Every movement seemed frozen in that moment. Lee Seon's action remained held, the dagger still buried deep in his chest. From Lee Seon's chest, a crimson liquid began to flow, staining a patch of his pristine white shirt. Conversely, his sword had not yet pierced her. The polished steel blade stopped just inches from her chest. Lee Seon slowly pulled the dagger out of his chest, moving with deliberate, slow gestures. But suddenly, she collapsed onto the ground, her balance lost, and she went down before she could even react. He clutched his wounded chest, his face flickering with pain. If I hadn't swung Dark Knight to block and had been just a second slower, my heart would have been pierced. He cast a glance at her lying body. The moment the fatal phantasm hit, she definitely must have lost consciousness, but her body felt my intent, so it reacted instinctively. He turned his head, sighed, and smiled lightly. What a terrifying bloodline. Afterward, Lee Seon turned to look at the two young men standing dumbfounded nearby. He sheathed his sword, his voice cold. What are you still doing? Aren't you going to take her to get treated? If you leave her like this, she'll die from internal injuries. The two young men next to him finally snapped out of it. Yes, yes. Lee Seon warily lifted his hand and pointed straight behind him. Yes. He watched them, annoyed, as they prepared to take her to be treated. You all saw it, didn't you? Lee Seon's gaze turned toward the stands, where an old figure was sitting up high. The warriors of the Lee Cheom-jung clan widened their eyes when they saw his gaze. Those stubborn old men. Lee Seon looked at Lee Seona, who was unconscious on the ground, and at his half-siblings. He clenched his fist and raised it high. To all of you, those who once thought I would fail just because I'm the second-born son. Lee Seon closed his eyes. That gesture was like a silent declaration. For the first time, I have proven myself. Suddenly, an object flew through the air and hit him in the head. Lee Seon tilted his head slightly, his eyes quickly glancing at the person who had thrown it. It was Lee Tesson. His expression was serious, but Lee Tesson's hand began to clap, a gesture full of encouragement and congratulations. Following that, a thunderous round of applause erupted from the stands, spreading throughout the space like a powerful wave of support. This left Lee Seon down below the stands, stunned. His eyes widened in surprise. As he felt the enthusiastic support from the crowd, Lee Jianghua's echoing voice radiated with excitement. My child is truly amazing. She stood above, waving her arms enthusiastically, her face beaming with pride. Damn, I knew it. Gawa worriedly tugged at Lee Jianghua's sleeve. Elder, please, calm down. Her shout still echoed in Lee Seon's ears. My child is the best. He blushed and hurriedly tried to cover his reddening face. Oh my god, she even used her mana to amplify her voice. Lee Tessing's group appeared below the stands quickly, drawing everyone's attention. Lee Seon turned to look at them. He was the one who spoke first, his voice deep and warm, outstanding. He smiled faintly, his eyes sparkling. Father probably won't be pleased. He isn't the type to praise his children in front of others. Tessin looked at Lee Seon with a sharp, assessing gaze. This child chose Lee Taehyung, manipulated the board, and even chose the sixth child to ensure. The outcome of the match went exactly as he calculated. His eyes reflected seriousness and seasoned experience, an opponent that matches him in intensity. He possessed an advantage over any AI. Those who didn't know the full story would surely think the sixth one was bound to win. Lee Tessin sank into deep thought. Easier said than done. But among everyone present here, how many AIs could actually pull that off? Lee Seon spoke, his voice carrying authority. Yet he didn't forget to praise him. You've proven your worth. Therefore, I recognize that you are qualified to leave the family for the warrior's journey. Lee Seon placed his hand on his chest and bowed respectfully to thank his father. After saying that, he gave a gentle smile, remaining silent with his head still bowed. Seeing Lee Seon's expression, his father spoke up. It looks like you still have something you want to say. He wore a smile, as if he had achieved his goal. The moment had arrived. Lee Seon looked up, his eyes calm as he looked at Lee Tessin. As expected, I can't hide anything from father. Regarding the reward, for this assessment, I want to be granted permission to join the warrior's journey. Since father cannot grant me anything more than that, he nodded slowly, his tone decisive. Then, please allow me to speak. Lee Seon caught the eye of Lee Cheon-jung, who was facing him, and silently confirmed. Of course, with father's permission. Even though his body was still injured from the duel, he stood straight and declared loudly, I have accumulated enough strength to complete the training program at the academy ahead of schedule. That has already been personally verified by father. Lee Seon looked at the crowd in front of him, his voice mature and full of determination. I have also been to Cheonwi Mountain and passed the test of the bloodless dream. He observed every expression on Lee Tessin's face, thinking to himself, now that father has handed the decision-making power to the Elder Council, then the reward must also be discussed with the Elder Council. Even so, Lee Seon didn't lose heart and clenched his fist. I have proven everything. The conditions were all met. He had set his sights on Zhou Gang, but why wouldn't the Elder Council trust him and why were they challenging him for no reason? He didn't falter in the slightest, extending his hand to explain loudly. Because of this duel, Zhou Gang has been seriously injured, and I am only managing to stand here to report this. The Elder's eyes narrowed as he looked straight at him, listening to every word Lee Seon uttered. As for me, I cannot help but feel that you, Elders, are pressuring me. He remained steadfast, clutching his chest, thinking to himself, I'm 15 years old. Right now, even if my words are a bit excessive or rude, they will be forgiven. Opportunities like this don't come often at this age, so I must take advantage of it skillfully. Meanwhile, Lee Seon, standing nearby, spoke up to defend Lee Seon. Head of the Elder Council, please respond to this boy's questioning. Lee Seon only gripped his staff tightly. He remained silent. Finally, after a moment of heavy, oppressive silence, the elder offered a slight smile. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding. All matters related to the warrior's journey have always been decided by the Elder Council. Lee Seon smiled enigmatically, listening in silence. According to the family rules, it is clearly stated that there is no distinction between children of the primary wife and the concubines. Could it be that the Elder Council is intentionally breaking those family rules? As soon as the words left his lips, Lee Seon immediately countered in his mind with a smile. He smirked meaningfully, deliberately mentioning the words concubine's child. Why? Even I have never once mentioned my own background. He put on a pitiful expression and continued to question. Could it be that the Elder Council was the one to bring that up first? Under pressure from both logic and emotion, Lee Seon finally voiced his concern. Indeed, you are still young, and rushing into the warrior's journey, if you happen to run into the UN forces, it's hard to avoid trouble. Lee Seon didn't miss the opportunity. He immediately questioned him back in a suspicious tone. If that's the case, why did it have to be Joe Gang? Everyone knows Joe Gang is much stronger than I am. Why argue about our ages? The elder broke into a sweat and responded awkwardly. That is, but he pressed him further. I have read the official document, and it clearly states that the challenge will be conducted by someone who has just returned from the warrior's journey. Lee Seon spoke heroically. If that's the case, shouldn't the seventh brother have stepped up? If it wasn't the seventh brother, there must be other warriors, right? Lee Tae-hyung cleared his throat to dampen his intensity, but deep inside, he was trying hard to hide a laugh. This cheeky little brat. You were the one who set up this chessboard, and now you're using it to corner the head of the Elder Council? Well done. Truly a smart child. Lee Seon was somewhat skeptical and looked behind him. Could it be that you chose Joe Gang for this very moment? Meanwhile, Lee Seon could only offer a forced explanation. It's just that I considered Joe Gang the most suitable person for the assessment. But Lee Seon wasn't about to let it go. If that were truly the case, it should have been conducted in a private setting, not in front of such a large crowd. He clenched his fist and spoke clearly. Therefore, I want to hear it clearly. Lee Seon's face grew stern as he bluntly reprimanded him. Why did the Elder Council organize the assessment like this? Deep down, Lee Seon couldn't help but admire him. He looked at the elder's pale complexion and felt a bit amused. What a masterful move. I'm afraid if he's not careful, the Elder Council will be seen as if they are pressuring a child. Lee Seon quickly stepped in, returning to his dignified demeanor, and announced firmly, that's enough. He cast an unhappy glance to the side, instructing, the head of the Elder Council is an elder within the family. Lee Seon reminded him of his fault. He has just finished a duel, so being hot-headed is understandable. But his words were indeed disrespectful. He bowed his head in apology. Yes, I accept the blame. But he then made a profound observation. However, if we just let it go like this, I'm afraid it won't lead to a good outcome. Head of the Elder Council, what do you think? The elder didn't move, only casting a gaze toward Lee Seon, who sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, just a child of a concubine, but to be pushed to this extent, this is truly a poor strategy. Finally, the elder had to concede. I also admit that there were aspects of this assessment that were hard to explain. The Elder Council should also provide a worthy reward. Lee Seon achieved his intention and bowed his head seriously. I also apologize for being disrespectful. Not stopping there, he had more to say. It's just that I did what I had to do. Everyone here hearing this will have different attitudes and perceptions, so I don't dare to ask for an excessive reward. Joe Gang, seeing Lee Seon deliver this concluding remark, was startled. I only asked to receive exactly what is rightfully mine. A few days after the duel ended, the scenery became peaceful as the morning sun shone onto each exquisite wooden window frame. In his room, Lee Seon lay on the bed, sighing gently, his eyes filled with thought. Then he suddenly muttered in a low, sad voice, I never expected that one day I would miss Changwei Mountain. Even though his heart was restless, Lee Seon couldn't help but sigh. No going outside until the body is completely recovered? Why do those familiar words of warning echo in my head? You're injured. Where do you think you're going? Where are you going? Little brother, you're not fully recovered, so you can't go anywhere. He felt bored with life, chiding himself. If only I had some miraculous healing medicine, I would have recovered long ago. Unfortunately, suddenly, a knock at the door startled Lee Seon. He turned his head, sat up straight, put on a serious face, and called out, Come in. The door opened, and a familiar voice reached his ears, leaving Lee Seon momentarily stunned. It's been so long since we last met, young master. Right after that, his three close friends walked into the room with radiant smiles. Have you been well lately? Choi In-ha asked first, showing concern, saying they wanted to visit him as soon as the young master returned to the clan. I heard you've been quite busy, so I'll be brief. Kim Lee Seon replied, then asked, are you feeling all right? He smiled and waved his hand, don't worry. Besides, how could I not find a moment to meet with you all? Lee Seon pointed to the chair. Bring that chair over and sit down so you're comfortable. Once everyone was settled around the bed, he smiled and asked, how about you all? Are you doing okay? Choi In-ha nodded happily. Of course we are. He beamed as they reminisced. I did run into a few troubles, but thinking back, it was only because they were wary of me. Thinking that, Kim Lee Seon, standing to the left, asked with a bright and eager expression, contrasting with the calm Lee Seon. Young master, how have you been training to become this strong? Lee Seon's eyes widened in surprise. Before he could even react, Kim Lee Seon continued in a serious tone. As for that duel, I saw it with my own eyes. Lee Seon's face flushed with anger, his eyes sharp as he glared at Kim Lee Seon, immediately interrupting. The promotion exams for third years are coming up soon. You lot seem to have plenty of free time, don't you? Feeling the pressure, Kim Lee Seon stumbled back, stuttering. Ah, no. Young master, such a significant event, how could we possibly miss it? Kim Lee Seon continued to defend himself, shouting, it wasn't just me. Everyone was there, right? But when he turned around, he was surprised to see his two friends standing in silent hesitation. Kim Bo-seong bowed his head. I apologize. Please forgive us. Young master. We intended to arrive right after training finished, but we were late. Choi In-ha chimed in softly. Since Kim Bo-seong was also participating in the duel, I followed along. Lee Seon waved his hand, replying, there is nothing to be sorry for. I don't blame you. However, he immediately turned to question Kim Lee Seon. Or perhaps, were you slacking off while I was away, making him wave his hands in a panicked hurry? No, absolutely not. Looking at his friends, Lee Seon smiled, thinking to himself that they had matured quite a bit. In-ha and Bo-seong had both been designated as trainees for the Blood Tiger Squad and the Heavenly Palace Squad. Those two are among the top 5 elite units, consisting of martial artists, bringing the total to 4 major squads known as the 4 Divine Squads. Kim Lee Seon decided to join the 6 Arts, where the academy trains in 2 departments, the Sword Arts, specializing in blades, and the Archery Arts, specializing in long-range weapons. Mastering both is no easy feat. Lee Seon's gaze softened with a rare gentleness. He thought, besides, half of the 5th-year students were also assigned. It really is a rare occurrence. He looked at his friends with absolute sincerity and said, work hard. In the future, I will have to rely on you a great deal. Standing before Lee Seon, Kim Bo-seong responded boldly. Please, leave it to us. Choi In-ha added with determination. We will definitely grow enough to be worthy, so you won't have to be ashamed of us, young master. After their conversation, they tidied up together and prepared to leave. If you'll excuse us. He smiled and replied, right. I'm glad to have seen you. Suddenly, Kim Lee Seon exclaimed, ah, I almost forgot. You're off to collect your reward today, right, young master? Lee Seon turned back, smiling slightly, and asked, I'm the one receiving the reward, so why are you so happy? He replied with sparkling eyes, it's because good things happening to you is a blessing. Kim Lee Seon couldn't contain his curiosity and asked immediately, so, have you decided what you're going to take? A faint smile played on Lee Seon's lips. Without hesitation, he answered concisely but firmly, of course. Outside the secret vault, 2 guards were keeping strict watch over the gate. Under the scorching sun, suddenly, a car pulled up right in front of the iron gate. The door opened, and a pair of feet in leather shoes stepped out. Lee Seon walked out slowly, looking at his surroundings, thinking, it's been 6 years since I've been to the secret vault. Suddenly, a voice called out, making him freeze. Is that not the youngest young master? It turned out to be the guard asking about the purpose of his visit. Lee Seon stepped forward, handed a document to him, and calmly replied, I have received permission to retrieve equipment from the vault. The guard took the paper and looked it over. Understood, I have confirmed the authorization. They opened the gate and invited him in. You may pass, sir. Just as he was about to enter, another voice called out to him, Young master. It was the 2 guards again. They shyly raised their hands and said sincerely, I was deeply moved by that duel. I will also strive to improve myself, just like you. Then, right in front of the gate, they bowed to Lee Seon solemnly. He was a bit stunned at first, then felt a swell of happiness. This is the first time in my life I've been greeted with such respect. As he looked at them with a bright smile, he turned away, but his mind was racing. Until now, most people have only looked down on me and despised me because of my status as a concubine's son. He didn't forget to respond to the guard's words. Thank you for thinking that way. To live up to that, I will work even harder. After that, he walked inside slowly and deliberately, all by himself. The secret vault is managed jointly by the Administrative Office and the Council of Elders. Before proceeding with the purpose of his visit, Lee Seon had to be scanned from head to toe first. If the Administrative Office is responsible for maintenance and upkeep, then the research, as well as the entry and exit of equipment, falls under the authority of the Council of Elders. His eyes softened slightly when he heard this. That is why I requested compensation from the head of the Council of Elders. Lee Seon remembered the scene at that time. I only did what I had to do, so I didn't dare expect any unreasonable rewards. His expression was extremely serious as he stated his desire, hoping only to receive the items that had been selected during the equipment selection day. Cho Jang asked in surprise, "Isn't it true that back then, you chose a weapon and wore it at your hip?" The old man questioned Lee Seon in confusion. Back then, you accepted a single weapon, yet now you want to claim ownership of everything? His eyes were calm, and without a hint of fear, he replied, "According to the rules, weapons selected during the selection ceremony, I heard that one can eventually receive all of them." Lee Tae-hyung, who was listening, was startled when he was mentioned. "Am I wrong in my understanding, Master Administrator?" The old man muttered helplessly, "What a sharp child." Then he stammered a reply, "All right, that is true." Lee Seon presented points that put Cho Jang in a difficult position. By ancient custom, people eventually collected the rest of their weapons. The patriarch also said we would follow that precedent. The old man stroked his beard and looked away. Now that he remembered, it was indeed true. His face was extremely displeased and resentful. Lee Seon scoffed, "Just pick a few items suitable for my status and give them to me. The Council of Elders wouldn't lose anything by giving away a few things, they probably thought." He scanned the gallery and murmured, "If the head of the Council of Elders accepts my proposal in front of the guests, then the weapons in the vault will officially become mine, fair and square." He turned to ask, "Can I do that?" The eyes of his father slightly narrowed as he looked at Lee Seon. He calmly replied, "I permit it. Those things would eventually fall into your hands anyway." Lee Seon bowed respectfully to thank his father. As he was bowing, he continued, "Of course." Tai Shin's face was extremely serious as he said, "As long as you prove that you have the worthiness of an owner, then the elders will. He will also grant you weapons, my son." Lee Seon paused for a moment. "Indeed, father, even the council elders didn't realize the depth of my schemes. Yet father saw through it all." He looked toward him. Furthermore, he skillfully sided with the council to put the whole matter to rest. He ordered his subordinates decide which weapons to release from the vault and hand them to the young master. Back in the present, he was still heading deeper inside. "So, I am allowed to receive 4 master-grade weapons." He stepped into the elevator and headed to the second floor, his mind racing. There's usually no such thing as a generous reward like this. But because father is backing me, they wouldn't dare pull any tricks. The elevator door opened. His eyes were steady, filled with hope. Access is restricted to the 1st through 3rd floors. Lee Seon scanned the room. It was packed with all kinds of weaponry. The 1st floor contains common-grade weapons, so there's no need to pay them any mind. I need to pick things that will truly be useful for this journey. He raised his hand and summoned a faint flow of dark energy. Lee Seon muttered, "All right, let's take my time and choose carefully." The scene shifted to Lee Myongjong's office. He and Lee Seon were sitting across from each other, drinking tea. Lee Myongjong asked, "Have you decided to set off already?" He replied happily, "Yes, all preparations are complete." Outside the window, cherry blossom petals began to fall, creating a cool, refreshing spring scene. It truly is the season for it. Lee Seon said with a calm expression, speaking slowly, "I am embarking on a long journey. There is no season more fitting than this." He lifted his head leisurely and asked, "Have you gone to say goodbye to everyone?" Lee Seon replied nonchalantly, "Yes. As for my uncle, he's away on official business, so I couldn't pay him a visit." At this point, his face fell in helpless frustration. It took so much effort to appease my aunt as well. His brother burst into laughter. "I can imagine." Lee Myongjong looked at him and asked, "So, have you gone to bid farewell to father?" Seeing his brother like this, Lee Seon laughed heartily. He's still as intimidating as ever. "Intimidating?" Lee Seon continued, making his brother look a bit helpless. He said that since I've caused such a big scene, if I don't achieve results that satisfy him, I'll be punished. Hearing that, it was actually a bit scary. His brother's face sank slightly as he let out a sigh. Lee Myongjong turned to him and asked softly, "Have you heard the news about our 6th sister?" Lee Seon's face softened a bit, then turned somber. "Yes, I heard she has entered seclusion to cultivate." He remembered the scene back then. The guards couldn't stop her. Siona, even while recovering after waking up, caused quite a commotion. After she recovered, she was taken by Lady Bae Kwaijan to the seclusion grounds. Seeing the clear worry on his face, Lee Myongjong explained, "Naturally, no one can interfere with your sister's training, but at the very least, she won't be able to come out and seek revenge right away." Lee Seon didn't say anything more, slowly nodding as if he understood. He fiddled with his fingers, asking hesitantly, "Brother, could I ask a favor of you?" Then, to his brother's surprise, Lee Seon made his request. "During the time I am away on my travels, please look after my nursemaid for me." In his mind, he remembered Gawa from his previous life. In the pouring rain, she had desperately pounded on the door, calling for help. They might not dare to target me directly, but targeting those close to me is not difficult at all. In my past life, that is how I lost my nursemaid. Lee Myongjong understood the implication and nodded immediately. "Understood. Your nursemaid will stay here, where I live." Lee Seon's eyes widened in complete surprise as he heard what followed. "No one will dare lay a finger on her." Following that, Lee Seon stood up and bowed respectfully. "I will definitely repay this debt." He smiled warmly at his younger brother. "As your older brother, how could I not do such a simple thing?" Lee Seon smiled lightly and happily. Lee Myongjong added, "I will be waiting for the day you return from this journey." He lifted his head, filled with determination. Yes. 15 years since the day of his return, the places he needed to visit, the things he needed to acquire, and the people he needed to meet were all etched in his heart. For the first time, he was free from the clan to act on his own, possessing time that belonged solely to him. Lee Seon used his hand to shield his eyes from the harsh sunlight, a satisfied smile on his lips. Everything starts from here. The morning sun shone through the leaves. The woman sat under the tree, leisurely sipping her tea. Bae Kwaijin slowly brought the cup to her lips. She gently closed her eyes, savoring the tea spreading through her mouth. Bae Kwaijin placed the cup back on the table, the tea still shimmering and steaming. She didn't open her eyes, just speaking to the void. Report. A footstep lightly pressed against the lush green grass, moving outward, the motion so light it was almost impossible to hear. A person with their face completely covered knelt down in extreme reverence. "I sincerely apologize for losing his trail." Bae Kwaijan's expression darkened, clearly displeased as she glanced over and said, "Speak clearly." He reported mechanically, not daring to look her in the eye. As soon as he entered the bustling district, Lee Seon lost his trail. It seems he anticipated being followed from the very beginning. Bae Kwaijin's slender fingers lightly brushed the rim of the cup. How absurd. She traced the rim of the cup, murmuring, "Appearances can be hidden, but surely his unique aura of magic remains." The hood of the cloak covered the guard's entire face, so it was impossible to tell what his expression was. Among the rewards he received after the recent match, there seems to have been an item capable of altering both appearance and magical aura, so right now I'm afraid it's impossible to follow him. Bae Kwaijin pondered for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. Just an illegitimate son, only 15 years old, yet he dared to shake off the tail of the shadow sword that I personally trained. As she tilted the cup, her own face was reflected in it. Thinking about it, if he couldn't even do this, he would have been eliminated long ago. Bae Kwaijin stared into empty space, expressionless. I even intended to probe his plans beforehand. To think I couldn't even track him for a single day. Unexpected. She turned back, eyes widening in a terrifying manner as she ordered, "Keep tracking for news." Bae Kwaijin lowered her gaze to the bottom of the teacup, saying coldly, "If you see any signs, follow them immediately." The guard shouted, "Understood." Inside the tavern, it was incredibly noisy. "That trash, where is he cheating again? If you see any signs, follow them immediately." The guards shouted in unison. "Understood." Inside the tavern, it was incredibly noisy. "That trash. Where is he cheating again? The people inside are drinking and playing games together. You are the one hiding cards in your sleeve." The noise from inside echoes. To the outside as the door opens. "What's this? A fight? I bet 100,000 on the bald guy." A person, face fully covered and carrying a backpack, enters, dazed. "I bet 150,000 on the guy with the crooked eyes." He heads straight to the bar and starts ordering drinks, some draft beer. The owner, suspicious, asks, "You're a new face, aren't you?" He slowly lowers his hood and introduces himself. "I've come from the north." Lee Seon has donned a layer of skin, and you own a pretty cool scar. Lately, Kowloon has been in total chaos. The owner slides a beer over to me, squinting as he asks, his tone sounding just like a local, straight out of Seoul. "If you're Korean, why come all the way from the north?" Lee Seon takes the beer casually and replies, "I ran away, and back then, I didn't know anything." The owner keeps prying, "What's your name?" I snap back, catching him off guard. "Do I have to give my name just to sit here?" He awkwardly rubs the back of his neck and quickly changes the subject. Seems like he's genuinely a wanderer. Lee Seon stares at his reflection in the beer mug, thinking, looking closely, it really does look like the real thing. To change his appearance, he used a master-grade mask. By channeling mana, he creates an illusion over the surface. It drains mana, but it's an incredibly useful item. Lee Seon is quite satisfied, smiling inwardly. Using the myriad face technique to alter his features and infusing mana into his vocal cords to shift his voice, hiding his identity, is a breeze. He glances anxiously at the people sitting behind him. It's been so long. I'm worried if I'm even in the right place. This area has the highest, gloomiest mountains. It's a dangerous region in the north, specifically within the Guangdong territory. The monsters have been cleared out, but the land remains untouched, filled with endless, deep forests. In places like this, darkness always seems to creep in. Surrounded by treacherous mountains, a village manages to exist here, a place for drifters from all the world's most dangerous zones. A village established by those who use martial arts, sorcery, and magic to commit crimes. It's known as the Drifter's Den. For years, it has been drenched in flames. Many have tried to destroy this den, killing people and burning the village to the ground. But whenever the drifters lose their shelter, they end up causing catastrophic damage in retaliation. The handshakes from powerful figures out in the light are just the beginning. That's why the handshakes of those powerful people out in the light are just the start. The pub Lee Seon visited is one of those places. It's the biggest hub for drifters in South Korea. Criminals from everywhere flock here, and secrets follow close behind. He recalls the past, a flicker of sorrow crossing his face. In my past life, I hid here to avoid the family's gaze, but I was discovered anyway. Lee Seon has his own plans, and as for the reason I chose this place as the first stop on my journey as a martial artist, he suddenly speaks, startling the owner. Let me ask you something. Lee Seon's eyes gleam with unshakable resolve. I was at the Kowloon camp before, but who runs this place now? The owner doesn't stop wiping his glass. Why do you want to know? He tries to come up with a valid excuse. I don't want to die for nothing out of pure ignorance. I at least need to understand the situation to know how to behave. The owner's subtle hint makes Lee Seon frowns. It's not easy to talk about, and one beer isn't enough to get me to open up. He slams a stack of cash onto the table. Here, 100,000 won. His eyebrow arches. Throw in some snacks to go with the beer. The owner grins, clearly pleased. Now that's what I like to hear. Lee Seon brings out a plate of peanuts and starts telling his story. This place is run by Big Cho Soo. The owner here has been in charge for 15 years. If you've been to Kowloon, you must have heard of him, right? Lee Seon replies quickly. Of course, who hasn't? His heart skips a beat, just as he expected. A large man whose hands are constantly claiming the heads of others. The butcher of 100 drinks. He's a man blinded by greed. Back when he was an official martial artist, he murdered his master and became a drifter. In my past life, he was the notorious kingpin of the South Korean underworld. By the time he was in his 30s. He took over the Baekgol sect and started manipulating the black market. Lee Seon muses, his fingers unconsciously scratching the table. Right now is when the best goods should appear. But the person I need to find isn't Bakwajin Cho Soo. A moment later, he smiles triumphantly. In my last life, that item fell into the hands of the Sumu family. This time, I have to take it first. Dark clouds are gradually covering the stars in the sky. A breeze gently sways the branches high above. A massive villa sits silently in the middle of the pine forest. The villa of Bakwajin Cho Soo. A hand clenches a stack of documents. The sound of paper rustling rings out as he waves them. Cho Soo thumps the paper down and chuckles. Sure enough, the black market is even more lucrative than selling drugs. The leader of the Baekgol sect, Baek Cho Soo, laughs happily while talking to Jisoo. Executive Director Dong Jisoo, you've worked hard. He hangs his head, looking frustrated. See, I wasn't wrong to bring you here, Executive Director Dong Jisoo. Cho Soo maintains that sly smile, which carries a sinister underlying meaning. Then, he raises his voice, making Jisoo freeze. It's not just Dong Jisoo. Cho Soo places the documents on the table. You have to keep your expression perfect. He sways over to Jisoo. I told you, didn't I? I'm not tying you down. Cho Soo puts a hand on Jisoo's shoulder and lowers his voice. If you think you're capable enough, you can leave whenever you want. His whole body trembles, his mouth struggling to pull up into a forced smile. Jisoo says, just one sentence, and I'm already stuttering. I will be more careful. Cho Soo turns away, giving instructions. Yes, smile like that. It's much more pleasant. I really value Dong Jisoo, you know. He glances at Jisoo, reminding him, didn't you graduate from a prestigious university? The fact that you're making this much money is all thanks to me, right? He can only bow his head in resignation. Yes, sir. Jisoo starts looking at the piles of paper on the table again. Back to business. He leans against the table, lamenting, I was worried because we issued so few black market entry passes this time, but it turns out the elite actually love this exclusivity. Jisoo's pupils contract slightly, looking crafty. Still, what if we increase the number of passes? Jisoo blinks, suggesting a plan. Keeping the number of invitations extremely low and issuing them only once a quarter will help maintain our current clientele. He shrugs, feigning understanding. Right, Dong Jisoo will surely do a great job. The moonlight outside, no matter how bright, cannot illuminate the heart of the man ruling from this villa. But remember this well, our goal isn't this dump, but something much higher. Jisoo keeps his hands behind his back, not daring to move, while Chosu rambles on. You also said you wanted to stop doing these shady things, didn't you, Jisoo? Moonlight from outside begins to shine upon him. What we need to get from the black market is money and connections. In the darkness, Chosu looks like a demon slowly revealing himself under the moonlight by the window. Relying on that, we will step into the light. The scene shifts to a luxurious mansion in the middle of Lee Seon's city center. Inside the office, Jisoo stands with his hands behind his back, reporting to his superior. Currently, the black market is only open to a select few and has become a secret community. It is considered, which is the most effective way for entertainment and money laundering due to the anonymity. Even items hard to find in the light can be easily purchased, so it seems to become more attractive. For Chosu, after examining the documents for a moment, he sarcastically speaks up. From drugs and spiritual medicine to expensive art pieces, or even people if you want, the tastes of the upper class never change. He throws the document folder onto the table and mutters, the money-making is progressing smoothly. For the white-boned sect to step from the shadows into the light, it is only a matter of time. Therefore, during this critical stage, if we let a trail be exposed, just as he was talking, the office door is suddenly kicked open. A subordinate rushes in, flustered, saying, something big has happened, boss. Chosu clenches his fist, annoyed, and scolds the guy, what are you doing? Do you want to die? He immediately bows to admit his fault, sorry. It's urgent, that's why Chosu loses patience and orders, speak. The subordinate recounts the urgent situation. A guest just arrived at our base in South Banan. I think it would be better for you to see them yourself. Hearing this, Chosu wonders, a guest? The subordinate bows even lower, stammering. It seems to be someone from the Sungmu. Hearing that illustrious name, the faces of both men suddenly pale in surprise. A while later, in the South Bin and safe zone, Lee Seon stops in front of the location he needs to find. He looks up at the high-rise building in front of him, slightly disappointed. Looking at the exterior, it's no different from an ordinary office. As Lee Seon enters, he thinks to himself, in reality, this is one of the most important bases of the White Bones sect. Seeing a customer, the female receptionist warmly welcomes him. How can I help you? Sir. Lee Seon coldly speaks up. Bring Chosu out here. This makes the female receptionist momentarily speechless. She acts awkward and tactfully refuses. I'm sorry, but there is no one by that name here. He sternly warns, you had better be careful with your words, unless you want this place to turn to dust by tomorrow. The female receptionist looks at his face for a moment and realizes with a jolt. Black hair, brown eyes with a golden tint. Could it be the Sungmu? She stammers, making up a random excuse. The chairman is currently away. So, Lee Seon loses patience and says, then tell him to come immediately. The receptionist stammers. About that, he firmly threatens her. I wouldn't mind turning around and leaving now, but will Baek Chosu be able to handle the consequences later? I'm not sure. Hearing this, the receptionist hesitates, feeling stuck, and thinks for a moment before lowering her voice and agreeing, I will contact the chairman. She walks to the elevator and signals, first, I will take you to the VIP guest room. He calmly replies, fine. In just a moment, both of them arrive at the guest lounge. The elevator door opens, and the receptionist carefully uses a card to open the VIP door. While waiting, Lee Seon checks himself in the mirror and mutters to himself, luckily I didn't change my hair or eye color. The face looks to be about 30 or 40 years old. Baek Chosu has the strength of about a 5th-level martial artist, so he certainly cannot use magic to change his voice. He can only lower the tone a bit. As soon as they enter, the receptionist bows and continues, I will call him immediately. Lee Seon sits on a nearby sofa, waiting and calculating. Even if something happened in the north, it wouldn't matter, but for someone from the Sungmu to come all the way here just to meet a drifter is very unusual. Therefore, there is no other way but to make Baek Chosu come here in person. A few minutes later, the VIP door finally opens. Chosu and his minions enter. Meanwhile, Lee Seon is sipping hot tea. He calmly takes a sip and coldly criticizes, you're late. He laughs foolishly, scratching his head in excuse. I apologize. The road was a bit long, but since you were waiting, I came as fast as I could. But why have you come here? Cho Su moves close to Lee Seon's face, asking with a fake smile, is it to visit? Before he can finish, Cho Su is kicked in the stomach by Lee Seon, leaving him stunned. Cho Su falls backward, his back hitting the wall hard, crying out in pain. Lee Seon looks at him, trembling on the ground, his voice filled with authority. Making me wait for 30 minutes? When you enter, you should have bowed first. He glares at him. You dare to step in with your head held high? Hearing that, Cho Su and his men obediently bow 90 degrees and shout sincerely, I'm sorry. He painfully clutches his stomach, panting, thinking, I thought some madman was pretending to be from the Sung Mu. Who would have thought it was real? I was so careless to be defeated in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the arrogant and overbearing aura typical of the Sung Mu, he must at least be from a nearby branch. Thinking this, Cho Su switches to the tone of an inferior, smiling as he speaks. To be able to meet the great bloodline of the Sung Mu, it is truly an honor for me. I am back Cho Su, the one managing this organization. Lee Seon doesn't take his hand but glares with cold, sharp eyes, as if warning him, you are playing an interesting game, aren't you Cho Su? Embarrassed, he pulls his hand back, his smile twisted, and asks, Huh, what do you mean? Lee Seon gets straight to the point. I heard you are building up what is called a black market. A thug from the Ten Swords sect, acting so brazenly. I thought you would forever be buried in the shadows. Who knew you had the intention to rely on this to step into the light? The black market is for accumulating money and connections, right? Cho Su's face immediately turns dark. In his heart, he is amazed. He knows both my background and my current businesses. He awkwardly explains, if my actions have offended the prestige of the great family, then I apologize. He immediately shakes his head. I didn't come here for that. My lord has already set his sights on you. He wants to start something through you. Are you curious about the identity of my lord? This question suddenly touches the curiosity he has harbored for so long. Cho Su honestly replies, if it is not a curiosity that exceeds my station, I would love to know. Lee Seon doesn't hide it and speaks plainly. He is the most mysterious bloodline of the Sung Mu, and among them, the one most worthy of the master's seat more than anyone else. He smirks, thinking of a face in his mind, and continues. The seventh son of the Sung Mu clan, Lee Ji-hak, is a direct descendant of the Sung Mu lineage and a known genius in the business world. He has suffered 7 defeats, yet never truly lost. He always ends up victorious in the end. Lee Seon explained in a serious, low voice, describing the aggressive businessman. He wants to initiate something through you, he added. Upon hearing this, Cho Su asked in disbelief, someone like him wants to partner with me, even if the black market is lucrative. It shouldn't be enough to warrant a direct descendant showing up in person. Besides, we aren't even sure if this guy is truly linked to the main family, Cho Su muttered. With just a glance, he could clearly read the thoughts in that man's mind, bluntly exposing Cho Su's arrogant thinking. The man immediately bowed his head to apologize. I am sorry. Lee Seon turned his back on him and continued. My master is far too lenient with people like you, even entrusting this task to me. As he spoke, he leaned down to unwrap the cloth from the blade. Don't be so tense. If I wanted to cut you down, I would have done it the moment you stepped in here. The moment they saw what was revealed, both Cho Su and Jin Su were startled, their eyes widening. The cloth covering it was quickly pulled away. Looking at the formidable weapon in Lee Seon's hands, they gasped in amazement. That is the 100-fold demonic spear. Cho Su recognized it at a single glance. The spearhead was longer than the hilt, its shape undulating like ocean waves. Could it be the very object that Lee Ji-hak was said to have pulled from the sea dragon during his mission to the North Sea a few years ago? Lee Seon held the 100-fold demonic spear in his hand and stepped forward to probe him. You know what this is, don't you? Cho Su answered honestly. I know. It's the 100-fold demonic spear. He scratched his head and continued. But why can't I feel even a shred of its aura? He said coldly. That is because it has been sealed. Do you not understand? Even if you see it with your own eyes and still refuse to believe it, there is nothing else I can do. But you should also know this. We don't necessarily have to choose you. Cho Su hesitated for a moment, then boldly asked, if you would excuse me, may I ask what your intentions are regarding us? Lee Seon replied coldly, my master wants to expand the scale of the black market you have created to dominate the entire underground market. Hearing this, Cho Su asked in shock, the black market? What do you mean? That is just a humble little place we set up to make a few pennies. Lee Seon offered only a curt reply. It is my master's decision. Cho Su frowned, thinking to himself, the direct line of the Sung Mu clan is reaching even into the underworld, but money from the shadows is still money. If it's Lee Ji-hak, a man with such outstanding business acumen, then these kinds of moves are hardly surprising. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized something. Cho Su asked anxiously, do I have a choice? Lee Seon shook his head, confirming, No, you do not. He was backed into a corner, his teeth gritting in frustration, his mind in total chaos. Damn it. If I refuse, tomorrow night, the fighter squad, the direct guards of the main family will come for me. From the moment that name, Lee Ji-hak, was uttered, the answer had already been decided. Noticing his hesitation, Lee Seon added a remark to settle his nerves. But if you become a loyal dog to my master, it will be a different story. In the light, you will become the chairman of a powerful corporation, and in the shadows, you will have your own kingdom that no one dares to touch. Naturally, standing behind you will still be my master. Hearing this, Cho-su swallowed hard, filled with desire. He pondered for a moment, then decided to speak, curiously asking, "What must I do?" Lee Seon explained, "Don't misunderstand. I only want to test you for now." Immediately after, he left the room, leaving the man time to think. Cho-su stared at the sword on the table, his mind in turmoil, muttering the names he had just heard. The seventh young master of the Sungmu clan, Lee Ji-hak. The hundredfold. The item said to be obtained by Lee Ji-hak in the North Sea. Cho-su shook his head, but I still can't trust this completely. He glanced at his close subordinate and ordered, "So, have department head Dong verify it." Jin-su asked, somewhat worriedly, "Haven't we always avoided getting involved with the Sungmu clan until now? If the other party has some scheme," then Cho-su pulled a cigarette from the pack, interrupting him, "If he really is Lee Ji-hak's subordinate, then it doesn't matter." He lit the cigarette and continued, "And if not, then we've caught an imposter using Lee Ji-hak's name. That works out just as well." Cho-su leaned back in his chair, comfortably taking a drag of his cigarette, smirking and calculating. If there's nothing special, then by the time the next black market opens, figure out how to deal with the hundredfold. Hearing this, Jin-su frowned, his gaze fixed on the empty space, lost in thought. In the end, he had no choice but to accept the order. He respectfully replied, "Understood." The chandelier inside the VIP room shone brilliantly. As the scene shifted to another location, Lee Seon pushed the door open and stepped in. Seeing the room before him, he was so shocked his jaw dropped. This is a super VIP room. They actually took the trouble to prepare this. The super VIP room prepared for him was both luxurious and elegant. Everything was so perfect that it made one not want to leave. Lee Seon casually sat down on the sofa, thinking to himself, he must be having a massive headache right now. There are a total of 3 conditions I laid out. First, sell the hundredfold. It's an item that's both difficult to use and hard to sell, so this condition is to test if they have the capability to sell it. He sighed, thinking further, it's not really the real hundredfold anyway. The hundredfold I handed over is just a fake created by the endless demonic spear. The hundredfold can swallow its user, so it was sealed by the 7th brother long ago. Even if Cho-su checks it however he wants, he won't discover anything. Even with the techniques of the Sungmu clan, they cannot clearly understand the endless. Furthermore, aside from me, who has directly nourished it with blood, no one can use it. If by any chance an accident occurs and I lose the endless, I can still use my master ability to call it back. The master ability is the power that makes it return to my hand no matter how far away it is. I've already infused it with my demonic energy, so I can take it back at any time. And for the second condition, checking the ledgers, Cho-su hesitated, but in the end, he was forced to bring them. The final condition is the list of customers. Only by having all 3 things can this matter be concluded smoothly. He guessed that they were likely racking their brains right now because of the conditions he had set, and since Cho-su is a man who knows how to use his brain, he'll only have an even bigger headache. Lee Seon toyed with his fingers, contemplating something else. But then again, the man standing next to Baek Hwajun, Cho-su. That face, I've clearly seen him somewhere before. Lee Seon frowned, staring pensively into the void, recalling the events he had been through, then suddenly startled when a memory flashed by. He brought his hand to his chin, his face shocked, jaw dropped, whispering to himself, could it be? The next day, the sky was clear and bright. The sunlight of the early morning fell across the entire city. Inside the office, Cho-su smiled and walked in, professionally opening the conversation. I apologize for the intrusion. Are you satisfied with the room? I hope you had a comfortable rest. Lee Seon just coldly asked, the things I asked for, have you prepared them? The man rubbed his hands together and replied, yes, I have brought the documents you requested. As soon as both sat down to discuss, Cho-su wondered, would you like to see them right now? Lee Seon nodded in agreement. Fine. Show me, he said, offering a professional, cold smile before gesturing to the assistant beside him. This person is the one I trust to manage much of my business content. You'll find it easier to understand if you hear his explanation. Jin-su quickly stood up, gave a slight bow, and spoke. My apologies for the late introduction. I am the section chief, Jong Jin-su. He handed over a stack of papers and reported, this is the summary of last year's revenue. As Lee Seon listened, he quietly observed the man's face, secretly doubting, is Zhang Jinsu really the same person from the memories before my regression? In his past memories, he knew him well, a man nicknamed the Iron Sword for his sharp mind and cutting tongue. He was the Iron Sword, serving under the third brother. He was once called the brain of the entire family. After the father passed away and the battle for the position of head of the family began, he was the one who publicly stood by the third brother's side. Even the eldest brother struggled against him many times. Though he had no scars and no missing limbs, he looked exactly like the same person. The more Lee Seon thought, the more he understood. So, the growth of the Whitebone faction was all thanks to him. Managing the group and operating the underground sectors was something Cho Su could handle, but bringing the force into the light and expanding the scale of the black market was surely the handiwork of Zhang Jinsu. It seemed he had no direct connection to the third brother yet. Lee Seon hesitated, wondering how he should handle this. Suddenly, Lee Seon unexpectedly asked, "Baek Hwaijeon, how do you intend to handle the baked chiat ra?" Cho Su replied with his signature professional smile, "I plan to put it up for auction when the black market opens. Since this auction is only held for verified, trusted clients, you need not worry about security issues," he added. Lee Seon asked coldly, "When does the black market open?" The man replied quickly, "In 3 days." Lee Seon crossed his arms, deciding calmly, "In that case, I will participate personally. Before that, I want to take a look at the items that will be sold on the black market." Hearing this, Cho Su was caught off guard, stuttering. You said you would participate personally? Those items are kept in a place a bit far from here. Besides, that place is quite shabby. I'm afraid it's not a suitable place for you to visit." Knowing the hesitation behind those words, Lee Seon bluntly exposed him. "I already know the warehouse is at the Wanderer's Den." The two men gasped in shock. Lee Seon pressed on firmly. "Did you think I didn't know about that?" Even if he didn't want to. Cho Su tightened his fist, forcing himself to concede. "Then I shall personally guide you there." He stood up to confirm. "You wish to go right now, correct?" Lee Seon nodded. "That's right." As they left, Lee Seon cast a discreet glance at Jinsu, who was gathering the documents behind him, before walking away with a cold, steady stride. Deep down, he already had a plan for what came next. They traveled to a warehouse hidden deep in the mountains. Cho Su professionally introduced, "All the goods meant for the black market are kept here." The man frowned and gestured forward. "Please, come in." As he stepped inside, Lee Seon silently assessed the scene, a warehouse of massive scale. Security was so tight that ordinary thieves could hardly get near it. They had even installed all sorts of protective magic. For the wanderers to reach this level, it's truly impressive. Cho Su stopped before a door and asked warmly, "Where would you like to start, sir?" However, Lee Seon replied coldly, "You don't need to. It seems this person actually understands things better than you do." The man's face immediately turned sour. He asked sharply, "What do you mean by that, sir?" Lee Seon judged him silently, making no effort to hide his expression, then spoke indifferently. "Do I have to remind you twice? One guide is enough. I hate troublesome things." The man ground his teeth in suppressed anger, unwillingly replying, "Yes, I understand." Jinsu spoke up with some hesitation. "Then, I will explain the items in the warehouse. Please, this way." Lee Seon nodded in confirmation, and immediately, both of them headed deeper inside. Jinsu led the way, introducing items as they went. The first floor mainly contains medicinal herbs, artifacts, and various relics. As for the side, Lee Seon quietly activated his light eye. He had already seen everything behind the crates, thinking in astonishment. Even this stuff is here? From demonic substances to forbidden medicinal herbs, strictly prohibited from entering the country. There are even monster byproducts and experimental potions. He asked out of curiosity, "Besides those things, is there a place where you keep ancient books or secret texts?" Jinsu nodded, confirming, "Ah, yes, there is." Lee Seon said bluntly, "I want to see stone tablets or stone slabs, for example." With his vast knowledge, Jinsu quickly understood and replied, "If it's those, they are on the second floor. Would you like to go up?" Lee Seon nodded. They both quickly climbed to the second floor. As soon as they arrived, Lee Seon stood still, using his light eye to scan everything around him. Very quickly, he found what he was looking for. Found it. An object radiating a glow was drawing his attention. Lee Seon stepped closer, smiling with satisfaction as he looked at the item. "Even though the end is eroded, I didn't expect that I would be able to find this at this point in time. Compared to all the items in the warehouse, the value of this far exceeds them all." In his hands was a celestial stone tablet. It seemed to show the orbits of the constellations along with diagrams of the sun and moon. He put the object back in its place, feeling a pang of regret. "I really want to take it now, but this isn't the time." Suddenly, Lee Seon's attention was caught by a large iron cage emitting a stream of pure spiritual energy. As he approached, he was immediately startled and alarmed. That is, Lee Seon looked at the creature cowering in the iron cage, stammering, "Don't tell me that's a spirit beast." Jinsu, behind him, immediately explained, "That is a snow fox, sir. The director caught it personally in the north." Lee Seon's expression changed abruptly. His killing intent flared up, and he snapped, "Are you insane? A spirit beast is literally a creature that possesses spiritual power. Wherever a spirit beast settles, a spiritual vein forms, maintaining spiritual balance. If a spirit beast disappears, that place will be left with nothing but disaster and evil energy. It would be like destroying the entire ecosystem of that land." Sensing his anger, Jin Soo quickly bowed his head to apologize, yet Lee Seon just sighed and let it slide. Scanning the items around him, he quietly assessed them. Besides those, there were poisons, magic-infused military-grade ammunition, and even artifacts from dark mages. He hadn't expected them to be storing things like this. "I was worried that a single action of mine would alter history, but perhaps destroying this place immediately is for the best." Thinking of this, Lee Seon turned his head and asked, "Don't tell me these weapons are released into the market every time the black market opens." Jisoo shook his head and explained, "No, these items only appear when there's a specific order." Hearing that, he nodded, thinking to himself that it made sense if these goods were sold openly on the black market. The government or the major sects would never let it slide. Finally, Lee Seon gave the order, "All right, let's head back now." As he said that, he turned around to face Jin Soo. Lee Seon's expression was stern, and his voice sounded low and heavy. "One last thing, I have a few questions for you." Jin Soo nodded in agreement. "Yes. Please go ahead, Lee Seon." Lee Seon looked at the man in front of him carefully before asking, "Are you left-handed?" Hearing this, the man was startled and gasped, "Huh?" He quickly regained his composure and replied, "Yes, that's right." Lee Seon continued to probe. "While working with the vagabonds, it seems you never learned any martial arts for self-defense either," he asked bluntly. "Is there a reason for that?" Jisoo hung his head, answering timidly, "That it's due to a congenital illness of mine. So, I'm unable to cultivate mana." Lee Seon thought to himself, "Seeing that strange look on his face earlier, I got suspicious. Sure enough, I was right, he really is the Jong Jin Soo I knew." Thinking this, he asked further, "Then why are you under the command of Baek Chosu? You don't fit in at all. Is there some special reason you're following him?" Knowing that the man was hesitant, Lee Seon struck at his psychological defenses, saying, "You don't have to say it if you don't want to, but this might be your first, and perhaps your last opportunity." Jin Soo struggled internally for a moment before finally deciding to confess, "I have a daughter, but my illness was passed down to her, and it's taken a turn for the worse. Because it's such a rare disease, treatment is extremely difficult. The only medicine that actually works is classified as a prohibited item in this country, so it's impossible to obtain. Back then, through the chairman of the company I used to serve, I found out about him. And so, I made a deal with Chairman Baek. I helped him with his work in exchange for the medicine and money." After hearing the story, Lee Seon sighed inwardly. At first, it was just things like money laundering or speculation. Using his daughter and his own career as leverage, Chosu had Jong Jin Soo chained around the neck. And yet, Jong Jin Soo had allowed himself to be this careless. Suddenly, Lee Seon posed a question. "So, you've been preparing to betray him, haven't you?" Jisoo looked at Lee Seon, shocked, and blurted out, "What?" He immediately exposed him. "You've been preparing to betray Baek Chosu, haven't you?" Jin Soo stubbornly shouted, "What is that supposed to mean?" Lee Seon calmly retorted, "The ledgers and the lists are far more detailed than necessary. Even if Baek Hwajeon Chosu is as cunning as a fox, he wouldn't go so far as to micromanage things like this." The man leaned down, grabbing for a flimsy excuse. I just wanted to be thorough with the tasks you assigned me." Lee Seon bluntly exposed the lie. "Don't make excuses. You couldn't have had these records unless you've been preparing for a long time. If the content was already processed, then why would you be so obsessed with keeping it documented and on your person?" Saying this, he recalled events from before his regression. He had been mainly in charge of administrative work back then. Because of that, he only needed one glance at the numbers to read the ledgers. The problem was, the materials Jong Jin Soo brought went far beyond that. It was blatantly, nakedly, and disturbingly detailed. Before the regression, due to some incident, the White Bones sect had a falling out with Sung Mu and collapsed overnight. Perhaps that was the moment he turned traitor. However, Sung Mu didn't feel the need to completely wipe out the White Bones sect because they needed an organization to manage their den. And of course, Jong Jin Soo must have suffered their revenge. Perhaps out of resentment or through some underground deal, he had joined hands with a third office. Realizing his plan was being exposed, Jin Soo immediately fell to his knees, begging desperately, I'm sorry. He kowtowed, pleading, please, don't tell Chairman back. My daughter Lee Seon looked down at the man at his feet with cold eyes, silently evaluating him. He was the one once called the brain of the third office. If the timeline continued as it did before, he was a man who definitely needed to be dealt with. If so, after thinking for a moment, Lee Seon decided to spare him. Fine. In exchange, I'll make you an offer. Outside the warehouse, cigarette smoke swirled everywhere. Cho-soo sat in his chair, puffing out clouds of smoke, his mind deep in thought. He stared intently at the door, full of suspicion, wondering, he only intended to bring Director Jong along? Now that he's dared to step into my warehouse, even if he is a martial artist from Sungmu, this is really, suddenly, Cho-soo thought of something. Could it be that he plans to only look after Jong Jin-soo and abandon me? He immediately shook his head. No. This black market has grown this large only because Jong Jin-soo did exactly what I ordered, right? Suddenly, a subordinate, sensing his mood, smiled and approached. Boss, it seems. Your expression doesn't look too good. Should I bring you something to drink? Hearing this, Cho-soo stood up from his chair and suddenly threw a punch straight into the face of the smiling subordinate who was beaming at him. The man immediately slumped backward, slamming hard against the door with a loud thud. Cho-soo took a cloth to wipe his hands, disgusted. He looked at the subordinate, trembling on the ground, and warned, I already told you to change the way you address me, didn't I? He ordered with disdain, take that bastard away. The remaining subordinates obeyed, yes, sir. Cho-soo tossed the blood-stained cloth to the ground and waved his hand, instructing his subordinates, let me know as soon as Director Jong and that guest come out. He turned and left the warehouse, unhappy, thinking, I'm really not pleased with this. The fact that Sungmu visited so suddenly, along with that life raft called Lee Ji-hak, the fact that I have to pay attention to someone like Jong Jin-soo, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got, grinding his teeth together with a harsh creak. That night, at Cho-soo's mansion, the door to the chairman's office closed quickly. Jin-soo stood stiffly in front of the director's chair and spoke. You called for me, Chairman? Cho-soo rocked in his chair, his voice stern as he asked. The investigation I told you to conduct hasn't been finished yet. He stammered in reply. Because the demon-slaying blade is sealed, the appraisal wasn't easy. But according to the appraiser, if there is a seal that powerful, it's definitely the real thing. Cho-soo confirmed it once more, so that means it belongs to one of Lee Ji-hak's subordinates, right? Hearing that, Jin-soo hesitated. About that I checked with the clients, but I only heard the news that young Master Lee Ji-hak is expanding his business. After all, he has always been constantly expanding his business. Director Lee Seon, then Cho-soo lost his patience, stood up from his chair, and cut him off. It seems you've lost quite a lot of your sharpness. He scolded him madly. Is this all that you, Jong Jin-soo, could find out? Do you think you're the only one who can do this? He suddenly asked. So, you didn't find anything in the end, right? Jin-soo was startled upon hearing this. At the same time, Cho-soo slowly walked toward him. He didn't like keeping useless people around. His expression grew increasingly grim. Right now, the things you, Jong Jin-soo, have investigated, do you think you're the only one who could have done that? Remembering something, he continued to interrogate him. Is your daughter okay? Cho-soo flashed a smug smile. It's almost time for the medicine to run out, right? Upon hearing this, Jin-soo's complexion turned ghastly. Before that, Lee Seon had announced, I have a proposal for you. While he was still dazed, he stepped in front of him. He intended to tear down the black market and, of course, eliminate Bak Cho-soo as well. Lee Seon stated his intentions, and for that, I plan to use my master. No, he reached out and took off his mask. I plan to use my brother. Back in reality, Jisoo had been thinking for a long time. He suddenly looked up. I have something to report. The scene shifted to a large building in the city. Standing from above, Lee Seon looked at the guards patrolling below. While he was deep in thought, Cho-soo spoke up. For security and safety reasons, the location of the black market changes every time. He smiled with amusement. The location is only sent to those who have a ticket. Entry is exactly at midnight that day. If you lose it, you can't be reissued one. Remembering something, Cho-soo added, besides that, there are also magic circles and guards set up, prepared very thoroughly. Hearing this, Lee Seon paid attention to Jin-soo. Indeed, even though they were just a nomadic group, they were tightly organized. All of this must be the work of Jong Jin-soo. He turned his head and glanced outside, but he had already figured it out. Even with my eyes, I can easily see the loopholes. Deep down, Lee Seon understood. Due to the incompetence of Baek Hwaejin and Cho-soo, Jong Jin-soo could not unleash his true potential. If he trusted Jong Jin-soo, the black market would have been much larger. While he was still thinking, Cho-soo suddenly spoke up. That is feasible because the entire slum down below is under my control, he declared proudly. I am confident I will be absolutely loyal to your master. Hearing this, Lee Seon was a bit surprised. You, loyal? He calmly explained. Unlike others, I don't distinguish between clean or dirty work. Just give me any task. Looking at the scene before him, he realized that he was being wary of Jong Jin-soo. It seemed he noticed he hadn't brought him into the warehouse. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt ridiculous. On the contrary, I welcome that even more. Suddenly, Cho-soo pointed behind him. The auction is about to begin, so I will lead the way. Lee Seon nodded in agreement. All right. He didn't forget to caution him. I don't intend to draw attention, so when we go inside, don't stick to my side. He obediently listened. Understood. Very quickly, everyone reached the auction hall. Lee San sat inside the room, looking down. The operator brought items and placed them on the table for the first round of bidding. Why did he feel it was so strange? Participating in an illegal auction while acting all high and mighty, Lee Seon began to observe his surroundings. The martial artists stationed there were all only level 5 or 6. The Whitebone sect had more internal energy than he imagined. He immediately guessed that perhaps their purpose was more than just surveillance. It wasn't just protection. It was time to start. Ji-won stepped onto the stage. Now, distinguished guests, he announced loudly. Today we have gathered only the rarest items. Lee Seon silently listened to his words. Surely there were many people who had been especially looking forward to this day. If you see the items we have prepared, I am certain you will be extremely satisfied. So, without further ado, let's begin right now. Ji-won excitedly announced the start. An item was brought out. He explained, the first item is a spellbook. This is a stele inscribed with ancient magic. Briefly introducing it, he announced the price. The starting price is 10 million won. Lee Seon also had to admit, the start seemed quite easy. Looking at the object in front of him, he pondered. Just in case there was something strange, he used his magic eyes to observe. But this so-called ancient magic stele was just an antique that looked mystical. While everyone else was bidding, Lee Seon still sat still. He had no intention of bidding on anything. A while later, Ji-won continued to announce, now it has finally arrived. The item that so many people have been waiting for. He smiled as he introduced it. It is the final item of the day, he excitedly explained. Even though there had been many treasures today, none could compare to the value of this item. Ji-won stepped forward and held the red cloth. It was the item personally brought back by Lee Ji-hak, the 7th son of Seongmu, from the North Sea battle, a magic spear. Appearing right before everyone's eyes, murmurs erupted. The 100-break magic spear? Is that really the 100-break? Isn't it exactly like what was posted in the news? This item caused everyone to stir incessantly. As soon as Lee Seon saw this item, he paid attention. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. It's starting. Then I should prepare too. All the auctions are recorded by cameras. Cho-soo suddenly spoke up. Although I've been here many times, this is the first time I've seen such a large scale. Jisoo, right beside him, explained, I sent private messages to the guests saying that today's auction would be a bit more special. Upon hearing this, he laughed smugly. Good work, Director Dong. He suddenly asked, once this case is resolved, getting the certificate from Sunmu will be a matter of course, right? This remark made him laugh in surprise. It seems Director Dong is full of enthusiasm after settling your mind. Remembering something, Cho-soo didn't forget to add, as long as you hold the strings of Sunmu, you will be free to do your noble, high-class work. In his mind, he thought, Dong Jin-soo, no matter how much you struggle, you're still under my thumb. This made him even more smug. The tasks you never liked. Are you now doing them so eagerly? You must want to cling to Sungmu to retreat from here. But will things go that smoothly? Cho-soo knew all too well that once you start getting your hands dirty, there's no turning back to being clean. He suddenly remembered why Lee Ji-hak had approached him. It was to dominate the underworld economy, not because he saw any massive potential in this black market. Returning to reality, Cho-soo let out a laugh. After all, Director Dong had personally confirmed that they were indeed Lee Ji-hak's subordinates, so as long as this mission succeeded, I'll have a major leverage in my hands. Seeing something wasn't right, the supervisor looked confused. Cho-soo annoyedly snapped, What is it? He immediately stood up. What's going on? The radio on the desk suddenly signaled with a report from a subordinate. This is the entrance to Zone A. There are strangers at the north wall. The space started shaking, leaving everyone frozen. Cho-soo grabbed the supervisor by the collar. You bastards, what the hell is going on? He stammered, I don't know. They don't look like police or government special forces. Furious, he barked an order. I don't care if they're cops or whatever. Clear them all out. Move. Suddenly remembering something, Cho-soo shouted, Director Dong, go get the records and the ledger. Now. But when he turned around, the man had vanished. Suddenly, all the cameras cut out. He realized he had been played. It's Sung Woo-jong Jin-soo. That bastard has lost his mind. Get Jong Jin-soo and his people back here for me. Elsewhere, Lee Ji-hak had arrived at the scene. He walked forward slowly, observing the situation with a completely calm expression, as if nothing were happening. His subordinates rushed to catch up. They bowed and reported. The exterior perimeter is fully under control. The surveillance equipment has been completely cut off. After a moment of thought, Lee Ji-hak turned and ordered, Team 1 and Team 2, breach the outer wall and sweep the area. He waved his hand, reminding them, all items at the scene are evidence, leave them be. But arrest everyone else. His subordinate bowed, understood. Remembering what had happened, he felt deeply annoyed. I thought the Nine Dragons camp was involved, but it turns out to be just a bunch of mongrels. Just then, Jun-ho walked up to talk. They're just drifters who dared to borrow the Sung-yu name to run a scam. It's because the young master has been limiting his outside activities that something like this happened. His expression turned serious. But isn't there something suspicious about this? He suddenly turned back. What do you mean, sir? Lee Ji-hak voiced his thoughts. It involves Bak Cheol, and the information came from 2 different sources. That's what's bothering me. It was the company, the director, the trading company, and the Golden Sword Union themselves. His expression darkened further. That trading company has ties to the White Bone sect, so of course that information would reach them. Lee Ji-hak seemed to have figured it out. It seems they intentionally used the Golden Sword Union's name to make sure the news reached me. Hearing this, Jun-ho was shocked. So, someone lured you here? He nodded, confirming it. But he didn't think it was a big deal. So you thought this was a trap set by the Nine Dragons camp? He nodded and continued. I thought they broke Bak Cheol's seal and took it to bait me. Things had gone beyond Lee Ji-hak's expectations, but Bak Cheol was still sealed. And as for the Nine Dragons camp, there was no intelligence suggesting they had made any moves. Speaking of this, he grew even more contemplative. Who on earth wants this? And what do they stand to gain? Realizing something, Lee Ji-hak's eyes lit up. Seeing him act strangely, Jun-ho turned around. What is it? He hurriedly shook his head. Nothing. Lee Ji-hak chuckled in relief. So it was that kid. He added, if he hadn't been discovered, we wouldn't know. But now that he's exposed, he's going to pay a heavy price. Inside, Ji-won was flustered. Please wait a moment. I am verifying the situation right now. Please just wait. Lee Seon also nodded in satisfaction. Regardless, things were moving quickly. Standing from above, he calmly looked down at the magic spear being auctioned off. Without hesitation, he used his ability. Immediately, the magic spear began to move on its own. Noticing something wasn't right, Ji-won panicked. The next second, the glass shattered. The magic spear shot upward. All of this was being controlled by Lee Seon. In just a short moment, it was resting comfortably in his hand. By now, the crowd finally reacted. Arrest him. The Bak Cheol seal has been stolen. The guards rushed in with weapons. He's got a weapon. He took the weapon. Attack him. Not wasting any time, Lee Seon used his essence key technique. Feeling that wasn't enough, he also utilized Yama to bind them tightly. Not wanting to waste any more time, he turned back to warn them. I'm a busy man. With that, Lee Seon left the scene. There were too many soldiers around the auction house. Escaping them wasn't a problem, but if Bak, Hwajeon, or Cho-soo arrived, it would be troublesome. He was about to leave when Jin-soo suddenly appeared. Seeing him, Lee Seon laughed and praised, You got here pretty fast, didn't you? He curiously asked, So, are you finished, Jong Jin-soo? In his hand, he was holding an important stack of documents. Time rewound to earlier. Lee Seon had announced, I plan to use your brother to bring down the black market. This statement left Jin-soo stunned. Could he be a direct descendant? But Lee Ji-hak only had one younger brother. He thought silently for a long time. He had the man who had recently started martial arts training with unprecedented speed. He looked up at him. The 9th child of Sung-mu, the youngest son, Lee Seon. While he was still thinking, Lee Seon spoke up. Whether you accept it or not, it changes nothing. The information must have already reached the Golden Sword Union. He continued to remind him, if he goes to the White Bone sect, obviously he won't be left alone, and you won't fare any better. Instead of being picked on by Cho-soo, shouldn't you leave the actual person in charge of running that black market? Not understanding, Jin-soo suddenly asked, Why are you telling me all this? He felt like something wasn't right. Just a moment ago, you clearly said it was an offer. Lee Seon smiled. He suddenly announced, I'm weighing whether or not I should save you. Jin-soo was still bewildered when he reached out a hand. Abandon Cho-soo and follow me. Thinking for a moment, Jin-soo looked up at him. Just one thing. Please promise me one thing. He desperately knelt down. Protect my daughter, no. Please cure my daughter. Perhaps his daughter was his final limit. I'll do anything. I don't care if I die. Lee Seon coldly asked, Do you think you're in any position to make demands now? Jin-soo didn't back down. If you refuse, I'll tell Cho Su everything." And with that, he stood up immediately. Baek Jo Su would surely try to run, and even for someone from Sungmu, catching him would take time. Jinsu spoke seriously about what was on his mind. Baek Jo Su is a very determined man. He will eventually be caught, but he will certainly cause trouble for you before that happens. These words left Lee Seon deep in thought for a long time. If it were Baek Jo Su, he would definitely try to sabotage his martial arts journey just to get revenge. He sighed at the thought. "Now that sounds like the Jinsu I know." He nodded in agreement. "Fine. Healing your daughter won't be difficult." He didn't forget to add a warning. "But there is one thing I must say first." Lee Seon warned him seriously. Sungmu won't take long to catch back Jo Su. The only difference is whether he's caught now or a few hours later. He didn't want to waste any more time. "Whatever. It doesn't matter, Lee Seon." He held out his hand. "Are you ready to follow me now, Jong Jinsu?" Jinsu didn't hesitate to take his hand, his voice firm. "What do I need to do?" He laid out his plan. "Leak the information to the 7 brothers and tell Baek Hwaijin's Baek Jo Su that I am definitely his subordinate." Back in the present, looking at Jinsu, Lee Seon was surprised. "It seems you follow my instructions quite well," he sighed in response. "Someone like you surely already prepared several safety nets." Suddenly, he asked a question. "If I were to betray you, do you have a way to survive?" This question intrigued Lee Seon. "What do you think?" He hurriedly urged, "Let's go. We can finish talking on the way." And so, both of them quickly left the place. The scene shifted to a large square in the city. Remembering something, Jinsu called out, "Young master." He handed over a folder he had collected. "The items you requested are all here." Jinsu panted as he continued. "The gold bars have been materialized and are in the Soul Gold Vault, and the crypto wallet is on this USB." Lee Seon took the items he had asked for. He suddenly remembered something. "What about the stone tablet I asked for?" He immediately pointed in a direction. "It's over here." Soon after, both of them headed inside the warehouse. Upon entering, Lee Seon surveyed the surroundings. Jinsu pointed at the item in front. "I've placed it in that box." He walked over to open the box and examine it. Seeing the object, he was satisfied. "Good. This is definitely the real deal." Lee Seon closed the box and asked, "Are the files ready?" Jinsu's expression turned serious. "Yes, of course." Taking the box, he warned him sternly, "Keep this safe. It will be your lifeline." Remembering something, he didn't forget to add, "You must also deliver the letter. They will misunderstand it as a mere confession to save your own skin." Hearing this, Jinsu bowed, understanding. "Don't worry." Lee Seon turned to leave. "I'm heading off now." He didn't forget to warn him. If any warriors from the Golden Sword Union come to search this place, he realized something was wrong and started. Something was rushing toward both of them. The wall in front of them suddenly shattered into hundreds of pieces. Jo Su had finally caught up to these scammers. He angrily demanded, "How dare you try to frame the world-renowned Baek Jo Su?" In the following moments, the thick dust slowly began to settle. Lee Seon immediately handed the box to Jinsu. "Take this and leave. You're done for anyway." Hearing this, he laughed and nodded. "Perhaps, Jo Su." He pulled out his knife, seemingly ready for the next fight, but he smiled and warned, "I'm not going down alone for a grudge like this." Without wasting time, Jo Su lunged straight at Lee Seon. "I'll tear both of you apart." Seeing him attack, Lee Seon hurriedly dodged. Remembering something, he cursed angrily, "Director Jong, you bastard." Jo Su felt betrayed. "You forget that I saved your daughter's life, and you still betray me." He kept scolding him, "Thought you were doing some clever trick, but you just changed sides. No wonder your voice sounded like a child's." Realizing he had figured everything out, Lee Seon was also surprised. "You figured it all out with just that much information. As expected, you're not an easy target." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly lunged. "Die, Jo Su." Jo Su was losing his mind, attacking Lee Seon repeatedly. Realizing something, he laughed and asked, "You're not just some random punk, are you? Who are you, and what are you doing?" He calmly introduced himself. "I am Lee Seon of Sungmu." Upon hearing the name, he laughed loudly. "Am I really being teased by some bastard?" His expression turned increasingly grim. A brat like a hothouse flower, thinking he's the terror of the world just because he inherited a drop of good blood. Even Lee Seon found it amusing. A hothouse flower of Sungmu. If Sungmu were a hothouse, the world would have ended already. Not wanting to waste any more time, he immediately challenged him. "Enough talk, bring it on." Unable to stand it anymore, Jo Su charged forward. "You insolent brat," he screamed in anger. "I'm going to be a butcher again today." His strength was no joke, taking Lee Seon by surprise. He thought he could block it easily, but it truly was an overwhelming pressure. He continued to calculate. "The gap between me and Baek Hwaijin's Jo Su is 5 levels. Even if we're in the same rank, the The boundary certainly makes a difference. Lee Seon recalled what he knew. Baek Hwaejeon Josu has trained his mana and martial arts in an orthodox sect and has been through years of real combat. Furthermore, his physique is superior to mine. On the other side, Josu was also thinking, I have never faced someone weaker than me until now. Seeing Lee Seon's speed made him anxious. Suddenly, it was a longsword. Damn it, a weapon that can change shape at will? It's really not a fake. He cursed angrily, Jong Jin-soo, you dog. Lee Seon suddenly questioned him. You dare to think about other things in the middle of a fight? He didn't hesitate to attack his weak point. In just a short time, a wound on his abdomen made him furious. You arrogant little brat. Fighting for such a long time had left Lee Seon gradually exhausted. It was difficult, but he realized. The mana eyes could read paths, and his intuition could feel movements. This made it easier for him to fight. With the sturdy physique of Sungyu, he resisted the massive body. He said to himself, I've fought and defeated grade 6, who is much faster than Baek Josu. Their battle caused the surroundings to change. Josu's power was too great, forcing Lee Seon to retreat. The two stood back up and continued the fight. Looks like he's worn out after those last few attacks, huh? A brat can actually. He continued to evaluate Lee Seon. His mana level is comparable to mine, which I could accept since he comes from a prestigious family, but the depth of his martial arts is too profound to be just a brat. This left him feeling a bit helpless. Facing him felt like standing before a massive boulder. Josu was growing increasingly annoyed. He never expected to feel this way, when his opponent was just a brat. He didn't want to waste any more time. He had to finish this quickly. Without another thought, Josu lunged forward. He silently appraised Lee Seon. His basic technique was solid, like a fortress. Just then, he stepped back, keeping a safe distance that made things difficult for Josu. An unusual weapon that can change its form, Josu thought, feeling irritated. It's like fighting 3 or 4 people at once. I should have just gotten caught up with that brat and Jongjin instead. Thinking silently, he realized he could slip away now. They probably didn't know about his connections at the Nine Dragon camp, and if he ran, he might just make it out alive. The more Josu thought about it, the more resentful he became. But even if it meant death, he was going to slit their throats before he left. Suddenly, he leaped into the air. He stomped hard onto the ground, certain that this strike couldn't be dodged. Lee Seon froze, realizing something was wrong as rocks came flying toward him. He immediately parried, and seeing that Lee Seon was safe, Josu retreated. He pulled out the dagger from his side, the same strike that had once severed his master's neck. A cold glint entered his eyes. With the hidden forest tiger form technique, his speed was so overwhelming that even Lee Seon was caught off guard. So fast. In that critical moment, he managed to block with his weapon just in time, but Josu brought up another blade. Because he couldn't block it in time, his shoulder took a hit. There was no other way. Lee Seon staggered back in pain. Seeing this, he laughed triumphantly. This is it. Josu seized the moment to charge in. Die. Naturally, he wouldn't just stand there and wait to die. Lee Seon seemed to have foreseen this. He held the black dragon's sword in his hand, and noticing something off, the attacker was stunned. A new sword? Everything was going off script, and it drove him mad. Damn it. Meanwhile, Lee Seon used his leather whip. He skillfully wrapped it tightly around Josu's arm. Got you. Without hesitation, he yanked the whip forward. A strange smile appeared on Lee Seon's face. Victory is mine. And with that, he unleashed his finishing move, Endless First Style, Demon Slash. A grievous wound appeared on his body. For Josu, everything happened too fast to react. His body slumped to the ground. It seemed Josu still couldn't accept the reality. Damn it, you bastard. Lee Seon coldly raised his sword into the air. The final words of a thug, of your low caliber aren't necessary. And with that, he took care of the nuisance. Finally, it was all over. After fighting for so long, he was exhausted. Lee Seon's body began to sway. Damn it, my limbs are injured. Seeing this situation, Jin-soo hurried over to support him. Are you all right, sir? He smiled and nodded in confirmation. Yeah, I'm doing better than I thought. Looking at Josu's corpse, he thought to himself, in this life, is this my first time killing someone? Seeing his expression, Jin-soo remained silent for a long time, glancing over at him. He's only 15 years old, a child no older than my own daughter. Recalling the scene just moments ago, he was shocked. He's truly strong. I know full well that Baek Hwaejeon's Josu was no small fry, and that made him realize how terrifying that power truly was. Thinking of this, Jin-soo immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you, truly, sir. Lee Seon smiled and shook his head, explaining, no need to thank me. I did it because I needed something anyway. Remembering something, he asked, then what should I do from now on? He nodded, praising. Having that kind of passion is good, but first, we need to wrap this up. He didn't forget to mention handling the daughter's matter as their transaction began there. Jin-soo couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't forgotten what he'd said. He respected Lee Seon even more. This kid, I have a feeling that there is something different about him compared to the old Cho-soo. He silently decided that if the boy reached out in the future, he would genuinely become his loyal subordinate. A loud noise echoed, startling them both. Lee Seon's expression turned serious. It seems the White Bone sect is thrashing in its death throes. Thinking for a moment, Jin-soo handed him the box. In that state, will you be able to escape? You shouldn't reveal your identity. I've already left everything in the bag. He nodded in confirmation. That's right. Lee Seon didn't forget to reassure him. Don't worry, I'll escape as soon as the situation is right. He already had his own plan. The Gold Sword Group's skills were extraordinary, but since he had the silver transformation art and the thousand-face mask, Jin-soo suddenly reported there was an underground tunnel. He explained it clearly. There's a water channel that flows through, but it's wide enough for a person to walk through. He said with a determined tone, I will lead the way for you. Seeing his reaction, Lee Seon laughed in surprise. He's really committed now, huh? He remembered the scene before. He knew well he couldn't back out of the deal, so he was surely fulfilling his promise seriously. Jin-soo's current gaze caught his attention. But now, it wasn't out of helplessness, but sincere devotion. The corner of his mouth curled up. Before the regression, people called him a rare genius. I've gained Jin-soo. He smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Then, I'm counting on you. And so, Jin-soo hurried ahead to lead the way for him. Yes. Time had gradually shifted to late evening. A subordinate stepped up to report. All members of the White Bone sect in the building have been suppressed. Lee Jae-hak nodded at this. Most of them are drifters. Don't worry about how you treat them. If anyone starts whining about excessive suppression, he continued ordering, break one or two of their limbs. If they resist violently, you can even kill them. The subordinate obediently bowed. Seeing this situation, Jun-ho laughed in surprise. How should we handle those involved in the black market? They keep saying, do you know who I am? And demanding to call their lawyers. It's chaos. This surprised him quite a bit. Even though he had heard the reputation of the Sung-moo family, they still dared to act like that. These brats don't seem to understand the situation. Thinking for a moment, Jun-ho said what was on his mind. Even though we have been granted state authority to handle this, it's only limited to those possessing special armed force. Hearing this, JK's expression became serious. It seems they don't know that if they go to court, their necks will be in even more danger. Suddenly, Jun-ho turned his head to ask, the fifth team of the Sung-moo family's lawyers, right? He smiled and recounted, just mobilizing the young master's private legal team is enough. The courtroom battle has already decided the outcome. Just then, a subordinate ran up to report. The White Bone sect members who ran away have also been captured. Lee Jae-hak turned back and demanded, where is the evidence? He immediately handed the file to him. In the black market, this is all we found. He silently skimmed through the file. His expression became increasingly irritated. No records, ledgers, or entry exit lists. Clearly, they hid them in their headquarters. It seemed Lee Jae-hak was deep in thought. It's best to wipe out the headquarters, but doing so would scatter the drifters everywhere. While he was still thinking, Jun-ho stepped forward. There's one more thing. His tone became serious. The Gold Sword team, while searching, caught someone. He was very surprised by what he just heard. One person? He nodded, explaining. He says he used to work here, but he brought this. Jun-ho didn't forget to have his subordinate bring the briefcase. He insists the young master must see it. And so, Lee Jae-hak picked up the file to examine it. As he read the first few lines, his expression suddenly shifted. It seemed like he had realized something. Cash flow, transaction records, countless trust accounts, even personal info of VIP clients, smuggling routes, and the origins of the goods. Lee Jae-hak coldly ordered, bring him here. Jun-ho nodded, understanding the command. A while later, Jisoo stepped in front of Lee Jae-hak. He placed his hand over his chest and spoke. I am honored to behold the great bloodline of the prestigious clan. He introduced himself. Your humble servant is Jong Jin-soo. A subordinate angrily criticized. How dare this insolent brat stand so straight? Lee Jae-hak held up a hand to stop him. That's enough. He was secretly calculating in his mind. This guy has too much potential to just be doing errands for the White Bone sect. He continued to assess him, his clear eyes and dignified posture. Even though he couldn't sense any magical energy, he was a man with a pure aura. Thinking this, Lee Jae-hak suddenly spoke. I am the seventh son of the Sung-moo clan. Lee Jae-hak, I have a few questions for you. He didn't hesitate and nodded. Yes, your humble servant will answer honestly. He held the file out in front of him. Why didn't you destroy these instead of keeping them? Seems like it's just a ploy to escape your current situation. Jin-soo calmly announced. "There's a letter in the bag," and he didn't forget to explain. That person said, "Just let him read it, and that will be enough." And so, Lee Jae-hak searched for the letter in the briefcase. The moment he held it, he was very surprised. Using printed paper so the handwriting wouldn't be recognized. Why? The content inside caught his attention. If these documents were to be used as a reward for this incident, it would be more than enough. "So, I ask that you return some petty cash. I just need you to temporarily watch over the man before you. He has a daughter. Please help cure her." As he read this, Lee Jae-hak let out a surprised laugh. The nerve of this scoundrel, openly trying to use my brother. He understood clearly, but the documents left behind were clearly authentic and valuable. These things could recover the related cash flow and help him get a grip on the corrupt, wealthy elites. He continued to calculate. He could also claim the credit for clearing out the black market. He just cleared the chessboard, and I'm the one cleaning up the aftermath. Jae-hak stared at Jin-soo. "You actually intended to use this to make a deal." While he was still deep in thought, he suddenly spoke up. Furthermore, on the martial arts journey, Jae-hak bowed his head to look at the letter in his hands. The content inside made him freeze. "You are forbidden from asking the family for help. You are Kim Gwon in the martial arts world. Don't tell me you're only interested in the easy rewards and nothing else, right? Besides, you've already reaped all the important benefits, so you probably don't care who I am. If you aren't too petty, that's how it should be. You'll just silently let this case slide, right?" Just thinking about it, after reading these words, Jae-hak's mood turned sour. He let out a startled laugh. The postscript is longer than the main message. Does he even understand the meaning of a postscript? He suddenly asked. Does a person who starts a martial arts journey like this even exist? After saying that, Jae-hak put the letter away. Right, he didn't contact me directly, did he? The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. As expected, he's an arrogant one. But fine, I welcome deals like this, he had to admit. After taking down the sixth person, he still acted like this. Choosing to send the youngest instead of the sixth was a great call. Jae-hak silently acknowledged, "He really is the youngest. I think we'll get along." He abruptly suggested, "Chief, let's wrap this up here." The guy on the side looked a bit confused. "Yes," he continued to remind him. "When the relevant officials arrive, hand it over and resolve it. There are dangerous items, so handle them carefully." Remembering something, Lee Jae-hak added, "With these documents, the follow-up work won't be difficult." He suddenly looked forward. "And Jang Jin-soo, I will temporarily look after your body before I leave." He smiled and reminded him, "You should thank the one who sent this letter." The scene shifted to the inside of Lee Seon's room. He was still sitting on the chair, focused on his cultivation. The wound on his shoulder was gradually healing. Recalling the events that had transpired, Lee Seon said to himself, the battle with Bae Kwajyeon Josu was a valuable experience. The line of thought suddenly appeared in his mind. It had been a long time since he acquired the Mujin, but this was his first time using it to confront a human. He understood clearly. When confronting trainers in Cheongdo, when sparring with his father, he had used it, but this was the first time fighting without restrictions. Against a martial artist and one stronger than himself, Lee Seon became thoughtful. The victory or defeat of this match was decided by the arrogance and mistakes of Bae Kwajyeon Josu. But even if that weren't the case, I was still confident I would win. He reminded, in this martial arts journey, because until now, it was always just matches with constraints. Thinking of Lee Jae-hak made Lee Seon smile. It seems this quietness means the seventh brother has accepted the deal. He immediately prepared his outfit. In that case, let's call that person out. In South Korea, Seoul, cars were buzzing on the streets. In front of a convenience store, Lee Seon carried a giant backpack on his shoulders. He looked at the house in front of him, thinking, no sign? It looks more like a residential house than a restaurant, huh? After that, Lee Seon opened the door and walked in, heading to the reception counter. He softly said, I booked a table under the name Jang Jin-soo. The receptionist politely replied, yes, I will lead you to the room. Lee Seon obediently followed her. The room door was opened. Seeing him arrive, Jin-soo hurriedly stood up. You've come, sir. Lee Seon looked around, a bit startled. I didn't expect such a place to exist. He said in a serious tone, this is a space for people who want to talk privately. From the outside, you won't hear a thing. Suddenly, Jin-soo let out a soft laugh. Lee Seon was a bit confused and asked, why are you laughing? A second later, he straightened himself. My apologies. It's just that now I truly feel the aura of the young master. Looking at his current appearance, Jisoo guessed. Perhaps because of the background in Sung-moo, he looks more mature. But looking closely, he still has the trace of a youth. He smiled lightly. A youth? He really is a youth. Jin-soo looked at Lee Seon's surging aura, but the gaze and the aura he exuded made people not feel like they were facing a young boy. Thinking of his glorious past, Jin-soo marveled. A 15-year-old child managed to pull in Lee Jae-hak, the golden swordsman of the Sungmu clan, caught Baek Hwajeon Josu and made the whole black market collapse. He spoke politely. First of all, I want to express my gratitude. Both my daughter and I have received a great favor from you, young master Lee Seon. Lee Seon lightly sipped his drink. No need to be that thankful. It's just a transaction, that's all. Jin-soo replied, filled with gratitude. Just the fact that you offered me this deal was already a blessing. If it weren't for you, I'd probably still be under the thumb of Baek Josu. He let out a powerless, bitter laugh and sighed. So, tell me, how is your daughter doing? She's not fully recovered yet, but she's doing much better. Jin-soo couldn't help but praise the medical center of the Sungmu clan. They truly live up to their reputation. Lee Seon smiled brightly. That's great to hear. Suddenly, he looked a bit troubled, and Jin-soo's expression darkened. You've kept all your promises to me, young master. Now it's my turn to fulfill mine. He lowered his voice. I'll do whatever needs to be done. What do you need me to do? Lee Seon laughed playfully. You make it sound like I'm about to order you to do something dirty. Jin-soo waved his hands in a panic. No, I didn't mean it like that. Lee Seon squinted, acting like he understood. I know. He rummaged through his backpack. First, I have a few things I need your help with. He pulled out a file folder and a USB drive and placed them on the table. Jin-soo looked suspicious. This is, he suddenly remembered. Aren't these the documents and the USB you took that day? Why bring them back here? Lee Seon answered nonchalantly. I just borrowed them to take a look. He pushed them toward him. I'm leaving them in your care, so handle them discreetly. Okay. It looks like I'll be needing quite a lot of money in the near future. Upon hearing this, Jin-soo's eyes widened in shock. His hands tightened slightly, his voice stuttering. What makes you trust me enough to hand this over to me? A heavy pressure began to weigh on Jin-soo. This money has no owner now. Don't you think I could just take it and run? Lee Seon asked calmly. What? Are you planning to run away? Jin-soo replied awkwardly. It's not like that. Lee Seon continued bluntly. Of course, I don't trust you yet, because you haven't shown me anything that would allow me to fully trust you. But I do trust the situation you're currently trapped in. Lee Seon's brows furrowed. He thought silently. There are two things Jin-soo is currently tangled in. Lee Seon seemed to understand. First, the continuous magical power treatments for his daughter. And it doesn't stop there. Second, his connection to the Baekgok sect. Thanks to the deal with the seventh brother, he's free for now. But if he changes his mind, I could drag his past out and use it to bind him again at any moment. He spoke plainly. I think that's a sufficient answer. Jin-soo bowed his head and replied softly, yes. Suddenly, Lee Seon spoke up again. But I just can't bring myself to trust you fully yet. This statement caught him off guard. Lee Seon offered a warm smile, conveying his sincerity. I hope that one day I can truly trust you. It would be wonderful if we could trust each other without having to think about deals or complicated circumstances. These words deeply moved Jin-soo. He looked at Lee Seon's hand, which was extended toward him, stunned. He wondered, what exactly does he see in me to be this honest? Jin-soo hadn't expected him to treat him this way. I thought he would be just like Baek Hwajeon or Baek Josu, grabbing onto people's weaknesses and exploiting them. Even though young master Lee Seon always draws a line by calling it a transaction, the relationship between him and me is, in the end, a debt I carry. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. But now, the way he treats me makes me feel like he really sees me as an equal. That was it. Jin-soo reached out and grasped his hand firmly. I'll prove it, one step at a time. It won't take too long. Lee Seon lowered his voice. I'm genuinely looking forward to it. Watching Jin-soo's bright expression, Lee Seon thought, now, I no longer see him as someone who lost his light under Baek Jo-soo, but rather as the reflection of Lee Seon-jong overlapping with him. Finishing up, Lee Seon picked up his backpack. Jin-soo asked curiously, where are you headed now? He smirked and replied, heading south. The street outside was bustling with people. A little boy cheered, Mom, look. That brother over there must be a martial artist. He's so handsome. The mother quickly pulled the boy away. What are you saying? Don't do that. Come here. Lee Seon froze, feeling helpless. I thought I had hidden it well, but it seems I still let something slip. He walked down the street, standing tall and looking at everything around him. The scene shifted to another room. Sunlight streamed through the window, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Inside, smoke drifted through the air. It was being blown from the mouth of a young woman. She spun the cigarette slightly in her hand, looking at the data table above. What is this? I've caught something interesting, haven't I? She looked a bit surprised. This kind of reading, it's the first time I've seen it. She clicked her heels and stood up. Let's see who this is. Her eyes lit up, and the corners of her mouth curled up naturally. Through those very eyes, in a small room, Lee Seon was sitting with his legs crossed, looking at something. He frowned, calculating. The deposit is about 100 million won. This should cover the immediate operating costs. Lee Seon felt a silent sense of gratitude. Thanks to Jong Jin-soo, I can get there comfortably. He folded the bank card, hoping inwardly. I wonder what kind of performance Jong Jin-soo will show this time. He tucked it back into his backpack. His talent has already been proven. For now, I'll just let him freely exercise his abilities and see. Lee Seon fell into deep thought. If Jong Jin-soo reveals power similar to the Lee Seon-jong of the past, he will be strong enough to help me build a foundation of support. His eyes turned cold. And it is essential that people know there is a foundation like that standing behind me. Lee Seon recalled the processes he had gone through. So far, both my luck and the excuses have been fine. Since I know the future, there's a lot I can do. But from now on, I have to be more careful when using information from my past life. Lee Seon's brows furrowed further. He told himself, the things I do from now on must look like they are based on logical deductions alone. A mechanical sound echoed. Gyeongju Station. He sat up straight. First, I have to take care of my own business rather than Lee Seon-jong or Jin-soo. He arrived at the station. Lee Seon stepped off the train. He had arrived at Gyeongju. Suddenly, Lee Seon's eyes turned red, emitting flickers of magical energy. He hurriedly covered his eyes. Ever since the training at Cheongji Mountain, I haven't lost control like this even once. Gyeongju was home to countless relics and ruins, making it a place where the ancient and the modern coexisted. The invisible threads connecting people and those things that carry deep history all contain power. And within that power, there is something mystical that the modern era cannot explain. A sacred, artificial land that has reached a state of miraculous balance. None other than the city of Gyeongju. Suddenly, the item in his backpack began to glow. This very place hid the traces of that person, the ancestor of the Sungyu clan, Lee Hyun. They were in Jili City. Suddenly, an item in Lee Seon's backpack began to glow. This very place hid the traces of that person, the ancestor of the Sungyu clan, Lee Hyun. These stories were passed down mostly by word of mouth, to the point that scholars once rumored he was just a fictional character. Even at the Sungmu Mountain, there was only a spirit tablet in the ancestral hall, but no remains of Lee Hyun, until in his past life, a relic related to Lee Hyun was discovered. The news hit the headlines immediately. As Lee Seon was walking down the street, he discovered documents related to the clan. And there was another goal too. Deep in thought, he suddenly heard a call from behind. Hey, kid. She smirked, smoke drifting out. Valerie smiled. Who are you? Lee Seon was determined to meet this person. She couldn't help but praise. How interesting. As she saw him standing there with such poise, suddenly the magic detector detected a strange signal, so she came to check it out. Valerie's gaze was sharp. Who would have thought you'd have the exact same thing as me on your eyes? Possessors of magic eyes rarely reveal themselves to the world. And what a coincidence. Besides me, there's another one in Korea. Grand Mage from the FN Magic Tower in France, Valerie Zabel, was the one who stopped him just now. Born into a French noble family, in his past life, she was one of the few Grand Mages to reach the second level. With the magic eye, she possessed the ability to read and understand all information hidden within objects, she explained. Lee Seon was a bit surprised, thinking to himself, I had intended to find this woman, but I didn't expect to meet her like this. Valerie leaned her face close to his and called out, Hey, are you afraid of me? Then she suddenly realized, Oh, or are you not Korean? Konnichiwa. Lee Seon looked at her, helplessly explaining, I am Korean. Valerie smiled brilliantly. Thank goodness. Honestly, I only know how to speak Korean. He sighed in frustration. I already knew that, but this woman is truly unpredictable. Looking at her sullen expression, he recalled the nickname that woman would be known by in the future. The oddity of the Magic Tower, no, more accurately, the Mad Woman of the Magic Tower. Lee Seon trembled, holding the paper in his hand. The reason she came to Korea was also ridiculous. Furthermore, she didn't even bother to ask the Magic Tower Master for permission before leaving. The content of the letter was, Suddenly wanted to study incantations, so I'm heading to Korea to learn. Bye-bye. The more he thought about it, the paler he got. And as for her decision to apply for Korean citizenship, it was because the fried chicken here was too good. Valerie saw Lee Seon just standing there, so she brushed it off. Forget about that. Hey, who are you? He wondered. You're the one who started the conversation, so why are you asking me? She pouted and held out her hand, so grumpy. Fine, let's greet each other properly. Valerie spoke softly, introducing herself. I am Valerie Zabel. As you can see, I'm not Korean. I'm a mage from France. He also politely shook her hand. I am Lee Seon. She tilted her head, confused. Lee? Huh? Could it be the Lee family in Korea? I think it's called Sungmu, right? Lee Seon nodded. Yes, that's right. Valerie suddenly understood. If you're from Sungmu, then in this country, that's practically royalty, isn't it? He calmly explained. It's true they hold great power, but it's still far from being royalty. She raised her cigarette. Is that so? Valerie bluntly probed. Then why hide that cute face behind a mask? Are you running away from something? Realizing his identity had been exposed, Lee Seon immediately took off his mask. Valerie smiled slightly. Not surprised, huh? Even though I'd already investigated quite a bit. Inside, she thought. The nature of his magic eye is similar to mine, and he awakened it much earlier than I did. It's not at all surprising, the face he revealed, because I've already seen eyes just like yours. Valerie stepped closer, curiously, asking, I've never heard of Sungmu having someone with a magic eye. What kind of ability do your eyes have? He hurriedly backed away. I don't understand why I have to expose my own abilities. Her lips curled into a radiant smile. My eyes are the analysis eye. I can read and represent all objects or phenomena in the form of data. And you? Lee Seon frowned, seemingly unhappy. Valerie saw his expression and got annoyed. Well, there's no other way then. Her eyes glowed brightly. I'll just have to find out for myself. Suddenly, Valerie opened them wide. Magic power surged from them. The very next second, the magic power invaded Lee Seon's body. He immediately slumped down, struggling to gasp. What are you doing? She flustered, apologizing. Sorry. I was just too curious. But this is strange. Valerie immediately walked up to him. I can't read anything at all. Don't be so angry. As an apology, I'll tell you something interesting. His gaze turned cold as he looked up at her. Valerie smiled brightly, proposing, in return, talk with me for a little while longer, okay? The scene of the quiet street under the sunlight at the massive house, they both stood in front of the gate. Lee Seon was confused. You said you wanted to grab coffee, but we're drinking it here? He glanced around. Outside, it just looked like a normal abandoned house. Valerie smiled and invited him. All right, let's go inside and see. Suddenly, a flow of magic power lingered in the air. Lee Seon's brow furrowed immediately. He quickly realized that just now felt like the sorcery of a monster. She looked blank. He realized it. You noticed. Valerie was a bit surprised. Without using your magic eye, you could still sense it. Have you learned magic? Lee Seon was puzzled. I haven't learned magic. Clearly, such a strange sensation. What's there to be surprised about? She calmly explained. That sensation, if you aren't a master like me, you wouldn't be able to detect it. Lee Seon vigilantly assessed her. A master. Does she mean the Magic Tower master of the FN Magic Tower, Michael Guerin? If you don't reach that level, you can't sense it, and she supposedly already reached that level. He sighed helplessly. I've experienced something similar before. Hearing Lee Seon's explanation, Valerie suspiciously stroked her chin. That's not it. Even if you've experienced something similar, normally you wouldn't be able to sense it. Her gaze was sharp. Unless you trained magic to the absolute limit. He felt a bit of pressure under her stare. From a moment ago, I'd had a strange, familiar feeling. She looks like my aunt. Lee Seon involuntarily remembered the appearance of Lee Jianghua. Little one, let's go. Time for some fun training. Afterward, Lee Seon curiously asked, So, is this teleportation? Valerie raised her hand to open a portal. No. I do have quite a bit of money, but I'm not at that level yet. She stepped inside nonchalantly. To be more accurate, I use magic power and internal energy to connect a tunnel. Valerie smiled slightly. Come on in. Lee Seon cautiously followed behind. In the blink of an eye, he was transported to another place. In front of Lee Seon was an incredibly clean coffee shop. Suddenly, he glanced to the side. That thing. Seeing the employee standing motionless, not a human, for he sensed magic power but no signs of life, Lee Seon looked confused, so Valerie explained it was a golem, a machine powered by a magic core inside. From here on out, this is my workshop. You'll see all sorts of strange things, she said, sitting in a chair and asking if he wanted a drink first. Lee Seon sat down accordingly. I'll take a cup of hot tea, please. Valerie snapped her fingers. Fine by me. I'll have an espresso. The drinks were placed on the table in no time. Curious, he asked. You can really install things like this in a workshop? She crossed her arms and smiled faintly. I just wanted to feel like a real cafe, you know? But going out is such a hassle. Do you mind if I smoke? Lee Seon was polite. No, it's fine. Valerie's expression turned grim. There are so many things I want to ask. I don't even know where to start, he asked coldly. Why do you think I'd answer you? She suddenly realized. Oh, how stingy of me. Valerie's lips curled up. Let's negotiate, then. I may not look like it, but I know quite a lot. She held up 3 fingers. 3 questions. Each of us gets 3 questions, and we take turns answering. How about that? Valerie's signature three-question debate was famous. She was known for proposing an exchange game whenever her curiosity couldn't be satisfied. This unique magic, created by applying her expertise, eventually became a symbol of her reputation as a mage. She suggested it, looking bored. Just exchanging questions is boring, so I'll add a little something with my magic. Lee Seon took a small sip of his tea and sighed. Just like the rumors say, he blurted out bluntly, I refuse. Valerie froze. Huh? Lee Seon remained cold. I just met you today. Why would I have anything to be curious about? She asked, flustered. Aren't you curious about my eyes? Not really. Even though I didn't ask, someone else already made sure to tell me. Nevertheless, Lee Seon set his tea down with a hint of interest. Actually, this game sounds pretty interesting. He said seriously. Let's set some terms. The winner gets to make one request. Then I'm in. Valerie asked suspiciously. A request? She said, confused. You claim to have no curiosity, so what are you planning to ask for? His expression became grave. That's something to think about later. A chance to make a request to a mage who owns an entire workshop doesn't come around often. Hearing this, Valerie fell silent, then raised her cigarette to signal. It's not exactly pleasant, but fine. The rules are simple. She waved her cigarette, releasing clouds of magical smoke. From now on, we each have 3 questions and 3 answers. The answers can be true or false. Under the control of her magic, the smoke gathered in one spot. Valerie's eyes were sharp and mischievous. But you have to guess if the answer is truth or a lie. Whoever guesses correctly more often wins, and the loser must answer the opponent's 3 questions in full detail. With the rules announced, he watched her warily. Valerie smiled brightly and reminded him. Questions that are too obvious are banned, like gender or names, for instance. Lee Seon asked, confused. How do we distinguish truth from lies? She pointed to her head. This is a type of mental magic. It reads the consciousness waves emitted from the subconscious. Valerie asserted. Even if the loser tries to hide the truth, the magic will force them to speak it naturally. She gestured toward herself, and then Valerie held the orb of smoke in her hand and took an oath. I, Valerie Zabel, swear on my title as a mage, I will truthfully carry out what I have said without tricks or deception, and I will abide by the rules of the game for a fair match. As she finished speaking, the orb glowed intensely, lighting up the entire room. She was extremely firm. This is a mage's oath. If I break it, I will lose all my magic power. A second later, Valerie returned to her normal demeanor. Now, you can trust that I won't pull any tricks, right? Lee Seon answered softly, yes. She clicked her fingers excitedly. Then let's begin. 3 fire orbs appeared above their heads. The match officially began. Lee Seon bowed his head politely. You go first. Valerie smiled and agreed. All right, let's start with something light, shall we? The smile vanished, replaced by a sharp, piercing gaze. Your mystical eyes, what kind of power do they have? He wasn't surprised at all. Asking the one thing you want to know most right off the bat. Huh. I possess a type of power similar to yours. As soon as the sentence ended, the first smoke orb vanished. Valerie couldn't believe it and stood up, bracing her hands on the table. What? What does that mean? Lee Seon asked calmly. Can I count that as the second question? She finally accepted the truth. Fine, whatever. Now it's your turn to ask. He went straight to the point. Why are you so curious about my eyes? Valerie was silent for a moment, then answered honestly. For the sake of knowledge. Just simple curiosity as a mage. Seeing this, Lee Seon judged that the answer was quite vague. Regardless, the content of the answer didn't really matter in this game. This game was like a chess match. The key was to set the questions you wanted to know and see through whether the opponent's response was true or false. If I win the game, I will receive detailed answers to my own questions. That is the main purpose of this game. His lips curved slightly. And I don't need to be too picky about the content of the questions. Lee Seon's eyes were filled with determination. What I'm aiming for is winning the game. Because after that, I'll have the right to make a request of you. Lee Seon's gaze was firm. Now, let's continue. Valerie. She spun her cigarette in her hand, and the smoke drifted everywhere. Fine. Second question. Time flew by. Now for my final question. Her eyes glowed, and she asked seriously. You already knew about me exactly how much do you know? Hearing this, he frowned and grew cautious. Then, he answered honestly. From the moment I was born until now, I have never seen or heard anything about you. Upon hearing the answer Lee Seon gave, the corners of her mouth curled up in triumph. She thought to herself, I won. With just a small gesture from Lee Seon, she concluded. Even though he's young, he keeps a good poker face, but his facial muscles twitched just a tiny bit. Lee Seon suddenly spoke up. It's time for my final question. Valerie said casually, go ahead and ask. Instantly, his lips curled into a smile. A second later, Lee Seon lowered his voice. Do you think I won or lost? Hearing the question, she could only sigh helplessly. Using the last question to ask something like that. Are you serious? He insisted. Answer me. Valerie smiled lightly. Fine, suit yourself. She gloated. You lost. Because I won. Suddenly, the orb of smoke above Valerie shattered into pieces, and a second later, it transformed into black smoke. She looked around in shock. I was wrong? But clearly Lee Seon smirked. Do you want me to explain why? He calmly pointed out the first question. Was your curiosity about my magic eye truly just out of a thirst for knowledge? And for the second question, you lied. Hearing this, Valerie's heart skipped a beat. Lee Seon thought to himself, since this match was a 3-question game regarding spirit magic, he lifted his teacup. And for the final question, Lee Seon had won completely. This has become quite a mess, hasn't it? Since he had won, she helplessly rested her chin in her hand. I admit I lost. As agreed, I must answer your questions first. Valerie honestly explained. The first question is, as someone who also possesses a magic eye, I am currently conducting research on it, but my research materials are hard to come by, and finding someone to collaborate with hasn't been easy. She then looked a bit awkward and stammered, unable to finish her sentence, and the second Lee Seon sighed. If it's hard to say, you don't have to. In his heart, he understood that unique magic was deeply personal, so her hesitation was only natural. Valerie couldn't believe it and slammed her hands on the table as she stood up. Really? That's all it takes? Of course, it's not that easy, Lee Seon said in a steady voice, but listen to one more request of mine. She immediately refused. What? I'm not saying anything else. He immediately looked displeased, fixing her with a sharp, cold gaze. Valerie was speechless and cleared her throat. Ah, no, I was just joking. Lee Seon then suggested, it's just that I need someone like you. Do you agree? Valerie rubbed her head in annoyance. Fine. It seems this isn't a situation I can refuse. She declared loudly, the game ends here. A second later, Valerie stood up. Let's head inside the workshop to talk about your request. Shall we? She didn't forget to warn him, don't touch anything. Just follow right behind me. The door opened, and Valerie, calm and collected, introduced the place. This is the center of my workshop. Lee Seon was a bit surprised, thinking, unlike the coffee shop, this place truly is a mage's workshop. Afterwards, he turned to her, asking curiously, I thought mages didn't let outsiders into their workshops? She answered arrogantly, that's right. If you accidentally trigger a barrier or a magic circle, you're in big trouble. Right, but since I'm skilled, it's not a problem. Valerie sat down in her chair and asked warmly, so, what is your request? Lee Seon placed an ancient artifact on the table. I would like you to decipher this stone tablet. Of course, please keep the contents of the translation confidential. She put on her gloves and got to work. A stone tablet, such an old artifact, is a bit difficult, but I can manage. Valerie picked up the stone and used her magic eye to analyze it. Suddenly, her magic short-circuited, causing Valerie to cry out in pain. She clutched her eyes and asked, this is an ancient object, at least from the 3rd or 4th century, right? Lee Seon was slightly surprised. You could tell right away? The arm Valerie was using to hold the tablet trembled. Damn it, such an old item, I almost got hurt. She gripped it tighter, imagining being poked by Lee Seon. And you were so confident. It turns out your workshop's magic circle is quite rudimentary, isn't it? It only has a magic eye, while the actual magic is just Valerie was frustrated with the item. At this level, you should have at least warned me. She glared at him. Something that's been around for 1,000 years. I almost had to rebuild the entire workshop's magic circle from scratch, and I was bragging so much, too. A moment later, Valerie regained her composure. Let me take another look. Her magic eye began to glow. With something nearly 2,000 years old, she couldn't make out a thing. Valerie wondered, is this all that appears? Her expression darkened as she pondered. I can read the orbits of the moon, the sun, and the movement of the stars, but that's as far as it goes. If it were ancient script or simple codes, I would have grasped it immediately. Thinking this, Valerie turned back to ask. It seems there are records of Eastern astronomy, dates, and some simple characters. What on earth is this? Lee Seon answered immediately. It's a map, and also a key. She said in a serious tone. This might take a little time to decipher, he suggested. In the meantime, can I tell you my second request? Valerie replied happily. Sure. Outside, it was already getting dark. Lee Seon asked. The second request is about wanting to talk about the magic eye. Would that be okay? Because it would be better for both of us if we help each other, he wondered. By the way, does your workshop also have a training area? Valerie tossed her hair, proud. I think a mage needs to train a little bit, don't you? Well, everyone should have a training area in their workshop, right? Lee Seon thought helplessly, so she's secretly bragging. Because a mage's workshop, proves not just their ability, but their financial power as well. He marveled slightly. You're quite wealthy, aren't you? Valerie froze and asked back, You didn't know. I come from a long-standing noble family. She triumphantly raised her hand. Anyway, that's the second request. I'm not taking it back. A word once spoken is hard to take back. Lee Seon agreed. A man's word is heavy as gold. I understand. Valerie's expression turned stern. Then let's begin. First, activate your magic eye. Hearing this, Lee Seon closed his eyes. A second later, he opened them, and his activated eyes began to glow. His magic eyes stared straight at Valerie. Behind her, a magic circle appeared. Suddenly, Lee Seon's mana was disrupted. He gritted his teeth in pain and, the very next second, collapsed. Valerie asked, concerned, What's wrong? Lee Seon reassured her. It's nothing. There are just too many magic circles in this workshop, that's all. Hearing this, she was a bit confused. I only see magic circles. Why do your eyes hurt? Suddenly, Valerie jumped, realizing, Wait, don't tell me you can see everything? The magic circles and the spell structures here? Lee Seon didn't deny it, but confessed, Yes. My eyes can see the flow of energy and read things that are meant to be invisible. Even though controlling it is a bit difficult, she was speechless. Just deactivate the magic eye for now. Valerie asked seriously, Now tell me in detail about your magic eye. Can it see through things or see mana? See through things? No. But I can make deductions, like the movement of barriers or hidden auras. Her eyebrows raised. Do you have any idea how strange what you just said is? Valerie pointed at Lee Seon and analyzed. If that's true, your eye isn't a normal magic eye. There is no magic eye in this world that can see such a diverse range of things. This is going to be a long conversation. Let's head back to the research room first. Returning to the research room of Valerie set a steaming cup of tea on the table. She continued, Before I explain, there's something you need to know first. Your magic eye is a completely different concept from an inner eye. Lee Seon nodded. I know that, ma'am. Seeing this, Valerie explained further. Your magic eye might look like a simple visual enhancement at first glance, but that's not the case. Even when visualized through magic, what the magic eye shows is ultimately still just what a human perceives. He still didn't quite understand and scratched his head in embarrassment. Could you explain it a bit more simply, please? Valerie tapped her fingers on the table in agreement, then began gesturing wildly as she launched into a lecture about magic eyes. Valerie started smoking as she explained. The magic eye is more unique than any other abnormal ability. I once performed an fMRI while someone was using a magic eye. The moment it's activated, blood flow to the brain increases sharply and drastically, and the nerves are overstimulated. Lee Seon slowly began to understand. So that's why my head hurts when I can't control it? Valerie nodded. Exactly. Because it has to process sensations that don't exist for normal humans, it gets overloaded. Her voice grew graver. The magic eye is a dangerous power, even now. There hasn't been a magic eye with such complex abilities. Looking into his eyes, Valerie asked in a low voice, But how many things can your magic eye do now? Her gaze sharpened. You said you awakened that eye through the ritual of the Sungmu clan. Those who awaken a magic eye usually see something strange by the age of 5 at the latest. Valerie continued to probe. How about before that ritual? Had you seen anything? He recalled when he was a child, running in the forest. There were signs even though he was already 11 years old. She asked curiously if anyone else in the Sungmu clan had awakened a magic eye like his. Lee Seon immediately shook his head. No, ma'am. Valerie continued to question him. Do you know why I'm getting so serious? He nodded. Yes, I do. She looked a bit saddened. What a shame. If you were in a real combat situation, you probably wouldn't be able to control it. Hearing that, Lee Seon glanced over, then immediately looked away to avoid her gaze. Finally, he answered honestly, Actually, I have used it in combat before, ma'am. Valerie froze completely. What? A second later, she lost her composure and exclaimed, How could that be possible? Even with just 2 or 3 functions, a magic eye causes massive overload. You should have died from a brain hemorrhage or gone insane by now. And yet, you're telling me you can watch and control it at the same time? Lee Seon could only sit in silence. Yes, ma'am. Valerie didn't know what else to say and held her forehead. Even an exception like this is unprecedented. The corners of her mouth curled up. Then, a melody began to rise within Valerie. I think we'll have to try a few things, don't you? He backed away in fear, confused. Yes, following Valerie's suggestion, I stayed in the workshop for a while. And now, several days have passed. Valerie had decoded the stone tablet before dinner and analyzed it thoroughly, while I continued training my magic eye. Lee Seon, with his limbs restrained, gritted his teeth in extreme pain. He had begun the exercise of pushing his magic eye to its absolute limit. Mechanical sounds echoed, signaling the end of the measurements. His face was pale and exhausted, breathing heavily. It had been fine at first, but the difficulty was increasing. Lee Seon was being driven to exhaustion by Valerie's scheme to see how much direct stimulation he could endure. She kept feeding him messy, complex magic power. She opened the door and walked in, asking kindly, "How is it? Are you okay?" Lee Seon silently complained that she looked like a mad scientist. The restraints were opened, and he moved sluggishly. "I clearly told you that using the magic eye causes stress to the brain." Valerie smiled comfortingly. "Don't worry. The magic learning machine will stop just before it gets overloaded." Lee Seon glared at her. "This woman is crazy. Maybe I should apologize for comparing her to my aunt." She confirmed, "But the data is getting better and it's being collected, right? You're identifying its limits and properties, and you can develop the magic eye if you use it a lot, right?" He nodded. "That's right, ma'am." Hearing that, Valerie happily walked away. Let's see if he's being honest as a test subject. Lee Seon was speechless. She had purposely spoken in French. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. She looked at the indicators on the dashboard. "What is this? Is my eyesight playing tricks on me?" Seeing the stats rising steadily, I set it to automatically check his status and gradually increase the difficulty. But is this rate of growth even reasonable? Valerie's jaw dropped in shock. It's not development, it's more like adaptation. She smiled sinisterly. The issue isn't the explanation. On the first day of training, Valerie typed rapidly. "This is a training experiment, isn't it? After all, this is just a test requested by Chun, not an experiment to satisfy my own curiosity. Of course, since I've put in the effort to create the data, I should save it as a file." She confirmed that she could easily see the one-way magic flow. She calculated from the magic. At level 6, it started to hurt, but he could read it easily up to level 7. Maybe I should install a CT scanner here. On the third day of training, he tested his ability to see through things by reading magic formulas purposely hidden behind a metal plate. Looking at the pencil on the table, the results showed that it wasn't X-ray vision, but reading the object's energy. Even though it was just a pencil, I still don't know the process or what to read next. I tried experimenting with a moving object, mice. At this moment, it showed the ability to predict blood flow or muscle movement. It also showed the potential of a prediction eye, but it couldn't keep it up. If the magic eye worked for more than 2 hours, if only the durability of his brain and eyes were a bit higher. Do I need more experiments? No, more training. On the 8th day of the experiment, he's increasing the difficulty at a terrifying rate. I've secretly increased the difficulty to a very high level, and he's still keeping up. Even I couldn't handle this. I should have bought that CT scanner. At this point, I might have to open him up to take a look. It's more like an analysis eye than my own magic eye. Chun's magic eye belongs to a terrifyingly high-level category. That's right, if I had to describe it. Suddenly, a noise came from outside. Valerie was startled, then turned back with a smile. "Oh, what's going on?" Lee Seon said to himself. "Just keep pretending I don't know. Look at that gaze. You were saying the machine stopped, so I came out." Lee Seon wondered. "The alarm was so loud, didn't you hear it, ma'am?" She didn't even turn around, keeping her focus on the computer. When the alarm went off, Valerie flinched, wondering to herself, is that it? Is the entire training regimen really finished? I thought it would take at least 2 more days. Suddenly, Lee Seon stepped in close. "I guess it's done, right?" She startled and stammered. "What the hell? Can you read French?" Lee Seon stared at her. Valerie replied, honestly, "Direct descendants of Lee Sung-mu are required to learn the languages of major nations. I can handle daily conversations." Valerie's face turned as red as a tomato immediately. Could it be? Lee Seon smiled brightly. "You don't need to worry about those monologues and swear words. That's just normal. I understand." Valerie, fuming with rage, shouted, "What, you little brat?" Lee Seon walked up and spoke. "Did you call for me?" She confirmed, "Yes. Now, the basic training is complete. To be honest, I still wanted to continue training in the lab, but you need something practical to apply, right? So, we'll start the real training now." Hearing that, he replied, "I don't have a problem with that." But Valerie suddenly said, "Wait a second." As soon as she finished speaking, she cast a spell. Right there on the spot, Valerie then said, "I've enhanced the magic circle in the training area. It's going to be much more complicated than before. And also, you better break that habit of blinkle constantly. It seems like a small thing, but it'll become a habit if you keep repeating it. That might be good for immediate control, but it will backfire later on." Lee Seon, hearing this, immediately shifted into a state of total focus. A powerful aura radiated from him continuously. Lee Seon thought to himself, "Even though the training area's magic circle has been enhanced, I only feel a headache. A few days ago, controlling my magic eyes on the streets of Lee Seon-do was difficult enough. But now, the flow of magic power is this complex. It's like I'm looking at a human's magic power system." I'm not really good with magic, but she must be an incredibly powerful mage. Seeing Lee Seon staring at her, she blurted out, "What?" But he denied it. "It's nothing." Valerie didn't ask further and just instructed. "Now, we'll train you to control your magic eyes in real-life situations. Stick this on your head firmly so you can feel the flow of magic power." Lee Seon obediently followed her instructions, then wondered, "What kind of training will this be?" She replied cheerfully, "What do you mean?" "We're training your magic eyes, right? It's simple. Just dodge, okay?" As Valerie launched an attack, he cursed internally. Damn it. She saw Lee Seon preparing to use his sword and reminded him, "Hey, only use your magic eyes." This made him frown. "You should say things like that in advance. If I dodged that when I first arrived at the workshop, I wouldn't have been able to." Before he could even finish his thought, her voice rang out. "Ha, not done yet, are we?" Now, Lee Seon could only stare at the object, flying toward his face, unable to move. In front, Valerie kept reminding him, "Dodge," while listening, "because I've changed the nature of your magic eyes. To put it bluntly, your magic eyes are quite similar to mine, but at a higher level. Your magic eyes don't just read many things like other magic eyes, they read only one single thing. Your eyes read everything that exists in front of you: matter, animals, plants, magic power, or curse power, countless supernatural abilities. The present of all that information, if we had to name it, perhaps it would be present eye, the eye that reads phenomena." Lee Seon immediately critiqued, "The name is terrible." She didn't care at all and continued, "It analyzes the current situation to predict the future reasonably. Similarly, it can also deduce the past. I think there's a better expression." "What was it?" "Oh, right, causality law. Regardless, your magic eyes are too high level, so they will be a burden. Even if your control increases, you could still be consumed by them at any moment. So, this is entirely for your own good. Now, come here. Did you go mining or something? Why are you like this? You have to keep your eyes open to look good. I spent so much effort researching your magic eyes." Lee Seon hesitated and said, "Thank you for that." Afterward, she spoke again thoughtfully. "But, the fact that your magic eyes awakened through Sungmu's consciousness, is it because they aren't normal magic eyes, so the awakening was delayed? Or are you simply an exception?" Hearing this, Lee Seon also pondered it for a moment. Suddenly, Valerie bowed her head and said, "Anyway, I don't think I can find out. Sorry. Maybe if I did a skill CAT scan or dissected you, I'd know." Seeing that sinister look on her face, Lee Seon seemed to wake up from his trance and refused. "Ah, no. I'll know eventually." Valerie quickly moved past the subject and continued, "Then, let's continue. The training. And I think we should name it to make it easier to call. Explanation I or causality I. How about that?" It sounded so bland. Finding it too bothersome, he decided to advise, "Let's not name it." But Valerie adamantly refused. "No. Magic eyes this high-end must have a name. How about God Eye of the AI?" A while later, Lee Seon was panting, thinking to himself, "It's been several days. Predicting, analyzing, choosing, and focusing on applying every aspect my magic eyes can handle makes the growth rate extremely fast." Just then, Valerie's phone rang. She muttered in surprise, "Is it already this time? You're not becoming as arrogant as before, are you? What a shame. Don't do individual training today. After you take a shower, come to the lab immediately." He wondered, "What for?" She replied mischievously, "The decoding work is finished." The scenery changed quickly, but Lee Seon's confusion remained. "It's been a few months since I was here. Why did it change so much?" Valerie replied casually, "Oh, this pile is just research material. It's okay to throw it away now." At the magic tower. It's very convenient to order the research students around. No slaves. There haven't been slaves since ancient times. The Korean peninsula has preserved documents very well, so decoding languages or scripts isn't difficult. It's quite interesting. Now, let's start checking this one. As he picked it up and studied it, he noted, "It seems the stone tablet shapes are different." Valerie explained, "I performed restoration work because some constellations and characters were invisible. I will explain this constellation to you. Does it look familiar?" Lee Seon answered honestly, "No, not familiar." But she wasn't surprised at all. Of course not. This constellation currently has this shape. The problem lies here. Why did they write it as if they combined it into one? Look at this spot. It was originally a virtual constellation. The order of the stars is the key, he mused. I was deceived by the camouflage, but it doesn't follow the cycle of the moon or the constellations. So, what on earth is it? While Valerie was pondering, he was startled, wondering if he had seen it somewhere before. A second later, a thought flashed through Lee Seon's mind. He hurriedly asked, "Can I take a picture of this?" Valerie replied lightly, "No need to photograph it. It's right here. This is a map of all the dragon veins on the peninsula. Korea, So it's a map of the meridian lines of the Korean peninsula, not the constellations. Then, Valerie explained again, this isn't a star map, it's his map of energy meridians. In Eastern philosophy, the world is viewed as a single living organism. The dragon veins are like human energy channels, the paths where mana flows, he mused, but this stone tablet was created in ancient times. Back then, they couldn't have expanded their territory as far north as this, he added. She quickly interjected. That's why I'm saying this is a vital historical document. It's proof that ancient people expanded their land all the way to this region. As for the locations, that's all I can explain. The rest, you better decode for yourself. Lee Seon wondered to himself, is this the oral technique of the ancient Sungmu mana? No one practices it anymore, but I memorized it while researching with my aunt. If the dragon veins are indeed energy channels, then what if I circulate my mana according to the oral technique and follow the meridians based on these locations? Before long, he spoke up. I found it. Then, Lee Seon muttered, Gyeonggi, Seondu, Totham Mountain. That's where the tomb of the second master of Sungmu, Lee Hyung-seung, is. Shifting to a few days later, Valerie looked at him and asked, What's this? Are you leaving? He was currently carrying a pile of luggage on his shoulders and replied with determination. Yes. She then asked, Before you go, about that riddle, can you tell me the trick to solving it? To her surprise, Lee Seon bluntly replied, Didn't you say you'd find out for yourself? This left Valerie fuming. You really are stubborn to the end. I give up on you. Be careful. Totham Mountain is quite dangerous. Upon hearing that, he obediently replied, I know. Even if it is a holy mountain, it's also a special place in many ways. She kept nagging. If you see any ruins, it's best not to mess with them. Don't go getting involved with spirits or souls and end up cursed before you even know it. Lee Seon calmly asked back, Valerie, calm down. Are you actually worried about me now? This left her speechless. What? Worried? Who would worry about a brat as rude as you? I'm going to go have some fun. I'm out of here. Only then did he say, Thank you, Valerie. I'm leaving now. She responded in surprise, Huh? You're really going? Lee Seon answered honestly, It's just nearby. Once I finish my work, I'll stop by. Let's eat fried chicken together again then. After traveling for a while, he thought to himself, It's been almost 2 hours since I entered Totham Mountain. Even though this map was created over 1,000 years ago, I know the terrain might have changed, but it's definitely harder to find than I thought. Lee Seon couldn't help but mutter. It's a bit rough, but thanks to being proficient in using the mana I can maintain it for a very long time. As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious phenomenon appeared before his eyes. Lee Seon stared, stunned, and wondered, What is this? The phenomenon grew more intense. It moved forward at a dizzying speed. A moment later, the rays of light converged at one point. Seeing this, a thought struck Lee Seon. Could it be? After stepping forward to investigate, he let out a sigh of relief. It really is this place. With that, Lee Seon unleashed his 3 waves technique. His power quickly spread everywhere. Not only that, but it covered everything in all directions. After scanning, Lee Seon remarked, This is the sealed door leading to the tomb. Now, I just need to transfer my mana according to the order of the constellations on the stone, starting from the north and moving clockwise. But the moment he touched it, Lee Seon felt something strange. This consumes a terrifying amount of mana. A moment later, he couldn't take it anymore and stopped to rest. Lee Seon had to admit, this is not easy at all. Before long, he went back to work. Breathing heavily, Lee Seon muttered, This is the final part. But as soon as he spoke, an earthquake occurred. Suddenly, a powerful surge of mana erupted from deep inside, forcing him to exclaim, What is this? Lee Seon wondered, Why is the mana level so immense? Could it be that the mana of Totham Mountain, accumulated over a long time, has been triggered by my own mana? Soon, he was swallowed by that terrifying surge of power. A second later, Lee Seon felt as if he had been transported elsewhere. He sighed in relief and whispered, I thought I was a goner. I don't see anything. Drained of mana to his very limit, he couldn't even use his mana eye. Lee Seon thought, It's a good thing I can't feel any aura or movement. As soon as he thought that, he suddenly spotted something. After looking closely, Lee Seon exhaled in relief. I almost thought I was being attacked. He figured that with a scale like this, it could never be considered an ordinary ancient tomb. Then, Lee Seon continued deeper inside. The stone tablet here stated that he had purchased the land of the gods to be used as a burial site. If the mages saw this, they would probably froth at the mouth in shock. And this one? It read, King Lee Hyung-seong of the Lee clan lived to 122 years old and rests here. Reading that, Lee Seon was stunned. A moment later, he continued to read, All those, living or dead, who wish to enter this place, turn back. This is a warning. Beyond this lies only darkness. Is there really something inside? His mana had recovered a little, so he tried to use his mana eye. But the moment he did, Lee Seon was countered. He told himself, I can't see anything. It's like slamming into a massive wall. I've never felt such stabbing pain before. This has never happened. In my past life, my elder brother said he had hidden the location of this place. All records were kept top secret, except for the Black Knight. Why did he do that? Was it out of guilt for disturbing the eternal sleep of the ancestors? No, if that were the case. He should have hidden the fact that it was excavated altogether. Unlike his older brother's style, this information was revealed only halfway. Thinking it might be a deliberate trap, Lee Seon suddenly spun around. Ahead of him, flames were constantly erupting. He was incredibly confused. The stone statue king was moving? How? Not only that, the stone statue king wasn't just moving, they were speaking. Human, leave this place. Lee Seon immediately switched into combat mode. He'd never heard of any guardian here, and besides, it wasn't a high-ranking monster or a spirit beast, so how could it emit mental waves? Even with his demon eyes, he couldn't see anything. Was it moving without using any power at all? That couldn't be right. Just then, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Lee Seon stared at the thing in front of him, wondering what it was, but before he could do anything, the stone statue king attacked, making Lee Seon think, damn it, if only I had more time, I could have done it. A prolonged battle is impossible. If he wanted to win with his remaining mana, he had to act fast. Lee Seon decisively fled with the rest of his strength. Seeing this, they kept transmitting thoughts, leave now. As soon as they finished, the two giant statues collided with each other. Seeing that, Lee Seon silently confirmed, just as I thought. Its movements are rough and simple. Immediately after, he unleashed the technique. Void moving first form, piercing demon stance. But the stone statue king kept charging. Lee Seon worriedly thought, if I increase the distance, I'll be the one at a disadvantage. As soon as he finished that thought, he flew straight toward the stone statue king. The two collided right then and there. The stone statue king's power was immense, but even so, Lee Seon managed to break free. He combined two techniques, Steel, Qigong, and Yama. Once he set them up, Lee Seon officially launched his attack on the stone statue king's massive body. It was instantly shattered into many pieces. Then, they collapsed to the ground. Only then did Lee Seon finally breathe a sigh of relief. He slowly felt his mana running dry. Already, it's hard to circulate mana. He could breathe, meaning there was still airflow. The statue itself wasn't even rusted. But he couldn't stay at ease for long before Lee Seon tensed up again. In front of him, the broken pieces were actually fusing back together. As they stood up, they sent thoughts. Leave this place. Lee Seon couldn't help but mutter, how annoying. His mana was recovering, but not enough to fight again. Still, I have to check for sure. I need to focus more. Strange lights suddenly emanated from within the stone statue king. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be? Lee Seon prepared to attack but still thought, no way. If it really is them, I have to use Black Knight to slash through to the very inside in a single blow. Just then, strange voices rang out. Hey, what's that? What's that? It's a jet black sword. That jet black sword, that's our friend. Sorry. Now? Lee Seon finally realized. These were existences that liked to play with animals or children and often pulled mysterious pranks, the Mystic Fae race. He immediately asked, we're in the middle of a fight, what are you doing? But they seemed extremely terrified. That's a scary sword. Sorry, we'll heal you instead. Lee Seon also felt his body recovering. Then, they explained. We thought you were a bad person. We've healed you already, so please accept our apology. He immediately asked, then why are you here? The Mystic Fae refused, saying, we don't know. We won't tell you. Lee Seon immediately threatened them. I actually want to try swinging this, so do you want to answer nicely? They were genuinely trembling and exclaimed, humans are scary. We signed a contract, it's been over 1,000 years. He gradually understood. The Mystic Fae were supposed to live in harmony with nature, but Lee Seon said gently, it must have been tough, since you've been guarding this place all this time. Hearing that, they all chimed in, thank you. As long as you don't hold that sword, you're a good person. But is that really a sword? He didn't answer but asked, but who did you sign a contract with? They quickly replied, the one holding that black sword. Should we tell him? I guess we can. The hair and eyes are the same color, right? Okay, we'll tell you. The person we signed the contract with is the one who went inside there. It hurts us a lot, but that person said if we guarded this place, he would protect us too. Lee Seon, hearing that, grew even more curious. Protect? From what? They quickly replied, the scary thing. The undying thing. Extremely scary. So, you attacked me because you thought I was one of them. He resignedly thought, The one guarding the mountain said the same thing. Finally, it was time to step inside. The mystic fae reminded him, if you want to enter, you must prove it with blood. Only those who are permitted can enter. He quickly sliced a line on his hand and acted. Lee Seon's blood flowed onto the gate. Before long, the gate actually opened. He calmly said, all right, let's go. At the same time, in the research lab, Valerie was bored and complaining. There's still so much to research. Why is it like this? Today is a total wash. Might as well order fried chicken. The detector beeped. Red, that means a gate. In the area near Lee Seon. There's no way a gate could appear, right? Is the machine broken? As soon as she said that, she discovered something strange. Valerie couldn't believe it, muttering, no way, 5 gates opening at the same time. Is it because of that kid? No, the mountain's mana is the same as before. Not the time to be calm, even if Lee Seon has few civilians, it's still very dangerous. As soon as she finished speaking, Valerie left her seat. On the computer screen, the familiar map remained. The red dot representing the gate was still there, but a second later, they suddenly appeared in many places, scattered almost everywhere. At the same time, where Lee Seon was. This isn't a graveyard. He searched for a while and finally found it. Here it is. Lee Seon rushed forward and then reached out his hand. He took it in his hand and thought happily, found it. Black Knight. It's the reason I came here, but not now. I can feel it instinctively. Is there something on the other side of my heart? I can feel the dark energy fluctuating as if it's rejoicing. Realizing this made him even more cautious. Nevertheless, Lee Seon kept moving. Next, he thought to himself, that was a strange feeling just now. I don't know since when, but another person has appeared. It surprised Lee Seon immensely, and that person was none other than Gangu. He blankly muttered. It feels like it could move at any moment. It looks so full of life. This isn't an illusion or a soul. I have to look closely with my own eyes. The mural contained talismans and golden threads. This is some kind of sealing method. What on earth is it sealing? A hole from within Lee Seon's body suddenly caused a strange phenomenon. Not stopping there, the ropes that were hung all over the place suddenly snapped. They actually gathered all in one spot, leaving Lee Seon astonished. Suddenly, what is this? Next, those things turned to attack him. Lee Seon tried to fight back but couldn't help but blurt out, damn it. As he clearly saw what was before him, he whispered, so this is the mirror that was placed in my room. The small child curled up, looking lifeless. It's me from the past, from my previous life. Back then, Lee Seon was brutally beaten and scolded. You bastard. You good-for-nothing parasite. If you're willing to crawl between my legs, I might just let you go. Why don't you understand? It's because you're nothing but a worm. Why was he feeling so unsettled just from looking at that scene again? At the time, he was only curious. Why must I endure such things? How can I escape this situation? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed. A female servant of the Lee family, Moon Gawa, was forced to resign because the truth was she had been embezzling from the family. The young girl stammered, then what about our young master? The other person coldly cut her off. That is no longer your concern. Lee Seon reminisced, there was no word more fitting than female servant and embezzlement. After that, he never saw her again. Another scene flooded his mind, that person gently reassuring him. It's okay, Lee Seon. Your uncle is here. How could I collapse so easily? I'll be back soon. You just need to tidy up the room. Even so, Lee Seon thought hopelessly, but I know he will never come back. Then, someone else said, go now. I will keep everything a secret, but the family will keep searching for you. I hope you will truly find a life of your own. He told himself he couldn't protect the servant, who was like a mother to him, nor could he protect his uncle, who was like a father. In the end, he had to leave, abandoning his own name like a fugitive. And now someone had insulted his lineage. Is the bloodline of the Lee family really that pathetic? Lee Seon felt utterly helpless and desperate. These memories were the scars from his past life, the weakest parts of him, buried deep in his subconscious, the fear of something that might happen one day. Yet, he spoke coldly, so you show me these things. But what do you want me to do? Even though he asked, Lee Seon knew that although he had returned, this was an undeniable reality. It was a painful past, so he had never turned away from it. It was precisely because of those memories that he was able to survive until now, so that he would never again lose everything as he did back then. After thinking this, the illusions around Lee Seon finally vanished. He quickly realized that the creature sealed in the tomb was that mass of black bones. Lee Seon was surrounded by the black bones. He felt as if his head were about to burst. They had only one destination, to enter Lee Seon's body. From within the mass of black bones, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. He glanced at it and was stunned. Before Lee Seon could react, that voice echoed again. Someone must know how to prepare for the next generation. Seal me away with that thing. The person standing next to him denied it. Father, there is no need to play this role. Seeing this, he began to doubt this feeling. It was just like when he read the memories of the eternal ice-black energy. Could it be that he had just swallowed its power? Gangu continued in a steady tone, Father, you are an outsider. One day, it will appear. Until that day, I will carry that thing in my heart. Then, one day in the far future, a child chosen by the Black Knight will be born. Father tried to hide it, but I believe that child will become hope. Create something like this and sow it into the world. One day, according to the stone tablet, a child will come to find me. I hope they come and help me shed this burden. Just then, Lee Seon's body suddenly underwent changes. He collapsed onto the cold floor. Black energy poured incessantly from Lee Seon's body. To support his heavy frame, Lee Seon used his sword to plant himself into the ground. After gradually recovering, he spoke. I never expected things to become this difficult. Then, he dazedly asked himself, what just happened? This feels like the black energy that was only stagnant, and my heart has now spread throughout my entire body. My physique has also become noticeably larger than before, and the darkness is even denser than before. Gradually, the truth was revealed to Lee Seon. In the end, this, he quietly affirmed, this place is not a tomb, but a space for sealing. My ancestor was waiting for a descendant to find this place in the distant future. No, they were waiting for me. Even after reaching the supreme realm, can a human really foresee a fate thousands of years away? There was something. But now, Lee Seon decided to speak. I humbly asked the ancestor to forgive my disrespect for being late to pay my respects. A descendant of the Lee family, Lee Seon respectfully bows to my ancestor. Even though it is too late, following your arrangement, I have found this place. From now on, I will bear that burden. As soon as he finished speaking, Gangu's body gradually dissolved. At the same time, Lee Seon continued to bow, asking his ancestor to rest in peace. Finally, the only thing remaining was a robe. Seeing this, he blurted out, it's like you're giving me a gift. Fine, I will accept it. A while later, Lee Seon walked out. That mysterious group of ancestral spirits kept praising, done. You did it. That's amazing. Thank you, my friend. Finally, the promise has been fulfilled. Can we leave now? Hearing that, he quickly replied, yeah, you tried hard enough. You've worked hard. They were overjoyed. Thank you. We feel all better now, thanks to you, my friend. Let's play again next time. After they left, Lee Seon grumbled. They just left without cleaning up a single thing. I don't know if reporting this back to the family will go smoothly. All the spirits have run away. This place has become desolate. Well, they will know how to handle it themselves. Just a moment ago, there clearly wasn't a door here. Could it be I can escape from here? So, he stepped into the middle of the vortex. The space around him immediately changed at the speed of light. Before long, Lee Seon returned to where he started with quite an unexpected landing. Holding his head, he lamented, this is truly impossible to get used to. Is it already dawn? Just as he finished speaking, a powerful killing intent suddenly struck. Lee Seon immediately drew his sword and switched to combat mode. From the bushes, other people suddenly appeared. Before long, they had surrounded him. Lee Seon was extremely vigilant. Who are these people? If it weren't for my intuition, I wouldn't have been able to detect them. Right then, his intuition received a signal. A second later, the spot where Lee Seon had just been standing was attacked by surprise. As he jumped away from the spot, he thought in shock, arrows? Then, Lee Seon couldn't help but blurt out. At that exact moment, his intuition signaled danger. A second later, the spot where Lee Seon had just been standing was hit by a surprise attack. As he leapt away, he thought in astonishment, an arrow? Then, Lee Seon couldn't help but blurt out, who are you people? What are you? They spoke together in unison. Found it. Piece by piece. Must tear the mask off. Tear it off. Hearing that, he guessed it was a bizarre voice, sounding like many people talking at once. The scene before him left Lee Seon frozen for a moment. He muttered to himself, that aura is clearly the mana of a monster, but the presence is unmistakably human. Just as Lee Seon thought this, that voice echoed again, the door is open. How can humans be in a place like this? Give it here. It's the Great Freedom Mask. Seeing his opponent attack, Lee Seon quickly countered. Damn it. The collision between the two happened just like that. While fighting, he observed his surroundings. He swung that thing earlier. That's not something a human could possibly swing. With grayish-blue skin and pig-like facial features, is that an orc? No, that's not an orc. It's a human wearing orc skin. Why on earth are they wearing orc skin? Just as he launched an attack, something else glowed and lunged at him. Lee Seon dodged the first blow quickly. He immediately swung his sword to block it, guessing. Poison darts? A second later, the darts were knocked away. He looked into the distance, wondering, who shot that? I don't know what these things are, but this place isn't suitable for fighting a large group. So, Lee Seon decisively unleashed his powerful aura energy and dashed away to escape them. He told himself, I need to change locations first. At the same time, far away, Jejun watched everything from start to finish. He thought to himself, black hair, gold eyes, a descendant of Sung Mu. I rushed here because the tomb door opened, but what exactly was that? You bastards, damn it. Those who have attained true freedom, I will help you peel away that last remaining mask. As he finished speaking, the surrounding scenery was stained with darkness. Thick fog swirled through the gloomy forest. Lee Seon stepped back, panting. There were about 30 enemies. In front of him was a group wearing black cloaks. They were clearly human but were using monster powers. He wondered if they were humans turned into monsters or monsters disguised as humans. Their faces were all hidden by masks. Fortunately, they weren't organized, their paths frequently overlapped, and they kept bumping into each other. At this moment, the sword in his hand radiated power. Although they knew how to use human weapons, their technique was amateurish. They just kept attacking recklessly. Right after that, a shield gradually appeared. I'll capture one alive and interrogate them for the rest of the information. It was encased in blue light, one of the weapons he had earned as a reward after his sparring session with the 6 billion. Legend has it that this shield belongs to the celestial tier, granted by the chief god to Pompilius, the second king of Rome. However, the copies made according to the god's orders were only considered masterpieces. During my time at Valerie's workshop, I had managed to absorb it bit by bit. Seeing this, they all lunged at him at once. One cloaked figure held a large wooden log. He threw it straight at him. As his arm swung, it was severed by a single slash. Lee Seon frowned, quickly pulling his arm back, and then used a combination of the shield and sword to attack them. Even though Lee Seon had just finished one off, the rest kept charging. Seeing that, he immediately realized their attack pattern had switched to a continuous chain. It seems they haven't completely lost their minds. Blue light radiated from the shield, but that didn't matter. He activated the spirit demon proof to blow them all away. At the same time, Lee Seon took the chance to slash with his sword. A series of cloaked figures were quickly dispatched, their remains scattering across the ground. His eyes turned cold. If you won't come, his figure flashed through the night. Then I'll take the initiative. Some time passed, and everything returned to silence. Lee Seon tied up the survivors in the clearing. Their limbs had been shattered, so they definitely couldn't cause trouble anymore. Only then did he seriously think about it. The strange aura, the cold, monstrous energy radiating from them, it didn't look like pollution. Is it some form of brainwashing or a curse? Thinking this, Lee Seon reached out to touch the hood. I have to try channeling mana into it. A piercing, ear-splitting screech echoed from somewhere. He frowned and covered his ears. What kind of hellish sound is that? The sound was coming from the remaining cloaked figures. The masks on their faces began to melt, green liquid dripped everywhere. The ropes were snapped by some force. Lee Seon looked up at the massive figure in front of him. He retreated cautiously. What on earth is this? On the other side, Valerie was hovering in the sky. Why is it so quiet? If a gate was created, monsters should have flooded out by now, right? Down on the street, traffic was still moving busily, and houses were still lit with yellow lights. Seeing this, she slowly landed on the ground, Valerie's expression gradually shifting into suspicion. The gate opened before her eyes, but it was empty, nothing came out. At that moment, a very faint current of electricity pulsed. The color of the gate has changed. Deliberately creating a mana imbalance to open a gate, using it as a tool for terrorism? That's insane. Thinking this, she turned her head to scan the surroundings. But if you open a gate for terrorism, it shouldn't be this quiet. Her gaze paused on one spot. Wait, what's this? A thought flashed through Valerie's mind. It's not a normal gate. It's a passage similar to a teleportation array. Her face darkened. But it only allows one-way passage. You can't go back until suddenly, she felt dizzy. She winced and rubbed her temples. This isn't magic. This is outside the scope of my current knowledge. I can't fully analyze or explain it yet. Valerie turned and flew into the air. I have to check other places. The road back at night remained as peaceful as ever. A while later, when she returned, the area had been cordoned off. The military is already here. Valerie stood hidden behind a nearby wall. Should I just charge in and say I want to check the gate? Then she overruled herself. No, my identity here in South Korea hasn't been exposed yet. Master also told me not to reveal who I am. Valerie's gaze turned cold. Then what exactly was that just now? Her figure darted away. I'll just head back and do more research. Once home, she relaxed onto the sofa. Once the tension eases, I feel so hungry. I really want some fried chicken. A few notification sounds from her computer echoed. Hearing that, Valerie immediately jumped up. Don't tell me there's another gate. She rushed to the computer and looked closely, which made Valerie startle slightly. What is this? Multiple light points appearing on the screen. I've never seen mana fluctuations like this before. What the hell are these? Her fingers tapped quickly. Gates are red, monsters are black, but these are gray. Why are they appearing here? Thinking of something, her hands suddenly froze. A total of 31 mana fluctuations that I didn't detect. Wait, don't tell me, Valerie gasped in surprise. It's them. Those who crossed the gate or created it directly. Her mouth tightened. Lee Seon clearly said he was going to mount Tohem, but among these, there is one that stands out. A yellow dot, the mark of someone who possesses the demon eye. Valerie could hardly hide her panic as she realized the danger. Lee Seon is slowly drawing his sword. Is he going to go as far as using manization? But wait, he silently appraised it. It looked like a lizard man, yet there were clear differences. It was definitely a monster's body. And yet, the way the mana operated was similar to a human's. At that moment, the giant tail suddenly lashed out. Lee Seon nimbly dodged. A moment ago, it felt like it was forced to imitate a monster's fighting style, but now it was as natural as if it had regained its original body. The shadow behind it emitted a sonic wave, possessing the appearance of a monster while fighting like a human. Lee Seon's whole body suddenly went numb. His mana was being restricted. The power around his sword began to fade. The aura of infinite. The monster suddenly lunged at him. He was thrown into a nearby tree. Lee Seon didn't suffer any injuries, thank goodness. Only then did he realize what kind of liquid he had stepped on. Since when did the slime start absorbing mana? Is it draining my mana? Is it absorbing energy? Seeing this, Lee Seon stepped on it hard. So annoying. This time, the monster stood still. It didn't lunge like before. It seems their intelligence has clearly increased. Thinking this, he drew his remaining sword. If you won't come, I'll take the initiative. The power in his hands shifted to a green glow. Lee Seon used his aura to unleash a wind strike to finish it off. One strike cut deep into the lizardman's body. That should be the end of it. Once done, he turned his head to look behind him. As he looked, his eyes widened in shock. Its giant tail was swinging toward him. The slashes on its flesh were healing on their own. He's regenerating. In his heart, he recalled the liquid from earlier, the slime. It used absorbed energy, the lizardman was regenerating, and the ghost's scream restricted his mana, connecting that with the self-healing ability, and adding the sonic wave radiating from the shadow. This combination, even in my past life or this one, I've never heard of it. Lee Seon gritted his teeth and whispered under his breath, "Forget whether the mana is high or low." Right after that, he glared and swung his sword. "I'll cut you all down." As the sword slammed into the ground, blue lightning spread out. It attacked continuously, giving the monster no time to react. At the same time, Lee Seon seized the opportunity to leap into the air. His face turned cold. "Let's see if you can regenerate after your neck is cut off." As soon as he finished speaking, its neck was sliced through. The heavy body just collapsed. After that came a strange noise again. "What sound is that?" Lee Seon started and whipped his head around. Is there still a remnant left? Before his eyes, there was a large fireball. The light reflected on his face. Collision. The ground was struck by a blow and exploded. The surrounding earth and rocks were shattered. Footsteps on the ground were getting closer and closer, until Valerie's smiling face appeared. "I'm here." She happily twirled the wand in her hand. "Lee Seon, I've come to help. Are you okay?" He opened his eyes wide, looking helplessly at her. "Except for the fact that I almost died because of you just now, I'm fine." After a short pause, Lee Seon sighed and asked, "Could you please put the earth down a bit more gently?" Valerie looked a bit flustered. "I was worried, so I came to help you." The other person replied with a sarcastic tone. "Or were you trying to assassinate me?" She raised her voice, arguing, "You're still alive, aren't you?" Hearing that, his face darkened. "My lady, I apologize for comparing you to a mad scientist like that." At this point, Valerie rolled her eyes. "So, what exactly were those things?" He answered briefly, "The enemy." She nodded, looking like she understood. "I can see that." After that, Lee Seon explained, they were originally human, then turned into monsters. This time, her face went blank. "What kind of nonsense is that?" Lee Seon didn't argue but continued, literally, until just a moment ago, they were still in human form. Valerie still looked skeptical. Then that's even more absurd. The shadow suddenly emitted a thick sonic wave. Both of their heads became dizzy. "What is this?" She could feel the flow inside her. Is my mana system in chaos? Lee Seon was now ready to fight. "We'll talk about this later." "Valerie, can you capture those two alive?" She immediately coordinated. "It's not impossible." Golden rays of light began to radiate. "Need to catch those two. When I give the signal, make your move." Before Valerie finished, he had already lunged. "No. Why?" His hand tightened around the hilt. If it's an aura that can control even physical souls, then the red threads have held the opponent tight. After handling it, Lee Seon shouted loudly, "Now!" Valerie cursed and waved the wand in her hand. A spell circle was immediately set up. Seeing that, she gave a smug laugh. As expected, when dealing with freaks, magic is the most effective. By the order of the law. As she finished, that light in her hand shot out. Rion on the other side waved his hand toward the remaining side. Each slime he quickly captured. Even with special abilities, a slime is just a slime. His hand grabbed a round bead inside its body. Just like that, Lee Seon pulled it out with force. After that, he carefully observed the result. The sticky bead was presented. "Please help me keep this safe." Valerie looked dismissive. "Why? Are you planning to carry this thing around?" Lee Seon said with a plea. "I want to ask you, Valerie, to decode it." Seeing that, she could only agree. "All right. Besides that, I also have something to say." After the conversation, he concluded, "You mean, a gate has appeared inside Lee Seon's city?" She continued, "That's right, an artificial gate." Stopping for a moment, Valerie carefully added, "But it's not a regular gate. It's more like a passageway." Lee Seon's eyes widened as he guessed. Then wouldn't that be a teleportation array? Think of it like two hands reaching out to shake. A teleportation array needs both point A and point B to be prepared, just like two people extending their hands to meet. On the other hand, grabbing someone by the wrist is different. This time, it's about teleporting arbitrarily from point A to point B, and it's done through something called a gate. Valerie lowered her voice, emphasizing that with humanity's current technical level, no, that technology couldn't possibly exist. Valerie stood nearby, explaining carefully. The underlying principles of the gate itself have been identified, but actually utilizing those principles is impossible. With human technology today, no, it is simply a type of technique that cannot be achieved. Hearing this, he showed his agreement. If she said it to that extent, then it really might be impossible. Half of her face was obscured. There are countless powers in this world that cannot be explained by logic, and yet, it's unexpected that even Valerie's label analysis couldn't grasp the exact theory. Having said that, Valerie gently twirled her wand. After confirming the portal and returning to the workshop, the detector scanned something very strange. "That's why I came back and headed straight here." Lee Seon stared intently at the monsters on the ground. "Perhaps the things the detector scanned were these things?" she asked curiously. "So, what exactly are they?" He repeated himself once more. "As I said earlier, it's humans who have turned into monsters." Valerie suddenly interrupted. "Hey, what have you been talking about this whole time?" After saying that, she raised her wand. "If it were some kind of patchwork or something similar, I could understand that. Are you not under some kind of magic illusion?" Lee Seon could only let out a sigh. "Do you really think my eyes can't distinguish between the two?" That's exactly why I wanted Valerie to see with her own eyes what I just caught. Then, he didn't forget to remind her. "Please check the corpse of this godlike being as well." Valerie muttered under her breath, "Is he under some kind of illusion magic?" Finally, she relented. "Fine, let me take a look." A purple light spread across the area. A moment later, Valerie turned back, concluding, "This is just a monster. If you're talking about pure ability, it's quite unique. But at the end of the day, it's still a monster." Her expression darkened. While it's true that there are monsters capable of taking on human form, this one is just a lizardman. Its mana system is strange, and it even has special abilities. Hearing that, Lee Seon added, "However, there are also those in human form who are mixed with monster traits. Follow me over here to take a look." Clouds drifted lazily across the deep blue sky. He carefully led the way. The scene before them left Lee Seon dumbfounded. Valerie, standing beside him, said in confusion, "Hey, this is just a goblin." Lee Seon stood frozen for a long time. Clearly, when he took it down, it had been in human form. A flash of light crossed her eyes. This is Valerie's gaze rested on a single point. "Why is this on the monster's leg?" She went silent, trying to sense the footprints from when it was still human. Even the clothes it's wearing. One could see signs indicating it had once been a human. Now, Valerie finally realized the anomaly. Could it be for real? Thinking this, she stood up abruptly. "I need to investigate this further. I've collected enough samples, so I'll research this on my own." Lee Seon stood there, still wanting to prove his point. "Do you believe me now?" Valerie scratched her head and sighed. "Because these monsters are all so bizarre." After saying that, she stepped forward to inquire. "For now, it's best to incinerate all the corpses. Have you finished dealing with all of them?" He calculated for a moment and replied, "Yes, I've taken care of all 30 of them." The other party exclaimed in confusion, "Huh? Wasn't it 31? Just a moment ago, I saw 31 unidentified mana sources on the detector." Recalling the piercing sound from earlier, he whispered, "Could it be the flute from before?" He suspected that, although he didn't see it with his own eyes, there seemed to be one more person left. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and that person was likely the one manipulating these monsters. The two of them returned to Valerie's workshop. The door opened, breaking the silence. "Valerie, what were the results?" She chuckled and took off her glasses. "I didn't find much. It was just like what I saw with my magic eyes earlier." A voice echoed from behind them. "Valerie." She firmly refused to turn toward him. He slowly repeated, "Do you remember? I won our little 3-question game." This made Valerie snap. "I remember." "So what?" Lee Seon stood there calmly. "Didn't I say that it's easy to tell when you're lying?" She muttered under her breath. "You're so annoying." Then, Valerie puffed out her chest and declared, "If you knew what kind of person I was in the capital," he smirked and turned away. Yeah, I know." An alternative voice echoed in his ear. "No, I'm serious. I was once known as the Rose of the prestigious Fan Magic University." Lee Seon's expression turned blank. "A rose? Isn't that just a crazy person?" She held back her anger, trembling. "I get it, so stop changing the subject and just tell me." He easily realized that she was about to throw a real tantrum. Immediately after, Lee Seon's tone changed. "How could someone as capable as Valerie fail to find anything? No need to stall for time. I know perfectly well how talented you are." Her anger instantly cooled. "Huh?" Lee Seon then cleared his throat and complimented her. "You are the master of the analytical eyes. You helped me raise my mana barrier. And you even deciphered the secrets of the tablet that my ancestors hid." In his heart, he knew for a fact that only Valerie could read it. She slammed her hand down on the table and stood up confidently. "Well, that's a given. There's no way there's something I can't figure out." Lee Seon could only express his admiration. Her tone suddenly became serious before she spoke. "I have one question to ask." Valerie's expression at that moment was extremely gloomy. "These monsters that attacked you, they were targeting you from the very beginning, weren't they?" After reflecting for a long while, Lee Seon replied, "That's likely the case. Since they couldn't communicate, I can't be certain." But she continued, "Did you discover something at the place where the tablet was?" This time, Valerie dug deeper into the issue. "Do you know what those people are after?" He quickly caught the point. Just now, she had referred to them as people, right? Lee Seon honestly recounted everything. "I did collect a few things, but it's hard to explain everything. I trust you, Valerie, but this is a different matter." She sat there, listening intently. "As you know, that tablet belongs to my family. I can't disclose it to just anyone." Suddenly, Lee Seon thought of something. "Why are you asking this?" Valerie hesitated. Her hand by her side moved slightly, looking troubled. "Remember, this is just my speculation." Valerie lowered her eyes, full of thought. "During the Great War, there was an organization of monsters that shrieked in madness. The war, also known as the World War, began with a large-scale invasion of monsters. Red smoke and fire covered everything. But as the war escalated, humans, demi-humans, and monsters, their interests and losses converged, turning the world into a sea of blood. Human shadows gradually appeared. It was a bloodthirsty era, and following the call of the times, countless things that had been sleeping beneath the surface emerged. 6 organizations appeared like that. They were all shrouded in cloaks. They were strange and mysterious, yet oddly captivating. Each organization had different locations, forms, and influenced the world in different ways. Because of that strange commonality, people grouped them together and called them by a name later known as the Six Knights. Those are organizations that are very difficult to find in history books. Truth be told, that name was something my master told me. After a brief pause, Valerie added, "Even though people group them together, I heard they don't consider each other to be of the same kind." He seriously memorized the information. "You mean the things I encountered are one of the organizations you just mentioned?" Valerie did not confirm it, but continued. "Among them, there is an organization called Behemoth. The story I heard from my master is quite similar to what you told me." At this point, she held up a finger. "Their ideology is actually very simple: to break free from rationality. Finally," she concluded, "humans should live according to their subconscious or instincts." Lee Seon immediately realized, isn't that the point that scholars and thinkers of that time often talked about? Valerie's expression flickered with a hint of confusion. If it only stopped there, then that would be true. The human form is ultimately just a mask, and if we remove that mask, we can achieve true freedom. The room echoed with her words. In order to obtain that freedom, it is said that they operated in the form of monsters. He exclaimed in shock. "Huh," she offered a speculation. "They believed that monsters acting on their instincts were the truest form of living creatures." He quickly added, "So, does that mean they were turning humans into monsters back then? If there was a precedent, why did Valerie say it was impossible?" What she said next left Lee Seon speechless. "My master's words and your words are different. My master said they wore masks or donned skins simulating monsters." Valerie frowned, summarizing, "Instead of humans actually turning into monsters." She slowly lit a cigarette in her hand. Behemoth believes that their ideology is absolutely correct. They did their best to spread their ideology and created many followers. It was an extremely powerful organization, to the point that it once waged war against nations. Afterward, Valerie warned him carefully. It is still unclear whether that person is Behemoth or not, but an organization has targeted you and caused this incident. Lee Seon nodded in response. Yes, I know. The cigarette smoke in her hand drifted into the air. So what? She asked casually. What are you planning to do next? To be honest, I'm a bit worried, Lee Seon said, presenting his thoughts seriously. I will continue my cultivation as I am now. If I had to return to my family because of an undefined danger, I wouldn't have stepped outside in the first place. Hearing that, she bowed her head and sighed. Valerie didn't look surprised at all. I knew you would answer like that. A moment later, Lee Seon stood in the room, muttering. Looking back, this outfit doesn't look like normal clothing at all. His hand reached out to feel every stitch. It's definitely not embroidery, and it wasn't made of ordinary fabric from the start, and when he first put it on, he sensed it immediately. Afterward, he wore it out. The sleeves quickly showed movement. Seeing that, Lee Seon exclaimed in surprise. As expected, the size adjusted automatically. He admired himself in the mirror with interest. This is pretty good. It's also quite stretchy, so it's very comfortable to move in. The door was suddenly flung open. Hey, Lee Seon. Valerie walked in, holding her phone with a bright smile. Let's order fried chicken tonight. Lee Seon was still busy admiring himself in the mirror. Their eyes met. A silence passed. She couldn't help but throw her head back and laugh out loud. Well, that's fair. At that age, looking in the mirror and spinning around is being 15 years old just like that. Having said this, the smile on Valerie's lips suddenly faded. Last time I asked you to go clothes shopping. He was startled, looking at the figure rushing towards him. Why are you like this? Suddenly, Valerie's eyes gradually turned purple. Wait, let me see for a second. Her whole body trembled slightly. This is it. Took a long time for her to blurt out, Where did you get this from? Lee Seon approached, confused. Why are you so surprised? Valerie muttered in a low voice. It was dark at that time, so I didn't look closely. A moment later, she regained her composure. This is definitely heaven silk. Lee Seon said, This pattern is definitely a spell, but I don't feel any magic resistance. He repeated, puzzled, Heaven silk, you say. Shadows covered her. A silence fell. Don't tell me you don't know. It's a type of silk created by a magical creature shaped like a silkworm, called the angel silkworm. According to what I know, it takes 15 years to painstakingly produce one thread. And yet, people use it to sew clothes. Lee Seon still didn't understand the issue. Is it that precious? She raised her voice, interrupting. Only precious? According to what I know, it takes 15 years to painstakingly produce one thread. This time, he was truly startled. Heavenly level? It took Lee Seon a long time to recover. Could Valerie have misunderstood something? When I observed it with my magic eyes, I didn't feel any special power. She sighed. Of course, because the heaven silk itself is not a finished silk product. Saying that, Valerie clenched her fist. Heaven silk is a type of silk that grows along with its owner. It's so extremely rare that spellcasters only use it as a catalyst for spells. Yet, it was used to sew a shirt. Finally, she couldn't help but suggest, Can I try wearing it once? Lee Seon flatly refused. No. That much of it, though. The power radiating around Valerie grew. One thread? Oh, just 2 threads. The more she spoke, the more she lost her composure. Just 2 threads. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Wait. The room echoed with gasps. It actually bonded to a master. Valerie hugged the shirt with excitement. It already has a spirit. It's crazy. It's truly crazy. Lee Seon's face had begun to darken. How long do you intend to keep doing that, Valerie? Only then did she remember. Right, sorry. Afterward, a book was brought over. Here, read this. Inside, it provides complete information on the angel silkworm, a spiritual creature that eats magic power and grows in places where yin and yang are balanced. It lays eggs every 15 years, and after 20 years, it forms a cocoon. The silk created is by melting that cocoon in a type of spiritual medicine called heaven spirit water. That is heaven silk. It carries a combination of water and fire. Even if cut by a sword, it will absorb magic, power to self-repair. It doesn't get wet when it meets water, and if burned by fire, it will quickly return to its original state. Reading up to this point, Lee Seon had some questions. Does that mean the equipment also has consciousness? Valerie nodded in confirmation. A bit different, but it's almost like that. Her hand glided over the Lee Seon pattern on the shirt. Most importantly, this is gear without limits. Magic resistance stats are nearly 0. Even if you cover yourself in pure magic power, it wouldn't reach that level. Valerie sighed with regret. A spellcaster. If you can find an item like this, even at a third-rate level, it could become first-rate. If it hadn't already been claimed, I would have asked for a thread of it. Hearing that, he carefully picked up the robe. He knew it was special, but he never expected it to be that extraordinary. A moment later, she hesitated and asked, "What is the name of that robe?" Lee Seon replied, "Galaxy." He recalled the two characters he had seen. The name was written in white on the inside of the coat, Unhan Galaxy. There was no name more fitting than that. On the blade of the sword, there was also an inscription. The sword contained the Dark Knight Hyukia. It was as if they had a connection. The outfit contained the entire galaxy. Even though they weren't a set, they harmonized like one. Seeing this, Valerie had to admit that he had acquired something very precious. Things continued that way. A few days later, he sat in his room, deep in thought. The translation was taking much longer than he had anticipated. Before him lay countless bamboo slips and documents. Because the documents were written in ancient script, if he gave them to Valerie, she could translate them easily. But since this involved family secrets, he couldn't let her see them. Thinking of this, Lee Seon looked down at the page again. Regardless, it was thanks to Valerie that he had these books in the first place. He told himself to try translating them once more. A complete sentence was then translated. I leave these lines for posterity. Leaving behind the story of the Hyukia is contrary to my father's wishes. Lee Seon frowned, suspicious. Did the second-generation ancestor, Lee Hyung-tien, write this? The next sentence surprised him. I cannot even be certain that this record will be safely passed down to later generations. If it was meant to be, he agilely opened the bamboo scroll. The other contents were still intact. Why are only these parts? Many lines had been faded. Aside from a few specific words, nothing else was blurred. Had someone intentionally erased them? Had someone entered the tomb before him? He recalled the silence of that place. No, that was impossible, because there hadn't been any traces in the ancestor's tomb at all. Lee Seon narrowed his eyes, thoughtful. Furthermore, the ancestor had written it in a way that predicted this. The content was written as a record, possibly not meant to last. He carefully evaluated it at a glance. The explanation regarding the sword's seal was not as extensive as he had thought. It was only at the level that his older brother had discovered and announced to the outside world. Outside, the sword flickered with a surge of power. Was it written by the ancestor Lee Hyung-tien? No wonder it only recorded up to the third seal. Thinking of this, Lee Seon let out a sigh. So, his older brother hadn't been intentionally hiding anything. His fingers gently traced the characters. A moment later, he murmured softly, "The Hyukia is a sword forged by the gods to slay." Lee Seon's face darkened instantly. I didn't misread that, did I? A sword forged by the gods? His phone in his pocket suddenly rang. What the hell is this? Seeing that, he quickly checked. Who could be contacting him at this hour? The moment he saw the name displayed, Lee Seon was startled. Jong Jin-soo? Why all of a sudden? A text message from Jong Jin-soo. A problem has arisen. I need to see you for a moment. Lee Seon had finished packing everything. Thank you for everything lately, Valerie. Hearing that, she started rambling. Of course. The research. The magic circle. Decoding the stone tablet. Even the story about that outfit, I was the one who told you. He just stood there, unable to speak. Here she goes again. It was a long time before Lee Seon had a chance to speak. In the future, I'll introduce you to a few people. Valerie immediately stopped. Huh? Introduce who? He bowed his head and sighed. One of them is my aunt. This left her confused. Why your aunt? Lee Seon murmured softly. I think the two of you will get along very well. After saying that, he immediately turned to leave. Well, I'm off. At that moment, Valerie suddenly called out, Wait. She shyly handed him a necklace. Take this. It's not anything incredible. It is incredible. It's the stone I poured my heart and soul into making. I inscribed a prayer for safety into it. I'm not sure how effective it is. It's just a simple exorcism charm. But the corner of his mouth curved up slightly. Thank you. I'm always receiving things from you, Valerie. This left her flustered. No, actually, I also. He widened his eyes as she continued. What do you mean? Valerie, what do you mean? Lee Seon seemed to have guessed something. Are you hiding something from me? The other party looked guilty and turned away. It's nothing. Inside, Valerie told herself, I can't let it out. Recalling what she had done, she still felt very proud. In the thesis, The Magic Eye of Lee Seon, she had named it the strongest superhuman and the demon lord's eye of absolute power. If it hadn't been discovered, it wouldn't count as a crime, right? He probably wouldn't read those theses anyway. Only those magic school losers would read them. Seeing this, he decided to let it go. That's a bit suspicious, but I'll take your word for it. She turned pale and shouted, I told you I wasn't hiding anything. What do you mean, take your word for it? Valerie asked seriously. But more importantly, what are you going to do now? Lee Seon checked the phone in his hand. I think I have to take a trip to Seoul. Hearing this, she smiled and replied, All right, I'll see you later then. Lee Seon closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he walked over and shook her hand. Thank you again, Valerie. The car moved toward the outskirts of Seoul. Jin-soo smiled with two dark circles under his eyes. It's been a long time, young master. Lee Seon couldn't help but wonder. His complexion didn't look good. He smiled warily in response. It's just because there's a bit too much work. Then, Jin-soo led the way. Please, this way. I'm a bit embarrassed to let you see this scene, but everything is gradually getting on track. As he walked, he carefully observed his surroundings. It's a bit small for an office. I thought the investment capital was enough, though. Thinking of this, Lee Seon tried looking at the people nearby, but the employees' expressions looked very good. Seeing that, the corners of his mouth curled up. Are you a bit disappointed? Lee Seon closed his eyes and let out a breath. At first, yes, but now I think I understand. After entering the room, he asked further, Did you intentionally start small like this? Jin-soo didn't add anything else. Yes, that's right. A moment later, he brought over a cup of tea. When you said you needed money, I thought a lot about whether you wanted immediate profit. Jin-soo sat down slowly, or if you wanted to build an organization with a solid foundation. That's why I hired people who are discreet and talented, even if they still lack practical experience. His eyes couldn't hide his determination. I intend to train them step by step so that later they can handle major deals. Although we haven't achieved anything big yet, we are growing slowly but surely. Lee Seon silently assessed him. Even though he had given him a large sum of money, it seemed he had chosen to strengthen the foundation. He also smiled involuntarily. And that is exactly what I was hoping for. After a moment of hesitation, Jin-soo dared to ask if he was being too presumptuous, but on the contrary, he seemed quite comfortable with it. I already told you, just do as you see fit. Lee Seon's expression remained untroubled, even though there were no concrete results to see yet. But keep walking down the path you believe is right. Seeing that look of confusion, he knew he had been prepared all along. If he praised him for doing a good job, he would only focus on this one direction. It's best to let him unleash his full potential without being held back by meaningless obstacles. Just then, he suddenly remembered. By the way, what is this document folder? He quickly explained that they were papers to legitimize the money from the black market, turning it into the master's assets. Pausing for a moment, Jin-soo carefully added that because the amount was not small, it had to be done this way. Please check and sign it for me. Hearing this, Lee Seon continued to calculate. Even though it had been partially laundered, the nature of the funds was still black market money. The tax office wasn't stupid. A newly established company operating with unexplained cash flows would surely be investigated. But if they knew the money came from him, they wouldn't dare dig too deep. A moment later, he finally said, So, you actually want to make me the representative of this place, right? Jin-soo didn't beat around the bush and admitted it. Exactly. I am just the representative managing the young master's capital. Lee Seon let out a mocking laugh. Trying to use my family background? The atmosphere gradually softened. You said to do as I wish, so I will make use of every card in my hand. Lee Seon sighed lightly, thinking that he was trying to clearly define the master-servant relationship. This was both a shackle binding Jung Jin-soo and a sworn oath of his loyalty. After that, he picked up the pen and began to sign. Fine, do as you like. Once finished, Lee Seon pushed the paper over. Now, let's get to business. You didn't just call me here for this, did you? Another piece of information was provided. The Nine Dragon Camp has made a move. He regained his composure very quickly. Suddenly, why is it the Nine Dragon Camp? The other person slowly continued. Actually, during the money laundering process, I discovered a connection to the Nine Dragon Camp. Jin-soo did not forget to mention his speculation. It seems like Baek Hwaejeon Cho-soo has received some kind of backing from them. His face darkened slightly. Baek Hwaejeon Cho-soo is linked to the Nine Dragon Camp? That place, Lee Seon still remembered it clearly. It wasn't an impossible scenario. The Nine Dragon Camp was a force comparable to the Sungmu Lee clan, but unlike the Sungmu Lee clan, they were willing to involve themselves in illegal activities. The room echoed with the sound of conversation. Since knowing the Nine Dragon Camp was involved, I have been quietly observing, but in the end, I heard news that they have mobilized personnel. His figure appeared in his mind. They won't be able to act openly. South Korea is the territory of the Sungmu Lee clan, so they cannot approach publicly. Not to mention, the person handling the case was supposedly a 7th inspector. Thinking of this, Lee Seon nodded silently. Then, the target could only be one person. He sat in front, silently waiting. It was Jung Jin-soo. That evening, blue lightning streaked across the sky outside the palace, flashing with a burst of light. A person walked quickly along the long corridor nearby. The old man was leisurely enjoying tea. "You're late." Lee Seon stood straight and reported in a low voice. "I arrived late because I had to handle an order from the main camp." The words that followed made him freeze. I know full well the main camp has never issued any official orders. Only after a long time did Lee Seon reply. "It was a commission from the elders, sir." Inside the pavilion, a voice rang out very slowly. "The kid who used to survive by picking through trash has really grown up. You couldn't live by the sword, but now you want to dance with it." He raised his head and continued. "It's precisely because I used to pick through trash that I'm curious to see what's on top of it." Seeing this, Gu appeared dissatisfied. "Already falling in with the elders to play politics? Your flattery is even better than your sword skills." Finishing his sentence, the old man threw something. Lee Seon nimbly picked it up. "This is Gu interrupted. "Regardless, as a master, I should help my disciples' ambition." Amidst the night, only the voice remained. It was a commission from the main camp. It seems like the elder council cooked something up and ruined it. Unfortunately, it involved the Sungmu Lee clan, so they want to grasp the situation. Lee Seon listened silently and attentively. "It looks like the brat in charge of this task needs a blade to command. Do you want to take a trip?" A moment later, he cupped his hands and shouted, "Incompetent disciple Lee Seon thanks you for your concern, master." The old man watched the smoke rise from the teacup. "Be careful. If you think the Sungmu Lee clan is just a force of an ordinary small country, you will pay a heavy price." The sound of footsteps grew further away, regardless, until Lee Seon turned and walked straight away. They are just a bunch of hypocrites who like to act noble. The black car stopped at a checkpoint. The person inside handed over a paper. "Here, travel permit." The guard took it and looked at it intently. In the car, there were people dressed in tight, concealing clothes. Looking at them, they didn't look like workers at all. The door behind was pulled open with force to check passports and permits. "Everyone, please step out of the car for a moment." The person in the car stepped out with a smile. "What's wrong, sir? Didn't we meet yesterday?" Seeing that, Lee Seon became wary and stepped back. Planning something? He still kept the same attitude. "Our teacher has worked hard." The guard, confused, stepped back. "When did I meet you?" Seeing this, Seon handed over some money. "Yesterday, you clearly let us pass. How disappointing. Or, do you still not remember?" The other person immediately took it. "Oh, right, I remember now. Yesterday, I had a bit too much to drink." After that, he turned and shouted, "Clear to pass." The car door slammed shut immediately. Seon crossed his arms and muttered uncomfortably, "An eyesore." As the acting elder of the Great Nine Dragon Camp, having to travel like this, do you think it's reasonable? No response. He rolled his eyes and looked over. "Say something. Aren't you, the swordsman, following me as the captain of the guards?" He sat with his legs crossed and continued. "That is to blind the Lee Sungmu clan. This mission is not official. I prefer not to use routes that are easily caught by intelligence networks." Hearing this, Seon frowned and let out a sigh. Thinking I didn't know and asking blinding them is one thing, but is it necessary to travel so sloppily? This time, he remained silent and didn't reply. "Don't you know how to be flexible in your work? Truly useless." A while later, Lee Seon finally bowed his head and replied, "As a subordinate, my thinking was shallow and caused inconvenience. I sincerely apologize." Seon, beside him, continued to grumble, bringing along an assassin from the slums as a bodyguard, his face shrouded in shadow. "Once this is done, I must reestablish my authority as the new elder." Jang Seodan gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage. What kind of authority does that fool from the Jiang family think he has? Recalling his party at the bar yesterday, it was because that pig was blabbing about the mission at the pub that the current situation might have been exposed. His hand, resting on his thigh, tightened. Finally, he had received a proper mission. He couldn't let himself be led by the nose and ruin it. Inside, Jiang Seodan quietly resolved that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. He absolutely could not miss it. Clouds drifted gently across the sky. Inside the room, a voice rang out. "I knew they'd be like that. Plenty of people sitting around drinking, trying to do things that go against their fate, just begging to get their throats slit, right? Just don't let that fire spread to us, that's all." As he finished speaking, the other man stood up abruptly. The car was gone. The boss was dazed for a moment. "Wait, he's just leaving? What about buying back?" Lee Seon chuckled, looking in one direction. "We need to get moving. Only by leaving now can we cross the border." Hearing that, Jin-Soo couldn't help but tease. "What wind blew this drunkard here? Number one in the organization. And yet you're so diligent about work." His voice carried the hiccup of intoxication. "It's not like that. After I took care of baked Cho-Soo, I made contact with his broker. These days, there's no job that pays as well as human trafficking." Footsteps from afar grew closer and closer, Byung-bak turned his head in suspicion, looking around. What? A fist suddenly flew toward his face. What was happening? He didn't pay attention and took the hit full force. A group of people walked in from outside. He glared, grabbing the guy's hair. Park Byung-bak, member of the organization in charge of human trafficking for the Bay Gulf faction. As soon as he finished, Lee Seon immediately stood up. Right, that's him. He dragged him away. Screams echoed through the room. He held his sword and slowly asked, "So, you mean to tell me that after the Bay Gulf faction disbanded, out of fear of the Lee Seon family's revenge, you all scattered everywhere?" Byung-bak's face was deathly pale. Yes, that's right. There was someone called Young Master Lee Ji-won, the seventh young master of the Lee Seon family. Fearing revenge, they had scattered everywhere. Byung-bak's face was now pale. Yes, that's right. There is someone called Young Master Lee Ji-hoon, the seventh son of the Lee Seon family. He squeezed the hand that had already been severed. You already said that. If you intend to stall for time, I'll cut off the other hand. Byung-bak jumped in surprise and raised his head. Okay, manager sir. His body was pressed down by a powerful force. You manage the black funds and other cash flows too, right? Lee Seon lifted his foot and stomped down hard. Who is it? The other man trembled uncontrollably and replied, Secretary Dong, it's Secretary Jin-soo. He stood there, looking down with a cold expression. I really don't know anything else. Please, spare my life. The foot then slowly lifted. This is the third time that name has appeared. It's even in the mission order. Then, finding this character will complete the mission. Seeing that, the guy hesitated and lifted his head. Then, can you spare my life? The sword in Lee Seon's hand swung decisively. Red blood splattered on the ground. He killed people like they were insects. Seo-dan walked over leisurely from afar. I'm starting to like this swordsman. Next time, leave it to me. I'm quite confident when it comes to torture. A voice rang out, making him freeze. All necessary information has been gathered. Security in South Korea is very strict. We must be urgent if we want to cross the border. Lee Seon carefully sheathed his sword at his waist. If we move quickly, you can have dinner at the hotel tonight. He hadn't reacted yet. A hotel? Then, Seo-dan turned away and ordered, Forget it. I'm heading back to the car first. You hurry up. He quickly followed. Understood. His hand flipped through the pages of the file. Sure enough, the force that Baek Cho-soo shook hands with was the force behind the Elder Council. Jin-soo handed over a stack of papers. Yes, it seems they only provided moderate support and were observing the situation. He didn't look up and continued. If it were major support, the family would have realized it early on. In his heart, he thought of that palace, the Nine-Dragon stronghold. To call it the only power is still missing a lot. A figure appeared in the crowd. The organization is large, but because its origin was an alliance of many martial artists and martial sects, instead of uniting, they constantly split up and insisted on their own traditions. The opposite side carried a contrasting appearance. Among them, the Elder Council faction consisted of 5 sects and 4 large families, and the Nine-Dragon stronghold owner included affiliated forces. Lee Seon looked while focusing on calculations. Overall, in terms of power, the Elder Council had the advantage, but thanks to the overwhelming martial power of the Nine-Dragon stronghold, the balance was maintained. Just as he turned to the next page, he was impressed. This is recorded quite specifically, isn't it? From personal information of important characters in the Elder faction and the Stronghold faction, to cooperative relationships or internal struggles between forces. Pausing for a moment, Lee Seon curiously asked, How did you manage to investigate this power map to this extent? He smiled and replied honestly, I have an intelligence lead I once had the pleasure of meeting there. I bought the information there. Lee Seon himself knew clearly that being able to sell this amount of information proved that it was a merchant from this world, and there weren't many who held such high-level information. He continued, Could it be the Black Crow Society? Jin-soo's lips curled up slightly. You realized it right away, sir. He didn't answer but nodded, confirming it. The Black Crow Society, an information lead recognized for its reliability and significant information capability, with a sphere of influence covering all of East Asia. If it was information from the Black Crow Society, it could be trusted. At this moment, the other party brought more documents. Next was information about a character from the Nine-Dragon stronghold, the person in charge of this time. The name that caught Lee Seon's attention was Jang Seo-dan. Aside from political ability, he's the worst kind of idiot. That guy is coming personally. His face flashed with a bit of contemplation. He caused all sorts of scandals and was ousted by the Stronghold faction. Right. It seems they intend to let him earn some merit. At this moment, he spoke up to explain. It seems he is bragging everywhere that he will personally come to South Korea to carry out the mission. Expected to enter illegally this week. Lee Seon lifted his head and let out a breath. I don't know if he even has a brain. Perhaps he would enter through dangerous areas. Then Jinsu offered a suggestion, or, for now, sir, you could hide to stall for time. Because of the Lee Seon family, they can't stay in South Korea for too long either. Hearing that, he spoke up to refute. It won't work. In the end, the Nine Dragons stronghold will still send someone else. Speaking to this point, Lee Seon leaned back in his chair slightly. I have a pretty good way. He listened attentively. What is it? He was a bit hesitant, difficult to say. I can't do it alone. It seems you'll have to spend some effort. He immediately patted his chest in response. If it's something I can do, please just tell me. Seeing that, Lee Seon squinted and beamed a bright smile. Really? You said it yourself. Huh? That attitude made Jin-soo worry. Yes. At the same time, at the Jeonno Hotel in the room, Seodan's voice rang out. How is it? Did that Lee Ji-won guy let him go? Jang Lee Seon carefully recounted the situation. Yes, that's right. Perhaps he survived by selling information about the black market. He stared intently at the documents in his hand. That's why I don't work with people with unclear backgrounds. As soon as he finished, Seodan threw it aside. Then we just need to catch that guy. Now we can leave this country. Jang Lee Seon placed his hand on his chest and stood silently. You speak as if you've done something, while all the work was actually pushed onto others. However, my impression of the Lee Seon family has changed a bit. It seems it cannot be found in any document. It wasn't directly related information, but everything was kept so quiet. Is the influence of the Lee Seon family really this great? Just then, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Seeing this, a bodyguard stepped outside to answer it. What's going on? A moment later, he slowly walked back out. What is it? The other side hesitated for a long time. The thing is, Jang Seodan took the receiver himself. What is it? The person on the other end reported. Someone claiming to be a guest is here to see you, so I'm contacting you. He asked suspiciously. A guest. The name mentioned next left Jang Seodan stunned. Yes, they said if you mention the name Dong Jinsu, you will know. You are currently sitting right in front of them. To think the target we were looking for would bring himself here. Seodan sat with his legs crossed, questioning, how did you know we were here? Jinsu didn't hide anything. I found out through an information broker. Pausing for a moment, he smiled and greeted him. It is a great honor to meet the great Jang Seodan of the Nine Dragons camp. Jinsu's lips maintained a polite smile. I didn't think you'd be in a luxury hotel while on a mission. As expected, just as the young master said, you really are at the hotel. He didn't greet him back but asked, you know who I am? His tone was extremely respectful. You were about to become the head of the Jiang family, so of course I must know you. Hearing this, Seodan's wariness increased. It seems you have quite the information network, don't you? Saying that, he looked to the side. But even though you know who I am, you dare to insolently bring a bodyguard along? Jinsu wasn't flustered at all and explained. Meeting. A martial artist from the Nine Dragons camp. One must have some insurance, right? Because as you can see, I am just a commoner who doesn't know how to use magic power. Seodan's expression immediately turned cold. Just a mere merchant from a small country, yet you dare to be this arrogant? Regardless, it's good that you found your own way here. Follow me back to the Nine Dragons camp immediately. Saying that, he slowly stood up. You will have to explain what happened at the black market. I'm tired. Let's stop here. Jinsu, standing opposite him, remained silently seated. Only after a while did he suddenly interject. That won't work, sir. Seeing this, he looked over suspiciously. What? Jinsu bowed and bluntly refused. I'm truly sorry, but I have no reason to follow you. This time, Seodan directly lost his temper. Insolent. Do you think I came here to negotiate with you? This isn't an invitation. It's an order. Conversely, his expression was calm. I didn't come here to negotiate either. I came here entirely to make a deal. Seodan was furious and slammed his hand on the table. I'm the one who will be the next elder of the Nine Dragons camp. Do you think a person of your status is worthy of trading with me? At this, his gaze turned icy. I know the reason you came to Korea this time. The Nine Dragons camp has no reason to purposely seek me out. This surely won't be harmful to you, Jang Seodan. The opponent gritted his teeth and snarled. Shut up. If you won't go voluntarily, I'll just drag you along by your neck. Then Seodan called out, Hey, you, the one holding the sword. Jang Lee Seon bowed in response, yes. He pointed straight at Lee Seon. First, kill that guy. The sword tore through the air. He had to react very quickly to parry it. Lee Seon couldn't help but exclaim internally, he's fast. Seodan panicked and hurried back. Who gave you permission to swing your sword so recklessly, you stupid swordsman? Currently, he showed no signs of moving. The situation was getting troublesome now. Jang Seodan was both arrogant and stupid, so I thought I could easily manipulate him with a few sweet words. Lee Seon remained alert. I didn't expect him to be more cunning than I imagined. Before the regression, I clearly remember that his political skills were acknowledged. His gaze secretly observed his surroundings. More importantly, who on earth is this guy? Around Lee Seon, it felt as though a source of power was radiating. He was at most 17 or 19. On him, there was the scent of gunpowder and blood. His hand, Lee Seon gripped the hilt of his sword. That was an aura I have never seen before. It was sword energy naturally formed from lethal intent through countless actual battles. He is strong. On the other side, Lee Seon also had to admit, I intended to slice his head off in one blow, but he sensed the moment and reacted. He's strong. A face peeked out from behind the mask. The voice was in the midst of breaking. The black sword pointed straight at him. His age is definitely not much older than mine. 10 steps, if I let him get closer than that, I'm not confident I can control the situation. Thinking this, Lee Seon's feet shifted slightly. But the room was very cramped. The distance was already less than 10 steps. He calmed himself. It's fine. Immediately after, he took a step and lunged forward. I just need to complete the mission like always. The figure suddenly dashed through the space. Lee Seon struck with his sword toward his shoulder. He's here. Heart or head? If I use the magic eye skill, my identity will be revealed. I have to rely on my sixth sense. The moment the sword thrust toward him, he nimbly parried it. The sounds of metal clashing rang out piercingly. Each move was skillfully unleashed. The sword tip grazed his mask. This isn't orthodox martial arts. The opponent is only aiming for my vital points, those weak spots. Just one hit would be enough to cause serious injury, both temporarily separated. If it's an assassin's martial arts, then of course, he has the advantage in many ways. Lee Seon's power gradually radiated out, but if that's all, I am sure to win. At that moment, he used his internal energy, shock, wave and lunged. Lee Seon now struggled to defend, but the opportunities for him to swing his sword were extremely fast. He moved at angles the body shouldn't be able to withstand. The powerful force caused the sword blade to gradually crack. Does he not care about his wounds? The bodyguards around didn't dare to charge in. If that sword breaks, it's all over. Those guys won't be able to hold him back. Seeing this, Lee Seon's eyes turned cold. He had to take him down before his weapon shattered. A crimson light erupted around his body, energy like flames wrapping around the blade. Lee Seon's expression darkened. Heavenly Slayer blade, first style. Lee Seon curled his lips into a faint smile. He really is a monster. Where on earth did a guy like that crawl out from? He waved his hand dismissively. But now isn't the time to worry about that. Lee Seon unleashed his ultimate technique, Infinite Strike, Distant Radiance. He lunged forward, and the massive collision created a powerful shockwave. The sword snapped in two, the pieces falling to the cold floor. Lee Seon clamped a hand over his mouth, coughing up fresh blood. He hung his head, defeated. The stench of the junkyard, even though he had swung that sword 1,000, 10,000 times, Lee Seon stood there, completely unscathed. He still hadn't managed to land a hit. Only after a long silence did the protagonist speak. What's your name? By now, the other man's attitude had shifted completely. Lee Seon. Selden stood by, stunned by the scene. What the hell? As the sword was sheathed, he jumped in surprise. I thought he was just some low-tier assassin, but he's this powerful? Clapping sounds broke the tension. More than that, to suppress him like that, aren't you a monster yourself? Jinsu stepped forward to intervene. Let's stop here. We'll be withdrawing for today. The movement at the door caught his attention. Perhaps the loud explosion had caused a stir outside. After saying that, Jinsu suddenly bowed his head. I look forward to meeting you again soon. Selden quickly replied, Fine, be my guest. Steady footsteps echoed through the hallway. The two of them, one after the other, left the room. After they were gone, Jisoo asked worriedly, Are you okay? He softened his voice to reassure her. Although I took some internal damage, the wounds will heal quickly. It's not a problem. Stepping outside, he lowered his voice. As a precaution, I've cleared the scene. Lee Seon nodded, satisfied. You stepped in at the right time. If it had dragged on, things would have gotten complicated. His footsteps stopped at a certain point. Who knows? Maybe this will turn out to be a good thing. The reins of the situation are now in our hands. He slowly took off his mask. Lee Seon. Lee Seon's gaze couldn't leave that building. He had thought a confrontation would be inevitable sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to be today. He had heard of him before the Heavenly Slayer blade. Lee Seon, born in the junkyard, raised as an assassin, recognized for his prowess, and caught the eye of the Nine Dragons clan master. The man acted with absolute resolve when the Nine Dragons clan master purged the Council of Elders and reformed the internal structure. The one who always held the sword and used it the most was Lee Seon. The coffee cup on the table let off steam. Finally, he was recognized as the successor to the Nine Dragons clan master. a guy who was both different and similar in many ways. Huh. Selden, sitting there, took the initiative to speak. I only have one request. You must come to the Nine Dragons clan. Hearing that, Jinsu responded with a faint smile. You're connected to the Nine Dragons clan through Baksu, but I no longer work under Baksu. So, I don't have a reason to go to the Nine Dragons clan, right? Selden frowned in confusion. So you're telling me to go back empty-handed? Jinsu remained calm and continued. That's not what I mean. I want to think about your mission together. Thinking of the two people and the rumors, he speculated that the Nine Dragons clan had secretly supported Baksu to build influence in the South Korean underworld. During that process, the Lee Seon-moo family intervened, and because of that, you were forced to keep an eye on them. Pausing, Jinsu cleverly added, surely, you don't want to cause a conflict with the Lee Seon-moo family. You were sent to investigate the black market matter, and it was while investigating that you found out about me. The final conclusion caught the other man off guard. Your target from the very beginning wasn't me. Only then did Selden ask suspiciously. So, you've prepared something else related to this incident for me, then? He smiled and nodded. Exactly. Speaking up to this point, he didn't forget to add, and I can give you an even better gift than that. Selden's expression was thoughtful. A gift? Jinsu, opposite him, carefully explained. It's evidence proving that the Lee Seon-moo family had absolutely no involvement in this incident. Selden raised his voice. How can that be considered a gift? He slowly continued. Depending on how it's packaged, it will become a gift with enough weight. Jinsu's expression remained unmoved. Doesn't the fact that you obtained documents and grasped the intentions of the Lee Seon-moo family prove your own capability? Isn't that a great achievement? Finally, the other man understood. What do you want from me? He laughed and made his request. I don't expect much. I just want to build a good relationship. After all, you're going to become an elder of the Nine Dragons clan. That attitude made Selden laugh heartily. I like you. Who would have thought such a small country would have someone like you? With that, he waved his hand, signaling. We need to have a more private conversation. You all get out. The people around them immediately left. Lee Seon was also waiting outside. What is it? Jiang Lee Seon took the initiative to approach him, suggesting, wait a moment. Can we talk for a bit? He readily agreed. Sure. They went to a secluded spot. Only then did he speak up. Can you tell me your name? He asked, feeling a bit cautious. Why do you ask? Jiang Lee Seon observed him closely and replied, to confirm if you are the person I'm thinking of. I swear on my life that I won't tell a soul. Hearing that, the mask was slowly removed. He then calmly introduced himself. I am Lee Seon of the Lee Seon-moo family. The other man didn't seem very surprised. Sure enough, Lee Seon asked suspiciously, how did you recognize me? He explained, I heard rumors that the Lee Seon-moo family has a direct descendant, the youngest person in history to complete the martial artist's journey. That statement left him with no rebuttal. Jiang Lee Seon had also guessed it early on. If it hadn't been that person, they couldn't have blocked his sword. After all, he was clearly younger than him. He let out a breath, acknowledging, you really are strong. This is also the first time I've met an opponent like you. The power around him was incredibly intense. The Slayer's sword. Jiang Lee Seon followed the martial arts path of killing his opponents. Lee Seon, however, focused on techniques. Conversely, I follow the path of both transformation and the orthodox way. Having said that, he asked in a low voice, if it hadn't been a direct confrontation earlier, but rather an assassination attempt, what do you think? His eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. There's a 99% chance I would have succeeded in the assassination. Pausing, Jiang Lee Seon didn't hesitate to reveal, but both sides are hiding something. He crossed his arms and observed him intently. The probability I mentioned was just a calculation based on what you showed me. Lee Seon listened and let out a sigh. So you knew. Jiang Lee Seon acted as if it were nothing. If I hadn't realized it, I'd be a fool. A date was suddenly mentioned by him. Next year, a major tournament will be held in Germany. See you there. Lee Seon thought for a moment before replying. If I have time, I'll go. The expression on Jiang Lee Seon's face shifted immediately. You're really annoying, he smirked sarcastically. Lucky for me, I don't particularly like Long Xiao either. Lee Seon carefully put his mask back on. Next time we face off, I'll show you everything I've been hiding. Without hesitation, he agreed, same here. Before leaving, Lee Seon didn't forget to add, next time, don't bring those idiots along. Jisoo bowed his head, sighing warily. Seeing that, Lee Seon couldn't help but be confused. He sighed. It hit the ground. They were just chatting happily with Jiang Seldan a moment ago, weren't they? He admitted shyly. I'm still not used to being around martial artists. Remembering their friendly attitude earlier made him curious. More importantly, how did you grill and stir-fry him? A moment later, he was treating you like his own younger brother. Selden kept laughing and praising him, even preparing a plane ticket. How thoughtful. He smiled modestly and replied, "If you've ever worked at a Korean company, this shouldn't be hard." Hearing that, Lee Seon couldn't help but exclaim, "That's terrifying, the Korean office lifestyle." The table was already full of dishes. I just followed the young master's instructions to the letter. Lee Seon knows my personality too well. If I intended to be humble, I should have just stopped. A contract was handed over immediately. "Here, take it." Jisoo reached out to grab it. As you leaned back in your chair, you explained, "These are the businesses or talents worth keeping an eye on. I've only compiled a rough summary, but take a look. As for the ones marked, you must recruit them, no matter the cost." You emphasized carefully, "Don't let yourself be controlled. You're more knowledgeable about this field than I am." He quickly replied, "Of course, young master. You've never liked people who just obey blindly." Lee Seon looked very satisfied. "You understand me well. I'll be out of contact for a while, so don't wait up." At that moment, Jin-soo had a hunch. "Are you planning to go to an unexplored region?" The hand holding the water glass set it down on the table. "No, I'm heading to Jeju Island." The next morning, everything was ready at the airport. The morning sun shone into the grand palace. In the office, Lee Taeson spoke slowly. "Report." As soon as he finished, a figure suddenly appeared. "Just as you predicted, they have started moving. 5 spatial rifts appeared on Mount Tom. They belong to Behemoth. There are traces showing they used a demonic relic to open the gates." His hand holding the pen paused for a moment. Then, Lee Taeson raised his head and continued. "Defeated twice, and they still haven't learned? Those lingering shadows of a bygone era." The opponent continued to report. "According to the confirmation, there are 30 low-grade and 1 high-grade who stepped through the gate." Hearing that, Lee Seon continued to ask, "How was the pursuit?" The man bowed and replied, "The pursuit of the high-grade one is complete. They are currently being monitored. The remaining 30 low-grades were all killed." Hearing this, Shin frowned slightly. "Killed?" The monotonous voice continued to echo in his ears. At that time, young Master Lee Seon was present in Gili Seonju. He was startled and exclaimed, "What?" The morning sun shone into the room, so their goal was to act regardless of the risk of exposure just to target him. The subordinate immediately confirmed, "Yes. Besides the young master, there is nothing unusual at Mount Toon." Seeing that, he continued to ask, "What is the reason the boy is at Gili Seonju?" The opponent bowed his head and said, "Per the head of the house's orders, we avoid collecting information related to him, so we are not sure either." At this point, Lee Taeson leaned back, exhausted. "Is everything about to repeat itself?" Just then, Butler Choi spoke up, "Master." He slowly stood up from the desk. "The Spirit Sword Corps must immediately track the whereabouts of the 9th young master and report back to me. I need to know why the demonic heavens sect is targeting him." Lee Taeson's furious face was reflected in the glass. "Those nameless nobodies, I will not tolerate anyone hindering the grand plans of the Lee family lineage." Saying this, Lee Seon lowered his voice and commanded, "If Behemoth dares to set foot on this land, hunt them down to the end and kill them all for me." The figure disappeared immediately. "Understood." Then, Lee Taeson just stood there, lost in thought. Defeated 30 low grades. Over there, at Jeju International Airport, Lee Seon narrowed his eyes, looking at the sun. It really is Jeju. Different from others, it's just the beginning of summer, but the heat is already distinct. Energy sources are radiating blue light everywhere. Furthermore, just at the airport, the mana in the air is already overflowing. Nearby, a voice suddenly called out, "Hey, college student." A man approached with a smile. "Traveling or doing research? Where do you plan on going? Get in the car, I'll give you a good price." The other person then looked suspicious. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" You said coldly, "Get lost." As the hand was pulled away from your arm, Lee Seon, there was only one taxi at the airport, yet the driver headed straight for me. Lee Seon had already realized it. Furthermore, that hand was not the hand of a driver. Saying this, you raised your voice sarcastically. "The Black Crow Society seems to have fallen quite a bit, hasn't it, to send a special agent like this?" The man stepped back, startled. "That how did you?" Footsteps approached from behind. "It seems you all think I'm someone unimportant." He hunched over slightly and said with a smile, "I'm truly sorry for making you think that. This employee is still in training, so there are still many shortcomings." He quickly introduced himself. "I am Lee Seon-mook, the chief of the South Korea branch of the Black Crow Society." Seeing that, Lee Seon didn't show any respect. "You don't look much better yourself." On the contrary, Lee Seon-mook knew how to talk well. "Because the young master is so exceptional, that's why you feel that way. You didn't have time to beat around the bush. Why is the Black Crow Society looking for me?" At this moment, he walked over and opened the car door. "This isn't convenient to discuss here. Shall we move? We will take you directly to your destination." Lee Seon was silent for a moment, then agreed. Fine. Take me to the entrance of Mount Lee Seona. Finally, the car started and left the airport. In the car, Lee Seon-mook took the initiative to speak again. I've ruined the first impression, haven't I? Hearing that, you glanced over and suggested, time is money. Tell me the reason you came to me directly. His attitude remained as welcoming as before. You really are a straightforward person, aren't you? All right, we want to sign an official contract with you. The scale of the organization, the scope of influence, the communication methods, everything is kept confidential by the intelligence group, also known as the Black Fruit Society, famous for its powerful intelligence network in East Asia. In your heart, you hadn't expected this at all. I didn't expect us to meet this way. Lee Seon couldn't help but wonder. An official contract? The other party carefully explained, we will provide the information the young master needs and absolutely will not sell your information to outsiders. Saying this, Lee Seon-mook didn't forget to add, in return, occasionally the young master will provide the information we need or lend us your formidable martial strength. This statement made you even more vigilant. Why do you want to sign an official contract with me? He said nonchalantly. Because of what the young master has demonstrated over the past time. Thinking of the fight with Chosu, your origin as a secondary son, and being the youngest person to enter the ranks of the 5th rank 5 martial artist, the ability to defeat back Chosu, and not to mention the ties with the successor elder of the 9 Dragon Camp and the meeting with Jang Lee Seon. Those are the factors that make it impossible for us not to approach you. Lee Seon turned to him with an annoyed look. Are you bragging about your intelligence capabilities? Lee Seon-mook waved his hand to explain. I'm just explaining, that's all. Behind that face was an entire calculating, ridiculous scheme, listing even information that wasn't easy to obtain, implicitly threatening to sell your information. The car's speed slowed to a stop. So, what is your decision? Finally, Lee Seon stepped out of the car. I refuse. He looked over, confused. What? After that, Lee Seon-mook raised his voice to propose. If the young master, if you want to aim for the highest position in the Sungmu Lee clan, you should accept our offer. His face grew weary. No matter what was said, Lee Seon just rolled his eyes. The answer remained the same. Lee Seon-mook continued to pursue him. You'll regret this. In response, he glared back. Regret? Who? I was planning to reveal the solution to that illness, but now I've changed my mind. Pass this message to your guild master. I am sorry. He looked perplexed. How can you be so sure we are the Black Crow Guild? Lee Seon did not stop walking. Sure. I was just guessing. A shout of surprise rang out. Huh. Lee Seon's voice grew more distant. You guys need to train properly. You were more careless than I thought. How disappointing. Is the entire Black Crow Guild like this? His fist clenched until it trembled. Or is it just the South Branch manager? He didn't know. Immediately after, Lee Seon-mook kicked an iron pole by the road. Now, his expression darkened. A more arrogant brat than I expected. A man stepped out of the car. Are you all right, branch manager? At this moment, Lee Seon-mook turned back, fuming. I only intended to bring along some dead weight, but who would have thought I'd lose face because of this guy? He quickly suppressed his emotions. He didn't understand why his superiors ordered him to sign the contract in person. The follow-up call connected. Reporting progress. The subject doesn't understand the situation as predicted. The contract failed. The voice on the other end replied after a moment. Is that so? Is that all? Lee Seon-mook nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right. He added in a low voice, he has a message for the guild master. The person on the other end exclaimed, really? After listening for a long time, the person asked, should we chase him? Where is the subject now? He reported back immediately. The subject is currently passing through the north gate of the Lee Seona Mountain Danger Zone. The other side didn't hesitate to order, mobilize all personnel immediately. The South Branch must not lose his trail. And you prepare yourself to step down from your position as branch manager. Hearing this, he was confused. What? Why? The person on the other end explained in a low voice. If it only stopped there, it would be lucky. But if what he knows is true, this won't end so simply. A gust of wind blew, causing leaves to flutter. Are you all right, sir? The guard outside reminded him cautiously. Since you are a rank 6 hunter, you must know more than we do. This place is far different from the northern danger zone. Lee Seon replied nonchalantly, I know. That's why I came. Hearing this, he looked worried. I wish you had brought fewer companions along. I have checked my ID. The gate in front of him opened slowly. He took a deep breath, feeling that just by passing through a gate the temperature had completely changed. His footsteps grew closer, but he could not turn back. At that moment, energy was gathering around the mountain. In this place, on Mount Lee Seona, a god exists who once appeared in the dark night of the 6 roots. With its vast highlands, Mount Lee Seona is one of the 3 sacred mountains of Korea, Monstrous sea creatures rise from beneath the water. Jeju Island, overflowing with spiritual energy, is the only danger zone in the southern part of the Korean peninsula today. The first reason conquest has become difficult is the existence of these sea monsters. Second is Lee Seon wiped his sweat after letting out a breath. He carefully crossed a dense forest, as this jungle covers the center of Jeju Island with Mount Lee Seon at its heart. Space felt like it was being distorted by something. If it were just a problem with the forest, it would be fine. But every step Lee Seon took required vigilance. Ahead, the sunlight shining through the canopy created a phenomenon known as the Devil's Prank, or the Goblin's Trick. It could be a spatial transfer magic circle. Even without a gate, the scenery changed in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, he looked around as he walked. A pine forest this time. Lee Seon's eyes then flashed with a spark of light. Until recently, I didn't know much about Mount Lee Seon until I read The Dark Night of the Six Roots. A series of names caught his attention at the southern end of this land. Bu, Bu, Yuna. Bu, Yuna. Bu, Yuna. Here lies the kingdom of Bala, built by three divine beings, the figure of a man with a strong build, but in reality, they are just a mysterious race born from nature. People call them the Dakebi. Their hands can manipulate power. They are sorcerers, carpenters, and master craftsmen. They forge the stars with the heat of the earth's veins, creating countless mysterious magical artifacts. Nearby is a small cave. It was the Dakebi who created the Dark Night. Bright red lava flowed through deep cliffs. Inside, someone was intently forging iron until he looked down at the item. It's not fitting at all. The commotion in the distance seemed to catch his attention. Seo Yoon immediately jumped up. How dare you? The monsters were quickly eliminated. Lee Seon withdrew his hand and let out a breath. I didn't expect a rank 5 monster to be able to use magic power. What a crazy place. Then, he slowly stepped deep into the forest. Perhaps because the mountain's own magic power is so dense, they seem much stronger than the monsters outside. If I deactivate my magic eye halfway, the path will change immediately. It seems I underestimated this area. The sword quickly returned to its sheath. Even monsters never before found on the peninsula appeared. It is truly worthy of being called Mount Lee Seon, the demon realm. Blinding light covered the two characters Bala that I saw in the mirror at Mount Sungmu. The fifth seal of the Dark Night exists here. Recalling this made Lee Seon's steps even steadier. Almost at the peak. As he entered the valley, an imposing voice rang out. What kind of fool dares to step into the demon realm? Lee Seon turned back. Alert. Could it be a monster capable of emitting telepathy? This time, the voice sounded a bit puzzled. A human again. He quickly realized what was behind him. The sword swung toward the opponent immediately. In that moment, Lee Seon tried to see who it was. Golden lightning bolts streaked across his vision. Immediately after, Lee Seon clutched his head and collapsed. He couldn't help but feel dizzy. His brain and vision felt like they were burning. In just 3 seconds, a fleeting moment, the figure in front was clearly visible. Was the presence of the thing before me so great that it's impossible to comprehend? It was only after a while that Lee Seon regained his composure. That is, he looked up at him. Are you talking about the Dark Night? Without a doubt. The divine craftsman mentioned in the Dark Night of the Six Roots is this Dakebi. After realizing this, he proactively bowed his head. I humbly bow to the earth god, Lee Seon, descendant of Lee Sung-mu. The corner of his mouth muttered a name, Lee Sung-mu. The anger on his face had not yet subsided. The hammer in Seo Yoon's hand pointed toward him. I have never permitted humans to step into my domain. If you continue to disrupt this forest any further, the air grew heavy, thick with an invisible pressure. Before he even finished speaking, the man turned and walked away. I won't show any mercy, he declared. Seeing this, Lee Seon hurriedly reached out to stop him. Wait, please. He desperately tried to grab onto the stranger. Just wait a second. But before he could finish, the figure vanished into the night breeze, leaving only a fading voice that echoed, Get lost. Lee Seon hadn't even processed the sudden change in his surroundings until he looked around. He was somewhere else entirely. In front of him stood a massive iron gate, the entrance to Lee Seon Mountain. Lee Seon felt completely bewildered. I didn't even get a chance to talk things through, and I already got kicked out, he muttered. He tried to calm himself down. Fine, whatever. Let's just go with that. The mountain range was swallowed by the silence of the night. I need to know the reason why, no matter what. Besides, I have to climb the mountain again to deal with the Black Knight's seal. A smirk played on Lee Seon's lips. Let's see what happens. Dawn gradually broke across the sky as the street lamps began to flicker out. Lee Seon walked slowly down the road. Fine, I'll prepare thoroughly and try again. At that thought, his eyes suddenly locked onto a spot. Wait a minute, Lee Seon's expression turned vigilant. The Black Crow Society, they moved pretty fast. Immediately, he spun around to leave. I have no intention of dealing with them right now. A nimble figure followed closely behind him. As they moved, the scout urgently reported in. This is number 17. Lost visual of the target at alley 19. Joha, I will continue to scout the perimeter. Rapid footsteps echoed through the space as Lee Seon imbued his feet with energy to dash away. Lee Seon appeared nearby. Spirit Light Aura, I tried applying the invisibility technique to my aura technique, but it's still not quite perfected yet. He carefully pulled out a mask. If I go out like this, I'll definitely be followed again. It's a good thing I used the dark energy to absorb that 10,000 face iron skin earlier. Now, he focused on his attire. His face was taken care of, and with a thought, a fresh set of clothes appeared. This should be good enough. Time to go buy what I need. A shocked voice rang out. You're going back in there again? You just went in this morning. The guard, looking confused, started rambling. Did your business go bankrupt, or are you buried in debt? Lee Seon smiled and spoke softly. It's not like that. Someone looking for death wouldn't carry so much gear. The guard finally took note of his heavy luggage. Now that you mention it, that's a lot of stuff. Lee Seon didn't hide his intent. Yes, I plan on staying there for a few days. The guard's eyes went wide. Say what now? The figure in front of him had already quickly moved off. See you later. I'll be back. Lee Seon walked in, his heart set. I won't back down this easily this time. Lee Seon, alone, walked through the dark but mystical forest. By now, he was partially exhausted. It had been 2 days since he entered the mountain, and no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find a water source. Lee Seon was deep in thought when he suddenly froze. Let's just search until today ends. If I don't find anything, I'll have to head back into the city for supplies. Though weak, he could still sense a different flow of energy. His steps grew urgent, and he ran straight ahead without stopping to rest. Finally, after days of waiting and effort, Lee Seon was rewarded. Found it. He reached out to touch the crystal-clear water. The water, it's warm. Even if there's a lot of yang energy on this mountain, it shouldn't be this warm. This place has a faint trace of demonic art. Must be because of the water source. I'll take a quick rest here for now. While Lee Seon wasn't paying attention, the thick grass behind him stirred. A few sparks flickered, looking like the head and tail of a mysterious creature. Before long, the sky turned pitch black without a trace of light. Who knows when he had managed to set up a small tent. Lee Seon lay down, exhausted after days of long walking. Using the demon eye for so long is really draining. I'll just close my eyes for a second. No sooner had he thought this than he was jolted awake by a shrill scream. Lee Seon didn't waste time thinking. He grabbed his weapon. A scream? A few guesses flashed through his mind. Is it a monster? Lee Seon's hand had barely poked outside when he heard the monster's growl. He looked at what was in front of him in shock. Could it be a demonic insect? But this is Spirit Mountain, a place where spiritual energy gathers. Judging by the number of horns and wings, it's at least grade 5. Other monsters on this mountain have been tougher than usual, so it's likely this is a grade 4 monster. No point in provoking them. Lee Seon suddenly started when he heard a child's voice. Is that a kid? Right then, some children ran past, not far from his tent. Don't look, Jeon, one shouted while running. You ugly demons, get lost. Get out of here right now. Jun was just a little girl, only able to call out for Jeon and Trang. And Trang, despite the danger, didn't forget the little girl beside her. Jun, hold on tight. She grabbed the little hand, clutching it like a lifeline. Suddenly, a few flames erupted from the ground. Their initial targets were the hideous monsters, but right in front of the children, the monster easily kicked the flames back, causing the kids to lose their energy, stumble, and fall on the spot. It didn't give them a chance to react and lunged in an instant, but before it could fulfill its goal, Lee Seon swung his sword. Lee Seon's blade glowed with immense power, as if to tear the forest apart. For a moment, the scene was nothing but dust and wood shards. Trang hugged Jun to her chest and looked up at his tall back. Lee Seon looked like a god as he turned back to ask, "Are you kids all right?" A moment later, he was busy again. I managed to take one down, but any contact with demonic energy is dangerous. The remaining monsters didn't want to let their prey go and continued to launch attacks. Lee Seon pushed off the balls of his feet, gathering momentum for a hero saves the day moment. He shot forward like a bullet, leaving a gun. The monster was only startled by his extreme speed, but before it could do anything, the next second, Lee Seon sent it off in one clean, decisive stroke. As he moved, his necklace swayed to the rhythm. I was indecisive about which equipment to pick as my final piece. Turns out, this choice was the right one. It radiated holy energy, repelling the evil flows of energy. A masterpiece-grade protective gear. Lee Seon tossed his cloak to the children. Take this, he suddenly asked. What's your name, kid? Even though she didn't understand, Trang replied, Trang. Lee Seon gave a serious order. All right, Trang, wrap that around yourselves and don't take it off. The boy nodded blankly. Yes. Understood. But as soon as he spoke, a terrified scream rang out from behind. It turned out that while he was talking, the monster had lunged, trying to sneak an attack. Lee Seon showed no fear and chanted a spell over the shield in his hand. A circle of energy formed, protecting him like a spiritual barrier. Spirit Demon Wall. Lee Seon turned and slashed the monster in half with one stroke. Suddenly, a terrifying growl echoed right next to Lee Seon's ear. He glanced over, suspicious. Special abilities? Are those monsters? Their voices sounded distorted, but they were still understandable to humans. Why are you interfering? Kill it and offer it to the king as a sacrifice. Hearing that, Lee Seon knew the situation was bad. They were completely different from the ones before. They had to be at least level 4. If I can neutralize their special abilities, I might be able to handle them. A moment later, he stomped his feet hard against the ground, causing the monsters to sink deep into the earth. This preparation is enough. And then, Lee Seon dashed forward as if nothing could stop him. At the same time, a powerful bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. The surrounding rocks couldn't hold up for even a second before shattering. A familiar voice rang out from the impact zone. To think you would appear on this mountain is exactly why I was wondering what was going on. Even he didn't know who had arrived. What just flashed past? A familiar long mane of hair appeared in the frame. Looks like it's you. Rio crossed her arms and flashed a carefree smile. Thanks a lot, human. Thanks to you, the kid survived. As soon as June saw her, he ran over, sobbing. Grandma. She angrily tapped both of them on the head. You silly kids. I told you not to go outside on your own. Just then, the monsters' voices rang out again, grabbing the attention of both. Rio watched them, looking visibly annoyed. Persistent pests, aren't they? She effortlessly glided past Lee Seon. Leave the rest to me from here on out, but he said not to do that. I know, but I can't just ignore anyone who targets the children. Lightning began to gather in Rio's hands like a weapon gifted from the heavens. Her eyes flashed with a killing intent she couldn't hide. I won't kill them, though. This technique made the lightning even more violent. Unsurprisingly, a whole patch of forest was simply blown away in a heartbeat. Along the way, the children constantly asked, "Hey, how did you do that?" Even June was incredibly excited. It can turn into a sword and a shield too. Rio felt bothered on his behalf, so she advised, "Come on, kids, don't bother our guest. It's been a long time since I've seen that galaxy cloak." Lee Seon was a bit surprised. You know about this cloak? She smiled and casually admitted, "Of course, because that's a piece I made myself." Well, not entirely, of course. I only spun the silk. Before he could even be amazed, he was doused with a bucket of cold water. So that's how it is. Rio didn't pay it any mind and continued. Actually, I knew you entered the mountain beforehand. Even though this is the master's territory, I'm the one who manages this place. Lee Seon couldn't help but be curious about the person she referred to as the master. She raised her hand as if she knew what he was going to ask. It's the one you already met. That person doesn't like any humans at all. But I'm different. Having said that, Rio summoned his staff. Come here, I'll open the door. Who would have thought the way to open it would be so brutal? She even seemed satisfied. Come on, let's go in. From here on, this is our village. Lee Seon raised a hand to block the blinding light in front of him. This was a truly magical landscape. There were little, beautiful spirits, flying everywhere, while on the tree branches, mature spirits were resting. Rio introduced it with undeniable pride, a sanctuary for races that live in harmony with nature. Welcome to Marina Village. A moment later, she gently set a glass of thick orange juice on the table and asked, surprised. He also honestly said, a little. I didn't expect that. Besides the Dak Sanji, there were other races. Rio saw Lee Seon take a sip and asked, good, right? The Dokangi tribe, I think you call them Elfie, they made that fruit jam. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Rio, the village elder. Looking at his hair and eye color, she asked, judging by your appearance, you're of the Lee bloodline, right? He replied respectfully, like a junior. Yes. I am Lee Seon of the Sungmu clan. Suddenly, her expression turned serious. If you're of the Sungmu bloodline, then you must know the guy who guards that mountain, right? Lee Seon asked, suspicious. Are you talking about the mountain guardian? The moment she heard that, she angrily slammed the table. Guardian? What guardian? He's just a lunatic who got played for a fool because he got involved with a human. He could only smile awkwardly and ask, is he still healthy? He's just a bit of a drunkard. Rio pouted as if she didn't want to answer. Whether he's healthy or not, that's his business. She didn't want to talk about that person and change the subject. Anyway, let's put that aside. Thank you for saving those naughty kids. You have no idea how worried I was when they went missing. Lee Seon replied politely, it's nothing. That's what I should have done. Rio said that she couldn't just take it for free since they were in debt. They had to repay it. Is there anything you want? but he answered seriously, I don't consider saving the children a debt. Regardless, she still had to repay the favor. The Sanji are a race that can't live with outstanding debts, so just feel free to ask. Since she had put it that way, Lee Seon bowed respectfully and asked, in that case, may I ask a few things? Rio seemed to relax. Anything I know. After a moment of hesitation, he made his decision. There were many things he wanted to ask, but I'm not sure if you know anything about this sword. Her expression became serious as she recounted Black Knight. That is a sword created by the master. I know it very well because I also participated in the forging process. Lee Seon was astonished. You directly participated in making this sword? Rio didn't show a hint of conceit. On the contrary, she looked grave. Many Sanji intervened in its creation in various ways. He couldn't help but sigh at this half-told story. I thought the master made it all by himself. Behind that sword was an arduous process. The one who completed the sword itself was indeed the master. We 64 Sanji only did tasks like preparing materials. After that, we just helped during the melting, firing, and sharpening processes. After a long time, the sword finally found its master. When using that sword, have you felt anything unusual? Lee Seon honestly confessed, I was amazed by the sword's power, but there was nothing I'd call unusual. Black Knight also has a spirit like this cloak, right? Rio laughed as if she just heard a joke. A spirit? How could it have a spirit? Even if it did, it would vanish instantly. In your eyes, it's just a sword. But in mine, it looks like destruction in the shape of a sword. Everything in this world has its own chi. That chi, whether it wanes or thrives, never truly disappears. But that sword completely erases that chi. Anything struck by that sword will never recover and will never return to its original state. That also applies to the person using it. Hearing that, he had his own speculation. I suppose you're talking about magic power, right? Is that why you asked me if I felt anything unusual? She nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. Fortunately, it hasn't reached its full potential yet, but be on your guard. That's no longer just dangerous, it's the kind of weapon you're better off without. Lee Seon, already curious, became even more so. If it's that dangerous, then why create the Black Clan? Unfortunately, even Geo can only shake her head. I don't know that either. The person who knows clearly is likely your ancestor or the Great One. Even so, ripples of emotion stirred within her. Everything that appears in this world has a reason. The appearance of that terrifying sword means it is destined to be used by a young man who cannot read the heavenly mandate. The sword, which had been silent for thousands of years, had finally reacted. Suddenly, he spoke up. Currently, there are 9 seals on this sword. The 5th seal is in this place. Do you happen to know anything about the seals, ma'am? Rio sighed for no apparent reason. Yes, I know. I know about them, but it might be quite difficult. As soon as Lee Seon heard that, he asked, showing no signs of worry or hesitation. What kind of test is it that turned out like that? She smiled lightly and replied, because you have to wrestle and defeat the 100-year-old Sanji. This remark truly left him stunned. Really? Looking at the sky today, it is indeed a masterpiece of nature. It is incredibly beautiful, combined with the fresh, vibrant air of the forest. This is truly an ideal place to rest. However, in the nearby arena, 2 figures are busy. Do you know anything about the Sanji's wrestling? Lee Seon said everything he knew. I only know it from books. It's a ritual where souls collide with souls. Rio nodded, not refuting him. That's not entirely wrong. To put it clearly, it's fighting with spiritual energy, isn't it? Instead of explaining, it's better to just try it. Saying that, she turned and called out, Jeon, come here. Jeon looked as happy as if he had just struck gold. Me first. Jang, sitting next to them, could only fold his arms in jealousy. Jian is so cunning. He couldn't help but ask suspiciously, am I going to fight this kid? But she only asked one question. Why? Are you afraid of losing to a child? What should I do? In our village, those are the 3 youngest children. The desire to win burned, making Lee Seon determined. Let's start. It's also simpler than I thought. Before starting, Rio still kindly warned. Try it. Then you'll see it's not as easy as you think. Jian, go easy on him. When both were ready, she shouted, now, sit across from each other. His consciousness seemed to sink into a dark, murky space. Before long, Lee Seon woke up. Where is this? Suddenly, a strange sound rang out by his ear, catching his attention. Hey kid. Appearing with a giant figure, 100 times larger than Lee Seon. Look at this tiny thing, Jeon said happily, not letting him react before making his move. Then, here I come. Lee Seon only managed to scream once before being submerged. Wait, the kid's arms slammed down, kicking up dust and blurring the frame. Lee Seon opened his eyes wide in shock, as if he couldn't believe it. He sat there, panting like a fish out of water. completely opposite to his initial confidence. It seemed Lee Seon hadn't realized he had returned, so he was still glancing around. When he confirmed Jian was gone, he hugged his forehead and sighed. Rio appeared with a smile like warm sunlight. "How was it? Can you do it?" He sighed, marveling. "So that's how it is." In that space, everything happened just as he thought. Some unfortunate memories surfaced like the huge face of that kid. Soon after, Lee Seon had been flattened by that giant arm. The surprise on her face was undisguised. But then, Rio laughed. "You learn fast, don't you?" Jian walked over with a triumphant smile on his lips. "I won. What kind of human is so tiny?" He looked at the kid, wondering what the world looked like through these children's eyes to create such a giant form. Then, Lee Seon started guessing the time difference between the wrestling place and here. She didn't hide anything and answered immediately. "About 3 seconds there is equal to 1 second here." It seemed he had found some method. "Excited," he shouted. "Then let's try again." Rio still had to advise, "Rest for a bit." The first human to experience spirit wrestling will consume a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. However, Lee Seon was extremely confident, as if he had victory in his grasp. "It's okay. If the kid is still fine, I want to do it right now." This sentence made her pause for a beat, while John behind her was extremely excited to dive in. But the harsh truth was that he still hadn't found the winning pattern. "I won. Another match." Lee Seon was thrown away by the kid. "I won again." Jian found it more and more fun the more he played. "I won again." But this time he lasted quite a while. But he stubbornly said, "Damn it, I think I understand a bit now. Let's. One more match, kid." The kid didn't really believe it. Any amount is fine. This time, before entering, Lee Seon sat for a while as if feeling the rules. Rio had always been standing behind, observing. That figure reminded her of Lee Hyun, the ancestor of the Lee Sung-yu clan. In a bush, nearby, a figure was observing everything. The person's face was gradually revealed. It was Xiao, but he didn't watch for long and left. 2 weeks later, the sound of wood being thrown to the ground created many chaotic noises, accompanied by dust. Yet, those around seemed interested. "So strong, doing it all in one go. It takes us 3 days." "Thanks." Lee Seon wiped the sweat, drenching his forehead, smiling. "Thank you. You have to work to eat." Now for the final step. He placed his hand on the axe, making it flash green. Just imagine it's emitting a cold breeze. With one swing, it felt like it wanted to split the giant tree in two. Lee Seon smiled, looking at the weapon in his hand. I never thought spirit wrestling would help in this way. His thinking speed was clearly faster. Others were still saying, "It's magical. How on earth did you do that? You're so good. Thank you." As always, he was just polite. "It's nothing. I consider this a way to train." Sujin handed him some water and offered, "Take a break to cool down, then drink this." Lee Seon took it, saying from the bottom of his heart, "Thank you." But as soon as he tried it, he was surprised. He felt his mind clear up instantly. Rao, hiding in the bush, observed everything and couldn't help but be surprised. Those picky spirits are giving him a drink. On this side, Lee Seon had lifted a giant rock. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in my ear. "Good work, Lee Seon." Rio asked, "Did I arrive late?" He wondered, "Why are you all the way out here, ma'am?" She shook her head. "Not at all. I was just passing by and thought I'd drop in for a chat. If you're done, may I take him now?" She smiled kindly, seemingly about to ask something else. "Ah, of course. But elder, aren't these chores usually done by the spirits?" Lee Seon covered his ears, pretending, "I can't hear you. I can't hear anything." She turned back to him. "You've grown close to everyone quite quickly, haven't you? Even taking on village chores. The fairy tribe doesn't accept humans easily, yet they gave you the essence so soon. Do you even know what that is?" Lee Seon, still innocent, had no idea he had received such a treasure. "I just feel my mind is sharper." Rio had to explain again. "That is a mystical medicine. It helps cleanse the mind and dispels stagnant energy in the spirit. That is why your divine power, exhausted after wrestling, was able to recover so quickly. It has to absorb the energy of the spirits for a week, then be fermented for a month, and it even requires 15-year-old magical grass." He couldn't help but wonder, why give me something so precious? Suddenly, Rio spoke up. "Have you ever been curious about why we live huddled together like this, yet you never asked for more details?" Lee Seon? He smiled as if it were nothing strange. "I assume there must be some hidden story. If everyone hasn't spoken of it, then an outsider like me shouldn't ask." She let her mind drift back to distant memories. "Because of the Great War. Humans call it that, don't they?" "Yes, the Great War. Everything started from that moment. As for the humans, those children are actually refugees. That happened a long time before you were born. So don't worry about it. The The villagers already consider you one of our own, not a guest anymore. Suddenly, Rio startled as if remembering something. Oh, damn it. I just remembered I have work to do. You go ahead and wrestle with the children, all right? He was very obedient and didn't ask further, leaving immediately. Yes, if you'll excuse me. She watched Lee Seon's retreating back, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. A moment later, Rio spoke up. What wind blew the old man all the way here? He asked, though it sounded more like he was making a statement. You let the human I drove away into the village? She replied with a very practical reason. Because he was the one who saved the children, so I wanted to repay him. But he didn't see it that way. Humans are despicable. Perhaps he saved the children just to make the spirits indebted to him so he could demand something later. Unexpectedly, Rio trusted Lee Seon deeply. He is not that kind of person. Even though he's tired, he still plays with the kids and helps other villagers. Moreover, letting him participate in the trial isn't that what you promised that person a long time ago. He intended to go back on his word, refusing to acknowledge the old promise. Besides, I never said when I would fulfill that promise, so drive him out. I will not accept a human setting foot in my territory. Rio hit the nail on the head. If you don't accept him, why don't you just drive him away yourself? He turned back, clearly at a loss for words. You're getting old, aren't you? Daring to talk back to me. She didn't let it bother her and continued. If you hate humans so much, why do you still try to protect them? Look at these children and the human playing together. Don't you remember the old days? The time you used to laugh and talk with them? But the man stubbornly insisted. Humans cannot blend in with us, Rio. She didn't give up on her intention to persuade him. You know, we have reached our limit. We need the help of humans. But just one sentence from him made her jump. The seal has started to weaken. Finally, he left just one sentence before riding the wind away. Drive the human away. When that moment comes, humans will run away just like they always do. They never shed blood for the sake of others. Rio thought about everything seriously. Over there, Lee Seon had begun meditating, preparing to enter the space. Inside, he was wandering aimlessly, searching for the children. He pointed down and instructed, You have to pierce through. Okay, you kids? Both of them nodded in unison. Understood. Yes. Facing the children, Lee Seon wore a very serious expression. All three raised their hands to summon each element, causing them to blend together. A strike was aimed straight at him, but Lee Seon easily blocked it. Once done, he wore a dark smile, clenching his fist. Now it's my turn to attack, right? Before long, night had fallen, embracing everything, but the story continued. Until the next morning. Stop it, brother. I'm so tired. That's right, can't you let us rest for a bit? Now, there were only the groans of the children. Who wrestles for 3 hours straight like this? Rio witnessed it all but still couldn't believe it. To think that in just 2 weeks, he has already beaten that trio, that will and spirit are truly admirable. She exhaled in relief. At that moment, the children noticed Rio and rushed over, calling out, Ma'am. Everyone spoke at once, making the atmosphere much livelier. Ma'am. He used the techniques you always use. Everything from the insects to the lightning, and he even wiped out the things we created. Plus, he doesn't know what fatigue is. He was clearly burned by fire, but he didn't even feel hot. She just smiled gently and patted each child's head. Rio spoke up. It seems letting him wrestle with the children has no more meaning. For a moment, Lee Seon didn't understand. What do you mean? She agreed to give him the real challenge. It's time to carry out the 100-man wrestling match. He clenched his hands in anticipation. It's finally here. But Rio poured another bucket of cold water on him. About a week from now, Lee Seon couldn't help but feel let down. It turned out it wouldn't start immediately. Only then did she remember to explain because they are scattered everywhere, gathering them takes some time. The spirits remaining on this mountain aren't even 100 yet. As she finished speaking, the atmosphere returned to its usual calm, but very quickly, it would no longer be that way. On the third day, the sound of bustling chatter resounded endlessly. A wrestling match between a human and a spirit? It's been a long time since I've seen such a scene. Lee Seon watched in surprise. This is truly, those who saw him coming immediately called out enthusiastically. Isn't that bang? Some others were still busy gossiping. I heard that last time he got stabbed in the back by Old Man Kim, so he had to go to work, didn't he? Hey, that guy? Old Man Kim has been dead for over 30 years. Rio walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. Everyone has gathered according to the covenant. Even so, a few people didn't stop. Where have you been living and what have you been doing lately? I've been living by the mountain. Lee Seon flashed a confident and polite smile. Thank you, everyone, she asked softly. Shall we begin the test? Are you ready? He nodded without hesitation. Yes. Looking at that demeanor, it seemed everyone was very excited, waiting for the next performance. Rio explained the rules a bit. Unless the grown-up fairy acknowledges you, the battle won't end. If you lose, you can try again. Do you remember the deadline? Lee Seon kept his smile. Yes, it's 1 week. She didn't forget to encourage him, saying there would be a festival once it was all over, so he should hang in there. Then, Lee Seon raised his head and took a deep breath, as if bracing himself. A voice echoed from all four corners, proving her incredible inner strength. Hey kids, long time no see. Don't be sloppy now. Let's start right away. Cheers filled the arena. Trang smiled teasingly. We're the ones starting. Jun remained as polite and gentle as ever. Please, go easy on me. Rio confidently boasted. This time is different from the last few days. In the first match, all three were beaten to a pulp, one was flattened, and two were crying. I lost too. 1 out of 100. The fourth match out of 100, a tiger appeared, but it couldn't change the outcome. Match 10 out of 100. A grown-up stepped onto the stage. But unfortunately, Lee Seon's sword was still a beat faster. Match 22 out of 100. He had started to pant. He was exhausted, but his posture remained flawless. By the 44th match out of 100, a formidable opponent stepped up, though, of course, not for Lee Seon. A truly formidable human, this is a bit tough. By the 57th match out of 100, they unexpectedly sent out a giant panda. The 63rd battle was against a massive serpent. Even so, it still wasn't enough to defeat him. Not long after, the sky turned orange. Lee Seon kept fighting until the early hours of the next morning when the sun was at the top of the mountain. Those around him couldn't help but worry and ask, Are you okay? This is already the 3rd day. Get some rest and then continue. I just need to finish it within a week, he said. But he didn't want to give up. I'm fine. Send the next one in. The meaning of the 5th trial in the seal was mental training. Rio smiled in satisfaction and praised him. Good. Then let's start again. The audience liked Lee Seon more and more. Brother, win. You can do it. The teenagers cheered him on. In reality, his expression was already somewhat strained. Come on. By the 83rd match, Lee Seon covered his mouth and coughed, seemingly running out of strength. His complexion visibly darkened. One look and you could tell he couldn't hold on much longer. By the 99th match, one of the judges finally raised their hand. I acknowledge it. There isn't much left. Keep going. Lee Seon let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. Rio stood up, ready to begin. Wait, so she was the opponent for this match. Let's start the 100th battle. Rio's eyes were as sharp as a true enemy's. I have no grudge against you, but this is a trial bound by a sacred oath. I cannot go easy on you. A bolt of lightning tore through the sky and struck his body. Lee Seon was in so much pain that his face twisted. To be this exhausted, even though it was so difficult, his mind was incredibly clear. Not long after, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Suddenly, Lee Seon collapsed on the spot, clutching his body as it throbbed with every pulse. Even though this is a mental realm, can it really cause this much damage? But no matter what, it didn't matter. He looked up with a determined gaze. Please, give me another round. But suddenly, everything shook violently, creating a loud echo. Lee Seon stared blankly at the massive thing in front of him. A skyscraper-sized stone pillar erupted from the ground. Seriously? So all this time was just the beginning? He gritted his teeth, not allowing himself to give up. Even so, Lee Seon came up with the most foolish yet effective method currently available, just dig bit by bit. In the end, a human can still level an entire mountain. He tilted his body, successfully dodging that lightning bolt. Rio also gave some praise. Not bad. I didn't expect you to dodge that. How about this? Little Lee Seon looked up in the direction of her voice, his face visibly paling. This is a bit. This time, as expected, Lee Seon took the full force of a sky-shattering lightning strike. Lee Seon's eyes rolled back as if he had lost consciousness. The voices of those around him exclaimed, Oh my God, how many times has this been now? He's fought her alone over 50 times already, right? Hey, check on her condition. If this keeps up, he's going to die. A long while later, he finally jolted awake. Lee Seon looked up at everything around him. How long have I been out? He looked at his hands, feeling a bit dazed. Is this reality now? Lee Seon asked the person closest to him. How long was I unconscious? Rio answered helplessly. About 2 hours. He clenched his hands into fists. I don't care how many times I pass out. Whether it's the mental realm or reality, it doesn't matter. I have to keep going until I make it. Sorry to bother you again. She heard this and was startled, her mouth opening as if to say something, but she stopped. In the end, all those words, bottled up, turning into a nod. Lee Seon proactively closed his eyes, entering that world once again. Rio didn't make him wait long and close her eyes as well. Before long, Lee Seon's brows were tightly furrowed. He can't handle it, can he? She thought he wouldn't be able to bear it, but a while later, she saw that Lee Seon was still holding on. That's impressive. Is he really going to continue without resting at all? They couldn't help but doubt. Can a human really endure this? They all just kept asking why he had to push himself that far. At that moment, inside, he was facing a bolt of lightning just as intense as the ones before. Lee Seon fought against it while experiencing the flow of time. The thoughts of when he would leave this place, the end, the fatigue, the pain, and even who he was currently fighting, all thoughts were erased. There was only one goal left. He had to win. The lightning kept shaking, striking down with another blow. He used his whole body to take that hit. Rio also thought Lee Seon had lost. It's over. This time is definitely. Suddenly, her eyes flashed slightly as if she had just witnessed a miracle. He stood there like a hollow shell, yet he was immune to all damage. That was the state of no self, the realm of casting aside the ego. To even cast aside oneself, Rio's eyes couldn't hide the shock from the bottom of her heart. She shouted as if affirming that this was not a path for humans. A ray of light shone from Lee Seon's forehead like a miracle. Not long after, it magnified, consuming the entire vast space. Rio suddenly woke up. This isn't no self. On the contrary, he is controlling the space I created. The space is collapsing. How can a human? Sweat poured down from her forehead. Lee Seon walked through the enclosed space like a soulless being. She vaguely guessed a little bit of the situation. That look was when he looked up, leaving only a calmness that was terrifying. At this moment, when returning to reality, Lee Seon lay there completely exhausted. Others seemed very impressed. Truly formidable. You have to acknowledge that willpower. That's right. Amazing. He struggled to stand up, smiling as he asked, "Is it over?" Rio gave a gentle smile as if welcoming him. "Yes, it's over." But then, the light in her eyes. "Lee Seon, it's over. Did I lose?" she asked in a daze. "Don't you know?" Faced with her gloomy, mourning-like expression, Leo confirmed that he had won. Upon hearing this, he finally offered a satisfied smile before collapsing. Lee Seon suddenly sank into a different space. A dream? Is this a conscious dream? These are the battles I've been through, even battles from a long time ago. Everything is as vivid as if it just happened. Ah, I see. This is the moment of enlightenment. After everything, it all dove straight into the ring on his finger. Lee Seon suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if escaping from a nightmare. Sujin offered a gentle smile and asked kindly, like a grandmother, "Are you awake? I thought you wouldn't wake up today. Thank goodness. Drink some of this." He politely reached out his hand to take it. "Ah, yes, thank you." Just then, the door was pushed open from outside. "Awake? You're finally awake. That's amazing. I've never seen a human like him." Everyone tacitly acknowledged Lee Seon, saying, "Go have a drink. It's the Rio festival today." She suddenly appeared, shouting, "You guys. They just woke up. What are you all doing?" Then she turned to ask the two protagonists of the story, "How are you two feeling?" He replied awkwardly, "Still not used to this enthusiasm, I'm fine. But what on earth is going on?" Rio calmly recounted that he had been asleep for a week since the exams ended. Lee Seon panicked, asking, "Huh, then what about the exams?" She was helpless. "You don't even remember that? You won." You were so caught off guard by the sudden joy. "What?" Rio didn't mind repeating it for the third time. "You won." Shortly after, night fell, and they joined the village's lively gathering. She suspiciously asked, "Is this what you wanted to show me?" Lee Seon handed her the item in his hand, explaining it was called the Dark Night. It seemed he had decided to tell her everything. "Thanks to it, I learned about the old man, the Dark Knight, and this outfit. It was also left behind for future generations by the ancestor who was the former master of the galaxy. Actually, no, it was left for me." Rio looked skeptically at the scroll, noting, "Quite a few parts are erased, huh?" Lee Seon mused, "I think the Dark Knight was created to slash whatever that erased thing is." He analyzed it in his heart before asking, "Even in the records of the archives, some parts are missing. The Dark Knight was created. Do you know what that erased part is?" She guessed with confusion. "I'm not sure, but judging by the context, it seems to be an object or a living creature rather than a location. The point is, it wasn't erased by anyone, nor did it disappear naturally." Rio was stunned, blurting out, "That sounds absurd." "No content in source," she reminisced blankly. "But it's like a giant hole in the distant ocean, a song from ancient stories, related to that place. Once upon a time, terrifying things rushed out from a dark cave. The sky opened up and the world changed. But no one remembers that time. Nothing is left. Oh, little ones, don't cry anymore. The beasts will come and devour you. And then there will be no one left who remembers you." Rio sighed involuntarily. "Back then, whenever I wouldn't sleep and wandered around, the adults would use that song to scare me, saying those terrifying beasts would come to catch and eat me." He nodded in agreement. "For children, this story is indeed a bit scary." She continued, "Exactly. I just happened to remember it, but the latter part might be important. Rio, read the content cautiously. There are a few words I don't quite understand. Listen to this. The final thing that the seal of the Dark Knight leads to will have that of the Father. This is possible, but I hope this record still remains. I know the truth of the Dark Knight. It is both a key and a map. Everything the Dark Knight will leave that place, with everything that belonged to the Father, the name of the sprite guarding the mountain, and every unrevealed secret of our family. I am recording all the secrets I know here so that future descendants can decode every secret of the Dark Knight and reach the final point, I hope. Your journey meets with much luck. Lee Dongmu, the second Grand Ancestor. Lee Hying Song. She rubbed her chin, hesitating for a few seconds. So then Rio asked, confused, if we follow the seal of that sword, will the name of that fool, that idiot, I suddenly forgot the name. Lee Seon smiled, reassuring her, don't worry. If I find the name for the mountain guardian, I'll take it back for you. She brushed it off in a huff. What's with the worrying? What's with the take it back? That guy should suffer for another 1,000 years. That's what he deserves. Rio turned calmly to ask, any more questions? He paused for a second, then sincerely requested, please tell me about him. Seo walked slowly forward, deep in thought, fixing his gaze on the center where villagers and children were huddled around Lee Seon. The children loved chatting happily with him. Seeing this scene, Seo fell into a long, brooding silence. He recalled his own horrific past. He remembered the moment a villager reached out toward him. He thought bitterly to himself, in the end, only I am left. After the party ended, the villagers were passed out, sprawled on the ground, sleeping and drooling. Lee Seon marveled to himself. Everyone is formidable. Just then, he felt eyes fixed on him. Seo approached and commented, humans are always this stubborn. He warned sternly, I clearly told you not to set foot in my territory. Lee Seon, without hesitation, stated firmly, I come here as the legitimate successor of the Dark Knight, according to the Covenant. Seo replied coldly, I know. That's why I haven't chased you away yet. An old promise is still a promise. He gave a decisive order. Now, the children of this village have fulfilled the covenant, so you have no reason to stay here. Then, Seo coldly signaled for him to leave immediately. Those words made him freeze. In a flash, Lee Seon had been teleported elsewhere. He looked blankly at the strange, desolate forest. Right then, he gently transmitted his voice. This is only my own wish. Don't blame the other spirits for this. At this moment, Rio spoke up tentatively. Lord Seo, he sighed wearily. You've arrived, have you? She asked, hesitant. Do you really have to go this far? Rio asked, listlessly. Bringing food. These are the things the human brought. Seo mused. I hate humans, but I also feel guilty for making you live in captivity because of me. She understood and softened her tone. Not at all. There isn't a spirit who doesn't understand your heart, Rio commented. Troubled. That human is different. That is why you didn't chase him away. Lee Seon Shihi, the text uses Lee Seon as the human, so, admitted frankly, I don't intend to deny the relationship you have built with him. My feelings, in the end, are just my own. She spoke up worriedly. If the other two saw you looking like this, Seo cut her off irritably. Enough, he warned in a low, gravelly voice. Don't overstep the line. Rio argued suspiciously, but don't you actually not hate humans at all? Only because of those two? Seo muttered, that child. He hesitated, wanting to share. Suddenly, the whole mountain shook violently. The two, startled, looked at each other. Could it be? Without hesitation, both immediately teleported. As soon as they reached the location, a black aura gathered beneath the pit. Looking at the lava cracking the rocks, they whispered in horror. It's so hot. Both stared intently at the crack that was opening. In an instant, it split in two. Seeing this scene, Seo quickly used his skill. He opened a path and gave an urgent order. You go back to the village and report it. However, Rio was determined to stay. Old man, as the village chief, I must stay here to observe the situation. Wouldn't the message be sent via spirit arts already? Hearing this, Seo had to agree. Then follow me. Afterward, both stepped down the stairs. On the way, she said in horror, what terrible pressure. Seeing that his movement speed had slowed down, he thoughtfully turned to ask, are you okay? Rao, feeling both admiration and heartache, slowly acknowledged that the elder had been suffering in such a horrible place for so long. For all this time? Yes. Seo anxiously explained that since a few years ago, the dark aura appearing from the north had begun to affect the seal. I didn't expect things to happen this quickly, she asked suspiciously. Then what about the things you've been creating all this time? He replied dejectedly. It failed. A second later, both of them passed through a blinding light. As soon as that happened, they entered a cave in the center, surrounded by lava. Upon seeing the swords scattered on the ground, Rio asked in shock, did you have to go this far? Even after receiving help from the clan, The attempt to create a substitute for the seal had failed. CO sighed in disappointment, and at that very moment, both of them caught sight of a strange black shadow beneath the lava. They shuddered and cast their eyes downward. Filled with a familiar feeling, she thought in horror, the Great War, the thing that caused so much blood to spill on Mount Lee Seon, the natural enemy of the elves and every magical race, the Great Archdemon. Reo remembered with a heavy heart how it began invading this world. No one could have foreseen that it would lead to a war that would swallow the entire world. Even he, someone who could read the heavenly signs, could not see the future ahead. The definition of good and evil collapsed, and the boundaries between the living and the dead became blurred. Reverting back through time, a messenger pleaded earnestly, "Please help us. The situation on the mainland is extremely critical. As soon as they reorganize their formation, we will join forces. Please, hold on." CO thought dejectedly, believing that humans would return. The three of them had decided to protect this Jeju island. To protect this land, the small elves and humans alike faced the terrifying Great Archdemon. It was called by many different names, depending on each person's fear. The Serpent of the Red Valley, the Nine-Headed Enemy, the Boiling Temptation. He remembered with dread the incompatibility between the Archdemon and the elves, which was the worst of all. That snake had used the Archdemon's cunning illusions to toy with them during that painful and miserable time. Back then, the three of them had believed in humans and waited. Returning to reality, CO took a knife and stabbed his own leg. Because of that, he broke free from the illusion. Seeing Ryo standing beside him, dazed and waving her hands, he shouted in a panic, "Hey, no, don't. Don't go that way. Wake up." Having no other choice, CO had to use the knife to stab her leg. Just then, Ryo cried out in a shrill, pained voice. She woke up and looked at the elder in confusion. He was breathing heavily, tense. Finally, this moment has come. After that, both of them looked intently toward the lava rising to the surface. CO directed her urgently, "Hurry back and lead the villagers away." Ryo asked anxiously, "And what about you?" He calmly explained, "I am an elf of a bygone era. Ending this is a grudge I must close with my own hands." Without further words, CO quickly used magic to teleport her. "Go," Ryo shouted in astonishment. After he was left alone, he gazed ahead, deep in thought. CO told himself that he had to hold on. Humans are coming. He was conflicted, then dismissed the thought. No, humans aren't coming. Deep in his heart, CO was still stubborn, then despairingly sighed. But it was a promise. They will keep their word. Even if late, they will surely come. In the end, no one came. He uttered bitterly, "You didn't. We were deceived. We were just offerings." Next, CO summoned his weapon. He tightened his grip on the weapon and channeled magic into it. CO reminisced about the spirited words of his old friend. "I will drag the corpse of that demon along with me." However, he bitterly concluded to himself, "No need. In any case, that thing won't die." The girl beside him also spoke strongly, then lamented in her heart, "I will become the mist covering this mountain. We should have run away, regardless of whether this damn land was destroyed or not." After that, both of them turned to stare at him. They said in unison, "CO, we pass our remaining power to you. Use your flames to keep the seal and our covenant firm." One day, when humans returned, CO whispered gloomily, "Even if I wait and wait forever, the humans still won't come." Suddenly, the Great Archdemon spoke maliciously, "Humans are different from you. They only use you because they know the elves will protect them." He shouted angrily, "Shut up, you monster." CO admitted bitterly, "True, the humans won't come." However, he still swore resolutely, "Even so, I have fulfilled the covenant with Lee Seon. This is perhaps fate." CO calmed down and paused for a few seconds. Now, without a moment's hesitation, he threw himself forward, "I will follow you all." At the same time, outside, the beasts suddenly screamed wildly. Seeing this, the villagers cried out in a panic, "What is this? Protect the mother tree. It's gone mad, truly gone mad." They ran away in terror. The villagers wondered, why are they rebelling so suddenly? "Grandma, where have you been?" Ryo gritted her teeth, observing the surroundings. The situation near the elder was urgent, but it wasn't much better here. She directed loudly, "Take the injured to the healing spring. Elves who can still fight quickly clean this place up." Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently. Hot, humid air evaporated from the depths of the earth. Ryo was stunned to realize that thing was coming. Hearing the savage roar of the beasts, the villagers exclaimed in fear, "They're getting even crazier. Do something." She frowned and thought to herself, "They are being affected by the Great Archdemon's dark aura. If we don't destroy the Great Archdemon, this won't end." Right then, a beast accelerated and rushed toward the villagers. They couldn't react in time and were knocked to the ground. Without hesitation, it raised its claws toward the villagers. In that critical moment, Lee Seon decisively eliminated the beast. Seeing it neutralized, the villagers were bewildered and muttered, "What was that?" Feeling someone behind his back, he turned his head in confusion. He declared solemnly, "I've come to help." After accumulating enough energy inside his weapon, Co actively swung it at the great archdemon. At that moment, it stirred, tossing the lava upward. He winced, shielding his face with his hand. Right then, the great archdemon asked suspiciously, "Why must you go this far?" "To protect humans. You said you didn't trust them, didn't you?" Co shouted angrily, "Shut your mouth, you monster." He thought in horror, even after losing its physical body, it's still this strong? Without further ado, Co tightened his grip on his weapon. Lee Seon rushed forward, filled with spirit. Co did not hesitate to strike the monster directly. However, he thought in horror, the attack had no effect. Co gritted his teeth and decided to summon it. If so, even if it's a curse, I'll use it. He fired sharp bolts of magic straight ahead. They immediately pierced through the great archdemon. The demon shrieked in agonizing pain, throwing his head back. The young lady gasped, relieved. Did it work? Even so, it only bought a little more time. The very next second, he spoke in surprise, "It's starting to regenerate." The young lady, dejected, made her decision. In the end, there is only one way left: sealing. Suddenly, the great archdemon spoke, his voice bewitching. "Do you really have to go that far? Sealing. Do you think that's the end of it? Don't you have things you need to protect? If you do that, who will remember us? Have you forgotten us already?" He used illusions to tempt him. "Give up on humanity. The spirits don't want to see you perish." Co peeled out firmly. "You devil. Don't show me those things. They would absolutely never say such things." The great archdemon continued to mock him. "What are you saying? Isn't it because we trusted humans that we ended up in this state? If the three of us combine our strength, we still failed. What can you do alone?" He focused his mind, responding with disdain. "Whatever you say is useless. Do you think these words have any effect on me?" The demon admired him and circled around, mocking. "Is that so, Seop?" Seop was startled, realizing, damn it. In the end, I was enchanted. He only knew how to blame himself. Instead, he had fallen for the demon's stalling tactic. At that very moment, the great archdemon opened his mouth, preparing to devour him. Faced with the tense situation, Seop gritted his teeth, unable to retort. At the same time, a beam of light suddenly flashed before his eyes. Lightning struck the great archdemon's head from out of nowhere. Leo ran over, worriedly calling out to the elder. "Seop." Seop panicked, shooing her away. "This isn't a place for you." Before he could finish, lightning erupted throughout the space. It activated powerfully, paralyzing the demon for a moment. He turned back, uneasy, wondering, are the spirits in the village coming to reinforce us? But those attacks won't work on him. In that moment, Seop's eyes widened in shock. He saw a young man bravely advancing toward him. After recognizing the person in front of him, Seop's eyes couldn't help but be stunned. He stammered, asking, "How did you?" Lee Seon replied sincerely, "I came to help." Seop asked suspiciously, "Why are you here?" He firmly emphasized every word. "Didn't I already say it?" Lee Seon repeated with a smile, "I came to help." He frowned, stubbornly arguing, "I don't need help from humans." Seop looked upwards suspiciously. "Besides, you're just a human. What can you do against that thing?" He calmly acknowledged the truth. "Yes, that's right. Even I have no way to deal with it." A second later, Lee Seon slowly drew the sword at his side. But he confidently asserted, "But this sword, Black Knight, can cut it." He pondered, agreeing with the idea. True, if it's Black Knight, it could cut that existence which lacks a physical form. Lee Seon didn't hesitate and made his request. "I don't even know how much I can actually do myself, so please give me a chance." Seop listened and thought for a long time. He pondered, looking back at the great archdemon. After careful thought, Seop made a proposal. "You only have one chance," he calculated silently. "Black Knight can cut that thing, but this child's cultivation isn't high enough yet. Then, there is only one thing I need to do." Seop gathered his power and threw himself forward, opening a path so the sword could reach him. He unleashed all his spirit power and signaled, "Kid, go." Lee Seon accepted the order without a moment of hesitation. Yes, he pointed the tip of his sword forward and concentrated his energy. Lee Seon transferred the power from the ring into the sword. Then, he activated his ultimate skill, Infinite Two Forms. Lee Seon concentrated on feeling the energy within his body. Everything he had trained for all this time, the Infinite Two Forms, began by merging all that power. He poured out every bit of his strength. A little more, just a little more. Lee Seon fused all his skills together. The lightning and the whirlwind of the Spirit Master, the magical barrier of An Kai, the icy cold of Fahrenheit, the Yama and the blue blade of Burke. He felt both gratitude and kept his eyes fixed on the line of light. the path that he had opened up. After identifying it, Lee Seon's eyes locked onto that exact spot. He decisively delivered the finishing blow. Infinite two forms. Black Lotus. The great archdemon saw it and shrieked in terror. This is dangerous. I have to avoid it. He screamed in desperate horror. No. In just a flash, the great archdemon's body exploded. Seop roared in satisfaction. Now, let's go together, you devil. But his two friends stepped in to stop him. You don't need to go this far. This demon has already suffered heavy damage. You don't need to risk your life. He shared his feelings peacefully. No, I have no more regrets. I have resented humans for separating the spirits and humans. Only by doing this can I have no more regrets. His two friends laughed and urged him. You stubborn guy, that's enough. Let us handle this vortex. You stay here. You must stay here so you have no more regrets. Stop resenting humans. Returning to reality, Leo called out, worried. Elder. She announced happily, it's over. Those two saved you. Seop coldly rejected the opinion. No. He looked toward Lee Seon, who was unconscious. That human Seop nodded in acknowledgement, saved us. At that moment, he looked around in a daze. Deep in his heart, passed out again. Is this a dream? This feeling is. Lee Seon looked around, bewildered. As soon as he saw the scene before him, he realized he had regained the memories of the infinite. He gazed at the sharp, gleaming blades. Lee Seon couldn't help but be stunned. Amazing, he mused to himself. But this is just another path for me to reach the pinnacle. Just then, the young master thrust his sword into the ground. Lee Seon firmly etched the infinite's Black Lotus technique into his heart. Perhaps the infinite wanted to show him his true form through these memories. The scene shifted to a private room. He woke up and slowly opened his eyes. The very next second, Lee Seon suddenly felt a sickening sensation in his mouth. Rio, who had been keeping watch, grabbed a bucket and helped him sit up. Here, throw up in this. Lee Seon frantically vomited a pool of blood. Seeing this, Sujin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. To wake up after only a few hours of unconsciousness, I thought it would take days. She asked gently, drink this. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? He honestly explained, my internal organs are a bit messed up. It looks like internal injuries, but I should recover soon. Hearing this, both of them were speechless, feeling utterly helpless. Rio turned and criticized. You call that fine when you're a total quack? Sujin retorted, annoyed. I don't know who the village doctor is, but don't you dare pick a fight with me. Lee Seon asked suspiciously, did you feed me something? My internal injuries were clearly very severe. Sujin proudly listed them off. We use plenty of things, spirit, herbs, healing water, soul hydro herbs. He gasped in surprise, full of gratitude. No wonder my mana feels like I've just received a massive gift. Rio gently spoke up. You have no idea what a monumental thing you've done. Even if I had to give you dozens of those elixirs, I'd do it willingly. She muttered in frustration, I'm the one who created them, so why is the village elder taking all the credit? Lee Seon asked, feeling curious. What happened after I passed out? She softened her tone and advised, I'm sure you have many questions, but for now, just rest. You've recovered quite a bit already. We should be going now. As they prepared to leave, Rio suddenly stopped. She turned back and expressed her sincere gratitude. Thank you. We owe you a huge debt. 2 days passed, and Seop stood motionless in the middle of the cave. Hearing footsteps, he turned around to greet him. You're here. He gave a polite nod. Seop said affectionately, everything was settled smoothly thanks to you. Lee Seon asked cautiously, has the great demon been sealed away? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, things will be fine from now on. More importantly, how about you? He replied confidently. I've fully recovered thanks to everyone's help in the village. Seop said nonchalantly, that's good. I still hate humans. Lee Seon hesitated and asked, why is that? He slowly explained his reasoning. Humans lie easily, break promises, and disrupt nature. Seop asked thoughtfully, do you think my way of thinking is strange? He didn't hesitate and agreed. It makes sense. If I were you, I'd probably hate them too. He retorted curiously, aren't you a human yourself? During the festival, I saw an elf eating meat and the wolf tribe not drinking alcohol. I even heard a few spirits found the city interesting and moved there to live. Lee Seon calmly expressed his view. Not all humans are the same. Shouldn't you know that better than me, old man? He felt a bit embarrassed and questioned, true. Besides, I kicked you out, so why did you come back? He stated firmly. My friends were in trouble. How could I just ignore that? Hearing this, Seop stopped him. Friends, he repeated, sounding moved. Seop nodded, acknowledging the bond. Yes, friends. After their talk, the children tearfully clung to him. Are you leaving, brother? Please stay and play with us a little longer. Rio gently scolded them. Rio, Jun, he has work to do. The children whined. We still want to play. Lee Seon smiled, patting their heads as he promised, I'll see you all next time. Afterward, he asked with concern, the mountain's barrier has been broken. Will everyone still be okay? Rio coldly reassured the child. A human worrying about spirits? Don't worry. It's not like you can find us just because you want to. We're the ones who always choose to find you. Seop kindly advised, don't worry. That long, miserable bond is over. It's time for us to step out into the world. He repeated. Not all humans are the same, are they? Lee Seon. He happily confirmed. Exactly. Seop remained honest with his feelings. Truthfully, I still hate humans. He cleared his throat and continued. But you, I don't hate. Cop then handed him a gift. Lee Seon held it carefully as he introduced it. This is a scabbard forged from black wood, ebony, and refined steel. I poured my spiritual power into it to create it for this auspicious moment of our reunion. He was amazed and marveled. This is truly a masterpiece. The mystical power of the Black Knight had completely broken the seal, Seop said solemnly. Remember this well. The sword represents death, but the scabbard represents life. Never forget that sheathing the sword is even more important than drawing it. Lee Seon respectfully remembered, I understand. Just then, the children raised their hands to ask, Grandma, can we go see him off? Just to the entrance of the mountain, please. Can I go too? Me too, Grandma. Rio was about to strictly refuse. It's too dangerous. Can't you see? Lee Seon shook his head, signaling her not to turn them down. She then looked hesitantly at the children's beaming smiles. Rio sighed and had to agree. Fine, but no messing around. Only see him off, do you hear? The children cheered excitedly. Brother, let's go. I'll show you a shortcut. Watching his back as he left, she gently remarked, He's a good kid, isn't he? We have a lot of work to do. Rio asked anxiously. Even though the barrier has faded, humans still sneak up the mountain. Should we drive them away? He calmly made a decision. There's no need for that. Just leave them be. Soon, I will conceal the village. She asked, feeling uneasy. Will that really be okay? Seop replied, feeling at ease. It's time to stop living as if we're imprisoned. Just then, a spring breeze blew by. A new year had begun, and new changes were on the horizon.